Outrageous. Online loan overdue. The debt collector actually helped me find my biological parents. What's even more outrageous is that my parents are billionaires? Have a meal. 5-star hotel. My house. Buy a car. 4S store. My house. Even major unicorn companies that own shares? No. As a traveler, how can you lie flat? I had to start a business. Chapter 1 Outrageous. Online loan overdue. Debt collectors find my parents? That's him, isn't it? That's him. It's a disgrace. A college student taking out an online loan. If you borrow it, you borrow it. Who doesn't have an emergency? Just pay it back afterward. Now the whole faculty knows. That's pretty good looking. What's the use of being handsome? He's still a licking dog. And it's said that all the money he borrowed from the internet loan has been rewarded to the female anchor. How much did you borrow? I heard it borrowed over $100,000. Holy, you've rewarded the anchor woman with more than $100,000? The hostess has diamonds? Well, how should I know? But I heard it was from our school. 100,000. 100,000 I could put a down payment on. Hey, licking dog shall not house. And a beating. He's lucky he wasn't killed. I've heard that those who do online lending all have triad backgrounds. Su Yen, who had his right hand hanging on his chest and his left foot limping, sighed slightly as he heard the chatter around him. I clearly have a great future and a good startup going public immediately. Sell your house and car and look to go public. Or at least become a multi-millionaire yourself. As a result, the night before ringing the bell, I woke up in the hotel with a hootenanny. I can't believe I've crossed over. Traveled into a parallel universe called Blue Star. Became a lickspittle who had been beaten across the room by a debt collector half a month ago. Hey, thinking about his previous life. He was suave and handsome. And young, rich and flamboyant. One crosses over and ends up as a lickspittle who owes an online loan. A licking dog shall not house. Su Yen touched his nose with his left hand, now making himself notorious. If he wasn't mentally strong, he'd be embarrassed to go out. Luckily he came across. As he was walking, there was a sudden vibrating sound from his cell phone. Su Yen, I'm going to PK someone today. I mustn't lose. Above the flying news, a conspicuous top message caused Su Yan's mood to rise unpleasantly. The sender's note is, Goddess Wang Ran, starred and topped. A dog-licking operation at first glance. Not a single message from the previous half a month, when he was injured himself. Just showed up and sent a message asking for help to top her PK. Your licking dog is dead. Su Yen grunted and directly sent a flying message over. Since crossing over and having a crossing over chosen opening, traveling through parallel worlds, both parents are dead. Isn't this the top opening? Except there's a lesser Goldfinger. You're still going to be a lickspittle? My brain is what pretty much. Putting away his crack screen cell phone, he was ready to go outside and check out the market. Can't apologize for being a traveler. The game reopens, and this time, one absolutely kills it. Crunch! The cell phone had just been stuffed into his pocket when a black Audi pulled up in front of him. Su Yen! The car windows opened in unison. Su Yen saw the bald head sitting on the passenger side at a glance. Dry. Debt collection. Su Yen didn't even think about it and pulled out his legs to run. Last time, it was this bald guy who brought someone to beat himself up. That's just right. I can't stay at this school. Had to find a way to live somewhere else. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you running for? I won't let you pay me back. Believe you, damn it. These people are full of. They talked a good game when they borrowed the money in the first place. As a result, it now cries out for a fight. Brother Chang, I suddenly remembered that I still have soup at home and forgot to turn off the gas. Dragging a crippled leg, Su Yen walked as fast as he could, not looking back. You live in a school. Where did you get the gas? Baldy jumped in anger. He meowed, get him. With a command from the bald man, a dozen young men clattered down from a van behind him, swarming up and chasing after Su Yen. Want this? Su Yen's dead soul. Just 3 people came before and beat his predecessor. This time down a dozen. One cannot easily cross. Do not just recuperate from the injury. Crunch. No more. That would be a big loss. But how could he possibly outrun so many people with a limp? Within 10 minutes, it was pressed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Said I wouldn't ask you for money? What's the point of running? Baldy stroked his big oily head and gasped. Su Yen also took a breath, mainly because he was injured. Otherwise, he thought he could run away. The body was better than the previous life that had been hollowed out by booze and sex. I don't know how much better. Little than the cub. The bald strong man stood in front of Su Yen, reached out and pulled Su Yen up. I told you that your old man has money to pay you back. Hearing this, Su Yen was baffled. I'm not the main character in the opening of the ING game. Am I? Where's the old man to help pay the bills when both parents are dead? The original predecessor had borrowed $120,000, but now with interest, it was over $300,000. Even your own father can't afford to pay it back, right? So, Kung, we're done for then? Who cares if it's true or not? At least you won't owe online loans in the future. Of course, if you have any difficulties in the future, just call Brother Chang. Hearing this, Su Yan all really felt a bit confused. It's all settled. Why are you making such a fuss today? I'll be off then. Kung, once in a while for a drink. Su Yan turned around and left, which expected that Baldur's minions immediately blocked his way. Su Shao, what's the hurry? Look who's here. Bald Head Strong showed 8 teeth. I went through a lot of trouble to find your parents. Kung, you're not going to sell me, are you? Abduction and trafficking is against the law, and I'm an adult. Bald Chang are speechless. Su Shao, I relied on the face analysis algorithm, and it took a week of screening to find your parents to help you pay back the debt. You can think about it yourself. Either carry it yourself or, he made a look. Either that or make your parents pay it back. It's not a past life. Where did I get a mom and a dad? Django. We also. Before the words fell, a slightly shrill voice came from behind Bald Headstrong. Only then did Su Yin notice that a pair of men and women had appeared behind the bald man at some point. The man was tall, his hair slightly gray, and the wrinkles on his face couldn't disguise his youthful handsomeness. And the woman looked at Su Yin with some grace and some nervousness. You can tell that in her youth. She was a gorgeous beauty. Too. Dad, Mom, aren't these two people the parents who have been planning and working for themselves all their lives before they crossed over? He was worried before about what would happen to his parents after he crossed over. For a moment, tears sprang to his eyes uncontrollably. Li Qin said excitedly, he's our son. He looks exactly like his father when he was young. You have a birthmark on your inner thigh, don't you? On your left thigh. Yi Sam shook his hand and gestured. It's like the letter C, in the opposite direction. Holy. Su Yen was stunned. Baldy is awesome. This nigga. I'm an orphan and I found me a mom and dad? This operation. It's a showstopper. Son, Mommy was sorry for you back then. She shouldn't have left you alone in the yard. These years have really been hard on you. Mom and Dad will definitely make it up to you. You won't have to worry about it in the future. Li Qin's tears rolled. Dad, Mom, never mind whether it's true or not. This is a flip-flop on the Netflix thing. Awesome. Once they heard Su Yan open his mouth and call out to his parents, the two of them became even more excited. Brother Chang, my son owes you $300,000, right? Yi Chen pulled out a checkbook from his pocket. 50. Thank you, Brother Chang. This time it's really a big help. More than that, count it as a thank you gift. Mr. Yi, this is what I should do. Seeing the numbers, Baldy stroked his bald head happily, but he was wary enough to hand the check to his little brother. Go get the money out. What if it bounces? Chapter 2 more outrageous. My dad is a billionaire? Ding. Just the moment the check was handed out, a mechanical electronic sound suddenly came to Yi Chen's mind. The loser system is officially online. Just raise your son to be a loser, and you'll get all kinds of rewards. The son loses the family. The family will last 100 years. What? Endless shock flashed through Yi Chen's mind. System? I can't believe I have a system? And, still, a loser system? It was so hard for me to find my own son, and the system is telling me to raise him to be a loser? No way. Absolutely not. Although Yi Chen is old, over the years, in order to find his son, contact with the network is no less than others. Occasionally, I watch short videos and novels to relax. Who knew that one day the system would actually fall into place? 500. $0 of loser defeat detected. Activate 100 times cashback. Congratulations to the host for obtaining cash, $50 million. 0. Holy, hundreds of times back? This is crazy, isn't it? $500,000, in the blink of an eye, becomes 50 million? 18 years after losing his son, he worked hard while searching for him. The factory is on the right track and there could be more money for him to search for his son. Even, helping a number of orphans return home. However, after decades of hard work, my total assets only exceeded $80 million. Right? Ding. His cell phone rang and he picked it up. Your tail number 6812 card August 29th. 1632 agricultural bank income of 50 million. 00 yuan. The balance of 521334510. 00 yuan. Cash in hand. This Nima. For a moment, ecstasy flooded the mind. With over $80 million in assets of your own, you have just a few $1,000,000 of running water available to you. However, now that my son has lost his fortune, he has more than $50 million of liquidity all of a sudden. Xiao Luo, Mom and Dad bought 3 houses for you. They are all decorated. If you want to make a break for it in Shanghai, let your dad go back and sell them. Help you buy a set in Shanghai. By Shanghai, it's just a little smaller, but it's okay. Mom and Dad can still do it. We'll get a bigger one later. Don't worry. Mom and Dad will never let you suffer again. You'll have whatever you want. Li Qin took Su Yan's hand and rambled. For a moment, the two worlds, in his eyes, seemed to overlap. Crossing? Rebirth? Nothing seemed to matter. Tears continued to well up in his eyes as Su Yan took a deep breath. Leave me alone. Upon hearing this, Li Qin couldn't help but shed tears. Thought his hard-won son didn't want to recognize him. She's seen a lot in these 10 years of searching for her son. Many orphans, with rebellion in their hearts, don't even end well. Don't cry. Yi Chen put his arm around his wife's shoulders. Let Xiao Luo be quiet first. There will be plenty of time later. Lo, we'll stay by the school. We'll text and have dinner tonight. Yi Sam was clearly more emotionally stable. Good. Su Yan nodded. FMS arrived at $200. 000. I had just added the flyer when I heard a voice from my cell phone. There is a limit for FMS. You can spend this money first. Tomorrow I will give you a card. Our family is not bad for money. Our family's assets are more than $100 million. Yi Chen said confidently. It's rather like, look, son, this is the mountain that your father has built for you. In fact, he also wanted Su Yan to have a better understanding of the family situation. Many families may have exhausted their family assets in the search for their son. Most of what causes a son to disown him is because of poverty. And himself, now with over $100 million in assets, must show strength. I'm not afraid even if my son drops a huge amount of money from the sky and turns out to be a loser. There's also the defeat system under the hood. Baldy was dumbfounded at the sound. One seems to have found the man of the hour. $700,000. Taken lightly. Su Yan was also confused. You just helped yourself to $500,000. And now you're offering 200,000. It also says that it's because of the quota. Your own parents are really rich. I know. You can't accept it at once. It's okay. You first take the money to relax. Buy some game equipment. Reward the live broadcaster or something. We'll talk about it over dinner tonight. Yi Chen looked at Su Yan with a loving face. Looks like really rich people. I know. Su Yan also confirmed in his heart that these were his parents. With that, he limped away. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, here's the note. From now on, I'm done with your son. I won't trouble him again. The bald man's men had already exchanged $500,000 into their hands, and they warmed up to Yi Chen and his wife. Thanks to Kung for finding his son this time. Sending away Bald Headstrong, Yi Chen pulled Li Qin. Let's go find a hotel to stay in first. I have something to tell you. Only then did Li Qin withdraw her gaze, wiped a handful of tears, and suddenly said, I'm asking you, when did our family's assets exceed $100 million? Let me explain to you. Holy, Wang Ran and Li Qingxue from our class are piking. Li Qingxue is the school beauty? Wang Ran is a PK with her head. Can't help that people can put on makeup, have a whiny voice, and can call little brother. Li Qingxue is too proper. What now? Both sides are evenly matched. Wang Ran is so powerful. Li Qingxue can't even hold her down? Don't let the oldest hear it. It just slowed down. Wang Ran, this person, has harmed Lao San badly. It's a pity that old 3 is obsessed. If it wasn't for Lao San giving her a list, where would she have gotten over 100,000 fans? Now Lao San owes more than $100,000 to loan sharks. Hey, let's do something about him. We can't let Lao San be ruined. I only have a couple $1,000s in New Year's money, and it's not enough. Walking up to the door of the dormitory, he heard voices coming from the dormitory. Wang Ran was the so-called goddess of Su Yan's predecessor. Over $100,000, all for her to hit the charts. Lao San, you're back? Walking to the door, the dormitory fell silent. Everyone's expression was a little awkward. What did the doctor say? When will it be ready? The boss, Fu Jiajun, hastily changed the subject. Soon. Very soon. After Su Yan replied, his cell phone rang. I'm going to the restroom. While pulling out his cell phone, he headed for the restroom. Goddess Wang Ran, Su Yan, what are you doing? Hurry up and hit the list for me. Goddess Wang Ran, come on. What are you doing? Goddess Wang Ran, We'll have dinner together if we win. 3 flying messages in a row. Even through the cell phone screen, one could feel her anxiety. It was taken for granted at first, and he has been given permission to do favors later. Just as he was looking at his phone, Fu spoke up. Old 3 has managed to slow down a bit lately, and he didn't read about Wang Ran, so all of you be on your guard. The second, Wang Wei, nodded and said, Boss, we know. Oldest 3 is being victimized. AI. There's nothing we can do now even if we have the intention to help. The youngest Zhou Kai also sighed helplessly. Look guys, Wang Ran is about to lose. Lao San won. Be able to do it. Wan Wei suddenly saw the cell phone and associated it with Su Yan's behavior. Couldn't help but worry. No way? It must be Wang Ran. Fu Jiejun's face changed. Hurry and stop Lao San. However, Lao Si's face changed. It's over. Old 3 has hit the list. The few people who were about to rush to the restroom stalled. He just swiped 10 carnivals. Chapter 3 showing my hand. I'm rich. Carnival. 10. $3,000 for one carnival. 10 would be 30,000. Old 3 is truly bewitched. Hurry up and stop him. Fu Jiejun was in a hurry and ran to the restroom door first. Knock knock. Knock knock. The 3 of them knocked on the door in a hurry. Lao San. Open the door. Lao San. Don't swipe the gift. Lao San. The door to the restroom opened and Su Yan looked at the 3 with a smile. What are you guys doing? Want a hot bite? Sorry, not right now. Want a drink? He stepped aside for the restroom door. Wang Wei was quick on his feet and grabbed his cell phone. Seeing that what was really playing on his cell phone was Wang Ran and Li Qingshue's live broadcast. Boss. He showed his cell phone screen to the oldest and the 4th. He swiped another 30. 000. 60,000. Fu Jiejun sighed and pressed Su Yan's shoulder. Lao San. Why are you mesmerized? Wang Wei also nodded. What's so good about Wang Ran? Sango. Don't be obsessive. Hasn't being beaten up been enough? Lao San. To say something you don't like. This Wang Ran person is just using you. Honestly, Li Qingxue is not only better looking than her, but she also has a better personality. Hearing all 3 housemates advise themselves, Su Yan couldn't help but touch his nose. I'm just playing the list for Li Qingxue. Who do you list for? Li Qingxue ah. At this time, Zhou Kai exclaimed. PK is over. Li Qingxue won. Lao San. Li Qingxue has a fan. Same as your screen name hey. It's called, 2 bags of big water guns. It's not me. Su Yan laughed. You're mistaken. Aren't you? No list for Wang Ran? Fu Jiejun were frozen. Why do you want to list her? Fu Jiejun stopped dwelling on the topic. Lao San. No matter who you give the list to, you shouldn't. Everyone is well aware of his family situation. Wang Wei nodded. Yeah, money isn't spent so recklessly. Fu Jiejun put his arm around Su Yan's shoulder. The 3 of us have put together $100,000 or so for you, all of which is New Year's money. You first pay back the principal. As for the interest, we can file a lawsuit. At those words, Su Yan was somewhat moved. Wait, boss, I only have a few $1,000s of New Year's money. Wang Wei immediately called out. Zhou Kai chimed in. I'm slightly more than that. I've saved $10,000. Boss, are you out the rest? Fu heatedly smiled. Showdown. I'm the rich kid. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 you. The 2 have given Fu the middle finger. However, Lao San, you have to pay back this money. After the scuffle, Fu Jiejun said with a straight face, we can help you once, but we can't help you for a lifetime. You spend money so indiscriminately. Hey! Hearing this, Su Yan is also quite a bit touched. He owes more than 100,000 yuan. Recently exposed. Can be said to be subjected to a lot of white eyes. I didn't expect that the 3 brothers in the dormitory would even give themselves money to pay off their debts. Yes, Lao San. No matter if it's Wang Ran or Li Qingxue, money can't be spent so recklessly. 3rd brother, big brother and 2nd brother are right. Su Yan spread his hands and a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry. This amount of money is also a small amount to me. Well, I'm not going to pretend that I'm rich too. The very rich kind. The 3 men looked at each other. Fu Jiejun touched his forehead. It's not burnt? Lao San. Aren't you an orphan? All 3 were worried. It's not as if he's gone crazy from the shock. Is it? Really? The debt collector, Kung, helped me find my parents. The family is said to have billions of dollars. The money has been paid off. And another $200,000 was given to me to spend out of pocket. Listening to Su Yan tell the matter, all 3 are going crazy. After confirming it again and again, Zhou Kai rubbed his nose. Holy, this wave of Sango manhwa, impossible, absolutely impossible. Fu Jiajun was incredulous. Old 3, you're trying to steal my thunder, aren't you? Wang Wei sat on his butt in the chair and hemmed and hawed twice. What do you guys say? When are my parents going to show their cards to me? Are they actually billionaires? Looking at the 3 people playing around, Su Yan felt a little warm inside. When the jostling was over, Fu Jiajun said with a straight face, "No, Lao San, we'll accompany you at night. In case we're trying to karma your waist, we can still save you from a wave. Right, third brother, you just spend this money, in case you have to pay back." Zhou Kai also worried. The big deal is to make do. Wang Wei was now bottoming out. "Sanner, be careful with the boat." "Yes, are you saying that you have a system?" Li Qin listened to Yi Chen's explanation, looking at the extra $50 million on the mobile banking interface. Froze for a long time. "Yes, I can hide 55 million. Just now all of a sudden $50 million more. I take the head to earn ah?" Yi Chen smiled bitterly. See the skeptical look in his wife's eyes. "In a hurry," he said. "Also," Li Qin eventually withdrew her gaze and nodded. "Your system is that if your son loses his family, he will be rewarded?" She was beginning to accept that reality now. 2. My family's real estate and other assets add up to tens of millions of dollars. Yip Sum is hiding $50 million of personal money in his head? What if my son does turn out to be a loser? She began to worry again. Yi Chen slapped his thigh and laughed. The more he loses, the richer we get. What are you afraid of? Now I'm afraid that he won't be a loser. That's right, Li Qin snapped back. What if, in case, he doesn't lose his money? Congratulations to the host for the reward, Intercontinental Hotel Tianhu Shanghai. Isn't this coming? Yi Chen was instantly delighted. My son just spent $60,000. I obtained the Sky Lake Intercontinental Hotel. Sky Lake Hotel? Li Qin frowned. Check it out. Yi Chen hurriedly took out his cell phone and searched for the Sky Lake Intercontinental Hotel. The next moment, he gulped. The Intercontinental Sky Lake Hotel, also known as the Skyline Hotel, originally a quarry. It was purposely explored 100 meters down to find the spring of a real hot spring in order to build the hotel. The whole hotel looks like it was built on a cliff. And in front of the hotel is a man-made lake. It can be said to be the handful of top hotels in Shanghai. Cost over $2 billion. The only beautiful thing about it is that it's slightly out of the way. It's the top stream of the top streams at the resort. The market cap is now at least $5 billion. $5 billion. Making a fortune. Yi Chen looked at Li Qin in shock. Jingle bells. Yi Chen's phone rang at the right time. Which one? Yi Chen picked up the phone. Hello, Yi Chen, is it Mr. Yi? I'm the manager of the Shanghai Sky Lake Intercontinental Hotel, Wang Tianlong. The opposite party spoke very respectfully. I just learned the news that you acquired our hotel and took the liberty of calling. I wonder when you have time. Yi Chen hurriedly turned on the amplifier and let his wife listen to it together. We're on this side of the university town, so have someone pick us up. Also, help us prepare a family dinner at night. Yes. After hanging up the phone, the couple was filled with joy. Really? It's true. Then, what do we do next? Yi Chen stroked his polished chin. What about what to do? My son earned all of this. It's all his. Li Qin's eyes widened. Of course, it's all for the son. Yi Chen nodded his head repeatedly. Moreover, if the money is not given to him, how is he going to lose it? Chapter 4. If you don't have the money to lick me, go steal or rob me. Girls' dormitory. A heavily made-up girl pulled off her headphones as soon as she could, her originally delicate smile instantly grimacing. Damn it! I actually lost to Li Qingxue. Wang Ran was full of resentment. She thought that her face value wasn't bad, but she was pushed down by Li Qingxue. Playing innocent and pathetic. She lost once when it came to judging the school beauty. Lose again today. It drove her a little crazy. Li Qingxue must have fallen for big money. Wang Ran was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that someone suddenly gave her consecutive listings at the end, I would have one for sure. That's right, Li Qingxue is just pretending to be innocent in front of men. Unfortunately, that's what men eat. On the side of the housemaid Zhao Qiong, while putting on her makeup, she interjected. Xiao Ran, I didn't tell you just now when you were live streaming. The one who ended up topping Li Qingxue's list seems to be your spare tire. He Shanshan interjected at this time. Which one? Wang Ran was instantly enraged. Your own spare tire that betrayed you? The ideas, 2 bags of big water guns. Who expected it? But Wang Ran had a somewhat surprised expression. It's him? He Shanshan was curious. Who is it? Is it the one who brought you breakfast? Or the one who gave you the newest cell phone? Wang Ran was a bit distracted at this point, quickly reaching for her cell phone to dial. It's Su Yan. Zhao Qiong was a bit surprised. Su Yan? That guy who borrowed an online loan to give you a list? Wasn't he called in on his debt? Spray yourself with perfume as you talk. He still has money. Ha! He just swiped at least $60,000 for Li Qingshue's ranking. He Shanshan said unexpectedly. Swollen face, this guy doesn't know how to die. Zhao Qiong said disdainfully. I don't know. Wang Ran was very annoyed at this time. He's got money and he won't spend it on me? Pisses me off. Exasperation made her chest rise and fall. However, the dialed number was hung up directly. She called again. Since I can spend $60,000 on Qingshueli, well, it must have cost me at least $600,000, right? As for having money or not, it's none of my business. If you don't have money, you go steal or rob. She couldn't wait to call. It was hung up again. Hit again. Hanging again. After 7 or 8 calls in a row were hung up, He Shanshan saw the scene and said with a twinkle in her eye, Xiao Ran, he spent more than $100,000 on you and didn't even hold your hand well. He turned his head to lick Li Qingshui. At those words, Wang Ran was as enlightened. Yeah, before, he himself was just spilling his guts and calling out to his brother a few times. Even after taking it, it's even more PUA on. Even the tone is not so good. Could it be that he's come to his senses? I'll leave first. Ran, wish you good luck. Zhao Qiong had already put on her black silk. Her feet stepped on her high heels, wearing a close-fitting short skirt, carrying a few tens of thousands of dollars of LV, hiring and curling away. Only after she left did He Shanshan withdraw her envious and jealous gaze and muttered in a low voice, Bitch, going to look for Godfather again. Wang Ran's heart was now focused on Su Yan. All I can think about is he's still got the money. No, Sam, I have to be proactive. Lao San. Wang Ran's on the phone. After Wang Wei, who was holding the cell phone, finished, the entire dormitory fell silent. The three of them looked at Su Yan in unison. I saw him take the call and just hang up. Third brother. You. Zhou Kai was a little surprised. Fu Jejun immediately said excitedly, Old three, you've finally gotten the hang of it. Wang Wei splashed cold water. Sanner, you don't want to lick Li Qingshui, do you? Li Qingshui looks, well, a little cold. After saying that, the three of them once again looked at Su Yan. Su Yan intentionally revealed a color of emotion. After being beaten, look away. I'm now a rich second generation. What kind of woman do I want? The three of them then breathed a sigh of relief in unison. That's, Sanner, it's good that you look away. That's right, we're rich kids. When did we have to be licking dogs? Get out. Who knows? Wang Ran's call came again. Seeing Su Yan directly pulling the plug, the three were even happier. This is great. Sanner can participate in dormitory activities from now on. Come on, Sanner. It's been a long time since we played a game together. Zhou Kai was instantly interested. I don't have a computer. Su Yan sighed. Before that, he was orphaned and then transformed into a licking dog. So naturally he didn't have the money to buy himself a computer. The money was spent on Wang Ran. Fu immediately said, Cell phones, play cell phone games. Right. I've recently practiced a handful of gun pressure. And it's hard as hell to just shoot with someone. Wang Wei said proudly. Sanner, I'll take you flying. Ugh, which time haven't you landed in a box? Zhou Kai was speechless. Stop bickering and get off the game first. Fu Jejun stopped the two who were bickering, right in the middle of downloading the game. Su Yan's cell phone rang again. Goddess Wang Ran, Su Yan, do you have a moment? I'm not in a good mood and I'd like to talk to someone. Seeing this scene, everyone was once again quiet. The flavor of this tea is coming off the screen. Sanner. Wang Wei looked at Su Yan. It's fine. Let's continue. Su Yan smiled and directly deleted his friend. The housemate was in high spirits. Come on. Open. Girls' dormitory. He pulled me black. Wang Ran looked at the red exclamation mark on his cell phone and his face clouded over. Li Qingshui this. For a moment, there was also some panic. She's not in the right segment and can only hold her schoolmates. Let's see. Su Yan must still have money. He Shanshan transformed into a dog-headed warlord. He spent $60,000 the first time he turned licking Li Qingshui. If he wants to follow up, he'll definitely spend more than $60,000. Maybe he's taken out another online loan. Wang Ran was a bit surprised. He was just beaten up by a debt collector. Does he still dare? What dare not? He Shanshan immediately said. Internet lending is illegal. It can't go on the credit score. And jack up a few more. With a loan for a loan. Wang Ran was instantly anxious. What should I do then? Since he still has use, he can't be spared. Instead, Shanshan became somewhat calm. Go find him. Go find him downstairs in his dormitory. Before, he loved you too much to change his mind in a few days. If you give him a little bit of care, a little bit of warmth, a little bit of favor, naturally he'll come around. Moreover, he just turned his head to lick Li Qingxue and gained nothing. So if you give him a step down, he'll naturally throw in the towel. Wang Ran sniffed and asked again. Then what favor should I give him? Shanshan touched her chin. You can hold hands first. As for later, it depends on how much money he has. I'm going now. Wang Ran stood up and ran. Gotta take that chance. Never give up. Chapter 5 Young Master. Please get in the car. Quick. Lao San. There's a 98K over here. Bullets for you. I have medicine here. 3rd degree. How did you still get your head blown off? The three brothers armed Su Yan to the teeth. However, Su Yan, who hadn't played many cell phone games, was still killed. The vibe, though, was something he really liked. Sanner, watch me avenge you. The sound of da-da-da-da gunshots came from Wang Wei's cell phone. Lao Air, don't rush, to death in your ing meow, right? Fu Jiajun was speechless. Old Su, in the dormitory? There's someone downstairs looking for it. A student from the next dormitory poked his head in, saw Su Yan, and winked at him, a quirky grin on his face. Who is it? Su Yan put down his cell phone and walked towards the balcony. Who else could it be? Your goddess. Wang Ran. The classmate had a cheap smile on his face, as if he just wanted to watch the fun. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This still dares to come? Haven't you victimized Sanner enough? Wang Wei immediately jumped up and ran to the balcony. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sango. Both Fu and Shokai stopped playing the game and dropped their phones and ran to the balcony. The four of them looked down and saw Wang Ran standing under the sycamore tree in front of the dormitory. A thin figure, walking around slowly. He couldn't help but look at Su Yan with worry. In case he has a soft heart. The classmate who came up to greet her egged her on. It looks like she's been crying to me. Old Su, why don't you go? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Cheng. Get lost. Wang Wei rolled up his sleeves. Zhao Cheng quickly smiled and waved his hand. Don't get excited. I'm also doing it for old Su's sake. Exit as you speak. Because of the brutal beating by the debt collector, Su Yan has long become the joke of the school. Even if you don't know him, you've heard of him. Not to mention the students I know around me. You are not welcome in our dormitory. Fu Jiajun gave a direct expulsion order, although he wanted to violently beat up this guy. But right now it was still more important for Su Yan. What are you looking at me for? Go on. Su Yan picked up his cracked screen cell phone. It runs rather laggy, but it's really comfortable to play that way. Lao San, you're not going down? Fu Jiajun was worried. Women are like hands and feet, and brothers are like clothes. A torn garment can be sewn up, but a broken hand or foot, how can it be renewed? At those words, the three of them immediately pressed Su Yan up. Good old San. Clothes? Ha? When we are clothes. Looking for a fight. Guys. Him. There was a burst of laughter in the dormitory. Not a moment later, the hoots and hollers of playing the game resounded once again. Get on. Come on. Sanner. There's something good here. Ah. Don't come. I'm dead. Zhao Cheng, who was standing in the doorway trying to watch the fun, couldn't help but feel a little odd. Did he really get the hang of it? Downstairs, Wang Ran stood under the sycamore tree and couldn't help but get upset. He's not coming down after all this time? Do you really not want me? On what grounds? Qingxueli this. She suffered for a moment and hurriedly called He Shanshan. Sam, he's not coming down. I've been waiting for an hour. It looks like he's elevated his segment. Ran, you mustn't give up. He must be watching you from the balcony. Ha, what am I supposed to do? He's bound to come down in a while, and you'll have to act all innocent and hard invulnerable. As soon as he looks at you, he'll go soft. Can't give up. Like Li Qingxue? Right. It's just like that I see. He'll be back in your arms again in no time and at your disposal. Good. I know. Shannon. Thanks to you. Hey, just don't forget about me. Wang Ran took out a small mirror and made a few aggravated expressions in the mirror, and only then was satisfied enough to continue waiting up. Dit-da-da-da. Dit-da-da-da. Holy, bull. Lao San. Chicken. Holy, it's really chicken. Sango, you took us to eat chicken? Wang Wei crossed his arms in triumph. Sanner, good job. Listen to my command. It's right. Screw you. You're directing blindly and almost sent Lao San away. Who was it that didn't believe Sango just now? The group laughed and joked for a while. Su Yan glanced at his cell phone. Yi Chen on the FMS had already said to have someone come to pick him up. Come on. Let's go to dinner. Someone is already here to pick us up. Go. Make sure to help Sanner get a good flavor. Fu Jiajun slapped Wang Wei on the head. We're there to protect Lao San. Not to eat. Chou Kai nodded. Rice too. Let's see how they treat Lao San. Wang Wei glanced at Fu Jiajun. Boss, rich people like you all have a lot of heart. Penis. You seek death. Boss, you practice the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary. Let's see how the second one still dares to be arrogant. Wang Wei saw Su Yan with an anti-smile on his face. Boss, San Air is more calm than us. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This guy has been calming down a lot lately. Completely different from before. Fu Jiajun sighed. I was worried that you were too nervous. I also think that third brother has become handsome recently. Zhou Kai nodded. Su Yan stinks. When am I not handsome? Indeed. After the beating, Saner seems to have changed in temperament. Yes, the temperament has changed. The four of them, together, headed downstairs. Downstairs in the dormitory, Wang Ran's legs were sore, crouching under a sycamore tree, holding his breath. But when he thought that Su Yan had once charted himself and earned tens of thousands of dollars on him, he couldn't help but get fired up again. Just then, a black stretch car slowly drove by, stopped at the door of the boys' dormitory. She couldn't help but pick up her cell phone and take a few pictures and send them to Ishanshan. Ishanshan, holy, Ran, you're on the list of big spenders? Wang Ran, no, it's parked downstairs in the boys' dormitory. Is this car expensive? Sandra Ho, more than expensive? Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wang Ran, then how about picking up Joan Zhao's sports car? Shanshan He, can you compare? My ass. This car can buy her one on one wheel. This is a mirage. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. Wang Ran, my god, a car over $10 million? Who can afford that? He's Shanshan, super rich. His family has at least $1 billion. How can there be such a rich kid in our school? Xiao Ran, get on. If you can get it on, you'll be married into a rich family. He's Shanshan, keep an eye on it. Don't let Zhao Qiong know. You're not as Thai as she is. You won't stand a chance if she finds out. Wang Ran put away his cell phone and looked at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. How should one appear? At this point, she had long since put Su Yan behind her. A road-netting orphan. My ass. As long as the big money is on the side, you'll be a phoenix in the sky. Luckily, I came by myself today. Otherwise you miss out on such a great opportunity. Lao San. Fu Jiajun then saw Wang Ran and looked somewhat worried. Sanner, you can't be recompelled by her. Wang Wei pulled Su Yan back. Zhou Kai pulled Su Yan's other side. A nervous look on his face. It was as if Su Yan would press him whenever he made the slightest movement. Don't worry. I know the weight. Su Yan was made to cry and laugh by these three brothers. Young master, please get in the car. Chapter 6. What did I miss? Young master, please get in the car. Just as the four men were tangling, a man in a pencil-sharp iron tuxedo with meticulously combed hair, the middle-aged man with shiny leather shoes on his feet walked over. Hands were immaculately clean with white gloves. Stand respectfully in front of the four. My parents finally stopped hiding and are going to showdown with me? Wang Wei had an excited face, pulling Su Yan's hand harder. Sanner, I'm also a rich second generation too. How come the boss didn't cut you off? So that you're still here daydreaming. Zhou Kai looked like he hated it. This is what my parents sent to pick me up. Fu Jiajun glared at the two of them. What kind of daydreaming is there for guys who haven't even exceeded $10,000 in year-end money? Young Master Diffractor, Mr. and Mrs. Diffractor asked me to pick you up. The middle-aged man always had a warm smile on his face. Zhou Kai sighed. My parents are really calm. Only Wang Wei grabbed Su Yan's hand with force. Sanner, we're blood brothers from different fathers and mothers, right? The hint of shock in Su Yan's heart was dispelled by these guys at this moment. Good. The middle-aged man immediately walked over to open the door of the Rolls-Royce. Young master, please. I haven't ridden in a Rolls-Royce yet. Wang Wei couldn't wait to get into the car. A few people fishtailed. Rolls-Royce Lao San. Your parents' status is not ordinary. Fu Jiajun sat in the passenger seat and touched the leather seat. It's my first time even sitting in one. Lao San. Third brother. We're the ones who are blood brothers. Right. Zhou Kai leaned on Su Yan's body and was close to hanging up. Brothers when it doesn't work out. My chrysanthemums can bloom for you. Wang Wei stroked the starry top of his head. Su Yan immediately cried and laughed. Young master, I'm off. The driver closed the car door and said before starting, "Thanks a lot." The car started slowly, smoothly and quietly. Wang Ran was filled with shock when he saw the scene. What did she see? Su Yan got into a multi-million-dollar limousine? Is he rich? It made sense why he still had the money to give Li Qingxue a list. Damn! What am I missing here? This moment filled her with remorse. As for why he jacked up his online loans, he must have come to experience life. Holy, what do I see? A Rolls-Royce Phantom. Beside him, a group of students walked by. A nearly $10 million luxury car. I didn't realize we still had such a top-notch rich kid here. Those guys are rich kids? That's too awesome, isn't it? One of them is so handsome. Don't look at him, that's a lickspittle. You know how a while back, a jacked online loan got his ass kicked? That's him. That's the guy? Supposedly a lickspittle to boot. Yeah, jacked up over $100,000 in online loans, all of which were ripped off by women. So he still gets to ride in a Rolls Royce? It's not that he's rich, it's his roommate, Fu Jiajun. I heard he's a rich second generation. Which one is Fu? I've known for a long time that 407's Fu Jiajun's family is quite rich. I didn't expect it to be so rich. There were murmurs from all around. Wang Ran finally came back to his senses. Not Su Yan? Right. How could it be Su Yan? Fu, I got it. I'll definitely take him. Knowing Su Yan on your own, close to the water. At the thought, she immediately turned her head and walked away. Gotta get Sean to do something about it. San, where are we going? Chokai wiggled his ass. Rolls Royce? It smelled so good. I don't know. Su Yan shook his head. Wang Wei immediately asked, Master, where are we going? The driver drove steadily, not saying a word, and it was only now that he heard the question that he spoke. Young master, we are now returning to the Sky Lake Intercontinental Hotel. Sky Lake Intercontinental Hotel? Jokai said excitedly, this is a 5-star hotel, right? It's rumored that the room rates are ridiculously high. Fu Jiajun obviously calmed down a little bit, with a hint of regret in his tone. When the year spent $2 billion to build the Sky Lake Intercontinental Hotel, my family also participated in the bidding. But unfortunately, a little bit of small works were not received. My father regretted his death. $5 billion? Jokai sucked in a breath of cool air. Boss, your family is so rich? To be able to take on a $5 billion project? How big of a company does this have to be? Wang Wei also exclaimed. Boss, so you're hiding this deep? Fu Jiajun blushed a little and waved his hand. My family just wants to take some small projects. If we can eat this project, my family will at least be ranked high in the country. That's pretty impressive too. Su Yan also didn't expect that the dormitory's boss was hiding so deeply. No wonder it's willing to borrow money to pay off its own bills. And it plays so well with everyone. Think about the predecessor. How can people be so different from each other? The driver who drove the car couldn't help but say in his heart, young master is really good at pretending to be a pussy. Just a simple sentence. Invisibly. Old 3, don't talk about me. Another Rolls-Royce transportation and the Sky Lake Intercontinental Hotel. I'm afraid your family is really not simple. Fu Jiajun spoke up. If there's anything, my dad can't even hold it up. There was some concern in his tone. Boss, what do you have to worry about? How could our parents be bad people? Wang Wei immediately interjected. That's my parents. Jokai and Wang Wei immediately made a scene. It didn't take long for the car to pull steadily into the resort. All that could be seen from a distance was a not-so-tall structure sprawled out on the ground, covering quite a large area with a playground and a ball field. You can't see the grandeur of the hotel at all. Master, can I get off here for a while? Wang Wei looked red in the eyes. Master, let's play for a while and walk there ourselves later. Su Yan opened his mouth, and only then did the driver stop the car. Come and open the door for them. Young master, be careful. Waiting for the car to leave, Jokai suddenly spoke up strangely. Third brother, the driver keeps calling you young master. Is this a hotel specialty? Fu Jiajun suddenly shook his head. Right. It wasn't like this the last time my dad was here. Wang Wei immediately jumped up. This is our family? All three of them looked at Su Yan in shock. Su Yan shrugged. You guys are asking me? Who am I asking? A few of the men weren't too concerned, and were quickly drawn to the amenities around them. It's as if Lu has entered the Grand View Garden and is all kinds of amazed. Just as they were loitering on a sightseeing bus, Zhao Qiong was like a submissive canary, clinging to a middle-aged man. With his high beer belly and oily Mediterranean hairstyle, one could tell at a glance that his status was not simple. Godfather, I heard that this place can be expensive, and the scenery is good too, Zhao Qiong said cheerfully. As long as you like it, it's all worth it. Love you to death. Muah. Zhao Qiong fiercely kissed the other man's greasy face and whispered in his ear, Godfather, tonight, I'll make sure you enjoy yourself. It's definitely true love. Suddenly, her expression changed. What's wrong? Fatty hands wrapped around Zhao Qiong's waist, moving restlessly. Such a luxurious hotel. How come there are a few country bumpkin beggars coming in? Zhao Qiong said in a conspiratorial manner. Chapter 7 If you don't give my brother face, you don't give me face. The greasy, balding godfather wondered. This is a super 5-star hotel, world-renowned, and the average person can't afford to spend money. So how can there be a country bumpkin? His hands went around Zhou Zhong's armpits and wrapped around her. Zhao Qiong let out a cry and leaned against her godfather's body. Still, he raised his eyes to look at the 4 Suyan people. His head was buried in his godfather's chest, afraid they would see him. What are you hiding from? Godfather couldn't help but wonder. What tricks haven't been played in the past 6 months? Now you're playing innocent? Godfather, those 4 hillbillies over there, they're my classmates. If I'm seen by them, oops. Zhou Zhong displayed her little girl attitude. At once, the godfather felt sorry for me and his heart was softened. A ball of fire in his dantian looked in the direction of her finger as well. Sure enough, I saw 4 young men, looking around. It's as if Grandma Lu has entered the Grand View Garden. Even, every now and then, a gasp of surprise. Sure looks like a redneck. And, they were also making their way to the hotel entrance. Godfather, I'm afraid of being seen. Zhao Qiong was shy and kept pouting. If I'm seen, how can I live in school in the future? If you're so capable, surely you have a way to drive them away, don't you? If you drive them away, we'll try it on the balcony. Today, Joan said at the end, lowering her voice. Godfather suddenly had a small head of steam and patted Zhao Qiong's shoulder. Don't worry about it. I have acquaintances in the hotel. Luckily, the tour bus they took was faster than walking, and they arrived at the hotel entrance a step ahead of schedule. The two embraced each other as they walked into the hotel, and Zhou Zhong couldn't wait to ask, Godfather, they're coming in. Don't worry. Godfather beckoned, and the lobby manager immediately walked over quickly. Mr. Lu, the room you booked is ready. Let me take you there? The lobby manager glanced at Zhao Qiong and understood. Xiao He, Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel has recently lowered its grade a bit. Lu Hui didn't say things directly. He Fei froze and said haughtily, Mr. Lu was joking. Our hotel has always taken the high-end route, all thanks to you tycoons. However, Lu Hui's face remained unchanged, and he somewhat dissatisfiedly swept a glance at the 4 Suyin people who were about to enter the door. Look, what trashy goods are coming in. I see. I'll have to change hotels in the future. He Fei hurriedly followed his gaze. 4 young men, plainly dressed. Looking around, he didn't look like a hotel customer at first glance. Instead, it seemed as if he had come in for a visit and instantly understood what Lu Hui meant. He couldn't help but frown as well. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I'll do it now. Lu Hui nodded approvingly. That's right. A super 5-star hotel should have a super 5-star style. Xiao He, I'll talk to old Wang. He's got a good eye. He Fei was instantly delighted. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Looking at the hotel's lobby manager being so respectful to her godfather, Zhao Qiong's voice became even more whiny. Godfather, you're great. In a while, you'll know I'm even better. Lu Hui rubbed Lu Qiong's face. He Fei beckoned over a few security guards. Those young men, get them out of here. A security guard couldn't help but say, Manager He, the big boss is here today, and it's rumored that the little boss is also coming. Will, He Fei couldn't help but say, you guys, your eyesight is still too poor. What kind of person is the little boss? Buying this hotel would cost at least $5 billion. Look at them. All together, more than $1,000? The security guards immediately looked over. Suyan's few people were casually dressed, and they were really different from those rich people who came to spend money. Quite a few of the clients here are either in suits or designer labels. These 4 young men, regular sneakers, jeans, a million miles apart, worthy of being Manager He. His vision is just poisonous. The security guards started touting He Fei. He Fei smiled smugly. Why else would I be the manager and you be the security guards? Why don't you go now? The 4 security guards ran over as if on holy orders. I heard that this water wave-like sculpture is the one that came back from a foreign art auction with a high price. I heard it cost more than $3 million. Fu looked up at the fountain, like a dragon's wave of water. Over $3 million? That's enough to buy a house? Just to buy one of these? Zhou Kai's eyes went wide. Sanner, It's worthy of being our family's property. It's just atmospheric. Wang Wei scared and saw the world. Su Yan was unperturbed. It's normal for these hotels to spend a little more money for publicity, gimmicks and all. How do you get people to come and spend money if you don't raise the tone? He did business in his previous life. There are times when spending more money isn't really a good idea. Rather, it's for publicity effect. For the popping point. Hey, you four, stop. The four were just about to walk near the glass doors when they were stopped by a couple of security guards. What for? Wang Wei instantly puffed out his chest. You four can't enter. The security guard stopped them. This is not a place for you to just visit. If you want to visit, go outside. Yo ho! Wang Wei rolled up his sleeves and looked at the manly security guards to embolden himself. What's wrong with not being able to get in? Su Yan frowned along with him. Are these people dog-eared? That's right. We're here to spend money too. Zhou Kai said with courage. Why don't you guys take a look at where this is? The cheapest one costs several $1,000s a night. Can you afford to stay here? The security guard who had just been taught the true meaning by He Fei said disdainfully. How can't you afford to stay? Fu Jejun's family also has money. The bottom line is even better. No matter a few $1,000s a night. First give us 2 rooms. A security guard froze. Can you really consume? If you drive away real customers, you have to be punished yourself. For a moment, there was some hesitation, and he hurriedly ran to He Fei. Upon hearing this, He Fei said in a cold voice, if you can't even handle this little thing, so what if they can afford to spend money? They're just hunting for curiosity. It's people like Mr. Lu who are high-end customers. Waste. I'll go myself. He Fei was a bit offended and smiled fawningly at Lu Hui, who was not far away, and hurriedly walked over by himself. Seems like there's trouble? Zhao Qiong hid behind her godfather's plump figure in a bird-like manner. Normal. Country bumpkins are just unqualified and like to get tangled up. Lu Hui went up and down. Don't worry. Xiao He can handle it. I believe in godfather. Hearing his goddaughter so on the road, Lu Hui suddenly felt very useful. Hurry up and tell them to get lost. He Fei was upset. If you make Lu Hui feel incapable, you can't maintain your own customers well. There's more to a hotel than just staying. Some corporate receptions, annual meetings, and conferences are also big. Like Lu Hui, at least a few million a year must be spent on hotels. That's the really big client. Who are you to tell us to roll? Wang Wei was no cutie pie, knowing that his 4 were being underestimated. It's a very bad feeling. Just by coming in you will bring down the class of our hotel. It will lower the tone of the hotel. He Fei said impatiently. Do you know who my brother is? Wang De was furious. You guys are dog-eyed. Zhou Kai followed suit and helped. The oldest and the youngest in the dorm are now in a showdown. Both rich kids. Although they gag, it's their pride. Now that dignity was being trampled under the ground. All of a sudden it exploded. Second brother. Fourth. Su Yan pulled them. Since they won't let us in, then we won't enter. The 3 knew what Su Yan was here for today. It's very important to him. Lao San. Fu took his arm. It's fine, boss. If you don't give my brother face, then don't blame me for not giving face. Su Yan smiled. He knew from the memories of his predecessor. The 3 brothers in the dormitory cared for themselves. Not look down on yourself because you're an orphan. Even when they were beaten up for borrowing money, they didn't laugh at themselves and look at them through tinted glasses like everyone else. Instead, they helped themselves to ideas and even scraped together money. It's no different than being a brother. Better to be as sensible as this little brother. Find a car and hurry to send them out. He Fei waved his hand. Su Yan turned around and smiled at him. When you leave, I'll find a car to give you a ride too. He Fei cut and bristled. How could I leave? Uneducated hillbilly. Chapter 8 How dare you hit me? Asterisk. Lao San. I can't help it. Wang Wei, who was originally prepared to listen to Su Yan's words and leave, was told this by him. He was so angry that he turned red in the face. Asterisk him. Zhou Kai had thin arms and legs. Fu moves in quicker than that and lands a nice leg kick to Yifei's crotch. Su Yan didn't expect his 3 brothers to move so quickly. See the security guard next to you about to make a move. Pouncing on him, he slammed his whole body into a fat security guard. The fat security guard was instantly unsteady on his feet, staggering 2 steps and knocking over a couple of security guards. The security guards fell to the ground in a heap. Drafting? You're the hick. Wang Wei rushes up and kicks He Fei. Zhou Kai also stepped forward and stomped on He Fei's leg. Fu mounted He Fei and swung around. Asterisk. You guys move that fast? Make room for me. Su Yan knocked over a few security guards and didn't stand still himself. Didn't find a spot and stomped directly on Hefei's face. Go away, boss. Stop fighting. The hotel security has moved. When the time comes, they will definitely be no match. Run. Su Yan pulled Zhou Kai. Security is here. Fu Jejun wowed and jumped up to run. Asterisk. You guys have no honor. You didn't wait for me. As a result, his own thigh was hugged by Hefei. Hefei had footprints all over his face and body at this point. Catch them. Beat. Hit them hard. Su Yan turned around and saw that Fu Jejun was unable to get away for a moment and turned back in a hurry. Straight to Hefei. If you don't let go, I'll kick you in the face. Frightened, Hefei hastily covered his face. If there was any damage to his face, he might have to take a few days off. Fu got out of the way at once. Holy, boss, you're so damn mean, Wang Wei shouted as he ran. Fu Jejun laughed out loud. This kind of person, give him face, just have to fight. Ha 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 ha, right, just fight. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh as well. Ha 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 ha. Wang Wei and Zhou Kai laughed along with him. The stifled feeling of just being belittled and looked down upon was swept away. Stop laughing. They're coming after us. Fu Jejun's laughter turned into a wah-wah-wah. Behind us, security is out. Holy, run. The four of them screamed with wantonness and bravado. The wind blowing on their faces and the laughter carried on the wind is their youth. Get them. Don't let them get away. Intercept in front. The security guards huddled around. The four Su Yan dodged everywhere with the help of landscape trees, lawns, and fountains. In front of the hotel, it was a mess. Boss. Suddenly there was a cry of alarm, and the skinniest Zhou Kai was stopped by a security guard, and it was difficult to break free. He's meowing. Fu roared. You guys run, leave me alone. Zhou Kai shouted through clenched teeth. Let go of him. Su Yan could only stop, and Wang Wei and Fu Jejun immediately stood behind him, shoulder to shoulder, back to back. Third son, let's fight them. Wang Wei gritted his teeth. Lao air, we're not going to war? Do they still dare to beat us? Su Yan comforted, but his mood was not too pleasant. Seeing that all three brothers were surrounded, Fu Jejun's eyebrows jumped. Oldest three, it seems that your family doesn't get along very well. Su Yan understood what he meant. Look, let go of him. The security guard grabbed Zhou Kai and was escorted. Su Yan chided. However, the security guards didn't move a muscle and instead surrounded several people. You're security guards, not kidnappers. This is a criminal matter. Besides, you have us surrounded. Can we still run? At those words, the security guard who was holding Zhou Kai couldn't help but let go of his hand. Didn't I tell you guys to run? Zhou Kai said as he rubbed the place where he had gotten pain and stepped forward. It's not a war? What's the point of sacrificing you? It's not like they dare to really do anything? Su Yan said easily. Fu Jejun, however, looked at the surrounding security guards warily. Lao San, what next? What are we afraid of when the crown prince makes a private visit? It's them who should be afraid. At those words, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, what are you afraid of? What for? Screwing up at such an important time? Wang Tianlong heard the news and rushed over. He's meowing. It's the new boss's first day and he's making such a mess? Don't you want to do it? Mr. Wang. Just as he was walking briskly towards the door, Lu Hui suddenly stopped him with his arm around Zhao Qiong. Mr. Lu. Wang Tianlong hurriedly showed a smiling face. Mr. Wang, your hotel style needs to be upgraded as well. Don't put in any hicks. Look, make such a mess. Lu Hui continued to put on the eye candy. Wang Tianlong brought some apologies. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I'll go deal with it now. These country bumpkins are messing up and beating people up. Call the police. Lu Hui's eyes flickered. You have to show your goddaughter how powerful you are. Otherwise she thought she was like the bed. Good. Stop. Wang Tianlong, who originally wanted to agree to it, suddenly changed his face and couldn't care less about Lu Hui, pulling his legs and running. Godfather, why is he so rude? Zhao Qiong said in a whiny voice. This may have something urgent. Lu Hui did not expect that he was dropped in the face at the last moment. Originally wanted to go to the room to wash his hair, and was not in a hurry. Solely look. What the hell happened? Doorway. Give me a beating. How dare he hit me? He meow? When Hefei saw the four people who had been brought over, the anger in his eyes seemed to be spewing out. Hit. Hit hard. Rubbish. For rednecks taking so long. How dare you hit me? Now I'll let you all see how powerful I am. Run. Hefei chided loudly as he walked away. The footprints on his face are still halfway down. Run! Don't even look! Whose territory is here? I'll kill you! He came to Su Yan's face in large strides, with a ferocious expression on his face. Raising his hand, he was about to slap Su Yan's face. Su Yan is not the predecessor. Seeing the slap. In his previous life, in order to pick up girls, he also deliberately learned fighting. Easily reach out to block. At the same time, the right hand had landed on He-Fei's face. Snap! Red slap marks immediately appeared on He-Fei's face. His whole body was confused for a moment. You hit me? The surrounding security guards immediately reacted and clasped Su Yan's hands together. Lao San, Sanner, Fu and the others just wanted to move, but they were also held down by the security guards. He meow. How dare you hit me? He-Fei double-checked that Su Yan was firmly grasped before he gathered his courage, took a step forward, swung his hand round, and once again struck towards Su Yan. Bump! However, before his palm fell, a majestic force suddenly came from behind him. The body involuntarily flew aside. It fell heavily to the ground. The fall made it seem like his body was falling apart. Who the hell dares to hit me? He-Fei was so angry that he was shaking, cursing and rubbing his buttocks as he stood up. Once he turned around, he saw General Manager Wang Tianlong standing respectfully in front of Su Yan. Young master, you're in shock. Chapter 9. $50 million pocket change. You know me? Su Yan looked at the medium-sized Wang Tianlong in front of him. Young master, don't joke. The boss explained it clearly when he came. Wang Tianlong bowed his body with a fawning face. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? He-Fei's head was buzzing and he didn't hear what Wang Tianlong said as he walked over and said to himself, I can handle it here. These rednecks are lowering the tone of our hotel. And loud, noisy, and hitting. I'll take care of it right away. Get rid of them. Wang Tianlong one day, his face blackened on the spot, slapping He-Fei's face. Drive him away? Driving you away is more like it. After receiving another slap, He-Fei's entire body froze, covering his face and asking, Mr. Wang, why did you hit me? Why did I hit you? It was explained long ago today that big bosses and small bosses are coming. Wang Tianlong was furious. He-Fei immediately said, I know, I immediately clean up idle people. As he said it, he blurted out, he's the little boss? Wang Tianlong blackened his face. Don't let go yet. He hit the guards one by one and they immediately snapped and let go. Somewhat overwhelmed, Wang Tianlong's behavior at this moment already said it all. Little boss, me. He-Fei looked at Su Yan and gave a vicious bow. I'm sorry, young master. I'm sorry. I have eyes that don't recognize Tai. Wang Tianlong also said at the side. Young master, this guy doesn't know anything. Su Yan raised his eyelids and his lips rose. A few of us from the countryside will pollute the hotel when we enter. Goodbye. With that, he turned and walked away. Wang Tianlong hurriedly ran to Su Yan. Su Yan looked at him. What? Want to illegally detain? Wang Tianlong immediately felt his heart shake. Holy, is the little boss giving himself an eyeful? Why don't you quickly apologize to the young master? Wang Tianlong was going to hate He-Fei in his heart. This punk! He kicked He-Fei hard. He-Fei hurriedly ran forward. Young master, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. What? You really want to detain me? Come on, the police will be here tomorrow. Su Yan looked at them. After saying that, he directly left with a big stride. Fu Jejun quickly grabbed Su Yan. Lao San, this is the first time you meet with your uncle and aunt. Wang Wei also hurriedly said. Yes, not so much. Haven't we suffered no losses? Zhou Kai also nodded his head and advised. This is the first meal you've recognized each other. Wang Tianlong also heard this and his head was about to explode. Nima, as the saying goes, from the hotels under them, it's obvious that they might not be worth recognizing. Su Yan smiled. Of course, this is just a means of exerting pressure. It's at least a few $1 billion of family money. You're not stupid? He-Fei only felt hairy. I seem to have screwed up the boss myself. This is a big boss worth billions, even tens of billions. One simply cannot afford to mess with it. Young master, don't go, please. He-Fei directly pounced on Su Yan and hugged his thigh. Wang Tianlong also hurriedly said, yes, young master, don't go. If you want to beat or scold, it's fine, but, don't go. He wailed. The matter of the hotel has nothing to do with Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi just acquired the hotel today. 1,000 mistakes are our fault. Nothing to do with Mr. Yi. Su Yan was a bit surprised. Still, he stood still and looked at He-Fei. I told you I'd have the car drop you off when you left. Wang Tianlong was relieved. Why don't you guys hurry up and apologize to the young master? The security guards were also covered in sweat from fear and bowed in a hurry. I'm sorry, young master. You guys follow him and take him to pack. Tell him to get lost. If the young master said to send him by car, send him by car to the door. Yes, the security guards were like amnesties. Young master, what do you think of this? Wang Tianlong groveled. Who told you to drive us away? Su Yan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Young master, what are you talking about? Wang Tianlong was puzzled. We are dressed in general, but even a star hotel would not rush to kick people out. And my big brother said he wanted 2 rooms, but still kicked people out. I don't think this one has so much guts, right? Su Yan's eyes flickered. He Fei quickly said, Young master, it's Mr. Lu Hui Lu. It's what he said. It's really none of my business. I have an old man and a young man. Don't kick me out. You Hui? Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Why would you give yourself a hard time when you don't even know this person? He looked at Fu Jiajun and the others and saw that they also shook their heads, and his heart became even more puzzled. Lu Hui? Young master. He's a top executive of a real estate company that has a cooperation agreement with our hotel, with an annual turnover of roughly 5 million or more. Wang Tianlong hurriedly explained. Sending me money? Forget it then. Check it out later. Su Yan waved his hand. It's a giveaway. What's more, it's not necessarily true that they want to me. Wait until there's proof. Young master, the boss and his wife are probably waiting impatiently. This way please. Wang Tianlong hurriedly bowed and led the way in front. Zhou Kai couldn't help but be staggered. Old third family, this is super rich. Fu Jiajun's expression is also a bit gloomy. Honestly, it is very difficult to make a hotel, especially the super 5-star. It is super difficult to return to the capital. Wholly owned acquisition. It would be better to build one by yourself. The strength is extraordinary. Such a family. Infighting. Wang Wei's eyes were shocked and he blew out a big breath. Don't worry. Doesn't Sanner still have us? We're enough. My ass. Fu Jiajun sighed and was also worried for Su Yan. Godfather. How do they? Seeing Wang Tianlong kick He Fei in the air and then groveling to the floor, Mo was a little flustered. Lu Hui frowned for a moment. These few classmates of yours, I'm afraid they have some energy. They are all just ordinary beggars. Zhao Qiong suddenly eyes bright. I seem to have heard that Fu Jiajun's family is quite rich. Fu Jiajun? Is it a local? Lu Hui was instantly a little chagrined in his heart. For the sake of a woman, if you offend some people, it's not worth it. Women change all the time, but there are some that can't be offended. It's not local. It seems to be from the South River Province side. Zhao Qiong said in a hurry. There are many businessmen over in Nanjing. It's normal to have money. Little baby, it looks like I can't do what you want today. Once Lu Hui heard that it wasn't local, he no longer put it in his mind. Godfather, tonight will definitely be as you wish. Zhao Qiong's eyes flashed as she glanced back at Fu Jiajun. Another look at Su Yan. Seems to be a sentient being. To bring your roommate out to relax? Why isn't my son here yet? Among the hundreds of square feet of boxes, the whole side of the reinforced glass, making a wall. Beyond the wall, there are fish swimming around. It's like being in an underwater world. Li Qin, however, was not in the mood to look at the fish, but instead kept looking at the door. Manager Wang said that he has arrived and wants to walk with his classmates. There is no hurry. Let them pass the food first. Yi Chen in turn was much calmer. Pass the food now. If it gets cold, my son won't get sick if he eats it, right? Wait first. Li Qin gave her husband a blank look. Yi Chen shut up at once, changing the subject to talk to my wife. How can I get him to lose his money? Li Qin was really attracted. More money. How much is the right amount to give? Li Qin thought for a moment. Without a few million, the child will definitely have no bottom line outside. Whirling around, she shook her head again. Right. Give him money for a house. Buy a car. He needs all this alone in Central Sea. Yi Chen thought deeply. Then let's start with 8 million. Is that enough? Not enough. Give $30 million. Li Qin said. What's 8 million enough to buy a house in Zhonghai? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Then we accompany him? Li Qin was obviously a bit moved. But in the end, she shook her head. No, we just recognized each other. Staying with him will make him uncomfortable. The child he needs time. The thought brought another tear to his eyes. Yi Chen wrapped his arms around his wife. Don't worry. Our bloodlines are connected. This will never change. Li Qin looked at the door again. Xiao Luo isn't coming yet? Just then, the metal gate, which was more than 3 meters tall, slowly opened. Mr. Mrs. the young master has arrived. Wang Tianlong stood at the door with a warm smile on his face. Under the guidance of two slender waitresses, the four of Su Yan strolled in. Wang Wei and Zhou Kai were a little staggered as they looked at the gilded room. That's a real fish? Zhou Kai couldn't help but exclaim. Don't talk nonsense. Fu Jiejun hurriedly stopped Zhou Kai. When Su Yan saw his parents, a smile appeared on his face. I brought my classmates along. Is that okay? It's fine. It's fine. It's all in your own place. Li Qin was too busy to come over. The eyes could not leave Su Yan for a moment. Sit down first. Don't stand. Old Wang, you can lay out the dishes. Yi Chen was also a little excited, but was more composed than Li Qin. Yes, yes, yes. Sit down. All of you. Li Qin greeted Su Yan's classmates to sit as well. In no time, abalone, ginseng, shark's fin and ma, mountain treasures and seafood were placed on the round table. Yi Chen was well informed and spoke politely. Li Qin is also approachable. A meal that was enjoyed by all. The two of them were also looking at Su Yan with more and more satisfaction. Wanted to be impatient for Su Yan to recognize his ancestor. Son, here's $50 million. Take it as pocket money. Chapter 10, Plan to raise a loser. 50 million? Everyone in the room was stunned. Spare change? Wang Wei put down his chopsticks and dug his ears. Boss, did I hear you right? $5,000 pocket money? Zhou Kai and Fu Jiejun also looked dumbfounded. You heard it right. It's $50 million. Zhou Kai's mouth is not even fragrant with lobster. Fu Jiejun was filled with shock. $50 million of family money. His family has more than that. But $50 million cash flow, that's pretty scary. And, to be able to that $50 million, it's pocket change. Su Yan was also inexplicably shocked and had a whole new understanding of their assets. $50 million is too much. And besides, are you really sure I'm your son? Hearing Su Yan ask this, Li Qin's tears fell. Yi Chen sighed. Of course we're sure. You look exactly like me when I was young. If you don't believe me, let's do a paternity test. Su Yan nodded. This is the best. I also don't want you to have empty joy. Yi Chen immediately called for Wang Tianlong. Have him arrange a paternity test. It's getting better. Money is not an issue. Wang Tianlong immediately went to make arrangements. Within half an hour, several professionals had arrived. DNA samples were collected from Yi Chen, Li Qin and Su Yan respectively. At the earliest, the results will be available by nightfall. Several people form a fly-in group with professional organizations. Now you can rest assured. Right? Yi Chen looked at Su Yan, in a somewhat bad mood. This son of his own doesn't seem to want to recognize his family just because they have over $1 billion. Instead, it was calmer than ever. It is true that the grace of birth is not as important as the grace of nurture. He let out a long breath. In that case, let's wait for the results. Although Su Yan wished they were his parents. But the process has to go. Otherwise the name is not valid. Also, he's had a bit of a change in personality in his two lives. Li Qin once again shed tears as she thought about this. Then you guys will stay here tonight. Play nice and have fun. Yi Chen saw that Su Yan had the intention to leave and said in a hurry. Su Yan glanced at them and nodded. Good. When the four left, Yi Chen sighed when he saw the bank card on the table that Su Yan hadn't even touched. We're sorry, Xiao Luo. Li Qin couldn't help but sob on her husband's shoulder. Yi Chen comforted his wife. Don't worry. He's a good boy. At least he won't be our son just because we're rich. Right? Right. I'm going to give him the best. Li Qin's eyes were firm. Then you'll have to find a way to raise him to be a loser. Yi Chen laughed. Then raise him to be a loser. Li Qin immediately said. How can we raise him to be a loser? The couple was in deep thought. They used to think freely about how they would educate their son and how they would raise a dragon, but never thought that one day they would think of raising their sons to be losers. I'm afraid no parent in the world would think so. They say that a loving mother gives more than she can handle, so we'll give him whatever he wants. Give more and more. Give without stopping. Yi Chen thought of a bad idea. Don't need him to do anything for us. He just needs to keep spending money. Li Qin also suggested. Sanner. $50 million. That's $50 million. Wang Wei grabbed Su Yan's arm. Can you help me ask if our parents still have a lost biological son? He's babbling again. Fu Jiejun, however, seemed to send a sigh of relief. Lao San, at least uncle and auntie didn't have any intention of harming you. Even if you want karma waste, taking out $1 million would be enough. Not to the tune of $50 million. Lao Air, you're also too unproductive. $50 million. We'll earn it ourselves in the future. Zhou Kai was so proud of himself. When we make $50 million, we'll be able to eat such delicacies too. He was still reeling from the food he'd just eaten. Su Yan laughed. Lao Si is right. Who says we can't earn it ourselves? Fu Jejun laughed as well. However, Lao San, I didn't even think that you would bring up the paternity test yourself. Su Yan's gaze was deep. What if it really isn't? It costs tens of thousands of dollars though, and itself owes people hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's just a few tens of thousands. Gross. But $50 million is a different story. What if mom and dad pull out their hearts and the world changes? Of course, if $50 million arrived, one could definitely maximize their use. If I, the emperor, am not in a hurry, why are you eunuchs in a hurry? Asterisk. Penis is the eunuch. Seek death. The four didn't choose the best lake bottom view suite. Instead, they opted for a regular double suite. Cool. I didn't realize that being a spa was so cool. Wang Wei stood up with his bath towel around him. It's almost like being an emperor. Lao San. In the future, I will definitely make a lot of money. Zhou Kai clenched his fists. Spa. Giant screen theater? Spa. All four enjoyed it. At that moment a waning moon was high in the sky. The sunlight reflected on the balcony. The four sat around the table. Ding dong. Su Yan's cell phone rang. The three immediately sat up straight. It seemed to be more nervous than Su Yan. What for? Just general information. It's not so much the FMS as it is the back end of the live streaming platform. Li Qingshu? Su Yan was a bit surprised, not expecting Li Qingxue to take the initiative to contact him. From memory, Li Qingxue looked quite innocent. Could it be that there is some secret behind it that you don't know about? Two-Face? Holy, if that's the case, it's kind of cool. Hey. Su Yan stroked his chin. Struggling Snow, hello sir, thank you very much for your reward today. 2 bags of big water guns. Want me to be your big brother on the list? Struggling Snow, smiley face. You are now. Kinda will. Sure enough, I can't tell. The usually quiet and very innocent looking girl has a face behind her. 2 bags of big squirt guns, so what's the deal with me? Struggling Snow, can I add your contact info? 2 bags of big water guns, is there a welfare video? There was silence on the other side for a few moments before this was replied. No, it wasn't. It seems that one is not brushing up enough. This body is a licking dog does not understand this. The previous life has money. Welfare videos can be a lot. 2 bags of big squirt guns, I'll think about it then. Backward as forward. Take ownership of the topic. That's how you don't become a lickspill. Too bad the predecessor didn't even understand it. Struggling Snow, sir, I really have something. However, Su Yan just glanced at it and turned off the software. The corners of his mouth turned up. There's no rush. Let's air it out. Finally, the fish fry are now starting to come in their own ponds. What are you guys looking at me for? Putting down his cell phone, Su Yan realized that all 3 of them were staring at him. Sanner, you're not talking to Wang Ran again, are you? Wang Wei worried. How can it be? Su Yan waved his hand and inserted a same fruit in the fruit plate and put it in his mouth. Then why are you smiling so lewdly? Fu Jejun scowled. Hey, did you guys hear anything? Zhou Kai, however, pricked up his ears. What sound? Is the soundproofing of a super 5-star hotel also this bad? Wang Wei couldn't help but say. No, you guys look downstairs. The 4 of them looked downstairs in a hurry. Chapter 11. As long as you don't start a business, our family can't spend enough money. Holy. Wang Wei looked down at the balcony a few floors below them. Dumbstruck, all 3 fell silent. Su Yan was relatively calm. What is this? Just see the balcony above the downstairs level. There were 2 people sitting on the balcony embracing each other, seemingly enjoying the moon and chatting. What's wrong with that? Fu Jejun bristled in disdain. And you don't allow people to fall in love? No, do you see this as being in love? Zhou Kai said. One is as fat as a pig. The other is slim and looks like a little girl. TSK, is the world already this crazy now? Wang Wei was filled with envy. Su Yan frowned and suddenly spoke. Don't you guys think this female's back looks a bit familiar? What? Wang Wei wondered. Sanner, you still know such a sister? This body, it's great. Look, it's going to be a kiss, Zhou Kai exclaimed, looking like he had never seen the world before. Wang Wei took him in his arms and covered his mouth. Asterisk. We'll be arrested as perverts in a while. Fu Jejun was startled. Su Yan also had palpitations. Can't get caught here, at least? Woohoo. Zhou Kai struggled for a moment before this broke free. Do you want to get me killed and inherit my online loans? You ghost to the net loan. Wang Wei glanced at Su Yan. You think I don't know you want to jack an online loan? And find your richest parents on the way? Wang Wei hemmed and hawed. This was all discovered by you? My rich second-generation temperament was discovered by you? You're just all sleazy. The two argued for a while, and Chokai couldn't help but probe out again. No, this person seems really familiar. What looks familiar? Really? The four men probed again. Can't see it. Yeah, it's hard to see. Chokai was in a hurry. He was seen taking out a cell phone and using the camera function. Zoom in, zoom out. At once, it was clear to see. Holy, what are you doing? Lao Si? Su Yan was all a bit surprised. At this distance, they could only see vague silhouettes, but, on his cell phone screen, it was clear to see. A distant second, right? Chokai hemmed and hawed, but he couldn't help but gulp. The sound came from far away, and all four of the men simply came together to look at their cell phones. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. Boss, you rich guys play really hard to get. A flower in cow dung. Isn't this Zhao Qiong? Su Yan finally saw the woman who was having a good time with the fat pig. Wasn't it their classmate? This man, he can be his father, can't he? I didn't realize she was like that. Usually seems quite cheerful. You can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. While the crowd spoke to each other, Su Yan suddenly frowned tightly. Suddenly, he laughed. Boss, this isn't a white lotus flower. It's a snake beauty. Serpentine beauty? I only see beauty. Chokai gulped as he couldn't take his eyes off of it. Wang Wei's eyes dripped and laughed. Sanner, or you know how to play. I see that waist. It's really like a snake. Su Yan was speechless. Am I talking about this? He picked up a piece of cantaloupe and took a bite. Remember what happened to us today? The whole getting kicked out of the hotel thing. Fu Jiejun couldn't help but frown. Old 3, you're talking about her? Or what? Su Yan looked up to the moon in the sky and leisurely said. She saw us and came out to get a room by herself. And it's still with an uncle like Lu Hui. In your place, what would you do? Fu Jiejun stroked his chin. Seeing Su Yan sitting down, he was too embarrassed to look any further. So, she's the one who made people drive us away? Is uncle so cool? Wang Wei didn't take his eyes off for a moment. Of course, the rich uncle must be cool, but the one without money, it's miserable. Maybe you can even recognize your goddaughter. Gee, Wang Wei also came over. Hey, you're not looking? Fu looked at him with some curiosity. Back to the room. Chokai sighed and shrugged. Follow-up is out of sight. What do you think they'll do when they go back to their rooms? None of your business. Hey. Several people knew it by heart. San Air. I heard that all hotels have special services. Wang Wei's whole body is restless. Chokai also eyed Su Yan. How would I know? I was an orphan before. Su Yan was speechless. These two guys. Ask me. You might as well ask the boss. The two looked at Fu Jiejun. Fu Jiejun quickly said. I'm not familiar with vacation you guys go to my house to play. I'm familiar with that side. The two men were deflated. You guys say. Zhao Qiong. Wang Wei can't help but lead the topic to Zhao Qiong. It's just like that. Fu Jiejun took a vicious bite of watermelon. The godfather-daughter thing. Hey, you are a beautiful woman, but why are you a thief? Chokai was a little disappointed. If you guys really can't help it, there must be a channel for you to find Manager Wang. Su Yan saw the lost and restless look of the two. Really? Wang Wei's eyes glowed and quickly dimmed. Super 5-star hotel. I can't afford to spend that kind of money. Chokai also shook his head. Seeing the two of them like this, Su Yan couldn't help but lose his smile. Living room of the Lake Bottom View duplex suite. Li Qin grabbed her cell phone. Why is there still no news? Raise the money. Yi Chen said helplessly. It takes time for them to verify it as well. Hey, I'm just nervous. Xiao Luo is definitely my son. I can't be wrong about that. I know. The main thing is to put Luo's mind at ease. Otherwise, how can we unfold our plan of raising a loser? Yi Chen sighed. I'm afraid that they are the only couple in the world who want to raise their son to be a loser. Coming. Li Qin was so excited that she was on the verge of jumping up and down. She clicked right on it to take a look. There was a sigh of relief, followed by tears sliding right down his face. The relative chance of confirming that Mr. Yi Chen is Mr. Su Yan's biological father is 9,999%, as identified by our center. Similarly, Li Qin had a result. We found our son. The couple embraced each other. Su Yan looked at the results on his cell phone and also breathed a sigh of relief. He's meowing. I'm super rich now. Morning. A family of 3 sitting in a restaurant eating. After learning the exact news, Fu Jiejun took Wang Wei and Chokai to avoid it. When breakfast was almost done, Yi Chen took out that bank card again. Now, can you take this bank card? Looking at the bank card on the table, Su Yan nodded. I'll pay you back later. This is money that can be your own startup capital. In his previous life, he started with nothing and made it to the point where a company went public. In this life, he started with $50 million. He believes he can do better. No. What does a family say about giving it back? What's ours is yours. Li Qin looked at her son, her eyes unwilling to move away for a moment. Yi Chen felt that Su Yan didn't believe in his family's strength, ready to show him some muscle, patting his chest. Son, don't worry. As long as you don't start a business, our family will never run out of money. How did you know I wanted to start a business? He couldn't help but look at his old mom. Mom, aren't you going to say something? Your husband has his tail between his legs. Aha! Li Qin saw her son looking over and nodded repeatedly. This money is for you to buy a suite in Shanghai first, and then buy a car, so it'll be easier for you to go to school in the future. Su Yan was all a bit confused. Buy a house or a car? $50 million? What house to buy? What car to buy? In the past, Mom and Dad owed you too much. We will definitely make up for it in the future. Chapter 12, He's the Dog Licker. Sanner, did our parents really give you $50 million in pocket money? On the way back to school, Wang Wei was really filled with curiosity. Not pocket money. Su Yan touched his nose. It's for me to buy a house and car in Shanghai. Zhou Kai exclaimed. Buying a house and car in Shanghai? Shanghai is an international business center, and the high price of housing is second to none in the country. Fu Jiajun sked. Lao San, your family really isn't simple. Casually able to come up with $50 million in cash to buy him a house and car. There really aren't many families like that. By the way, don't our parents accompany us to take a look? Wang Wei was shocked, but he was still curious. Who says otherwise? Su Yan also felt strange. $50 million in cash straight up just handed to you. He even invited them to look at the house with him. The results were rejected. Are you really not worried about spending money on yourself? The Rolls-Royce left after dropping them off back at the school. Su Yan's phone rang. I'll take a call. Seeing the caller ID on the phone, Su Yan instantly smiled. We'll go back first. Fu nodded. Boss, are there any forbidden places near the school? What forbidden place? It's all about the lights. How would I know? Aren't you a rich kid? Take us to see the world. I see you guys want to break your virginity. Can't help it, can you? Listening to the trio as they talked, I'm afraid what happened last night turned their worldview upside down. Hello, Seoul. I'm coming to Shanghai. A voice came from the other end of the phone. All right, I'll pick you up. Su Yan went to the school entrance and stopped a cab. The person who came was his hairy friend from the orphanage, Oh Yang. Several people grew up together and are very close. Although he despised his predecessor, he crossed over and accepted all the memories of his predecessor. It's been affected quite a bit. Empathize with this Oh Yang who grew up with him, got into trouble with him, and played with him. Of course, he himself plumed and replaced his predecessor. Nor can you show a break. Otherwise, he was worried he'd have to go on the operating table. Central C Railway Station. On a high-speed train, a tall, burly young man simply carried a duffel bag, walked out holding a tall, voluptuous young girl. Why hasn't it come yet? Oh Yang stood at the entrance of the train station, looking extremely far away. The young girl played with the cell phone in her hand. How much longer do we have to wait? Sunshine put away her cell phone and leaned over to tap her legs, a little disgruntled. Oh Yang smiled. Soon, I've already called him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and when he saw Su Yan striding towards him, he immediately let go of Sun Chang's hand and greeted him. Soul. Oh Yang. Oh Yang gave Su Yan a hard hug. Why are you here? Su Yan was a bit strange. Oh Yang studied in Nanjiang province and usually worked part-time, and coming to Shanghai to find him made him a little surprised. Can't even come to see you? Oh Yang was even taller than Su Yan and patted his shoulder. Let me introduce you to my girlfriend Sun Cheng. Su Yan looked behind him at Sun Cheng, who was indeed good-looking, and revealed a smiling face. Hello, I'm Oh Yang's brother, Su Yan. Sun Cheng raised her eyes to look at him. Her eyes brightened slightly and she squeezed out a smile. Come on, let's get something to eat first. It was close to noon when he returned to the school from the Intercontinental Hotel in Shanghai and then to the train station. Seeing him reaching out to stop a cab, Oh Yang hurriedly pressed him. Let's take the subway. Go to your school first. I came with a mission this time. Otherwise it's not good to explain to little Fei and Mom. The subway is too crowded. Su Yan glanced at Sun Cheng. Oh Yang waved his hand. All right. Su Yan still couldn't argue with Oh Yang, and the three of them took the subway back to school together. Let's go. Let's take you guys to lunch first. Su Yan walked towards a restaurant near the school. It's the best restaurant near the school. Only students with spare money eat here. Quite a few teachers entertained and placed here as well. Forget it, go to the cafeteria. It's clean and hygienic there. Who expected that? Ouyang stopped him again. Twice and thrice. Su Yan instantly understood that Ouyang was saving money for himself. Don't worry, I'm not short of money. However, Ouyang still waved his hand. Go, let me taste the flavors of your cafeteria. I'll also be able to introduce it to Mom and little Fei. No? Su Yan was dragged by him. Back to the school. Sorry, Sun Cheng. I'll treat you guys to eat out tonight. Su Yan said to Sun Cheng. Sun Cheng nodded. It's okay, Su. That's a good girl. Su Yan had a good opinion of her, thinking that this was something Ouyang had specially brought to himself to see in order to introduce his girlfriend. After all, they were both raised in an orphanage. The dean is what Ouyang calls mom. Su Yan is his older brother. You sit here for a while. I'll go grocery shopping with Ouyang. Finding a seat for Sun Cheng to sit down, Su Yan walked away with Ouyang. Sitting in her seat, Sun Cheng took out her cell phone and was playing with it. Suddenly, he heard someone talking next to him. That was the dog licker just now, wasn't it? Which one? Which other one? Isn't it that Su Yan? The guy who borrowed over $100,000 in loan sharks and got beaten up. Yeah, that seems to be him. No way, right? It's quite handsome. Now the whole school knows. Hearing Su Yan's name, Sun Cheng could not help but perk up her ears. Borrowing over $100,000? Looked pretty handsome. Didn't realize it was someone like that. No wonder, seeing that he walks with a bit of a limp. He thought he was born that way before he was abandoned. I didn't realize it was from a debtor. And it says it's not bad. At once, her view of Su Yan was much worse. Stop talking and come back. Su Yan and Ouyang came back with a few plates of dishes. The meal was so delicious that Sun Cheng tasted as if she was chewing on wax. After dinner, Su Yan took the two of them for a stroll around the school, and when he walked to a secluded spot, Ouyang suddenly called out to him. What's wrong? Su Yan asked. Ouyang dug out of his pocket and pulled out a bank card. Su, take this money first. Looking at the bank card, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Ouyang, what do you mean? Xiao Fei and I both received debt collection calls, and so did Mom. Ouyang scratched his head. As you know, there are a lot of younger siblings in the house, and Mom can't get the money. She asked you not to blame him. Ouyang always had a smile on his face. All the more reason I can't have it. Ouyang stuffed the bank card in Su Yan's hand. This is the money that Xiao Fei and I have earned from our hard work and thrift. It's not much, and right now you need the money more than we do. Humph. Just then, Sun Cheng suddenly grunted and turned around. Ouyang shoved the bank card in Su Yan's hand and chased after him. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was full of mixed feelings. Where is he still short of money? The last thing you need is money. Good for you, Ouyang. No gifts, no surprises, nothing at all. Usually even, you still give all your money to a licking dog? Sun Cheng's voice came. What about meeting my friends? You're making me hold my head up like this. Think for yourself. Online loans are a bottomless pit. I'm having dinner with my friends tonight. Come if you want, break up if you don't. After saying that, Sun Cheng stopped a cab and left. Ouyang looked back at Su Yan with some embarrassment. Chapter 13, Our son loses again. Quite a girl. Su Yan walked to Ouyang's side and returned the bank card to him. Don't miss it. Su, you need this money more than I do. Ouyang refused to take it. And, it's not just mine, it's also Fei's. Su Yan patted his shoulder. I'm really not that bad. My parents found me. At those words, Ouyang's expression froze for a moment. Some surprise and some loss. How did you find it? The debt collectors couldn't get the debt and managed to find my birth parents, and the money has been paid. Ouyang took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it for himself, inhaling deeply for 2 mouthfuls which suppressed the inner shock. Listening to Su Yan finish the story, 2 puffs of smoke came out of his nostrils. Holy, is there any justice? That's just the way things are. Su Yan shrugged. Now I'm also a rich second generation. Why don't I take out an online loan too? You're not afraid of being killed? Su Yan looked at him. Ouyang stuffed the cigarette butt into the trash can and let out a long sigh. I'm not afraid of being killed. He's fit. Just worried. I'm not lost. Or trafficked. The sunlight on his crushed hair couldn't drive the sadness from his face. Su Yan kicked him. Why don't you go and recover sunshine? The sadness on Ouyang's face was swept away. Then she blushed and said, I don't know where she went. Ask her friends. Su Yan was speechless. I don't know any of her friends. You have her number, right? Ouyang hastily dialed Sun Cheng's phone. who knows, was pulled black. He innocently looked at Su Yan. Su Yan was about to be infuriated. How did you chase people? Oh Yang scratched his head. How do I have time? Usually, in addition to classes, I have to work part-time. She's the one who chased me. Okay. Su Yan sighed. Obviously you are better looking than others. Why was the predecessor a lickspill? Oh Yang has a female dog licker? In that case, you accompany me to buy a car, and I'll give you enough face support at night. Su Yan thought about it. Sun Chang left because of herself. It's not good to let Ouyang lose a marriage because of it. Might as well give Ouyang a good brace. You really want to buy a car? Ouyang looked at Su Yan with seeming faith. Su Yan smiled. The hotel car. They are going to use it. I'll buy a car for transportation. It's also a little more convenient. With $50 million in hand, the basics of starting a business are already very strong. A mobility scooter, or company front, makes it a little easier to talk business later. The two got into a cab. Su Yan's cell phone dinged. It turned out that he had rewardedly Qingshue's live broadcast yesterday, and now that her live broadcast had begun, he had pushed it over directly. I didn't look hard enough yesterday, and it takes a little while to get to the Motor City anyway. Solely clicked on the live feed. Li Qingxue looked very innocent as always, just sitting on the air, simply playing the piano. The mellifluous song came. Su, is this your goddess? Ouyang leaned over and asked with a frown. Su Yan shook his head and said, no, this one is my licking dog. Cut. People are so good looking, how can they be licking dogs for you? Ouyang Cotton said with some concern, although now that you found your real parents, however, it's still important to have control. They're all orphans and definitely less secure than normal people, and looking forward to parental affection, having it and worrying about losing it. Su Yan nodded. All of this, of course he understood. So, he was ready to try it too. Though 5,000 watts goes with the territory. You didn't earn this money after all. So, he casually recharged 100,000 into Shakeology. A little bit of randomness gives away a carnival worth $30,000. The sound of special effects rang out on the air. The live room, which originally had only 1,000 or so people online, immediately became lively. Holy, yesterday's big man is at it again. It's this big guy. Swiped 60,000 in a row yesterday. And again today. Big brother. Begging for a hug. Biggie, what do you think of me? Biggie? Just as the song finished, Li Qingxue also saw Su Zhe's reward. A look of dismay crossed his face. Hurriedly, he said, thank you, 2 bags of big water guns, for the bounty. Before the words were out of my mouth. However, another carnival cut through the air. Holy, another 30,000? Is the big man so rich? Biggie, does a guy like you have a spending assignment every day? How much do you make in a month? $90,000 for 2 days? On the pop-up screen, all the voices were envious. Yesterday, the other party ignored her, and Li Qingxue thought that she would never be able to contact the other party again. Who would have thought that he'd come back today to swipe himself another gift? Thanks for the 2 big bags of squirt guns. She seemed to have something else she wanted to say, and her mouth moved. A difficult expression on her face. A slight bow of the head. Wanting to speak. I feel sorry for you. As if you are the reincarnation of Sister Lin. This further attracted a group of LSP ghosts in the live room. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. No wonder Jia Baoyu chose Sister Lin's. It's so beautiful. My heart melted. Reward. Reward. For a time, various rewards swarmed in the live broadcast. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be staggered. This woman. She was not many levels higher than Zhao Qiong. Taller than Wang Ran as well. It's easy to capture a man's heart without saying a word. The mood to spend the $40,000 on the account was gone. Now, Yi Chen dragged his luggage out of the room with his wife. Li Qi nodded. We can't push him too hard now. Give him a little time. A little space to accept it. Despite the words, there were tears in his eyes. Also, Yi Chen nodded. The luggage in his hand had already been picked up by the attendant. Old Wang, you're in Zhonghai. If something happens to Xiao Luo, take care of him more. Li Qin instructed Wang Tianlong, who was at the side. Wang Tianlong quickly nodded. Don't worry, Mrs. Yi, I will. It's just as well. The company on the home side needs to be reorganized. Yi Chen nodded. 100,000 $0 of loser defeat detected. Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward, $10. 000 in cash. Hearing the voice, Yi Chen was instantly overjoyed. Wife, our son's a loser again. Li Qin was overjoyed. Really? Yeah, just now. Wang Tianlong stood on the side. His entire body was blinded. What? Why are you so happy that the young master is a loser? Are your own boss and boss's wife in over their heads? Who expected that Yi Chen sighed? But he's too careful with his spending. When will he finish spending that $50 million? The waiter on the side had his eyes glazed over. What kind of parents are these? Li Qin frowned. Indeed. This child is still too naive and doesn't trust us enough. Otherwise $50 million. It would have been spent quickly. Right. Can't have him shrinking. I'll call him. Chapter 14, is 50 million enough? If not, I'll give you another 10 million. Girls' dormitory. Wang Ran is tracing her eyebrows and getting ready to start the broadcast. Shan, are you sure Fu Jiejun is a rich kid? Shan played with her cell phone and ate fruit. Yeah, there's a classmate in the club who's from the same hometown as him. Not many people must know about it. Xiaoran, you have to seize the opportunity. A Rolls Royce. I've never seen one in my life. When you evening him, let me have a ride too. Wang Ran ruffled her hair. Of course, we're good girlfriends. But how do I get on with Fu Jiejun? Shan tilted her head and thought for a moment and said, why don't you talk to Fu Jiejun to find out about Su Yan's situation? And then, listening, Wang Ran's eyes glowed and he jumped over and hugged Shan's face and kissed her. Sam, you're really great. Shan smiled. Who made us BFFs? Wang Ran was immediately full of confidence. Yes, with you, I'm absolutely invincible in battle. She clenched her fists. Hurry up with your makeup, it's about to go live. Hey, there's not much money in live broadcasting now. Wang Ran was a little disappointed. Shan gave her a look. There weren't many people like Su Yan. Ha, Li Qingxue is live streaming again. This nerd, how did she play on the live stream? Shan was a bit strange. Qingxue Li wouldn't have been able to broadcast live before. Taste the sweetness. Wang Ran was indignant. The tens of thousands of dollars yesterday should have been his own. Yikes! Shan suddenly exclaimed, frightened that one of her eyeliner strokes was askew. Nearly poked it in the eye. What's the fuss? Wang Ran was dissatisfied and had to redraw it. It's Su Yan. Su Yan rewarded Li Qingxue with 2 more carnivals. The redrawn eyeliner drifted straight to the temples. What did you say? Wang Ran was shocked. Where did he get the money? 60,000 yesterday. 60,000 today. It's 120,000 already. It's about the same as all the money he spends on himself. Could it be that Fu Jiejun lent it to him? Wang Ran only thought of this possibility. Shan, however, shook her head. No, he spends so much money. Fu Jiejun would never lend him money. So where did he get the money? Wang Ran's heart was 10,000% unwilling. When Su Yan jacked up her online loan and was beaten up by a debt collector, she assumed that the other party had been hollowed out by herself. I didn't expect to come up with 120,000 again in the blink of an eye. I don't know. Shan also can't figure it out. Don't give up on Su Yan for the time being, just in case you can still dig up something good. But they're housemates. No problem. Watch me. Su Yan didn't know that he was once again being targeted by Wang Ran. Yang, however, was a million times more worried. Ah, Su, you spend so much money. When the time comes I know, I have a measure. Su Yan smiled. Don't worry. After all, my family is a billionaire. The driver of the car was a little surprised. A billionaire? You're a billionaire and you take a cab? I still think you're being a bit generous with the goodies. Yang was worried. At this time, Su Yan's phone rang. Is he? Yang glanced at it, his expression a bit frozen. It's not going to come after him, is it? That's 100,000. Spend $100,000 at once. Wouldn't it be nice to pick it up? Su Yan was relieved instead. Transfer $100,000 directly from your bank card yourself. The other party must have been the first to receive a text alert. Hello. Su Yan was afraid that Yang would be worried and turned on the amplifier. Just as he opened his mouth, a hearty laugh came over the phone. Yang was secretly relieved when he heard the laughter. Hey, son, your mom and I will go back to our hometown first today. Come back when you have time. Su Yan thought about it and gave a hum. Right. Is yesterday's $50 million enough to spend? If it's not enough, I'll call you another $10 million. The car's tires slipped violently. The driver fumbled to right the car. Holy, what family? Is $50 million enough to spend? Still from yesterday? $50 million a day. Are you kidding me? You don't pay taxes on bragging, do you? Yang was also dumbfounded. $50 million isn't enough. Another $10 million? What do you think of raising losers? Enough. No need. Su Yan also froze for a moment. Always thought there was something off about this family? Xiao Luo ah. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Li Qin picked up the phone. It's like this. $50 million to buy you a house and a car. I think it's a little short. After all, Zhenghai is not like our hometown. Let your father give you another $10 million. Directly buy a set of villas. And then buy a sports car. Don't feel bad about the money. Don't condemn yourself. Your dad pays you separately for the renovations and stuff. With that said, there was the sound of Hyun's voice again. Ha ha. Son, it's okay. Don't be upset about the money. Where is the money as important as you? The driver was baffled. The whole thing looks like the real thing. It can't be true, can it? Said a few words and introduced Ouyang in passing. The enthusiastic Li Qin immediately invited Ouyang to her home. After hanging up the phone, Ouyang stroked his chin, smashing his mouth. Soul, they're trying to hit you with money. Su Yan covered his forehead as he also realized it. $200,000 at the first meeting. Buy by $50 million. Another $10 million today? Does this money grow on trees and you just pick it? The driver bristled. The skinnier one is handsome, but too flashy. Instead, it's stouter, this real person. As the phone rang, the sturdier young man was heard exclaiming, Holy, Su, they really transferred another $10 million to you? You have $60 million now? Ouyang was going crazy. Why don't I go jerk off online loans too? Are all debt collectors this good now? Billionaire parents. Not only can you find parents, you can find billionaire parents. Su Yan also knew that he was joking. The driver nearly twisted the steering wheel. 60 million. Are you kidding me? This stouter young man was no real person either. Pretty much. Su Yan rubbed his brow. He sort of saw it. His own parents were really ready to use money to smash himself out of his feelings. Don't tell me. That really turned me on. What do you do now? Ouyang's head buzzed. Su Yan laughed. Of course it's to buy a car first, then a house. They all explained it. As for the rest, I'm going to use it to start a business. Ouyang nodded, calming down a little. Indeed, any leftovers would be enough to start a business. At this point, the driver's master, who had endured the whole journey, finally relented. Young man, with $60 million in hand, you seem to be ready to buy a luxury car. I'm telling you, don't ever buy a BMW. Su Yan found it interesting. Master, why can't BMW buy it? The driver bristled, showing disdain. BMW has a hard chassis, excessive handling, and expensive with little space. This doesn't seem to be a problem for me. Su Yan laughed, but it's true that you can't buy it. His ice cream is too bad. The driver slapped the steering wheel. This is it. Chapter 15, Buy a car and get a car model? Motor City. This is the largest concentration of car sales in the Middle Sea. Everything from top-of-the-line luxury cars to vans carrying cargo is for sale. Soul, what kind of car are you going to buy? Ouyang asked. Su Yan shrugged his shoulders and looked around as he walked. I haven't thought about it either. Let's see what cars are there first. It's better not to buy too expensive. After all, it's not easy to earn this money. Ouyang was worried. Before that, Soul was able to jack online loans for women. Now that he had money, he was worried that Su Yan would stumble and become a sitting loser. Su Yan nodded. I know, it won't be too expensive. With that, the two had walked into the Motor City. Ouyang's eyes lit up, pointing to a 4S store not far away and said, Su, I heard that Corolla is good, with low gas mileage and a big brand with guaranteed quality. The clerk at the door immediately showed a look of delight, taking 2 quick steps and running over. Gentlemen, we have the Corolla in stock, and there's a discount, perfect for a first car in life. Ouyang was a bit impressed. What man doesn't want a car of his own? Soul, it looks good to me. Why don't we go check it out? Who knows? Su Yan shook his head. Kid's car? Don't look. The clerk's face suddenly looked bad. Ouyang was a bit embarrassed, but still nodded. That's right, kid's car. Forget it. The clerk looked at Su Yan and then at Ouyang. He was not taller than others and Ouyang was so strong. Don't listen. Don't listen. The wanker reads the scriptures. How about the Volkswagen over there? The Bora's gas mileage isn't too high, and the quality is good. Ouyang hurriedly pointed to the Volkswagen not far away. The clerk standing in the doorway at mass blushed. Just as he was about to take a step, he heard Su Yan open his mouth and say, It's too cheap. I'm preparing to start my own business, and the grade of the car can't be too low. The public is good. Ouyang said. The clerk also came up. In addition to Bora, we have other styles, with high prices as well. 2 gentlemen, come in and take a look? Su Yan shook his head. You guys also have the phaeton at an okay price, but it's too old-fashioned to waste time. The clerk sniffed and couldn't help but look Su Yan up and down. Took a cab, plus an outfit that wasn't very good. Can't help but be a bit contemptuous. Couldn't help but sneer. Phaeton is still bad? Then you can't see the BBA either? Go further. Su Yan's eyes lit up. Big G, this car is kind of handsome. Why don't we go take a look? Thanks, bro. Oh Yang. Let's go. Instantly, he strides forward. Mercedes-Benz was right next door to Volkswagen, and the Volkswagen clerk couldn't help but wave his hand. Little Hui. Someone here wants to buy a Big G. Why don't you come over and entertain them quickly? Hui grunted from the doorway of the Mercedes, turned around and walked into the 4S store. FAI. I heard that someone wants to buy a Big G. Why don't you receive it? The store manager walked out. FAI bristled. Boss, how can two stupid boys, who are being made a joke, afford a Big G? The store manager was busy looking at the door, and sure enough, he saw Su Yan and Ouyang. The two were good looking, yet their clothes were average and they certainly couldn't afford the Big G. That's not the right attitude. Even if people can't afford a Big G, it's not bad to buy an A-class. So don't go yet. FAI was a little reluctant, feeling that he had been tricked by the VW clerk. The automatic door opened and Su Yan saw at a glance a big black G with hard lines placed on the stand. Next to the car, there was a female car model standing. Fat where it should be fat, thin where it should be thin, wearing a short sheath dress with a thin waist and long legs without a hint of fat. I wonder if you get a car model with the purchase. Ouyang was also completely captivated by Big G. No man can resist the Big G, that model. It doesn't matter what off-road capability or what power engine. This line and model alone is enough to conquer 80% of men. Send it. Also, you bought the car. Car model send me okay? Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. You're not persuading me to buy Baolai anymore? Ouyang was a bit shy. What would you two like to see? Buy a car and get a free car model? Su Yan's gaze did not leave the car model on the stage. FAI's face fell as he took a look. The car model on the stage. He still covets. Grimly, he said, Kid, this is not a place for you to be wild. Get lost. Ouyang burst into a rage. How do you talk? We came to buy a car and you told us to get lost? How about just letting you guys roll? Little Hui was semen-ridden at this point and pushed Ouyang. Who knows? When he pushed, Ouyang didn't move. Raising his hand, he cupped Xiao Hui's hand, and Xiao Hui only felt as if his hand was caught in a vice. Hey, pain, pain, pain. Let go. Su Yan saw quite a few people rushing over and patted Ouyang's hand. Let's go. Change the house. Ouyang nodded and let go of his hand. Arrogant what? Colorful wolf. What's a dead cripple pretending to be a big spender? What did you say? Ouyang was originally heartbroken when he saw Su Yan limping. Now that he heard someone scolding him to his face, all of a sudden, his anger and blood rushed to his head. Turning back with a vengeance was a kick. FAI lands a head kick. Hey, what are you guys doing hitting people? How can you hit someone? Mercedes-Benz 4S store clerks were on their hands and knees to help up Hui, and again blamed Ouyang. Ouyang was furious. He was the one who cursed first. What's wrong with scolding you? Xiao Hui came back with a gasp. As soon as I walked in the door, I asked if buying a car comes with a free car model. You're not that horny. At that, the Big G's car model blushed hard. The clerk at the store was righteously indignant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shoot them. I only dare to think about it in my mind. These two. So disgusting. The car model also commiserated. Thank you, FAI. This brother Xiao Hui immediately filled Xiao Hui with strength, and his chest didn't even hurt anymore. Don't worry, brother Hui is here. Ouyang stood in the middle of the crowd and wondered, what's wrong with car models? Isn't it normal to buy a car and get a car model? I see a lot of people have them. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone was baffled. Model cars. Not a car model? The clerks looked at FAI. The store manager smiled awkwardly. Sir, it was all a misunderstanding just now. A misunderstanding. Come in and sit down. Or don't go and pour the tea. The clerks who had been surrounding them dispersed in a flurry. Hui held his breath. A model car? Did you get beaten up for nothing? No need. Su Yan waved his hand. Let's go. Ouyang. Oh. Ouyang left the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Seeing the two leave, the store manager was furious. Xiao Hui, what do you want to do? If you want to pick up a girl, please get off work and get it on. It's work time now. Xiao Hui received a kick and was a bit angry. Boss, they made it clear that they can't afford it. There's no need to be polite with them. Where has your training gone? Is this how we treat our customers? It's only a customer if you can afford it. Not if you can't. FAI still had a stiff upper lip, his eyes looking towards the goddess beside him. Felt like showing my face properly. Worth it. Holy, awesome. At this time, a clerk walked in from the doorway, his face filled with excitement. What are you running around for during work hours? The store manager was getting pissed off today. The man couldn't help but shrink his head when he saw that the store manager was in a rage. Store manager, I went to get you some water. He hurriedly handed out the drink he was holding, and seeing the store manager's face clear up a little, he continued, Store manager, I just passed Bentley and two young men bought a flying spur without saying a word. Wanted the current car. It was decided right in the door. Holy, that's awesome. Looks just like a college student. The more the man talked, the more excited he became. Store manager, when will I be able to sign such a big order? What? The clerks were confused. You just almost got into a fight, and then you turn around and go to Bentley's to buy a car? Chapter 16, How can I become the richest man in the world if my son doesn't lose money? How much did the flying spur cost? 2,700,000 minimum. Geez, with an opening like that, the split is over $10,000, right? More than that, Bentley doesn't walk away from volume like we do. The commission is higher than ours. Pretty much, one order a month is enough. God, I suddenly kind of want to go to Bentley. Don't even think about it. Stores like Bentley's don't even get a single bill a month. So says, but still really envious. Over $2 million. The low end is more expensive than even the big G's we have here. I've asked around before, and there's only one Mulliner version of the flying spur in the Bentley store. Isn't that the top of the line? It's over $3.7 million. On what grounds? The difference between their low end and top end is over $1 million. This commission. You guys are overthinking it. $3,700,000 is just the price of the car, not counting the options it comes with. Nima, how come these luxury cars have options? How much does that whole car cost? At least another $500,000. Holy, geez, wouldn't that be over $4 million? So envious. I'm afraid the commission will be doubled. Say, could the two college student lookalikes be the same two that just beat up? A clerk couldn't resist. Everyone couldn't help but look at FAI. I'm guessing it's tens of thousands of dollars in commission. Just fly? Really? It's really those two. Already signing contracts. Awesome. Holy. One of the clerks got a little excited and ran back yelling. FAI's face changed as well. Your own commission. Flying? If you had hosted those two, wouldn't the big G have sold? Even though it didn't have over $4 million in sales? No man can resist the big G. The car model who had just been in the car instantly moved away from him, looking at him with even a hint of resentment. What's wrong with giving away car models? How nice to give yourself away. Blame it on this loser. You don't make much money, and you hold yourself back. That's over $4 million for a car. Said buy it. It's already under contract. Everyone in the store's expression changed. The store manager, in particular, looked at FAI. Knife a man's eyes. Anyone can see that. That's a $4 million turnover. Add just about anything else and you'll be done for a quarter of performance this year. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, here's the ticket. Check-in is complete. Wang Tianlong handed over the 2 air tickets to Yi Chen. Thanks a lot, old king. Yi Chen didn't pick it up, and his entire body seemed to freeze for a moment. Li Qin took it in a hurry. Wife, our son has lost money again. This time he spent more than $4 million in one go. More than $4 million. Yi Chen was so ecstatic that he even had a feeling of dancing around. Wang Tianlong's entire body was bad. This boss, is there really no problem? The young master spent more than $4 million at once. You look happy instead? Who knew that the boss's wife also showed joy? Really? Your family, do you all have problems? Yes, it should be buying a car. Yi Chen couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. He finally knows to buy a car? Yi Chen nodded. Yes, the award. Also do not know if it is bought in the Car City. I forgot to tell him. The Car City Tanchi automobile is our family. Li Qin immediately understood. Is this a reward to a car company? It's average. How profitable can this 4S store be? Wang Tianlong's face, however, changed. Boss, you've bought the Tenche automobile? Yi Chen nodded. Yes, the child in Zhonghai well, to create a little foundation for him in Zhonghai. Hey, when parents always have to plan for their son, is not it? Wang Tianlong's head buzzed. Boss is joking. The Intercontinental Sky Lake now has a market capitalization of nearly $5 billion. Why don't we transfer this store to our son? And I don't know if this store can earn $1 million a year. Li Qin sighed. A 4S store. How much money can you make? Is that enough for my son to lose money for a month? It seems that Mrs. Yi doesn't know much about Tench Motors. Wang Tianlong took a deep breath. This family, so capable of pretending. Li Qin nodded and glanced at Yi Chen. I really don't know much about it. Old Wang. You introduce her. There's still time anyway. Wang Tianlong nodded. Mrs. Yi, Tianqi Automobile is a high-end car sales company in Shanghai, and they are agents for several luxury car companies in Shanghai. For example, the 3 BBAs, they are all represented by their family. In addition to BBA, there are those top luxury cars, all of them. The profits are quite high a year. Tanker Motors, much less a 4S store, rather, an agency. They represent BBA, Bentley, Porsche, etc. in China Sea. Of course, just because they represent a lot of luxury cars doesn't mean they are very profitable. The BBA is still the main source of money. Bentley and these top luxury cars are actually less profitable than the BBA for sure. Pretty high? Yi Chen's eyes also lit up, stroking his chin. When there's time to come back, hand over this side of the industry to him. If your son doesn't have any money, how will you get the system rewards yourself? How can you become the richest man in the world if your son doesn't lose money? Wang Tianlong was shocked. You haven't even been in contact with your boss for long and you're going to return the favor? What kind of existence does this family have? Top of the Forbes list? Little King came out to start his own business. Old King gave $600 million. And his own young master directly is a few billion to get on? It's not a concept anymore. Well, come back and give it to him next time. Li Qin nodded happily as well. Yi Chen received the call. Yes, it's me, Mr. Su. The car is in the warehouse. Bentley in the middle of his luxurious living room. The car salesman had a smile on his face. One's own full means. Before he had even exerted himself, the other party had already swiped his card to buy the car. Almost perfect, except it's not a mortgage. Lu Xinyan looked at the handsome youth in front of her and became more and more enthusiastic. Immediately can drive out. The manager they go to do temporary license plate. You please wait. If there is anything you need, just call me directly. My name is Lu Xinyan. She ruffled her own hair to reveal her pretty face. Half squatting, she strained the short skirt on her body. I'll have a Coke. Oh Yang. And you? Oh Yang was baffled. The service of buying a car. So good? Sprite will do. Please wait. Ryu Xinyan stood up and stepped away. Hiring and slinging. Stunned? Want her contact information? Su Yan waved his hand in front of Ouyang. Ouyang's old face reddened and he quickly waved his hand. No need. Su Yan shrugged. You really don't need to? Don't you want a car model? This one is not bad either. Ha, I just want a model. Ouyang froze for a moment before reacting to the fact that Su Yan meant this. Just the same, it's a heavenly opportunity. And she'll be willing to lean in with just the crook of a finger. Where is this? Ouyang felt disbelief. Chapter 17, Daddy, please drink water. VIP room entrance. Lu Xinyan, who was carrying a tray in her hand, suddenly stood still. Thinking about it, he unbuttoned his white shirt inside his small suit uniform 2 more times. How can a woman not have a career? Straightening his clothes, he then took a step inside. Mr. Su, Mr. Ouyang, your drinks. She bent her legs and stood in front of Su Yan, half bending her body, placing the drink that had already been poured into a glass and had lemon slices cut and small paper umbrellas inserted in front of the two of them. Su Yan had his cell phone in both hands and was playing a game with his roommate. Ouyang sat and watched. Holy, San where have you been getting away again? Wang Wei's voice came out directly from the other side of the phone. Don't even take me with you. Where's the promised brotherhood? Su Yan looked back at Lu Xinyan. Not bad. What a great attitude. Bending his legs and watching himself play the game too. When he saw himself looking over, he hastened to give a small smile. Call Daddy. I'll tell you. Su Yan switched to a tertiary head and jumped directly onto the box. Asterisk. Lao San. Take that back. We're still good brothers. Fu Jiajun was speechless. Wei has been drifting for half a lifetime without a clear master. If Gong does not abandon him, I would like to worship him as a righteous father. Wang Wei's voice had come through. At this time, Zhou Kai's voice rang out leisurely. Calling Godfather? The entire chat channel went quiet for a moment. Bang! Su Yan was shot in the head, and the remaining 3 didn't react. No more fighting. I'm going to throw up for a while. Asterisk. Old 4, you're looking for death. Su Yan put down his cell phone and relaxed. Young master, please drink water. Lu Xinyan picked up the cola and handed it to Su Yan, surprisingly speaking out of turn. Ouyang couldn't help but look at Lu Xinyan in shock. Lu Xinyan instantly blushed profusely. Thanks. Su Yan's composure remained the same as he took a sip of the Coke. Skychase Motors is located in the Motor City. Okay. Good. Don't worry boss. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chang rubbed his hands together. Immediately, he picked up his cell phone and sent a picture to the FMS group. The company has a new boss. From now on, this company will be managed by the little boss. Watch out. Don't fail to recognize your own boss from now on. Porsche store manager, Julie Zhu, the little boss is so handsome. Zhang Chang, Shaoli, do you want to be a boss's wife? I'll support you. BMW store manager, Deng Jiagua, sisterly. Our happiness depends on you. Bedley store manager, Chen Wei, holy. Manager Zhang, the little boss is in our store. John Chang, what? Bedley store manager, Chen Wei, the little boss just bought a flying spur in the store and paid for it. I'm not going to do it wrong. Am I? Porsche store manager, Julie Zhu, I'm going to see the little boss. Even more devastated than the Bentley store manager, Wei Chen, was the Mercedes-Benz store manager. He looked at FAI viciously. Why didn't I knife him then? Little boss. Just leaving the store was the little boss. Store manager. What's wrong? Xiaowei asked cautiously as his scalp went numb from his look. Nothing. The store manager withdrew his gaze. Go pack your things. Xiaowei froze for a moment, with a bitter smile on his face. Boss, don't joke. We've known each other for so many years. Yeah, boss. FAI usually has a good track record. Don't sweat the small stuff today. Boss. The crowd spoke up to advise. Although FAI screwed up a couple $1 million in orders. But then again, it's not always true that you'll buy it at the store. The store manager looked at them and posted a picture to the group. Everyone took out their cell phones to take a look. Boss, wasn't that just a college student? What does that mean? How do you have pictures of people? So looks kinda handsome. The car model couldn't help but admire it. The dead cripple isn't a wanted man, is he? FAI blurted out. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the store manager took the flyer and hit him hard on the head. A little more. It's okay if the business is screwed up. This heck is the little boss. Little boss. From now on, all of Tianqi's work will be under the control of little boss. He meowed. The business didn't make it and the boss was offended. If you don't get out, who will? Dead cripples? Your whole family are dead cripples. Exasperation made his chest hurt. Boss, you said he's the little boss? Hui was confused. The car model also froze, looking to FAI. Your ing up my in-laws. He's so smart and handsome. Not even. Do you awe? You don't have to take a piss and look at yourself. The store manager was so angry that he took a big step outside. Now the action has to be fast. Store manager, I'll go with you. The car model followed at some point. The store manager smiled slightly. Ray, you're a smart person. VIP outdoor. Zheng Chang as well as the many store managers were already standing at the entrance waiting. The doorway was opened and many people stretched their necks to look inside. As soon as Lu Xinyan went out the door, she saw that the many store managers, as well as the company's president were there, and froze for a moment. Xinyan, what is the little boss doing right now? Is it convenient to see us? The Bentley store manager immediately asked. Lu Xinyan covered her mouth in surprise. Store manager, what are you talking about? Little boss? Yes, Mr. Su is the little boss, solely responsible for the business of Tianqi Automobile. Hearing this, Lu Xinyan couldn't even hide the joy in her eyes. Did I hear you right? The little boss came for a little visit? There is no other possibility but this explanation. We don't even know. Zhang Chang and the others were speechless. Then I'll go ask? Lu Xinyan was in an unprecedentedly contented mood at the moment. These store managers and managers are now looking at themselves with bated breath. The chancellor's door is 7 pints away. Mustn't miss such a great opportunity. I'll join you. Car model Sure Peeling stepped forward. Lu Xinyan immediately felt a crisis. The other party only wore a bustier, revealing more than herself. That's not good, is it? In case the little boss is not happy. Hearing Lu Xinyan's teeming words, Zhang Chang nodded. Now nobody knows the little boss or his character. You go ahead and take a look. Listen to the little boss and everything. Lu Xinyan immediately nodded her head. Yes, Mr. Zhen. After saying that, he even gave a smug look at Sure Peeling and smugly walked into the VIP room. Bitch. Sure Peeling looked at the flaunting Lu Xinyan and was upset. One must not let this opportunity pass. Just now, He had said that he wanted to give a car model with the purchase of the car. She straightened her clothes. Something wrong? Su Yan, who was playing the game, asked when he saw Lu Xinyan go and return, standing beside himself with a respectful face. Little boss, Mr. Zhang and the others are all at the door and want to ask when you have time to meet them. Su Yan froze for a moment. Mr. Zhang? Which Mr. Zhang? Little boss? What does that mean? Lu Xinyan smiled brightly. It's our Tianqi Automobiles general manager Zhang. He wants to report his work to you to come. Su Yan's entire body froze for a moment. Debriefing? Yang also felt strange. Yeah, Tianqi Automobile has been bought by the boss and has been fully handed over to the little boss to take care of. Lu Xinyan smiled even more charmingly. You mean to tell me that the store is owned by his family? Yang was shocked. Lu Xinyan nodded her head. Yes, Mr. Yang. Not just this store. Several of the surrounding ones are under the responsibility of the little boss. It's just a matter of buying a car, and it all ends up in your own home. What an industry this must be. Yang felt like his head was buzzing today. Chapter 18, he likes being called Dad. Soul. You. Yang looked at Su Yan and his entire body was bad. Wait until I'm done with this guy. There was a loud noise coming from the phone. Holy, Sanner. What are you doing? You're not even 1/10 as good as me at just gunning right now. Die. Wang Wei's voice kept coming. Look, if you die, we won't be able to eat the chicken. He sighed. The game is officially over as Su Yan is knocked out of the game. Wang Wei sighed. Sanner, it's not that I'm talking about you. How can you be so impulsive? Impulsiveness is the devil. Whoever is first gives himself away. Fu was speechless. Wang Wei's cheek is truly unrivaled. Did I give it away? I landed right in the middle of a dozen people and killed 7 in 7 out. Can that be called a delivery? Zhou Kai leisurely said. That's not called giving it away. That's called landing in a box. Just as the three in the dormitory were bickering, voices came from all 3 cell phones at the same time. So, the 4S store is all in my family? All 3 froze. The oldest went to buy a car. They know that. But I didn't realize that he even bought a 4S? Sanner. Or you think of your buddies. The whole store is bought. Are you going to give my brother one? I'm going to get a driver's license tomorrow. Wang Wei immediately said. However, there was no answer from across the room. Instead, a sweet female voice came over. Little boss, to be precise, not this store, but several surrounding luxury car brands, all of which are owned by our family. It's all 4S stores owned by Skychase Motors, and we're the China Sea agent for a couple of brands. At those words, Fu Jiejun and the others froze. A few. China Sea agent. What does that mean? This means that they are the only ones who can sell these brands of cars in the Middle Sea. Don't care what brand it is. If it's worse than $1 million a year, there's always a profit, right? A few. That's millions of dollars in profit. Righteous Father is above. Please accept my child's obeisance. Just as Fu Jiejun and Zhou Kai were still shocked, Wang Wei had already shouted. Ugh! Shameless! Su Yan burst out laughing. Wang Wei, my son, turn around and Righteous Father will surely reward you well, sending Yu Xinyan away. She told her to wait a while to bring someone in. Righteous Father, is this true? Seriously? Sure enough? Sure enough. Thank you, Righteous Father. Zhou Kai also immediately joined in. Righteous Father. Fu Jiejun despised it. And it didn't take long. Righteous Father. Closing the game. Su Yan called Yi Chen. What is it? Son? Yi Sam's voice was a little cheery. Do you, own Skychips? Yi Chen laughed. This thing yes, just bought. Your mom said to give you in the middle of the sea to buy some small industry. Just bought. By the way, how did you know? Su Yan sighed helplessly. I came to buy a car. Hearing his son say this, Yi Chen was instantly relieved. It's good to buy a car. Buy a few more. The more you spend, the richer our family will be. I bought the Bentley Flying Spur for over $4 million. At those words, Yi Chen, who was originally very happy, suddenly felt some heartache. Over $4 million car. I don't even have one. With 2 cars in the family, you can probably buy a Bentley on wheels when you add them up. Why didn't my dad get the system? At this moment, the joy of obtaining the system's golden finger disappeared without a trace. Xiao Luo you see what you like and buy it. It's best not to drive the car in the store. Li Qin picked up and said. Why? What kind of logic is that? Your own family's car. How's that for the price of entry? Well, Li Qin stayed for a moment. Do not use their own family car. You can spend money to lose but that's not a good thing to say. What your mom means is drive more other cars. get to know the service in other people's stores, and learn the advantages of other brands. I'll leave tensions to you from now on. Yi Chen took over. Which cars are good to drive? When the time comes, you can take the agent. Not bad for a family of great wealth. Although he had seen a lot in his previous life, his focus and pattern were still a little short. I know. Okay, we're getting on the plane too, so have fun and buy more. Yi Chen hung up the phone, revealing a sad face. What's wrong? Li Qin couldn't help but ask. Over $4 million for a car. More than $4 million. Yi Chen muttered. What's wrong with over $4 million? Isn't it still what my son earned by his own efforts? Li Qin rightfully said. I didn't even open it. How come my dad didn't get the system? Li Qin couldn't even help but smile. Now that my son has found one, and my family isn't short of money, I'll go home and get you another one. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. What kind of car would be good to change? How about a supercar? Driving a supercar to buy groceries. Don't you just love BYD, Han? I'll buy you a top-of-the-line one. Yi Chen's expression collapsed at once. Can't even afford a tire. Can you? More than $4 million. More than $4 million. Speedy. Next time I'll have to let him borrow me to drive it. Li Qin immediately refused. You don't scratch your son's car. If you want to drive, you drive the Mirage yourself. Mirage? Wouldn't I be the driver if I drove a Phantom? Xinyan. What did the little boss say? As soon as Lu Xinyan went out, Zhang Chang and the others immediately surrounded him. The little boss will have full authority to manage the company from now on. It's their top dog from now on. The point is, people are still bosses. There would be no competition. Just licking, and that would be enough. Ryu Xian ruffled her hair and thought slightly. Everyone looked at her intently, waiting to pull a bit of new information out of her mouth. After waiting for a moment, Lu Xinyan then slowly said, Little boss, seems to like cosplay. Silence at the door. Not a single person spoke up. Who knows how to cosplay? Hurry up and get changed. Schipperling's eyes lit up. So the little boss likes this. I can. She moved her throat. Later, make sure the little boss understands what a real cosplayer is. Any more? Yeah. Any more? Most of the store managers and managers present were middle-aged men. Cosplaying what? Porky Pig? That's not possible. Lu Xinyan shook her head. I've only just met the little boss for less than 2 hours. I don't know much about it. Glancing around the chamber, the little boss is done with his phone call, so everyone can go in. For a moment, everyone poured in. Why are there so many people? Yang was a little wary when he saw so many people coming in. Su Xiao. Zhang Chang took the lead, a smile spreading on his face. Su Xiao, I didn't expect you to arrive in person. I am the general manager of Tianqi Automobile. My name is Zhang Chang. These are. Su Yan was also very strange when he saw so many people. These are the store managers below. Our company in the Shanghai region. The agent of the car brand. Zhang Chang had just opened his mouth to introduce himself when Su Yan suddenly felt a heat in his ears and a pair of hands pressing on his shoulders. At the same time a coy and sweet voice came. Young master, do you like it? Chapter 19, Young master, do you like it? Sure Peeling didn't know when, but stood behind Su Yan. A pair of delicate hands pressed on his shoulders with a slight force, relaxing his shoulders. It's the car model. Su Yan recognized it at a glance. Young master, do you like it? Spelling smiled brightly. Not bad, go on. Su Yan smiled. Interesting. It really is so much fun. It's nice to have money. Not far away. Lu Xinyan also saw this scene and was so angry that she stomped her feet. That little wannabe hoof. She twisted her waist and also walked to Su Yan's front, gently squatting down, lowering his voice. Young master, I'll pound your legs. Yang's entire body was dumbfounded. What's going on here? This world seems a little different from the one I know. Go on. Su Yan smiled. Interesting. The world of the rich is really different. Zhang Chang was all confused. Still, he quickly came back to his senses. Young Su, this is Porsche's store manager. Zhu Huili. Zhu Huili was in her 30s, well maintained, and saw that there was no place for herself beside Su Yan for the time being, hated it with a passion. But thinking that they were all his colleagues, he had to put up with it. BMW store manager, Deng Xiaogua. BMW? Su Yan, who hadn't spoken much, heard the word BMW and his face sank for a moment. Deng Xiaogua instantly tensed up. Is the little boss a little disgruntled? Immediately lowering his head, he didn't dare to meet Su Yan's eyes. Ice cream, Deng Xiaogua hurriedly said. Su Xiao, the ice cream incident has nothing to do with us. The car show is run by BMW's people, and the employees are also their people. Zhang Chang also said. Yes, young Su. You can't blame old Zhang for this. Old Zhang's ability is still good. Su Yan nodded. The ice cream incident happened in Shanghai. It's fine if it's not Deng Xiaohua and the others who messed it up. It's not your fault, but a mistake is a mistake. Send a batch of supplies to all the orphanages in the name of Tianqi Automobile BMW 4S store. Also, 100 water stations throughout the city. And free ice cream in all districts for 3 days. Su Yan casually said. Add a rule. The ice cream from our Tianqi BMW is only for Chinese. No foreigners. Deng Xiaohua nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. The heart, however, was bitter. When the little boss opens his mouth, the whole BMW store is probably out of bonuses. The faces of the crowd changed a bit. The new officer cracks the whip 3 times. This is taking a shot at BMW. Is 2 million enough? Enough. No, not this much. Deng Xiaohua froze. Su Xiao, we will find a way to get this money. Su Yan gasped. How do you think about it? Deduct the bonus, or deduct the commission? Puff Street, if you do this, who's going to work hard for me in the future? Ice cream must be food safety and security. Nothing can happen. This matter, I will pay the money. You go and do it. If you can't do it, I'll take you to task. Deng Xiaohui was immediately overjoyed. Many thanks, Xiao Su. Thank you, Xiao Su. Zhang Chang also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that a big stick would fall, but not expecting a sweet date. Su is a good boss to work with. Young Su, this is the store manager of Mercedes-Benz. Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai raised his head, his forehead sweating. Su Xiao, Mercedes-Benz is also powerful as hell. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. Zhou Hai bowed deeply. Sorry, Su Xiao. Everyone looked at him strangely. How did this guy mess with Mr. So, doing charity, 2 million easy to take out. Su Xiao is quite a nice person to get along with. Who gave you guys a bite to eat? Su Yan asked sternly. Zhou Hai hurriedly said. It's the boss. Ugh, it's customers. Customers who buy cars. If there are no customers, why do I run the store? Su Yan was furious. What did you learn in the induction training? Zhou Hai was covered in cold sweat, and he dared not raise his head as he lowered it. I'm sorry, young master. You're out of commission and bonus for the month, and that staff member is fired. Su Yan wasn't prepared to drive out the whole thing. Zhou Hai was relieved. Thank you, Xiao Su, for being merciful. Go on, wave your hands. He had nothing to talk to these people about. Is my car ready yet? Chen Wei, the Bentley store manager, immediately said. All right, it's all done. Young master, I'll give you your money back. Seems kinda natural. No need. One size fits all. Su Yan waved his hand. I have a dinner party in the evening. Go out with me. Su Yan touched Lu Xinyan's head. Lu Xinyan looked up and smiled sweetly. Yes, young master. I don't know how much sugar is added to the sound. Spelling was lost. In his heart, he couldn't help but hate FAI. It's that guy's fault. Otherwise, if he went out with Su Xiao today, it would be himself who would be deeply understood by him. Young Su, I'm ready. Yu Xinyan was carrying a bag and was dressed simply but appropriately. The heavy makeup was removed from her face and replaced with a clean, light makeup. Let your hair down and put it in a ponytail. It looks fresh and pretty. Nice. Su Yan leaned against the side of the car. His eyes slightly lit up. It looks like a college girl. Lu Xinyan got Su Yan's praise, and was overjoyed. Sitting on the co-pilot and fastening her seatbelt, people were originally female college students. Oh, I'm a senior in middle school and I'm graduating this semester. Then I have to call out senior sister. Su Yan also didn't expect that it was still so faithful. Lu Xinyan was delighted. The more karma there was, the better his chances were. Why did schoolmates come to the 4S store for internship? Su Yan was a bit strange. How do you come to be a car salesman when you have a good school at some? Lu Xinyan helplessly said. Young and uneducated. Learning business management. Is there a company for me to manage upon graduation? Usually have to start from the bottom to understand the internship. At those words, Su Yan understood. The car started slowly. With a skillful kick of the gas, he lurched off. Ouyang sat in the back row, gripping the armrest tightly. Su, slow down. I'm scared. You just got your driver's license. Ryu Xinyan also hurriedly grabbed the handrail. That hard? What are you nervous about? When I drive out in this car, the only thing that happens is that everyone lets me. Su Yan did not explain. He was an old driver in his previous life. People don't even look at it in case they think it's a BYD. Ouyang was nervous. The badges are so different that anyone would recognize them by mistake? Su Yan was speechless. Sure enough, many cars on the road stayed away from him. "Oh Yang, do you want to try?" Su Yan asked. "A car doesn't even dare to come close. It's perfect for practicing." Ryu Xinyan was stunned. Worthy of being a rich second generation. Practicing with a $4 million Bentley flying spur. Even though I got my license, I haven't driven a car yet. So forget it. Oh Yang waved his hands back and forth. "It's a $4 million car. Scuff up some paint and you can't afford to sell it yourself. How can you drive if you don't? No one's coming near us. What are you afraid of?" Ryu Xinyan's eyes widened. Making a good point. No one dares to go near this car when it's out in the open. Wouldn't that be just the thing for practicing? I really don't understand the world of the rich. Forget it. He wouldn't dare. Why don't you drive? Where are we going? Sister, do you know where there is a styling design? Design a set of styling for him first. Sun Chang is a good girl. And Su Yan felt it was a shame to separate. At the very least, you can't let the two be separated by yourself. Chapter 20, My boyfriend is here. Little brother. Good looking. There. A barber with crossed fingers looked pleased. Oh Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't paid attention to his image when he was being seventined by this Mr. Tony. Heart-stopping anyway. Or Sun Ching is good. Wow. That's a good look. Manly and manly. Tony clapped his hands, spinning in circles around Oh Yang. The hand with the crossed orchid finger kept slapping away at him. Oh Yang only felt goosebumps all over his body. Great body too. So powerful. Tony's mushy voice. Oh Yang only felt uncomfortable all over. The clothes match in black, white and blue. Just look clean. I won't charge extra for it. Tony couldn't get enough of it. Then turned to Su Yan. This gentleman, you don't need any design at all anymore. Any hairstyle can be managed. And any clothes are suitable. I'll forget it. Su Yan put down the newspaper in his hand. How much? I'll do it. I'll do it. Oh Yang rushed over. 3,800. But, little brother is so handsome. 1,800 is good. How much? Oh Yang's voice rose steeply. 1,018. Tony said with a grin. Robbery? 1,018. Just a haircut. I want to report. It. Oh Yang is going to call the police. It's the dark store. Who would have guessed that Su Yan had already finished paying? Azu. This. We can't be screwed like this. A professional celebrity stylist. Expensive. But okay. Tony smiled flirtatiously. It's still this little brother who knows what he's talking about. Walking out the door. Oh Yang was still heartbroken. Su, I have to give you this money. Okay. Pro Brothers clear accounts. Let's go back at night and slowly calculate. Su Yan laughed. Oh Yang had no doubt and followed. Honghu restaurant. Sun Chang wasn't in a particularly good mood. Aya, Xiao Chang. Don't be sad. Just split up. A man who only cares about brotherhood. What's there to keep? Sun Ching's best friend. Mao Jingjing said as she sat beside her. Haru, why are you so dead set? What good is an orphanage born? Sun Chang was in a low mood and didn't want to argue with her best friend. He just values brotherhood. The starting point is good. Mao Jingjing skimmed her lips and said, precisely because he is righteous. Has he ever considered you? Has he considered your future? Save the day. His brother will surely drag you down in the future. Sun Ching felt even more upset. It won't be. I trust him. Just in time. A kick in the pants. Mao Jingjing took out high-end cosmetics and fixed her makeup. While touching up her makeup, she said, this is a gift from my boyfriend. And it wasn't expensive. A few $1,000s. Look, my boyfriend recently gave me a watch that costs a couple $1,000s too. At the same time, he reached out, revealing the watch on his wrist. Haru, where's your boyfriend? What did he give you? Never sends you anything. Does he? He did send it. Sun Chang argued for Ouyang. Those trash takeout? Mao Jingjing educated Sun Chang. You are still in college, inside the ivory tower. You don't understand that without money, you can't get along anywhere. Sun Ching shook her head, thinking of Ouyang. Her eyes brightened. I believe our hands can create happiness. As soon as the words left her mouth, Mao Jingjing fixed her makeup and rolled her eyes, clearly not agreeing. What are you guys talking about so happily? Just then, a man walked into the box and naturally sat down next to Mao Jingjing. We're talking about Xiao Chang. Her boyfriend lent all the money he borrowed from his part-time job to his brothers who jacked online loans. Mao Jingjing said disdainfully. Hai Liang, didn't you say you called a good friend? Haru, Hai Liang is a much better friend than your boyfriend. Just get to know him. Hearing her best friend say that, Sun Chang's face changed. Jingjing, no need. I'm quite good with Ouyang. What's quite good? Your boyfriend won't even give you a gift. How good can he be to you? Hai Liang's friend is a company mid-level, bought a BMW at a young age, and is rumored to be preparing to buy a house in Shanghai. Zhao Hailiang also said. Xiao Chang. This society is so realistic nowadays. He refuses to give you money to spend. What else do you want? Sun Qing shook her head. I'd better go first. Go what? Mr. Bao Tianbao will be here soon. Zhao Hailiang said. Xiao Chang. If you leave now, aren't you not giving us face? We grew up together. You won't give us face for a man, right? Sun Qing had originally all but stood up and paused. Hai Liang, I just don't want to know anyone else. Yang is quite nice. Just then, a young man in a suit walked in the doorway. His hair was meticulously combed and he looked spry, holding a bouquet of roses in her arms. Mr. Bao, you're here. Walking into the box, Bao Tian saw Sunshine at a glance and his eyes lit up. Quickly walking over, he placed the BMW keys on the table. Hello, my name is Bao Tian, MS. Son, first time meeting, I hope you like it, he said and handed the rose to Sun Qing with both hands. Hurry up and get it. Seeing Sun Qing doesn't take over, Mao Jingjing and Ji Lei Gao hurriedly urged. Sun Qing's expression was a bit odd. That's when it came back to her. It was a setup. Hopefully, they want to set up a bureau between themselves and Bao Tian. However, seeing that Sun Qing still didn't pick it up, Mao Jingjing hurriedly took the rose. Xiao Chang, look how thoughtful Mr. Bao is. He even prepared flowers for you. It's a rare meeting. Hurry up and sit down. At the same time, he greeted Bao Tian and sat down, and pulled Sun Qing to sit down again. Have the two sit together. Bao Tian rolled up his sleeves and reached for the food, placing it in Sun Qing's bowl. Look, how gentlemanly Mr. Bao is. Mao Jingjing kept summarizing. Zhao Hailiang also gave Bao Tian a joke. Mr. Bao, your watch looks good. How much did you pay for it? Bao Tian instantly smiled smugly. It's not expensive. It's only $10,000. Sun Chang was a little weepy and on pins and needles. Secretly, he fumbled for his cell phone and wanted to send a message to Ouyang to come over and relieve him. But then I was worried about coming and losing face in front of my own friends instead. For a while, there was some footsteps. Just then, as if the heart was in the right place, the cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up. Haru, I'm already at the restaurant. Where are you guys? Sun Qing suddenly spread her face and smiled. No matter what, such a boyfriend always puts people at ease. Haru, are you not used to the dishes? Let me order a few more dishes. As if the BMW car keys in front of him, shook his eyes as if. Bao Tian picked up the keys again and put them in front of Sunshine. Better to cry on a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Bao Tian naturally understands all this. My boyfriend's here. I'm going to pick him up. After saying that, Sunshine stood up and bounced away. Bao Tian's face instantly grimaced. Frowning, he looked at Zhao Hailiang. What's going on? Zhao Hailiang's face changed slightly, and he quickly smiled. Mr. Bao, Xiao Qing's boyfriend is an orphan, and he's still working and studying. When he comes later, let him get off his ass, and Haru will naturally know how to split it. Bowtie frowned. Yes, Mr. Bao. No, we've arranged someone to accompany you. How nice. Mao Jingjing also said. He's an orphan and a college student. How can he compare to you? Compare yourself to you, and when the time comes, will you not be compared to the sky? Bowtie laughed at this. Well done. Well done. Chapter 21. Whose BYD is downstairs? Haru. Sunshine had just stepped out of the box when she heard a voice. In his heart, he was happy, and in the next moment, he suddenly made a face. I haven't forgiven you yet. Who knew that when he turned his head, he would see a large bouquet of roses, red and colorful, piled one on top of the other. It looked like there were at least 99 of them. The joy in his heart was on the verge of gushing out of his throat. Behind the bouquet of roses, Ouyang's naive face was revealed. What's the deuce? He said something grumbling, but he was so happy that he took the rose. Count on your conscience. I see why you're a little different today. Ouyang smiled nervously. Sol said to come and apologize for having to clean up a bit, and he took me to get styled. Humph. Sun Qing grunted, but turned around with a joyful expression. Seeing Su Yan's expression, it wasn't that ugly, at least it was enduring. Inside the box, Zhao Hailiang and Mao Jingjing were ready, prepared to fire in a moment. Bao Tian sends flowers as soon as they meet, while the miserly Ouyang must have come empty-handed. Jingjing, Hai Liang, this is my boyfriend, Ouyang. Sunshine walked in with a smile on her face and flowers in her arms. A large bouquet of 99 flowers. And the flowers just sent by Bao Tian were only 19. Bowtie even secretly hid the flowers. Shame on you, didn't you say? Very stingy? Zhao Hailiang was baffled. Such a big bunch of roses, how can it be a few hundred? Mao Jingjing also froze for a moment. Haru said it herself. What do we do now? Yang walked through the door. His unruly messy hair and trim sword brows full of hardness. The top was simply a white t-shirt and a pair of 9-minute casual pants. It looks to reveal the proportions of his body. Very handsome. Mao Jingjing's eyes brightened. More handsome than Mr. Bao. What about? Zhao Hailiang was a bit flustered. What's the use of being handsome? Is he as rich as Mr. Bao? It should be. Mao Jingjing has a bottom. This matter concerns Zhao Hailiang's internship thing. It doesn't help to sacrifice your own bestie. Therefore, when Yang walked over to the table, all three of them had a salty expression. Even Sun Chang was unenthusiastic when he introduced himself. And as soon as Su Yan entered, he could see that this situation was a bit off. 2 men and 1 woman, plus Sun Chang's performance, and their expressions, was able to make a good guess. You're Yang, right? You've upset Haru today, so you want to buy a bouquet of flowers and go over there? Mao Jingjing said in a salty manner. Yang, didn't you prepare a compensation gift for Xiaoqing? Why are you still carrying it? Su Yan walked in with Lu Xinyan on his arm. Zhao Hailiang and Bao Tian's eyes went straight and they couldn't help but look towards Lu Xinyan's body. A woman who combines innocence and femininity, and with a powerful body. It's really hard to avert your eyes. Yo, Haru, what present did you get? Take it out and take a look. Mao Jingjing's conspiratorial voice brought the two back to their senses. Zhao Hailiang followed suit. Yeah, you made Xiaoqing angry today. Normal gifts won't help. Yeah, Haru was sad this afternoon. The two of them said one thing to each other, and all of a sudden, they set Yang on fire. Yang was a little embarrassed. After all, this was the money advanced by Su Yan. Nothing, just a little gift. Seeing Yang show his cowardice, Mao Jingjing and Zhao Hailiang immediately had a bottom line. A small gift won't do. Mao Jingjing immediately objected. Yeah, Jingjing, what kind of gift did I buy last time I pissed you off? Zhao Hailiang immediately sang with Mao Jingjing. The two of them. You prepared a candlelight dinner in a 5-star hotel for me. And this watch. Mao Jingjing revealed the watch on her wrist. Yes, Yang. Last time I spent tens of thousands of dollars to get Jingjing back. Mao Jingjing glanced at Bao Tian. Yes, if you're not sincere, how can you give us Xiaoqing happiness? Love isn't just something you can say with your mouth. Which of the firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar and tea don't cost money? Sun Cheng hurriedly interrupted Mao Jingjing. Jingjing, stop it. Xiaoqing, you can't be like this, or else he will always bully you in the future. Mao Jingjing immediately blocked Sun Cheng. Take it out and let us see. He won't fool you? Before he could finish his words, he snatched the gift from Sun Cheng's hand when she wasn't looking. Let me see. It was too late for Sun Cheng to stop it. Wow, a watch too, hey. Fancy, looks average. Mao Jingjing disliked it. Let's see. Zhao Hailiang, who was also ready to step on it, stretched his head over to take a look, and his expression instantly froze. What did he see? What's that look on your face? Mao Jingjing said strangely. Yeah, Hai Liang, is it still some kind of name list? Bao Tian had an ominous feeling in his heart. Omega, dark side of the moon watch for men and women. The women's model is Bright Light of the Moon and the men's model is Apollo 8. Hearing Zhao Hailiang's words, Bao Tian's face changed slightly. You're not wrong? Bao Tian couldn't help but come over. Mr. Bao, look, you say coincidence. Bowtie and the guys do luxury recycling and know quite a bit about watches. Bowtie very dutifully pulled out his white gloves and picked them up carefully. What's wrong with this watch? Mao Jingjing wondered. Zhao Hailiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This one watch. $100,000. Gollum. Mao Jingjing also swallowed hard and her voice was sharp. 100,000? It's unimaginable. It's a watch for $100,000. Zhao Hailiang corrected. Mao Jingjing also froze and couldn't help but look at the pair of two watches. One white and one black. $200,000. What's wrong with that? Start a business or buy a toilet. You but la? Sun Chang bumped Yang. 200,000. I'll explain it to you later. Bowtie put down his watch. Really? This pair of watches is indeed real. Not bad. Omega genuine. Bao Tian put down his watch and exhaled slowly. He resumed his seat. Fingers gently pushed the BMW keys. You have Omega. I have BMW. Omega. It's not like you can't afford it yourself. It's just not necessary. Zhao Hailiang understood at once and came to a realization. Mr. Bao, I heard that you bought a new car, right? It's that hard. Su Yan was on the verge of laughing. Everything is seen and understood. Lolong match. Mao Jingjing and Zhao Hailiang seemed to find a good man for Sunshine, practically looking for a woman for Bao Tian. Zhao Hailiang looked at Bao Tian's face and everything. Either he's the top dog, or he's got something to ask for. But think to yourself, how do you support your brother's face? Why don't you slip him the car keys? It's not good either. It gets him in trouble instead. Yeah, I heard it's the latest model, right? Mao Jingjing also began to crib. Bowtie got comfortable. It's okay, I just got a new car. How much did it cost? Not much. Landed in the mid-50s. I would have wanted a Porsche if I wasn't getting ready to buy a house. Bao Tian felt like his pores were breathable. Awesome. Just as he was pretending, there was a knock on the door. Excuse me, may I ask who owns that unlicensed BYD downstairs? Chapter 22. Have you guys ever seen a $4 million BYD? At those words, the entire box went quiet for a moment. Zhao Hailiang immediately smiled and chided. Can't you see what kind of people are here? Our Mr. Bao always drives a BMW. He hasn't bought a car yet. As for Ouyang and all these people, what does that count for? 2 orphans? Where did they get the money to buy a car? Bao Tian glanced at Sun Cheng and then couldn't help but look at Lu Xinyan. While Sun Cheng is a small family man, Ryu Xin Yan looks flirty. Can't wait to take both. Hearing Zhao Hailiang praise himself, he couldn't help but bring a smile on his face and said with a slight reproach, Ah Liang, BMW is also a car. It's just a little bit more expensive. His hand couldn't help but push the car keys on the table again. I'm afraid people won't see it. How can that be the same? Mao Jingjing immediately flattered. BYD is 100,000 miles away from BMW. Yes, beggars drive BYDs. Zhao Hailiang also said in a hurry. The waiter gave the 3 of them a look. These 3 were so pretentious. Couldn't help but whisper. I think this BYD is pretty good looking. Better than the BMW. That line. That color. It looks classy. What the hell do you know? You loser. Zhao Hailiang felt superior. You're only worthy of driving a domestic in your life. I think it's fine. It looks classy and handsome. The waiter couldn't even look away. These 3 guys are blowing smoke out of their asses and opening their mouths about BMW. Did BMW feed you? What did you say? Zhao Hailiang didn't expect a waiter to dare to dislike him and felt that he had lost face. Before the waitress could finish her sentence, she heard an impossibly handsome man speak. Hello, what color is that BYD? Open your mouth and say hello first. How polite. How can there be such a big difference between eating in the same compartment? Dark green. As soon as Su Yan heard about the unlicensed BYD, he thought of his new car. It wouldn't be your new car, would it? Ouyang asked in a hurry. That's over $4 million. How sad would it be if it got scratched? The attendant hurriedly asked. Is that your car, sir? Su Yan asked again. What's the temporary license plate? CA62168. Sorry, it's my car. Su Yan stood up. Is there a problem? Oh, a gentleman said you were parked over there and couldn't drive out. Excuse me while I go down and move a car. Su Yan stood up and went downstairs. Che, drive a BYD and think you're great. Stick garlic in your nose. What kind of elephant are you pretending to be? Mao Jingjing said disdainfully. Sun Cheng, however, asked in a low voice. Ouyang, Su Yan bought a car? Ouyang nodded and said. Yeah, I went with me to buy it today. It's expensive. Where did he get the money? Sun Cheng was a little worried, and thinking of the 2 watches, she couldn't help but let her heart sink. Su Yan won't bring her boyfriend down, right? Another new watch, another new car. Ouyang, you won't be brought along by your brother to jerk off online loans, right? Mao Jingjing delivered a timely assist. Ouyang saw that Sun Cheng also looked over and quickly shook his head. No, how does Asu still need to jack up online loans now? Tens of millions of dollars with you and you still need to jack up your online loans? Jerking online loans to buy BYD? Zhao Hailiang laughed. Young people nowadays are really too pompous. Jerking online loans can only buy BYD. Mr. Bao, do you think it's funny? Bao Tian pretended, but his eyes flicked to Lu Xinyan from time to time. Indeed, honest people like us, on the contrary, don't eat well. How can I compare to you? You can afford a BMW. Is that comparable to a BYD? Zhao Hailiang placed his gaze on Lu Xinyan. This young lady, your boyfriend is too pompous and not a good match. After Lu Xinyan entered the door, she saw these 3 people jumping around and couldn't be sure if they were Su Xiao's friends. Seeing a bit of a hint now, He smiled a little. I'm not his girlfriend. Bao Tian was instantly energized. Not a girlfriend? Just walked in the door holding hands, and now it says it's not a girlfriend. It seems that although that is handsome, he is still compared to himself. He immediately warmed up and took out a business card and handed it over. Beauty. My name is Bao Tian. However, before the words fell, he heard Lu Xinyan somewhat grudgingly say, it would have been nice to be his girlfriend. Now it's at most a lover. Pust. Zhao Hailiang sprayed a mouthful of water directly onto Mao Jingjing. Bao Tian, who was holding up his business card, was confused. Lover? Sounds like it's backwards to me. Oh Yang, what's the situation? Sun Chang was also confused. Lover? He looked at Lu Xinyan for a moment. Beauty, you are a beautiful woman. Why are you a thief? Mao Jingjing could see that Bao Tian was interested, and couldn't help but advise. Why do you want to be a lover for others? There are many good men in the world. Look at brother Bao. Lu Xinyan shook her head inside quietly. Unfortunately, I may not even be considered a lover in his heart. Bao Weather was on the verge of exploding. Beauty, why do you need to trample on yourself so much? As long as you follow me, I will definitely treat you as a treasure. Ryu Xinyan gave him a look. You don't have any money. Zhao Hailiang knew it was time for him to make an appearance. Beauty, Mr. Bo bought a BMW and is soon ready to buy a house in Shanghai. Bao Tian immediately became complacent, looking at a house of more than $4 million, and is about to sign the contract. You don't want me to pay the mortgage with you, do you? Ryu Xinyan revealed a worried expression. Pust. Sunshine didn't hold back for a moment and burst out laughing. Definitely not necessary. Zhao Hailiang relieved himself. I, Mr. Bao, have a monthly salary of $40,000 to $50,000, so it's not a breeze to pay off the mortgage, but it's still not as good as Su Xiao. Lu Xinyan sighed and looked at Bao Tian. Bao Tian was unconvinced. Where am I not better than him? Do you have Major Su? Bao Tian was speechless. If there was no one else, one could still have the cheek to say he's better looking than him. Mao Jingjing said, it's useless for a man to be handsome. Beauty, he is not Su Xiao, he is an orphan, and also owes a butt of debt. Lying to you. Ryu Xinyan's eyes widened. He's an orphan? Mao Jingjing was immediately pleased. Girl, you've been tricked by him, right? I think you guys are the ones who are getting ripped off. The big boss doesn't know how rich he is. I don't believe it. He just bought a new car. How can he be an orphan in debt? But she didn't say so explicitly. What's a BYD? How can it compare to my Mr. Bao's BMW? Bao Tian immediately stood up his chest. Beauty, a man should still focus on his career. A BYD. It's not worth showing off. Later life. You will know the pain of having no money. I would like to marry him. I guess he can't see me. Lu Xinyan pretended to sigh, and the conversation turned. By the way, have you guys seen a BYD of more than $4 million? Chapter 23, Get Lost. A $4 million BYD? Mao Jingjing, Zhao Hailiang and Bao Tian were all confused. What BYD is so expensive? Zhao Hailiang laughed. Pretty much made of gold. Bao Tian also laughed. Beauty, you won't be fooled by him, right? Where is there a BYD with more than $4 million? But that's what he told me. Ha! His car, which he just bought today, is over $4 million. Lu Xinyan pretended to be at a loss. It seems to be plausible and ignorant. When Ouyang saw Lu Xinyan's appearance, he was a bit strange at first, but he quickly came back to his senses. The girl, I'm afraid, is playing a trick on them. Couldn't help but settle down. Beauty, a BYD doesn't need more than $4 million even if it's encrusted with gold and silver, Zhao Hailiang said in a hurry. Mao Jingjing nodded her head as well. That's right, over $4 million. You can buy a house in Shanghai. Bowtie thought deeply. If he had over $4 million, why would he buy a BYD? Why not go buy a house? Yu Xinyun continued to feign ignorance. Really? No $4 million BYD? Of course not. Bao Tian categorically said. Beauty, that must be a scummy man who is lying to you. Lu Xinyan frowned lightly. It can't be? I see that car is quite luxurious. When Bao Tian heard it, this beauty was beautiful, but had little insight. Making a wink, Zhao Hailiang instantly understood. How can a BYD be as luxurious as a BMW? Girl, you've never ridden in a BMW, right? Ryu Xinyan shook his head. Bao Tian immediately became interested. Beauty, I happen to have bought one. Why don't you? Take you for a ride? Yes. Ryu Xinyan seemed interested. Then go. Bowtie was complacent. Although Sunaru's side didn't get it. but Lu Xinyan is even more beautiful than Sunshine. Seeing the two leave, Sun Cheng worried. Oh Yang. She left with Bao Tian. Will Su Yan be alright? Mao Jingjing immediately interrupted her. Xiao Qing, don't care about others. Zhao Hailiang also rejoiced that this time it was a success, and he had the opportunity to get a promotion and a raise. Although Sun Cheng hadn't been fixed, but he had fixed an even more beautiful beauty. And Mr. Bao would definitely be satisfied. Yeah, come on, try this store's handiwork. Ouyang stood up. I'm still uneasy. I'll go take a look. Sun Qing followed suit and stood up. Even if she was stupid and innocent, she could see that her best friend seemed to be up to no good. Che, what's the point of pretending? With this poor boy, there's plenty for her to suffer in the future. Zhao Hailiang bristled. Mao Jingjing asked. You say, that pair of watches. That's true. The new novelties cost at least $200,000. Where did he get that much money? Zhao Hailiang also felt strange. Mao Jingjing shrugged her shoulders. How should I know? Dumped all your money to jack up online loans to buy it, right? Ha! These poor devils. Zhao Hailiang became even more disdainful. And suddenly, his face changed slightly as he stood up and said, we have to go down. What for? Mao Jingjing asked. In case if they have a conflict with Mr. Bao, we can still lend a hand. Zhao Hailiang hurriedly went. Mao Jingjing followed suit. Where do you want to go later? Pretty girl? I'll take you there. Walking out of the restaurant, Bao Tian felt even more refreshed. Why don't we go for a drive and have a little drink? Get drunk and you can go to the hotel. He. Not hearing Lu Xinyan's reply, he couldn't help but turn back. He saw that Lu Xinyan was walking towards Su Yan. Su Yan has parked his car. How did you get down here? Lu Xinyan held Su Yan's arm with a hint of a smile on her face. That Mr. Bao said that your car is not as luxurious as his. To take me for a ride. Su Yan had just locked the car and froze when he heard this. What car beats his Bentley? Oh, the guy bought a BMW. Hey, scum, I can't even look at it. Cheating a little girl like this. Want some face? More than $4 million of BYD. Laughed to death. Bao Tian was upset to see the two so close. Su Yan was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. Bro, thanks a lot. Just then, a big G happened to pull up. Su Yan smiled. You can't even get into such a large parking space. The man laughed bitterly. Isn't my car big? Most importantly, I'm afraid of scratching your car. I can't afford to pay for a scratch. Bao Tian froze on the spot. What do you mean? You're kidding. Bro, you drive a big G and you can't afford a BYD? The brother who drove the big G immediately lost his smile. Have you ever seen a BYD with a standing label? Have you ever seen a BYD that costs more than $4 million? Where does BYD get a $4 million car? Bao Tian laughed dryly, and he came back to his senses. A guy who drives a big G shouldn't be kidding himself, right? Not for nothing. Have you seen the BYD bus? The guy driving the big G couldn't help but tease him. Ha! Bao Tian froze. No, that my dad's previous company got one. It seems like it doesn't need to be 400, 200 or so will do. That person seems to think of something. That. Bao Tian had been completely baffled. Seeing him like this, the man reminded, brother, don't be complacent. People driving Bentley are not as arrogant as you. What kind of car are you driving? Robbing his sister? Bentley? Bao Tian then exclaimed in shock. Bentley is an absolute luxury car. The BBA also has an entry model, a civilian model, but people start with $2 million. Yeah, the standing label BYD, isn't it a Bentley? The man waved his hand at Su Yan. Let's go, brother, don't play with these. Fall out. Thanks a lot. Turn around and play together. The window slammed shut and the big G eased away. Mr. Bao, how is it now? Su Yan looked at Bao Tian. At this point, Bao Tian had realized it. The BMW you can only buy by gritting your teeth is just a purchase in the eyes of others. Yeah, sorry. How can one provoke such a person? It's okay for you to pretend. Just don't pretend to be my brother. Su Yan lectured. Understood. I won't dare next time. Bao Tian lowered his head. In his heart, he hated it. It was all Zhao Hailiang's fault. This punk. Today, I've lost my face. Not to mention my basket. Get lost. Su Yan waved his hand. It was not enough to get angry with him. Thank you, Mr. Su. Bao Tian nodded his head. What is this doing? As soon as Ouyang went out the door, he saw the just unrivaled Bao Tian nodding his head. Where is Bao Tian's face? He was about to cover his face and walk away. Wait, but he was called back by Su Yan. Su Xiao, what else is there? Bao Tian looked at him accusingly. Don't be so condescending. Su Yan laughed. You just punched my brother in the face. Now, how can you show it? Bao Tian gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. I have no eyes. Get lost. Thank you, Mr. Su. Bowtie panicked and ran. Mr. Bao, why did you leave? Mr. Bao. Zhao Hailiang went out and saw Bao Tian running, flying like a drill into his BMW and sped away. Mao Jingjing, who had just finished paying the bill, came out. Where's Mr. Bao? Zhao Hailiang's gaze went cold, thinking he was late. What have you done to Mr. Bao? Chapter 24. He looks like a dog. Mr. Bao was pissed off by all this. His own plans for a promotion and raise went out the window. Zhao Hailiang's mood was predictable. Mr. Bao was beaten by them? Mao Jingjing's eyebrows went up. How else would Mr. Bao be pissed off by these country bumpkins? Zhao Hailiang was furious. Good you Sun Chang. I kindly introduced you to a boyfriend. I didn't expect you to be so wolfish. Mao Jingjing was about to explode with anger. Mr. Bao has suffered a loss today, and when he goes to work, the one who suffers is his boyfriend. She also wants to buy a house and a car and get ahead. Jingjing. Sun Cheng wanted to explain. You still have a face. Rely on. It's your good fortune to be seen by Mr. Bao. If you don't give face, you'll be a poor man for the rest of your life. Zhao Hailiang was already angry. Mouthless. Snap. The next moment, a slap landed hard on his face. At the same time, there was another kick that flipped him over. The one who slapped was Su Yan, and the one who kicked was Yang. The brothers were one in front of the other. What are you doing? Mao Jingjing screamed in shock. Su Yan took a step forward and said with a cold face, You guys set up a game today. It looks like you're being kind, but in reality, you're using Xiao Cheng as a promotion, aren't you? This Mr. Bao, what's his name, is your top boss. Using Xiao Qing to curry favor with him so he can promote you? Being told through Su Yan's mind. Zhao Hailiang was a bit mute for a while. Holy, you guys are so cruel. Yang was furious. Taking his girlfriend for a deal? As soon as he grabbed Zhao Hailiang's clothes, his big fist slammed hard on his face. He's meowing. Wolves, are you still human? Bang bang. Haru has always treated you guys as hairy kids and said nice things about you in front of me. And this is how you betray your brothers? Bang bang. Hit man. It's a fight. Mao Jingjing tried to pull Yang away. But Yang is tall. How can he pull it? Sun Chang, I'll fight you. Mao Jingjing turned her head to lash out at Sun Chang. Just as he raised his hand, he was stopped by Ryu Xinyan. Snap. Yu Xinyan dryly slapped her. Disgusting. Sun Chang looked at Mao Jingjing with tears in her eyes. Jingjing, I thought we were good sisters and grew up together, but I didn't expect you to count on me? Mao Jingjing, however, seemed to take it for granted, covering her face and laughing. We are sisters. You're the one who has to help me, to make Hai Liang go further. Once these words came out, Sun Cheng instantly knew that Mao Jingjing didn't treat herself as a sister at all. If she really thought of herself as a sister, she wouldn't have set herself up like that. Sun Chang was sad inside. Yang dropped Zhao Hailiang and embraced her. We'll never be friends again. Mao Jingjing helped Zhao Hailiang up. A look of resentment flashed across her face. A good friend? You have now caused Hailiang to lose his promotion. You wicked woman. Sunaru became more and more upset. Su Yan also felt that these two people were incomprehensible and shook his head. Let's go. Don't tangle with them. Such people have only their own interests in their eyes. Whatever else, might do something crazy. Let's go. Yang helped Sun Cheng and followed Su Yan out. Drip. The lights flashed and Yang opened the door for Sun Cheng to get in. Ryu Xinyan naturally headed for the passenger seat. Can't go. Mao Jingjing's anger surged. Badgering her boyfriend and hitting someone. Wanting to leave just like that. Think again. Su Yan was already in the car and the car started. At once, he stopped in front of Su Yan's car. You guys don't want to run. Driving a broken BYD. Want to go? She stopped the car and tried to sit on it as soon as she pressed the hood. I'm counting on you. However, when she took off into the air, Zhao Hailiang had already seen it. Holy, it's BYD? Is the waiter blind? What kind of BYD is that? But Mao Jingjing has vacated. If a butt collapse, they can't afford to lose a year's salary. However, it was too late to block. Zhao Hailiang didn't even think about it and kicked his girlfriend directly out. At the same time, they made way. Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, slow down, bending down, bowing, even helping them block the Mao Jingjing at the same time. This man looks like a dog. Ryu Xinyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly while sitting in the passenger seat. There are always some people that don't like being a human and like being a dog. Su Yan laughed. In the future, there will be more and more of this. The car had left slowly. Zhao Hailiang. What are you doing? Mao Jingjing rubbed her ass and stood up, her anger igniting Zhao Hailiang. Zhao Hailiang was shocked. You didn't see what kind of car, and you dare to provoke others? It's just a broken BYD. They're beating people up. Mao Jingjing became furious. Broken BYD? Look closely. That's a BYD? That's a Bentley. Zhao Hailiang was furious. If you had just sat on your ass, 2 years of our salary wouldn't have been enough to pay for it. Bentley? Mao Jingjing stared blankly at the taillights of the distant car. She hadn't seen it, hadn't sat in it, but that didn't stop her from hearing about it. I know why Mr. Bao left at that time. Zhao Hailiang suddenly had a flash of insight. What that pretty girl said is true. Over $4 million of Bentley. Mao Jingjing was still fuming. More than $4 million. Wouldn't it be nice to buy a house for over $4 million? Cars depreciate when you buy them. Zhao Hailiang shook his head in admiration. How can we understand the mind of such a rich man? More than $4 million. Isn't it like a game? No wonder it's so handsome. As soon as he came in I felt the extraordinary temperament on him. I guess he looked at Mr. Bao as if he was looking at a little cutie. The same. This friend of Xiao Qing's. Marvelous. Jingjing. We need to get in touch with Xiao Qing more often in the future. Mao Jingjing also came back to her senses and nodded her head vigorously. Right. We are good girlfriends. Her friends are my friends. The place where they ate was not far from the Zhenghai Tianhu Intercontinental Hotel, and Su Yan simply brought them here directly. If Ouyang and the others were going to stay anyway, they might as well just stay at their own hotel. Ah Su, we just find a hotel to stay for one night. Such a big hotel. It's very expensive. Seeing the car pull into the hotel gate, the manor-like entrance made Ouyang look away. Stay here tonight. Su Yan stopped the car and the porter immediately came up to open the door. Young master. Seeing Su Yan, the porter's eyes lit up. The car is parked for me. Su Yan key through to the porter. Yes, young master? Lu Xinyan took Su Yan's arm. Ouyang was also a bit dumbfounded. Even Sun Shang, who was not in a high mood, realized that things seemed to be out of the ordinary. My house. Su Yan smiled helplessly. It's a bummer when your family is too rich. Is this also your house? Ouyang's loud voice didn't hold back for a moment. Wang Tianlong had already thumped over. Young master, you're here. Go about your business on your own. My brother is here and staying over for the night. Wang Tianlong surveyed the situation and nodded. Young master, follow me. With his arrangement, the crowd quickly went straight to the 15th floor of the basement. 2 duplex Lakeview suites are ready to go. Young master, there's only this one room. Wang Tianlong opened a suite for Ouyang and the others. Before saying with difficulty, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but blush with a pretty face. Go! Su Yan waved his hand and said to Lu Xinyan, Senior sister, there's only one room left. Look, Chapter 25, honey, our family's savings have broken the billion-dollar barrier. Nanjiang Province. The cab pulled out of the airport. Yi Chen was filled with excitement. Wife! Wife! He was a little anxious to share it with Li Qin. What for? Li Qin looked at his excitement and was curious. Our family savings broke $1 billion. Yi Chen's face was so excited that even the cab driver couldn't help himself in front of him. I've worked hard all my life and my assets haven't even broken the $1 billion mark. It hasn't been more than a few days since I found my son, and my assets have broken the $1 billion barrier. Li Qin was also a bit excited, quietly hitting Yi Chen, then showing a smile. So soon? It hasn't stopped all afternoon today. Yi Chen peeked at the driver and lowered his voice. One stroke. Several strokes went out. Yi Chen was beaming with joy. A few thousand to over 100,000. Anyway, it cost a lot. My son has finally learned to lose. Li Qin's old mind was relieved. The driver had just heard that the deposit had broken the $1 billion mark and also pricked up his ears. I didn't realize that I was just pulling up to the house of billionaires, only to end up hearing the phrase, my son has learned to be a loser? You have a grudge against your son. This matter, you can't be too publicized. Li Qin suddenly had a serious expression. We found Xiao Luo this time, and we haven't told either side yet. Yi Chen also calmed down. I have my measure. You've got a load of sense. We didn't find Xiao Luo. I don't know how many people are staring at our family's company. Now that we've found Xiao Luo, it's the same as cutting off their money. Li Qin frowned. I'm afraid there'll be something else to make a fuss about when the time comes. Yi Chen rubbed his brow. It was already quite an unhappy mess. Next, hey, he was also in a difficult position. What I'm most worried about is that they'll know that Xiao Luo is back, and instead they'll be gunning for him in unison. Li Qin was a little worried. Big deal. We'll just give them a share of the company. We have Xiao Luo anyway. Yi Chen only felt upset and did not have the good sense to say. He started with nothing and made tens of millions of dollars in assets. And, again, the son is gone. His own brothers, as well as the Li Qin brothers, all had their eyes on this piece of fat meat. It used to be that they fought. Now that Xiao Luo is back, maybe they'll be gunning for Xiao Luo in unison. That's what worries them the most. No way. We already owe Xiao Luo so much. This company must be given to Xiao Luo. Systems and whatnot. These are all imaginary. Who knows when they'll disappear? Li Qin flatly refused. With the company around, even if the system is gone, we can still support Xiao Luo. Yi Chen nodded inside. What I'm most afraid of is them tampering with this matter of Xiao Luo recognizing his ancestor. Li Qin's eyes flashed with coldness. They dare. If they dare, then we'll split up. Isn't Xia graduating soon? I'm going to let her into the company first. Yi Chen glanced at his wife. Have you thought about it? We agreed long ago when we adopted Xia that she would be our daughter first, and when we found Xiao Luo, she would be our daughter-in-law. Alright, then, let's do that for now. Look for them to show down recently. Yi Chen said. First pave the way for Xiao Luo and wait for him to return. Intercontinental Sky Lake. So, he's a rich second generation now? Sun Sheng stared at Ouyang with wide eyes. Ouyang shrugged. I thought he was already poor, but I didn't realize that he had transformed into a super rich second generation. This. Sun Sheng didn't even know what to say for a moment. Will I affect your relationship? Ouyang smiled and wrapped his arms around her. Don't worry. Su even said you were nice. The gift is still something he took me to buy. Sun Sheng remembered the pair of watches. Does this really cost more than $200,000? Right. Ouyang had a bit of a headache. He himself even said he'd pay it back. $200,000. Where can I get $200,000 for him? This is too valuable. We can't take it. Give it back to him. Sun Sheng said in a hurry. Well, go check it out. Call first. Why call first? Just in case people are at. Ouyang came to a realization and rushed to the phone. Confirming that he didn't do anything shy, he went out to find Su Yan. Hot springs, going or not? Su Yan was wearing a bathrobe. Okay. Layers of water vapor rose up as several people sat in the hot spring pool. Sun Sheng apologized and then thanked him, then took out his watch. Soul, we can't have this pair of watches. They're too expensive. Ouyang nodded. I can still pay you back for the haircut. This pair of watches, I can't afford. Su Yan shook his head and laughed. Ouyang, you shouldn't be so outgoing with me. It's not a matter of seeing or not seeing. This is just too expensive. Even if you have money now, this is not the way to spend it. Give it to you and you keep it. Su Yan was unimpressed. Ouyang, what do you plan to do in the future? Ouyang was immediately attracted to Su Yan. What else can I do? Of course, continue. Su Yan scratched the water in front of him. Now that I'm capable, you and little Fei focus on school and don't work part-time. This won't do. Ouyang refused in a hurry. Instead, Su Yan said, Ouyang, listen to me. Work-study is right, but it diverts your energy after all, and I'm going to start a business next, and I need you guys to help me. Ouyang nagged. If you start a business, you start a business. What can I do to help? Su Yan, however, said seriously, as you can see, an automobile sales agency, a hotel, as well as countless amounts of cash. I'm afraid that such a family is disjointed. Even if I don't want to fight for the family fortune, I'll be involved in the future. And I'm starting a business that's more than just a business. It's also about self-preservation. Ouyang froze. What does this have to do with self-preservation? Have you heard of the 9 dragons of the Qing dynasty? Ouyang learns in general. What does this have to do with you? It's just that the emotional intelligence is also average. Sun Sheng bumped him. Mansion infighting? Right. Su Yan didn't necessarily want to compete for so many assets though. But, there will certainly be people in the future who will make themselves a target of struggle. Didn't you say that you're an only child? Ouyang probably didn't quite understand. But what about cousins? Cousins? Before, when I was away, they were all likely to inherit. And now that I'm back, I'm their roadblock. Ouyang's eyes widened. How can you do that? Mr. Mansion? They're not going to show up for a stabbing or anything, are they? Su Yan shook his head. I don't know. So, I need you guys to help me. Yang scratched his head. I can't study. I'm just an ordinary undergraduate. How can I help you? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Why don't I become a soldier? When I come back from the army, I'll protect you. Su Yan glanced at Sunshine. Forget about being a soldier. You should either study hard. Help me take care of the company in the future. Yang shook his head, seemingly determined. Little Fei is smarter than I am. And the matter of using one's brain was given to you guys from a young age. I don't know anything. I just have to follow your orders. Sun Chang's face was reddened by the hot spring. Su, you're lifting Yang up. It's not like Yang went to war in ancient times when he was a soldier. Su Yan only knew that Sun Chang was good, but he didn't expect to have a vision. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. That's fine. You go to the army now and keep your school registration. Or take a military school when the time comes. Whatever you want. With Yang's character, he is suitable to go to the army for training. If you can become an officer, you can also give yourself some arms. The bottom line, such a huge family with such a poor heritage of its own. A family that freely gives itself tens of millions of dollars in cash. One reckons one is only seeing the tip of the iceberg. Terrible. Chapter 26, Humph. Scum. As for his own business venture, Su Yan still needed to go through some market research. The world is different, after all, and the programs of one's former life don't always fit here. It has to be adjusted after market research. Starting a business is not a brainstorm. It requires a lot of thought. Hot springs, sauna, spa. A series down the line, Su Yan is still thinking about starting his own business. Lying on a bed that was soft as if it were a cloud, he closed his eyes and contemplated. You can't rely on your parents alone for your own establishment. And family infighting is something that can't be avoided. He also had to prepare early. Leaning against the bed, Su Yan silently thought. Thinking about what? Yu Xinyun leaned over. Su Yan glanced at her and could see a lot through the loose neckline. A small smile appeared on his face. Sister, I'll give you two choices. Lu Xinyan leaned her head on Su Yan's shoulder. What choice? A sweet smile on his face. First, you'll sleep on the couch tonight. And later, when I start my own business, you'll come to the office and help me. Second, you take the bed and I'll take you. The smile on Lu Xinyan's face converged and she seriously had to measure Su Yan. Finally re-laughing. Why not together? Su Yan shrugged. I don't want to maintain a physical relationship with my own employees if the feelings aren't there. Why? Ryu Xinyan wondered. Because with a physical relationship, it's likely to be mentally demanding. Unless you come to my company as a vase. And then that option is no different than the second one. Ryu Xinyan was smart. You're worried about bullying. She suddenly felt a little bit like she had somewhat underestimated this rich second generation in front of her. Millions of dollars to buy a car as you go along. Hundreds of thousands of dollars casually given away to friends. Thought it was a loser. I didn't realize that he had an extraordinary mind. Yes, it's a devastating blow to a startup. To say more is to say that this is a lesson learned from a previous life. I see. Ryu Xinyan frowned. The company treats. Depends on your ability. A grassroots company. You have a lot of opportunities. Of course, if you are not capable. Su Yan touched his nose. I might not earn as much as selling cars. That. If you choose the second one. $100,000 a month. On call. Su Yan reached out and gently lifted Lu Xinyan's chin. The delicate face was actually a bit flustered at this moment. Su Xiao, you saying that makes it hard for me to choose. Even if you lie to me about earning $1 million a year or something. Lu Xinyan smiled petulantly. Is it useful for me to lie to you? Su Yan also said. The most important thing is you. Then, don't have a chance to get you? My boss. Lu Xinyan cupped Su Yan's face at this time instead. Not really. The tantalizing scent of her body hit her nose. And her exquisite face came closer and closer. It didn't make his little head jump. It seems that senior sister has already made her choice. However, Su Yan quickly calmed down. As expected, there was still a fire in Lu Xinyan's heart. After 10 years of studying hard, getting into the University of Central Sea, and learning all the skills, you're just going to give up? It's not possible. Right. Lu Xinyan re-leaned on Su Yan's shoulder. I am ready to be a vase today, but the result is that the boss you. Hey. I haven't even graduated yet, and I've already realized that society is too cruel, especially what happened to Sun Qing today. If you don't have the ability, you may be abandoned and sold at some point yourself. It's rare that someone is willing to give me a chance. How can I be happy if I don't put up a fight? Su Yan nodded. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she heard Lu Xinyan continue. If I'm not capable enough, can I still choose the second one? This smart woman, Su Yan, didn't refuse. It's not impossible, but if I wait until you're old and yellow, I don't want it. Hey, Ryu Xinyan sighed. The boss is forcing me to work my ass off. If you don't put up a fight, you'll learn about the cruelty of society later. Su Yan looked at her as she kept leaning on his shoulder. Why don't you go to the sofa? But, boss, people don't want to sleep on the sofa, Lu Xinyan said coquettishly. You're backtracking? Su Yan's eyes lit up. He's the man, not Willow. Lu Xinyan rolled over and directly straddled Su Yan's body, condescendingly looking at Su Yan. No, but I'm an adult, not a child, so of course I want them all. At this moment, Lu Xinyan's face carried a hint of delicacy and a hint of desire. No man can be in such a situation without looking up. What a diaphragm. Lu Xinyan's face turned red in a flash and quickly turned flirtatious again. The pink tongue licked her lips. How can I let go of such a handsome man like schoolmate? And, boss, you don't mean what you say. Like a tigress, she pounced. It's not a contract yet. It's not even an employment relationship. Ryu Xinyan giggled. Su Yan was furious. It seems that before going to work, I have to give you a good staff training. Immediately, Su Yan on the future direction of entrepreneurship, staff training. This was followed by a lesson on how to capture the focus of the work for Ryu Xinyan, said Su Yan's spittle and dry mouth, until he poured out his experience of business ventures in his previous life. The next day was Sunday. Su Yan eats it up and takes great pains to teach her about entrepreneurship. Lu Xinyan had benefited a lot, but she couldn't accept Su Yan's years of accumulated experience at once, eventually begging for mercy. It's not nice to talk to other women in front of me, is it? Lu Xinyan wrapped her arms around Su Yan from behind. Su Yan looked at the cell phone. What? Not ready to start a business? Ready to get to the top? Lu Xinyan hummed. I'd rather just go to work honestly. Looking at the message from Li Qingshui on his cell phone, the corner of Su Yan's mouth rose. Finally, a second fish enters the pond on its own. Li Qingshui still wanted to add his private number. Still, he was prepared to hang on. Today's live broadcast, Su Yan didn't brush gifts. Let's whet the appetite first. Take your time. There's no rush. Boss, what do we do next? After putting on her clothes, Lu Xinyan sat in front of the dresser and asked while applying her makeup. Go ahead and get me an office space for a few days. Su Yan put on his clothes. I'm leaving. After that, he opened the door and left. It's Monday and he has classes to attend. Lu Xinyan looked at the closed door of the room and grunted. Frowning, humph, scum, some. Su Yan's Bentley drove into the university and immediately attracted a lot of attention. The lines are warm and the color scheme is natural. The most important thing is the standing logo on the front of the car, which can't help but attract a lot of attention. Wow, that car is so cool. Bentley, this car looks expensive. At least $1 million car. Who's driving the car? Could it be a rich kid from school? I didn't realize there were such rich kids at school. He looks so handsome driving. Chapter 27, Li Qingshui sells her body. Sanner, where have you been these past few days? Wang Wei threw Su Yan's book at him. Yeah, thought you'd disappeared. The three brothers approached. Su Yan shrugged. My friend came for a visit and played with him for 2 days. Zhou Kai immediately scowled. Female, right? There are men and women. Su Yan smiled. These two goods, Wang Wei and Zhou Kai, were like they were in heat the last time they saw Zhao Qiong. If she knew she had been fooling around with Lu Xinyan for 2 days, she would have gone crazy. So changing the subject, bought a car by the way. All three eyes launched into, you bought a car? Where's the car? What car? There isn't a man who doesn't love cars. This is the one. Su Yan patted the car behind him. Holy, cool. Wang Wei rushed forward with an arrow step and touched the car's paint. Zhou Kai also circled the car while Fu opened the door, got in and touched the steering wheel. Lao San, if you're so rich, why did you buy a BYD? Zhou Kai circled the car. Never mind the car. Sanner, let me drive 2 laps after class. Wang Wei jumped at the chance. What BYD? 4? Look closely. It's a Bentley. Bentley. Fu's hands were shaking. Bentley? Zhou Kai looked at the license plate again. It was indeed not a BYD, and there was an old blush. A Bentley? I thought it was a BYD too. Wang Wei stammered. Is it expensive? Fu sat in the driver's seat and gulped as he touched the badge on the steering wheel. Landed at least $3 million. Or low end. Could buy 3 of my dads. Right? Su Yan laughed. The current car is only high end. Landing 5 million short. Hiss. Zhou Kai sucked in a breath of cool air. By this time, one after another, people had already arrived. Ren, look. He Shanshan bumped her hand against Wang Ran who was beside her. Suyen? The moment she saw Suyen, Wang Ran's eyes lit up. He seems to have become handsome. No, look at the car behind him. Wang Ran hurriedly looked, and saw Fu Jiejun sitting in the driver's seat, and Suyen several standing outside the car, chatting. Looks like Fu Jiejun isn't going to pretend. Ran, in that case, you're under a lot of pressure. Wang Ran instantly tensed up. But I contacted Fu Jiejun over the weekend and he didn't even get back to me. What should I do? I have to think. If Jojo sees this, you'll say what? Before he Shanshan finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind her. She immediately changed her countenance. Joan, how come I haven't seen any of you for a couple days over the weekend? Zhao Qiong laughed. I went out to play. Did Fu Jiejun buy a car? Her eyes sparkled. Wang Ran immediately felt a great deal of pressure. Hey! Zhao Qiong immediately threw down the two of them and ran towards Su Yan and the others. Fu Jiejun, you bought a car? Zhao Qiong jumped out at once. It seemed to be well groomed today, with her hair combed up and her face lightly made up as if it would glow. The clothes are pure and nice too. The moment they saw her, Wang Wei and Zhou Kai couldn't help but gulp. It seemed to be able to see through her clothes as if. Fu Jiejun opened his mouth and just wanted to say that it wasn't himself, but he was kicked by Su Yan. Ah, ha ha, wow. That's a beautiful car. Isn't it expensive? Zhao Qiong blinked and watched as several of the men looked at her with lust in their eyes. The heart could not help but be pleased. You can easily take down Fu yourself. I haven't ridden in such a beautiful car yet. Zhao Qiong walked to the door of the car and purposely approached Fu Jiejun. When are you going to take me for a ride, classmate Fu Jiejun? Ha ha, it's time for class. Fu Jiejun stood up, knowing that Su Yan didn't seem to want exposure, and casually closed the door. Zhao Qiong was like a bouncing bird that surrounded Fu Jiejun. Saner, what's the situation? Wang Wei came over to Su Yan's side and asked after him. Su Yan shrugged. Fishing for a golden son-in-law. Can the boss grasp it? Wang Wei was a bit skeptical. How would I know? Su Yan had a smile on his face. Su Yan, feeling better? Wang Ran didn't know when he came behind Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Wang Ran. Looks can hit more than 80. Painted a makeup. May be able to go on 90. And there's something about being up close and personal that's, well, compassionate, containing petulance. Sango is fine. Zhou Kai stopped between the two. Third son, you can't be soft. Wang Wei reminded in a low voice, sort of leaving a favor for Wang Ran. That's better. Mr. Wang, I'm going to class. With that, he turned and walked away. Wang Ran was a little disoriented. What's with your own little lickspittle from before? Now you're so determined? When she hesitated, he Shanshan next to her immediately reminded her, don't let Zhao Qiong steal the show. Wang Ran clenched his teeth and chased after him, wait for her to follow into the classroom. He saw Fu Jiejun find a seat at the back and was about to greet Su Yan. Zhou Zhong had sat on her but next to him, close as if they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Yan could only sit on the other side. Little Ran, he Shanshan reminded, and Wang Ran hurriedly sat on the other side. Sit right next to Su Yan. This made the class look odd. Su Yan's entanglement with Wang Ran was clear to everyone. Wang Ran had been treating Su Yan as if he was on the fence. Why are they sitting together today? And Zhao Qiong is usually a goddess. How come she's entangled with Fu Jiejun again? Wang Wei was anxious. Zhou Kai was helpless. Su Yan, however, swept a glance at the classroom and realized that Li Qingxue hadn't come. Even that didn't come until the end of class. Things were really weird today, and the class couldn't help but talk about it. How did Joan get involved with Fu Jiejun? Wang Ran accepted Su Yan? I heard that Fu Jiejun is a rich kid. The super rich kind. Really? Of course it's true. Didn't you see the car downstairs? Bentley. His? It's not his, and he'll be in the driver's seat? What about Wang Ran and Su Yan? Wang Ran has always taken Su Yan as an ATM. Today how? Who knows what's going on? But I think she's more interested in Fu than anything else. Now it's interesting. I wonder if Fu Jiejun and Su Yan will mess up. Say, why haven't we seen Li Qingxue today? I don't know. God's been on the prowl lately and playing live. She's not that kind of character, is she? Who knows? The crowd was talking, and Su Yan also felt that it was a bit strange. I picked up my phone during class and saw that Li Qingxue was still live at this time. There were quite a few people in the live stream. Thousands, nearly 10,000 people watching. The mental state was not particularly good either. There seemed to be dark eyes and red eyes. Holy, the anchor is awesome. That's ing awesome. It's been almost 10 hours. It's the first time I've seen an anchor who's been on the air for so long. Aside from those who sleep live, this anchor has been live for the longest time. Anchors take a break. Look at her. She's not going to last much longer. Li Qingxue took a sip of water and continued to sing. Her voice was a bit hoarse. And I don't know why I'm fighting so hard. The class bell rang. Su Yan turned off the live streaming software and was preparing for class. Just heard a cell phone ring. Couldn't help but pick it up and take a look. The face became a little odd. I only saw a private message from Li Qingxue. How much did I sell you my first time? Chapter 28, 2nd Battalion Commander. Pull my Italian gun out. Saner. It's class time and you're still playing with your cell phone? When Wang Wei saw Su Yan's appearance, he couldn't help but curiously come over. Wang Ran sat right next to Su Yan and stretched his neck, suddenly seeing the interface of the live streaming software. A slight blush. She didn't see anything else, just the balance inside. 400,000. Converted to real money. That's 40,000. He's still got $40,000 in his live streaming software. Wang Ran's heart warmed up at once. Zhao Qiong, this little, is doing everything she can to hook up with Fu Jiejun. Fu was also mesmerized by her. Without He Shanshan's advice on the side, he was clearly no match. However, Su Yan has $40,000 in his live streaming software, so maybe there is more money. She could no longer care about where exactly Su Yan got the money. All that's on my mind is the $40,000. This is real. With Su Yan's brain, this $40,000, isn't it mine sooner or later? Immediately, class began. Everyone has their own thoughts. Jiajun, where are we going to eat lunch later? We'll be together. Zhao Qiong was so close that she followed Fu Jiejun's side. Ran, what's the situation? He Shanshan hadn't received a message all morning, making her a bit anxious. Why is Zhou Zhong so close to Fu Jiejun? Su Yan still has money. Wang Ran whispered. No way? He still has money? He Shanshan was all a bit surprised. I saw it. He still has at least 40,000 in his live streaming platform account. Wang Ran was a little excited. The only person who could pay for him like that was Su Yan. A dumbass. I was worried before that this douchebag had gotten into a mess of online lending and should never be able to roll over again, and was ready to kick the other guy in the ass. The 2 times I swiped gifts for Li Qingxue I spent $120,000, and there are still $40,000 in my account, plus the previous. He Shanshan was a bit shocked. So, you are going to start from Su Yan's side first? First milk Su Yan dry, then use him as a springboard to hook up with Fu Jiejun? He Shanshan stroked her chin. It's difficult, but the benefits are the greatest. It can be done. Hey, I'll go find him first. Wang Ran was in a somewhat agitated mood. Hey, Su Yan, Wang Wei, and Zhou Kai. Zhao Qiong was very self-conscious, as if she was already Fu Jiejun's girlfriend. How was she to know that she was being watched? Boss. You. Zhou Kai looked at Fu Jiejun with some dullness. Doing it so fast? You asked Lao Si to get the video? Wang Wei's jaw dropped. Zhou Zhong wondered. What video? Su Yan's heart was like a clear mirror. Nothing. An instructional video. Wang Wei quickly nodded. Yes, an instructional video for sports. It can improve physical test scores. Zhao Qiong revealed a surprised expression. There's such a video? Show it to me. I'm most afraid of gym class. All 3 of them looked at Wang Wei. Can't you keep your mouth shut? Right. What's for lunch? Ha, not as good as. Delicious as dumplings. Not as fun as S. Wang Wei's mouth was not covered. Zhao Qiong's eyes blinked, and it was true that she was infinitely attractive. I have something, Su Yan said in a hurry. Hanging out with them, who knows what could happen. Fu Jiejun glanced at Zhao Qiong beside him and was really tickled. What a throw-in. It's a beautiful plate. Especially after you've seen it. Even with your clothes on, all you can think about is what it looked like that day. Go to the natural house. My treat. Want to go shopping after you eat? This last sentence was asked of Zhou Zhong. Zhao Qiong was instantly delighted. It's getting on. Sure enough, my charm is unbeatable. Fu Jiejun was taken down by Zhao Qiong. He Shanshan said with a sniff. Wang Ran's expression also changed. Although Su Yan still has a few tens of thousands of dollars in his hand, but where can he compare to the rich second generation so fragrant? What then? Wang Ran was anxious. He Shanshan pondered a little. Later, you grab the car first and don't give Zhao Qiong a chance. Even if she sits, she can only sit in the back row. So you'll have the advantage. Wang Ran's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but kiss He Shanshan. Thank you, Shanshan. A few people made their way down the stairs. There was a lot of talking and laughing on the way, especially Zhao Qiong and Wang Ran. If others didn't know, they would have thought they were really Fu Jejun's girlfriends. Take it away and go eat. Fu waved his hands. I'll go ahead. I have things to do. Su Yan walked to the car on his own, opening the door of the car. He just got on the car and realized that Wang Ran was even one step ahead of himself, sitting on the passenger seat. What are you doing? Wang Ran stared at Su Yan with wide eyes. I was going to ask you what you were doing. Su Yan almost burst out laughing. Do you know what kind of car this is? Wang Ran was furious. Do you know how much this car costs? A little rubbing, a little touching. You can't even afford to pay for it if you sold it. And you want to borrow Fu's car to act tough? You borrowed it. What am I sitting on? I know. I bought the car. How could I not know? Get out of the car. I'm not doing anything. Su Yan rushed people. You bought it? Wang Ran instead laughed out in anger. Su Yan, I didn't expect you to be like this. This car starts at $2,700,000. Just by you. Can you afford it? You're wrong. This car is a high-end current car. It's only over $4 million. If you land it, it's going to be close to $5 million. Get out of the car. Su Yan looked at Wang Ran. There was some disgust in his heart. How is it that the eyes of the predecessor are just blind? $5 million? You bought it? Wang Ran's eyes widened. Blowing some bull. Scram. Su Yan didn't want a bull ********. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Ran was a little disoriented. Sitting in the car mumbling. Su Yan had to lower the window. Do me a favor and get her out of the car. Wang Wei and the others were finally relieved. They were afraid that Su Yan would fall into the red powder trap again. Sanner, just watch. Wang Wei patted his chest. Didn't you say to call your righteous father? Su Yan smiled and teased. Wang Wei and Zhou Kai opened the passenger door and pulled Wang Ran out of the car. I don't want to get off. Get off me. Wang Ran grabbed the car door and refused to get out. Everyone looked confused. What's going on here? What is Wang Ran doing? This car is a Bentley? Holy, it's not like they tried to evening out the big money and got kicked down. Is it? Where's the evening money? The driver seems to be Su Yan? Su Yan, Bentley? Are you kidding me? What happened to Bentley? This Bentley landed at least $3 million. Where did Su Yan get the money? Jerking off online loans? The online lending company was in over their heads before they approved him for $3 million. So what's going on? Who knows? In full view of everyone, Wang Ran was directly pulled out of the car. Su Yan took advantage of the opportunity and took off with a kick of the gas. Only Wang Ran was left still lost in thought. Ran, what's wrong? Why did Su Yan drive the car away? He Shan asked. He said that the car is his. Wang Ran's entire state at this time is not quite right. Jones saw and heard it too. Some smiles piled up on his face. Jiajun, why did Su Yan borrow your car and drive away? Fu Jejun laughed. The car was originally Lao San's. Come on, he's got something to do. We'll go eat by ourselves. Who knows? Before he finished his words, Zhao Qiong had already let go of his hand. By the way, my club still has things to do. You guys eat. Pissed off. I didn't realize the car was Su Yan's. With that, he wiggled his ass and walked away. Fu Jejun was dumbfounded for a while. Boss, what's wrong? Just fell in love and lost it? Wang Wei asked with a smile. Fu Jejun sighed. She was so enthusiastic because she thought the car was mine. I'm horny as hell. It's not too late to turn back in time. Wang Wei was old-fashioned. Q. Lao Si, send me the video later. I have to work on it. Fu Jejun wrapped his arms around Zhou Kai. Boss, I think you want to be the 2nd Battalion commander, right? Wang Wei was. What 2nd Battalion commander? Hey, What do you guys think San is busy with? Zhou Kai asked. He must have gone to fight someone physically. Forget it, the boss is treating us to natural residence. Let's go. Fu Jejun said. Forget it, we're not rich kids like Lao San. Let's just eat in the cafeteria. Boss, you're a rich kid too. No money. You're a bigot. Wang Ran stood still and never looked back. After a moment, Sam, what do you think I should do? He Shan frowned. Looks like we have to feel Su Yan's bottom. How do I touch it? Going to dinner with his roommate. Chapter 29, $2 million for 5 years. Hyatt Regency. At the door, a young girl in a t-shirt and denim stood in front of the hotel. There's something odd about it. It was obviously not cold, but she was wearing a large brimmed hat and a pair of sunglasses, even with a scarf around his neck. It's as if he's afraid of being recognized by others. She walked farther back and forth in the doorway. Each time his eyes fell among the hotels, they were filled with complexity. Looking at his cell phone, he finally gritted his teeth and walked into the hotel. Standing in front of the big door on the top floor, she hesitated again. Li Qingxue, you're desperate now. Tears rolled down his face. Eventually wiping away the tears, he gritted his teeth and knocked on the door. Come in, a young voice. She kept her head down, afraid to raise it. All that could be seen was that the other party appeared to have just gotten out of the shower and was wearing a clean white bathrobe. Nice body. Not like a pot-bellied rich guy. You sit first. Li Qingxue was jolted and carefully walked into the room. The room was large and spacious. Going in was surprisingly a living room. Nothing like those little hotels. She kept her head down and sat on the couch. The other guy seems to be blow-drying his hair. After a few moments, sat directly beside himself. Li Qingxue almost jumped up in fear. What for? The voice was a little stern. No, it's nothing. Li Qingxue neighed. It was completely unlike the Li Qingxue he used to know. So high-strung. So unsmiling. Instead, it looked like a frightened deer. Really the first time? The oddity in his mind grew heavier. Well, Li Qingxue didn't dare to raise her head. Lean. Su Yan was a bit distracted. His own heckling thought he'd met green tea. Wanted to stop by and get a fish for my pond. The result is his meow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He was so upset he walked to the refrigerator and pulled out a drink. Something happened at home? Need money urgently? Li Qingxue nodded without making a sound. Instead, a tear had to fall onto the back of his hand. I gave you a reward of $120,000. You should have $60,000 in hand. And other reward income from the live broadcast. Not enough? Su Yan finished his drink in one gulp. The carbonated air. Straight to his head. Not enough. Li Qingxue's head lowered even more. Moreover, the live broadcast platform needs to be withdrawn next month. I don't have enough time. Her voice sounded like a mosquito at first. Then it seemed to gather courage again. Louder and louder. Because if the other person can't hear you, you might not get the money yourself. How much? Li Qingxue hesitated for a while, finally summoned up the courage and said, the surgery cost is 50,000 yuan. The kidney source is 200,000 yuan. And the hospitalization may require a few tens of thousands of dollars, a total of 300,000. And my family still has 100,000. Ha! Su Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. How much do you want for coming here today? Li Qingxue burst into tears. $200,000. Are you diamond encrusted? Worth $200,000? Su Yan gasped and laughed. Li Qingxue lowered her head more and more. After struggling for a while, he whispered, I'll do anything you want me to do, as long as you're willing to save and pay for it. She knew that if she said she was saving lives, she would be guilty of moral kidnapping. Right now, there was really nothing she could do at all. Then show me. Are you worth $200,000? Su Yan sighed. Sometimes not having money really is the most helpless thing in the world. Li Qingxue slowly raised her head. There was resignation. There was helplessness. And more than anything else, there was a compromise with fate. The delicate and innocent face carried 2 lines of teardrops. Like a pear. It was pitiful. Tears blurred her eyes, and the bright sunlight outside the window shone in, making her unable to see Su Yan's appearance. Wiping away tears. That's how you see it. When she saw it clearly, she couldn't help but exclaim out. Yikes! Panic! No worries! Shame! All emotions erupted in the moment. There was really nothing else she could do. If there was a way out, it wouldn't be this way. The other day I saw that the IP address of 2 bags of big water guns showed up in the Middle Sea, and there was money again. That's what grabbed the straw. However, how could he not expect it to be Su Yan? Why you? It's me, what's wrong? Su Yan looked at her. No, you are not being lent. Online. Li Qingxue did not know what to say for a moment. Su Yan smiled and handed her a tissue. Don't be nervous, I won't say anything about today. Li Qingxue inexplicably felt that her heart had moved a big stone. $200,000. I have. However, we're just classmates. There's nothing wrong with lending you money. But 200,000. It's not a small amount. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Li Qingxue was on the verge of crying with excitement, but the second half caused her heart to sink. I can. Li Qingxue gathered her courage. As long as you lend me $200,000, I can do anything. The deal goes on. Su Yan looked at her. $200,000. Is that really enough? Li Qingxue froze. Even if $300,000 for the surgery is enough, what about the post-operative recovery? The medication? No more money? At those words, Li Qingshue's entire body froze. She hadn't thought about it. The $300,000 for the operation was about to crush her. What about your own future studies? What about living? All without money? Li Qingxue bowed her head in silence. Tears welled up again. Now then, the deal has a premise to continue. Su Yan looked at Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue nodded numbly. She hadn't thought about these things, and now that Su Yan had nailed it all, it felt like fate was out of her hands. I'll give you $2 million for 5 years to do whatever I want you to do and wherever I want you to go. During these 5 years, you can't fall in love. You can't get married. These 5 years, you only belong to me. Su Yan looked at this young girl. Li Qingxue raised her head violently and looked at Su Yan in shock. $2 million. He went so far as to offer $2 million. With the $2 million, his own mother would be saved. And one can continue to go to school. His own entire family is saved. Of course, if you can pay me back, I'll set you free. The twine is designed to be broken at a fine point. Even if she didn't adopt her herself, she was afraid there was nothing else she could do. One is not inhuman. Even a little bit of kindness. I give myself credit. Agree or disagree? Su Yan asked as he watched her say nothing. I agree. Li Qingxue nodded her head. She's out of options. Okay, just agree. Give me the card number. Li Qingxue took out a bank card with her hands and feet. Send it to me. Do I have to type it all over again? Li Qingxue was greatly embarrassed and stumbled with her cell phone. We didn't add Feishuan. Now add. After adding it, Su Yan looked at the dumbfounded Li Qingxue and gave her a look. Go take a shower. Are you waiting for me to wash you? Li Qingshue's face instantly reddened to the root of her neck. Panicked and confused, he ran to the restroom. Just as he arrived at the restroom, still struggling internally, his phone had received a text message that the $2 million had arrived. A time of rejoicing and money raised. For a while it was sad again and sold itself. Unable to help herself, she took advantage of the sound of the water running, gritted her teeth, and sobbed as she showered. Wash away the lead, like a lotus flower out of water. Take yourself off and lie down. Su Yan stood by the bedside, looking down at the young girl who was like a lotus flower in its first blossom, watching the cum residence roll from the corner of her eye and soak into the quilt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm an animal. Looking at the helpless young girl, Su Yan's heart was inexplicably somewhat sour and empathetic. Serves him right for being a lickspittle. Li Qingxue wondered why he didn't move, and peeked open her eyes, realizing that he had already dressed at some point. Asterisk 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 it. I'll get you next time, he said viciously. Li Qingxue wrapped her body with the quilt, froze for a moment, and suddenly smiled. It's as if a lotus flower is slowly blooming and the scent seeps out. You're a good man. Nice guy my ass. I'm just too tired from yesterday to be in shape today. Wait for my call. By the way, don't forget to go back to class. I don't want an uneducated second wife. After saying that, Su Yan huffed and puffed. Boo! The door closed and Su Yan sighed. I'm such a ing loser. Inside the door, Li Qingxue, however, burst out laughing all of a sudden. What a nice guy. Acting menacing, but with a heart softer than anyone else's. For a moment, it was impossible to hold back another tear. Chapter 30, is 50 million enough? If not, I'll transfer another 100 million to you. Honey, our son can't do it. Yi Chen sat in his office and called Li Qin, who wasn't at the office. There's been no movement at all in the past few days. At this rate, when will we be able to spend that $50 million? It's hard. Sunday was a day where nothing was spent. How can this be a loser? If you don't become a loser, how can I become the richest man? Still no movement today either. Ha! The sound of shuffling came from Li Qin's side. No, he probably doesn't know how rich our family really is, or if we're not educated enough. Yi Chen nodded, but having just recognized his family, he's definitely not close enough to us yet. Why don't we go to Shanghai again? No. He vetoed himself just as he finished. Can't push him too hard. Gotta give him time. Don't you have another one there? Give it to him. Show him what we're made of. 100 million for him? Yi Chen couldn't help but raise his voice. Give it to him. We can't use this money. If you don't give it to him, how will he know our strength? How to accomplish? 80,000. Li Qin didn't say defeat and played a card. Okay, turn around and give him this card directly. Yi Chen also figured it out. How does the son know the strength of his own family if the money is not given to him? How can one be at ease with defeat when one does not know the strength of one's own family? Just then, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Detected loser losing $2. 0000000. Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward, Zhonghai International Circuit. Holy, wife. Yi Chen got excited. Son just spent $2 million. 20,000. Hey, no, I don't play. Li Qin was so excited that she played her cards wrong. Really? And what's the gain? Yi Chen lowered his voice and said, Zhonghai International Circuit. Look it up before you tell me. Li Qin calmed down a bit more. Okay, I'll call him back with the money. His son was defeated, and Yi Chen was so happy that he was jumping up and down. Knock knock. At the door, there was a knock. Come in. Yi Chen, who had wanted to call his son, put down the phone first. Uncle Tu, calling Lodi? Yi Jiang, who entered, had a smile on his face. Nope, calling your aunt. What's up? This is the project for the next quarter. Sending it over to you. Yi Jiang handed over a folder. Yi Chen took it. Then it's fine. I'll go out first. Okay, I'll read it and then have a meeting to discuss it. Yi Chen nodded and seriously enough started reading. Trouble you. How come? Second uncle is joking. Yi Jiang obediently exited the room. The heart, however, kept beating. What did he just hear? 100 million? It's amazing that Uncle Tu has hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. And, just now that what's his name Yi Luo actually spent $2 million in a big way? Where did Uncle Tu get so much cash? A little guy who's been lost for I don't know how many years is going to inherit the family business as soon as he comes back? All these years, without our help. Could you Yipsum have such a big business? Now that we have our son back, we want to leave us behind. Nice try. Gotta tell Pops right away. No way. You can't say it. If you say it, someone else will come and grab it. You have to think of a way to take Uncle Tu. Or, that Yi Luo. It's better not to come back. But that's against the law. I have to do something. Where? Sitting in the car. Su Yan had an evil fire in his heart. That scene just now. A man couldn't help but watch it. At work, Ryu Xinyan's phone rang on the other end. Go to the hotel and wait for me. Young Su, we agreed to come. Lu Xinyan was a little surprised. Right now we're not in an employment relationship. Okay, I'll just open a hotel near Tenchi. Whatever. After hanging up the phone, Su Yan was so angry that he even wanted to slap himself. What's the point of pretending to be a nice guy? Spent $2 million. Loser is not how you do it. The hotel room door opened. Su Yan's face was a little unsightly as he grabbed Lu Xinyan. What's wrong? I'm a ing. Su Yan snorted coldly. Jingle bells. Help me with my cell phone. Su Yan's cell phone rang and asked Lu Xinyan, who had her hands on the ground, to take it. Yu Xinyan found his cell phone from his pants that were thrown on the floor and handed it to him backhandedly. Be quiet. I'll take a call. Hello, son. Hearing the voice, Lu Xinyan's entire body tensed up. Did you just spend another $2 million? Spending money on your family? Also, just spent almost $5 million on a car 2 days ago. Spent another $2 million today? Even if you had $1 billion, it wouldn't be enough to trash it? $1 million a day on average. That's $30 million a month. That's $360 million a year. Lean. Who has so much cash flow that you can wreak havoc? Yes, I spent it. Who knows? Before Su Yan finished speaking, he heard the opposite side hurriedly explained. Dad is not let you spend. Don't worry, we have enough money. Just worried about you. Is $50 million enough to spend? If it's not enough, I'll call you another 100 million. Ryu Xinyan almost screamed. What kind of fairy parents are these? Is $50 million enough to spend? Not enough to call you back with another 100 million. Lean. Su Yan was also confused for a moment. What family? He himself was just being kind and helping out Lu Xinyan. I have enough. Su Yan was still worried that if he spent $2 million at once, his dad would come to ask for trouble. Not enough. You're in Zhonghai. You spend a lot. No matter how much China Sea spends, it's not that exaggerated, is it? Ryu Xinyan almost forgot to cover her mouth. Yi Chen immediately said quickly on the other end. I bought the Zhonghai International Circuit for you to play. Meet more friends. Don't be afraid to spend money. Our family has plenty of money. Hey, what are you doing over there? Good for you. No, not really. I'm at the gym next to someone stretching. I've spent a lot already. Su Yan was embarrassed. Son, Mom and Dad make so much money just for you to enjoy and spend. Spend it vigorously. Spend it vigorously. Yi Chen hemmed and hawed. A gym? Ha? Not bad. Have fun and find me a daughter-in-law early. If you find a daughter-in-law earlier, won't you both spend your money together? I'll transfer the money over to you later. Buy a supercar for fun first. I just bought a Bentley. Chapter 31 $2 million a day. Can't spend it all in a lifetime. Yi Chen sniffed and brought envy to his tone. Bentley. I want to ing drive too. Son, you're still young. You can't grasp the Bentley. Keep it for me to drive. You're still young. You should play better. Something more exciting. When you get older, you won't be able to experience the thrill of the wind, Yi Chen said in a serious tone. So yeah, go play supercars while you're still young. Play with things that are full of excitement. Just leave the steady Bentley or whatever to dad. Aha! I'm not punking my son. I'm guiding him so he doesn't regret it later. Ah! Ryu Xinyan exclaimed in shock. A father like that is like an immortal father, isn't he? Wrestling again? Son, you have to look carefully at women outside. It's okay to play around, but marry a wife and marry a man. Do you know that? Of course, you have to pay attention to safety. You seem like you're a person who's been there before. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. Bah! Don't talk nonsense. Let your mom hear. This matter is not over. Okay, I'll transfer the money later. I'll give you a bank card and transfer money to you from time to time. Directly give your son that card from the system to count the requests. Wife is right. It was meant for him. Might as well just give it now. That's enough from my side. If you're told to take it and spend it, take it and spend it. Our family lacks everything but money. If you spend money like today, you'll never be able to spend it all in your life. $2 million a day for a lifetime? Ryu Xinyan felt like her worldview had been turned upside down. $700 million a year. That's $70 billion in 100 years. Turns out his family is top rich. It's no wonder that Tanker Motors says buy it. Su Yan was all shocked for a moment. No way? Even the richest man doesn't have this much cash flow, right? Don't worry. The richest man doesn't have as much cash flow as our family. Besides, the richest man will be our family sooner or later. Right. Like today. Keep up the good work. Yi Chen was a little happy. The 100 million went to him. Now it's time to work on losing money, isn't it? Ha? Su Yan snapped. No. To build on it? Do you pack college students every day? Why not? Dad told you. There are some things that if you don't do when you're young, you're going to regret it when you're old. With mom and dad, there's no need to be afraid. Yi Chen was full of confidence. But one college student is enough. And when I get older, I still like to be young. So I'll spend the money then. Su Yan blurted out, regretting it before he finished. Ha? You pack college students? Yi Chen froze. Holy, I don't even enjoy it. My son is not like that. He must just have a girlfriend. It's also good to have a girlfriend to spend money on. Doesn't this performance come up? Yeah, college students are good to have something to talk about with you. Ryu Xinyan was dumbfounded. What's this about a father? That's how you teach your son? Son, you should not be reluctant to spend money on others. You should spend. Spend hard. Our family is not poor. Don't aggravate them. Yi Sam rejoiced and was pleased. By the way, bring it home sometime. Yi Chen hung up the phone with satisfaction. My son will soon be playing with supercars and buying a mansion. He himself is going to be the richest man in the country soon. Su Xiao, your father. Lu Xinyan finally eased her breath. 3 views are a bit skewed. Leave him alone and study. A good training session, with a few mishaps in the middle, but still completed successfully. Going to get a bag later. Lying on the bed, Su Yan directly transferred $100,000 to Lu Xinyan. Take a look for me sometime. A house over here in Shanghai. Just around 100 million. Also, have there been any supercars coming in from Shanghai lately? I'd like to buy one. Lu Xinyan stayed for a moment. Su Xiao, still really want to spend it? What's the point of keeping it if you don't spend it? Su Yan stood up. Help me with these few things. I'll talk to Zhang Chang later. It doesn't count as a leave of absence. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lu Xinyan's face was filled with joy as she looked at the $100,000 that had arrived. Knowing that people's families are not poor, that cash flow, it's mind-blowing. Do a good job. You won't lose anything. Su Yan had already started to put on his clothes. Young Su, where are you going? Lu Xinyan asked in a hurry. Start getting dressed too. Go back to class. Sister, it's not like I'm out for an internship? Still have to wait for next year. Young Su, you're so rich. Do you still need to go to school? Money is only temporary. Knowledge is eternal. Su Yan shook his head. You can make money with knowledge, but with money, you can only buy a diploma, not substance and accumulation. After saying that, Su Yan left the room. Bah! Scum! Lu Xinyan couldn't hold back the disappointment in her heart. He doesn't seem too interested in himself, but yeah, people are posh, and it doesn't look like the usual hoi polloi. Previously, I had only found the father-son dialogue crude and unpleasant. Who would have thought that he would say something so philosophical? Looks like I need to recharge my batteries too. Mom! Su Yan had a Bluetooth headset stuffed in his ear, and his emotions were a little overwhelming. Sham, aren't you going to class today? Why did you call back? The other man was obviously a little pleased to hear it, and his voice was tinged with trepidation. How's your health these days? Good. Good enough. The opposite party nodded. This kid Ouyang called me, saying you found your parents? I heard that the family is in good condition. That's really good. Don't think about us. Get in touch with your real mom and dad more often. There's definitely a disconnect at first. They've been looking for you for years and you can't blame them. In the future, just go home and have a good time. Ah, don't think about me. Don't make them think too much. The voice across the table forced a choked sob. Su Yan also couldn't help but feel a sourness in his nose. Mom, the grace of birth is not as heavy as the grace of rearing. You have been my mom all your life. Silly child. What silly things to say. Zhou Yui laughed a little. Those are your real parents. I mean it. Su Yan sniffled. I've put $2 million on your card. Tell Ouyang and Xiaofei not to work part-time and study at ease. And how aren't they in high school? Give them more pocket money and eat better. And the little ones, send them to kindergarten. There's me. Zhou Yui was a little flustered. Shoyan, how can you spend money indiscriminately? That's your parents' money. What do you mean by spending money recklessly? What they give me is mine. How I handle it is my freedom. Su Yan relieved. Moreover, they are reasonable people. So don't you worry. In the future, I will be responsible for my younger siblings' expenses every year, and in our family, we will find a few more ants, and I will return to make arrangements when I am free. Oops. Xiao Yan. Mom, I'm going to class. Don't worry, they won't mind. You raised me so well. What's this money? Su Yan stopped the car, hung up the phone, and took a deep breath. The mood was a little mixed. It was the softest piece of his heart. Later, he had bigger plans. Chapter 32. I've worked so hard to make my son a loser. It didn't take long to hang up. Yichen couldn't help but feel happy when he heard about the two expenditures again. Sure enough, calling works. That phone call immediately defeated $2.5 million. If I had known, I would have called this number earlier. 100,000 $0 of loser defeat detected. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bonus skill. Driving a Ferrari with one hand is very cool for you. You look good driving a Ferrari with one hand. When the host and related persons touch the Bentley Flying Spur steering wheel. When driving a Ferrari with one hand, you will have a charisma value of +10. And when driving a supercar, you will gain temporary master level driving skills. What? Yi Chen froze for a moment. Bentley Flying Spur? Isn't this our son's car? Do I need to touch the steering wheel of my son's car to get it? Wait, what do the people involved mean again? System, what does relevant person mean? However, the system did not respond in the slightest. It's not like you can get it just by touching my son's steering wheel, is it? Nope, it won't be like that. Wouldn't the people involved work for my son? Yi Chen's mind suddenly collapsed a bit. What does that mean? I'm the host of the system. How come it's always my son who gets the benefits? He can pick up schoolgirls, drive a Bentley, and spend money lavishly. There are also rewards to be gained. Is this my system or my son's system? Forget it. I'm a father. Why should I fight with my son? And, when I drive a Ferrari, it can be just as cool. When can I drive a Ferrari? Yi Chen sighed. Detected loser losing $2. 000 Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. $0. 50 million. It's just a small fortune. Give it all to him. Anyway, the company is running fine, and you're not too far behind. Might as well give it all to your son as an investment. The more he spends to get more rewards. He started working on preparing the payment to Suyin. However, the happiness was only temporary, and for a few days after that, Su Yan didn't show any defeatist behavior. Honey, what exactly are we doing wrong? It's not like our son is a loser. Yi Chen let out a long sigh. Even if he was holding Mao Tai in his hand, he still felt that it didn't smell good anymore. This is indeed a big problem. Li Qi nodded. But it's normal, right? What do you mean? After all, our son is a good boy. How can he be a frequent loser? Yi Chen thought back and nodded. But he was still a bit reluctant. That's true, but if he doesn't lose his family, when will I be the richest man? Li Qin smiled a little. She was looking much better these days. There's time for mahjong and beauty treatments with rich wives. It still has to wait. She thought for a moment. Someone has to take him on. Or how will my son learn to lose? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Then disappointed. Where to find such a person? Lao Si's kid is a mixed bag. Li Qin shook her head and said, Hai Chao is a mixed bag. But the pattern is too small. He must be allowed to know some really rich second generation. I heard about what supercar club Haitian feast there has to be such a person. Yi Chen was instantly confused. Where am I someone who is like this? Li Qin shook her finger. It depends on your efforts. Make the company bigger and stronger, and become the top of the province's rich list, or the top of the nation's rich list. When the time comes, someone will naturally go to our son. It's so hard just for me to try. You urge Xiao Luo to chant, so that he won't be afraid to spend money, but you can't slack off either. I'm meeting Mrs. Zhao for a card game, and by the way, I want to change my car. Li Qin turned around and said, Do you have any money recently? No, it all went to my son. I asked my son to consign the Bentley back. Just the thing to urge him to buy a supercar. Li Qin nodded. Okay, wait for your own wife to leave. Yi Chen stroked his chin. Finally, he sighed quietly and drank the matai in his hand. I've worked my ass off to get my son to lose his family. Damn, how did he get away so fast? Seeing Su Yan's back as he left, Wang Ran was so angry that she stomped her feet. Su Yan has been out of sight and sound these days, arriving every day at the stepping point before class, and leaving when the bell rings at the end of class. Even if he asked Fu Jejun and the others, they weren't sure what Su Yan was doing. The flyers he sent to him himself were stone cold. Simply, Sam, what do you think I should do? Wang Ran asked as she sat in her dormitory, applying her makeup. Zhao Qiong rubbed body lotion on herself. Xiao Ran, Su Yan has clearly seen your nature now. At those words, Wang Ran's face instantly became gloomy. What my nature? Su Yan and I are two lovers. You just have to feel convinced yourself. Zhou Zhong let out a laugh. The whole class knows exactly what kind of person you are. Now that you think Su Yan is a rich kid, you want to stick it to him again? Nice try. Today, I'm going to break up with my godfather. The mansion, that's where one belongs. He Shanshan read the book to herself. It's not like there's no chance. A man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain. A woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. As long as one is persistent, there is bound to be a chance. Wang Ran hummed at Zhao Qiong. That said, recently, Li Qingxue took a vacation and didn't broadcast live, so I don't know what she did. Zhou Zhong put on her own slimming one-piece dress and sprayed herself with a little perfume. I think I've got the best chance. Bye-bye. Asterisk. When she left, Wang Ran was upset, then opened the live streaming software and began to live broadcast. A big smile piled on his face. Tenche Automotive, in front of the BMW 4S store. Today, all the prototype cars all drove away, but instead a container car was parked in place. It didn't move a muscle and took up most of the parking space and more. It's not very convenient for the car that happens to be letting in. What's going on? BMW is such a big store. Why is there a van? Lu Hui drove a Porsche Cayenne and was a little upset to see the car. Beside her sat the coolly dressed Zhou Zhong. Godfather, what did you bring me here today? Today she's going to break up with Lu Hui peacefully. The company gave me a quota of some options. I'll reward you with a car. Don't you want a Mini? Let's buy it today. Lu Hui said with a smile. Zhao Qiong's eyes lit up. Just break up with him a little later. Existing benefits to hold on to first. Thank you, Godfather. She kissed Lu Hui on the cheek with a mouthful. Crunch. At that exact moment, the Cayenne brushed against the crate in one fell swoop. Asterisk. Lu Hui had a displeased look on his face, and Zhao Qiong's heart trembled. This Cayenne landed in the millions, and a little rubbing like this would cost at least close to 10,000. If I were to replace it, it would be tens of thousands. The two hurriedly got out of the car and saw that the two doors of the Cayenne had been dented, and one of them, even, had a hole in it. Asterisk. That's gotta be at least tens of thousands of dollars. Lu Hui was so angry that he jumped to his feet, directly from opening the trunk, pulled out a wrench, and aggressively walked toward the crate. Asterisk him. The wrench hit the crate hard. Dang! What are you doing? The driver heard the noise and got out of the car and ran over. Lu Hui saw the person. His face was gloomy, and he kicked over. Can you park? Scratched my car. Can you afford to pay for it? The driver was kicked straight to the ground and saw the Porsche parked beside him. The face changed. This is someone you can't afford to mess with. Lu Hui still didn't feel relieved and kicked over. What are you doing? Just then, a group of people hollered and gathered around. Chapter 33, Smashing Cars. Godfather. Zhao Qiong pulled Lu Hui. At this moment, someone had already rushed up and pushed Lu Hui away with one hand. The roundness of his body almost made him roll away on the spot. Asterisk. What are you doing? Looking for death, aren't you? Asterisk. All of a sudden, Zhao Qiong and Lu Hui were surrounded. Lu Hui had a wrench in his hand and Zhao Qiong hid behind him. You, what do you want? Asterisk. Who told you to do it? You're looking for death. Who told you to hit people here? Someone picked up the driver on the ground, who was covered in a footprint and bleeding from his nose. Asterisk. Beat him. Someone was so angry that they shouted. Lu Hui panicked in his heart. Why do you look like you've stirred up a hornet's nest? You can't fight so many people on your own. Mr. Lu, what brings you here? Zhu Huili, the store manager of Porsche, saw the hustle and bustle and saw Lu Hui's Porsche, and rushed over. Lu Hui bought his car from here. Mr. Chu. Everyone in the crowd knew Huili Zhu. When Lu Hui saw this scene, he was relieved and instead tugged up a bit. Mr. Zhu, what's going on here? It's a mess. The quality of your employees, so bad? And beating people up. Zhu Huili's face was full of smiles. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry for making you unhappy. What happened? Zhu Huili turned her head to ask her co-workers. Mr. Zhu, this guy was just smashing young Su's car, and he beat up the master driver. Su Xiao hasn't arrived yet, and the car was almost smashed. It's a hell of a hit. This is Mr. Su's new car. Hearing this, Zhu Huili's face also changed, instead looking at Lu Hui with a gloomy face. Mr. Lu, this matter, you've gone too far. Lu Hui almost laughed in anger. I went overboard. Mr. Zhu, do you guys still want to do business? I came here to spend money to enjoy the treatment of God. What are you doing? Zhu Huili sneered. Mr. Lu, this car is our little boss's new car. We can't afford anything to happen. Of course, you are the same. And beating people, we have surveillance here. Lu Hui frowned. What? Threatening me? Old me grew up being threatened? Not a threat. Zhu Huili suppressed her exasperation. Rather, I'm laying out the facts with you. Lu Hui just got the company's share allotment, and now his value is not low. It is the time to be complacent. Who knew that taking Junior out to buy a car would lead to something like this? The face certainly doesn't look good. I see you guys don't want to do business anymore. Originally I wanted to buy a Porsche. By the looks of it, humph, baby, Porsche is bullying people too much. Let's buy a Mini. Lu Hui was so angry that he jumped to his feet and immediately turned to threatening Zhu Huili with sales. Offending you, Mr. Lu, will not do one's business at most, but offending our little boss. I don't even need to do business in the future. Zhu Huili carried it very clearly. Zhao Qiong immediately said in a mushy voice. Yes, I'll listen to you on all counts. A face like that still has to be given to a man. Would have bought the Mini anyway. Lu Hui instantly held his head high. Mr. Lu, BMW in Shanghai is not doing your business. BMW store manager Deng Xiaogua suddenly opened his mouth. What do you mean? Lu Hui's face changed slightly. Do you BMWs have a pit in your brain? Because this is also our little boss's car. Deng Xiaogua pointed to the crate. Lu Hui frowned and turned his head to look at Zhao Qiong. How about Mercedes? Zhao Qiong nodded. Of course, as long as you buy the car. I like it. Just heard the Mercedes-Benz store also said. Mercedes-Benz also do not do your business. This is also our small boss. Now, even Lu Hui's face was a bit unsightly. Mercedes, BMW, and Porsche are all in the same 4S store? That's not bad. However, he wasn't afraid. What could these people in the sales industry do if they were strong? Audi. Lu Hui just wanted to ask Zhao Qiong how Audi was. Just heard. So is Audi. Zhao Qiong was a little nervous to take his hand. Godfather. Even she, a college student, realized it at this point. Several luxury brands all in one family. This family is not weak. What a great store. Good. You're not the only BMW Benz in Shanghai. Lu Hui said coldly. Mr. Lu, we have surveillance at the entrance. Do you want to report it to the police? Whose responsibility is it in the end? Zhu Huili did not show any weakness. By the way, our boss is the general agent of these cars in Shanghai. Mr. Lu, you'll be on our blacklist for beating up people and smashing cars. Lu Hui was so angry that he really wanted to go crazy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is your car encrusted with diamonds? What's wrong with me smashing it? What's wrong? A smelly driver. Car parked. Hit it. Baby, let's go. It's not like this is the only place in the world that has a car. As a matter of fact, Lu Hui was a bit of a wimp in his heart. Shanghai General Agent. And it's also the general agent for several luxury cars. I'm afraid the strength is not weak. Let's get the VW. Zhou Zhong was also vain. Yes, the Beetle looks good too. The two turned to leave when a car suddenly stopped just in time to cut them off. The window slowly came down, revealing a handsome face. Zhao Qiong took a look. Who was this if not Su Yan? Store manager Zhu. Why is this place blocked? Su Yan, who had come to pick up the car, was a little strange. Su Xiao, little boss. All the clerks' eyes lit up at once, and someone was already helping him open the car door. That's the guy who drove without eyes, almost scratched your new car, and even hit someone. Yeah, hit him real ing hard. Su Yan came down from the car, heard the talk of the seven mouths, or quickly knew what happened. Is everyone okay? Su Yan asked the driver first. The driver had a tissue stuck in his nostril and a sliver of blood showing. It's fine. Thanks to Su Xiao's concern. The driver also knew that the main man had arrived. Is this the same piece of car? Su Yan walked towards the Cayenne and looked at the body. TSK, the doors are broken. This is going to take quite a bit of money to repair. Su Xiao, right? Lu Hui saw that he wasn't coming to find fault with himself and said that his car needed quite a bit of money to repair. He had come to buy a car himself, and if he wanted to make money, he had to buy a car himself. We came to buy a car, and your store clerk even tried to hit someone. The faces of the surrounding clerks changed at once. This guy, he even snitched. Young Su, it's not like that. We didn't do it. This guy is so arrogant that he hits people as soon as he comes up. Zhao Qiong watched from the sidelines. A heart thumping. Awesome. Just awesome. I didn't realize that Su Yan's family was the general agent of Shanghai Automobile. Wouldn't there be any kind of car? BBA is all theirs. These clerks are subservient. Well, I know the matter. Since this car is broken, just leave it to me. Su Yan looked at Lu Hui. Seeing Zhao Qiong again, he instantly knew what this was. It's a new feud. Young Su is indeed an open-minded person. Lu Hui gave a thumbs up. Quite a few shopkeepers were a bit angry at this time when they heard Su Yan's words. Su Xiao, he hit someone. Su Yan nodded. Mr. Lu's luxury car. Why don't you let me do it myself? How about it? Mr. Lu, trouble, too much trouble for young Su. Lu Hui was a little embarrassed. He had completely missed that he had met Su Yan once. The wrench in his hand was also picked up by Su Yan. No trouble at all. Bump! As soon as the words fell, the wrench in Su Yan's hand had already smashed on the window of the Cayenne. The first window didn't break. However, Su Yan was unrelenting. Bump! Bump! 3 or 5 strokes down. The window cracked in fine cracks. You! Lu Hui looked confused. Why did you smash my car? Beating up my men in a broken Porsche. Who gave you the guts? Next time I'll blow your head off. What are you waiting for? Get your hands together and smash them all. Chapter 34, Young Su wants to create a monopoly in Shanghai. What are you doing? Lu Hui was so angry that he jumped to his feet. What are you doing smashing my car? It's a Cayenne. Cayenne. When I bought it, it cost me over $1 million. By Su Yan a few times down, the window glass cracked, and the car became pitted up. A little bit of paint pits appeared. It made his heart ache. His heart ached for a split second. His face suddenly sank, staring at Su Yan. Su Xiao, what exactly do you want? Su Yan handed the wrench to a clerk beside him. Smash me. Smash it hard. It's wrong to hit people, but it's okay to smash the car. Okay. Xiao Su, leave it to me. Smashed. Mr. Su said for us to smash the car. Cars they've sold a lot, but it's the first time they've smashed a car. A group of people swarmed over the Cayenne. Surnamed Su, what the hell do you want? Seeing someone jump on their car and smash it hard, the driver, who had been beaten by himself, was jumping on the roof of the car and wielding a huge wrench. Bang! A wrench slammed down and a large crater instantly appeared in the front windshield. What for? Isn't it great to hit someone? Su Yan turned around and finally stared at the other party so seriously. I'm also having a really good time smashing cars right now.
Lu Hui saw so many people smashing their cars and knew he couldn't change.
Su Xiao. Su Yan didn't even pay attention to the other party. Instead he asked Zhu Huili, store manager Zhu, how much is this car worth now? At the time he bought the low end, around $950,000. I remember buying it the year before, and with all the stats on the damage to the car, it's worth no more than $500,000 now. $500,000. Su Yan casually wrote a check and threw it to Lu Hui. Here's $500,000 for you. Get lost. Lu Hui was holding $500,000 in his hand, and his mood was a little complicated. He had money, but like this, casually taking out $500,000 and buying a car to use to smash up, he couldn't do it. Can't afford to give it up. Most importantly, he doesn't have that kind of money. You. Snap. Before Lu Hui could say anything, he was slapped hard by Su Yan. You hit me. Lu Hui was getting pissed off. I'll pay you for your car. But what about the man you hit me with? Boo. Almost simultaneously, Su Yan kicked him off. Lu Hui fell to the ground. Payback for payback. This is what you deserve. Zhao Qiong stood on the sidelines, looking at the scene in front of her. Now that's a real rich kid. That's the way a real rich kid should be. Untamed. I don't know how many times stronger than Lu Hui. Su Yan kicked him a few times. Now you can get lost. Lu Hui stood up. You. Zhu Huili stepped forward. Mr. Lu, you hurt people first. The surveillance is all in our hands. You'd better think clearly. Lu Hui hated his teeth, but didn't dare say anything else. This loss, he'll take it. Let's go. Zhao Qiong looked deeply at Su Yan. Dad. Lu Hui was a bit surprised why she changed her name though. It's kind of exciting. Though, baby, if you can't buy a BBA, Daddy will buy you a Beetle. Zhao Qiong breathed a sigh of relief, afraid that Lu Hui would reveal himself. Yes. She lingered enough to glance at Su Yan and followed Lu Hui away. 500. $0 of loser defeat detected. Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward, Luddite Motors. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, who was talking about business, couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Mr. Yi, what are you so happy about? The business partner sitting across from him asked curiously. Yi Chen smiled. It's fine. It's fine. Mr. Yi, I heard that you just recently found your own son? When will you hold a banquet so that everyone can properly congratulate you? At those words, Yi Jiang, who was sitting beside Yi Chen, changed his expression. Wouldn't that make that Yi Luo kid come back early? Yi Chen waved his hand. It's still early. Mr. Zhao, let's continue talking. Before the words left his mouth, his cell phone rang. Second uncle. Phone call. Yi Jiang saw a phone with no notes. Mr. Zhao. Wait a moment. Yi Chen picked up the phone. Mr. Yi, I'm the general manager of Ludi Automobile Company. You have just wholly acquired our company. Yi Jiang kept his ears open and heard something like wholly owned acquisition. The heart couldn't help but jolt. What did Uncle Tu do? Yes. Yi Sam stood up and walked toward the window. Mr. Yi, when will you have time to come to? I'm not in Shanghai. You can go to Zhongchang of Tianqi Automobile. Everything over there is left to my son. Just contact him when the time comes. Yi Chen directly dumped the pot. It's a business in the Middle Sea anyway and it's all proven channels. You've enjoyed the limousine and the mansion. So you should do something, right? Not to mention, as long as you don't screw around. A solid business? Mr. Zhao, I've kept you waiting. Mr. Zhao was curious. Mr. Yi, I hear it's over in Shanghai. Do you have business there too? Yi Chen waved his hand and laughed. What's it got to do with me? My son acquired a car company. Your son is so powerful? Mr. Zhao gave a thumbs up. It's just a small fight. His own son was complimented. Yi Chen was a bit smug. It's all because of his own efforts. Defeat is part of the endeavor. Then the next time you buy a car you can ask Mr. Ling. You can pick any car you want. Yi Zhang's eyes flickered. Could it be that Yi Luo is a smart person? Wouldn't that make it even worse? In his 20s, he started a business. Such a person is definitely not simple. Su Xiao. As Lu Hui pulled Zhao Qiong away, a middle-aged man ran over with big strides. I think this is Su Xiao. I'm the general manager of Ludi Auto. My name is Zhou Qing. Zhu Huili lowered her voice and said in Su Yan's ear. Ludi Automobile is another company in Auto City, specializing in Volkswagen, Lincoln, Jaguar, Toyota, and agents of domestic cars. It's positioned differently from us, and is a bit more pro-people. Mr. Zhou, what is it that you are looking for me for? Su Yan curiously said. Young Su, I'm here to report my work. Just now Mr. Yi bought Ludi and said he'd leave it to you to take care of. So here I am. Su Yan was slightly stunned. Pops is so powerful? Another car company in the Motor City bought it? Gave myself $150 million before. Bought another car company. What does he want? A monopoly in the Middle Sea? Debriefing will be excused for now. But I'd like to take a breath now. Zhou Qing immediately sweated on his forehead. Su Xiao, you open your mouth. If I have done something wrong, you can Greek me. Su Yan knew that he misunderstood, and did not say much, smiled. I want that person. Cannot buy a car in Shanghai. When Zhou Qing heard that, it's none of my business? Then it's alright. Su Xiao, this matter is wrapped up in me. Our Ludi plus Tianqi, either in addition to the kind of top luxury cars, the entire Shanghai 4S stores, I guarantee that none of them dare to sell his car. Feel as though I'm talking too full of myself. Used cars, although we have a bit of a network. It's more. Su Yan waved his hand. It's fine. A few big ones stuck him for me. Good. Wrap it up on me. Zhou Qing looked towards Lu Hui's back, his heart grateful beyond words. Noble man. As soon as the new boss takes over, he gives himself a big gift. One just needs to handle you. At least the impression score will never be low. Zhu Huili was dumbfounded. Holy, the owner bought Rudy out again? Mr. Zhang's competition is under pressure. Nope. It seems that everything in Shanghai has been handed over to Su Xiao. This suggests that Su Xiao is the real pushover. Could it be that Su Xiao wants to create an automobile monopoly in Shanghai? Geez. What a drive. What a fortune. She got excited. If she really messed up and succeeded. Not right. Now half of the automobile sales industry in Shanghai is firmly in the hands of Su Xiao. Chapter 35. I'm not in the same boat as your father. Volkswagen 4S store. Lu Hui walked in with Zhao Qiong's head held high. Is the new Beetle in stock? As soon as he entered, he raised his voice, and is there a car for the Phaeton besides the Beetle? I want one too. He himself is now getting allotment of shares and is worth a tier higher. Just in time to get myself a better car. Godfather, you're great. Zhao Qiong's eyes sparkled. After today, you're going to have a car yourself. Wang Ran? It's too pedestrian. Where is everyone? Can't you hear them all? However, everyone who heard the voice just looked up at him as if they were transparent. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Hui, who had a stomach full of anger, directly exploded. How dare these people ignore themselves? Are you guys blind? Can't you see such a big guest here? Lu Hui exclaimed. At this time, the store manager standing at the side spoke up. This gentleman, please leave. What do you mean? Lu Hui froze for a moment as he thought someone was going to hit on him. The store manager sneered. You've offended our boss and you still want to buy a car from us? Who's your boss? Lu Hui's body suddenly trembled. Think of that overly handsome young man. You don't think so? Our boss. Isn't that right outside? Zhao Qiong hurriedly turned around and saw Su Yan walking in accompanied by a middle-aged man with a low brow. Lu Hui's face turned a little pale when he saw Su Yan. Let's go. Walked right out. If the East is not for sale, the West is for sale. I just don't believe it. I have a lot of money and I can't buy a single car. Lu Hui gritted his teeth. Zhao Qiong, however, had a gleaming gaze, and when he saw Su Yan, he revealed an expression of a helpless and bitter smile, as if to say, nothing here has anything to do with me. Humph, you think this whole Motor City is your house? You call the shots? Lu Hui snorted coldly. Zhou Qing sneered and sneered. Although Auto City is not my family's, it is my young master's. Zhao Qiong's heart snapped. Young master? Su Yan? They own the entire Motor City? How big is his family's estate? Anyway, what a joke. That's all you guys can brag about. I can't. Not without your VW BMW and Martha Lincoln. I'm really sorry. Just now, I bought it all. Su Yan shrugged. Mr. Lu, if you don't believe me, you can walk around and ask. Lu Hui turned back violently and stared tightly at Su Yan. What do you want? Don't want to do anything. Just want to see you suffer. Redneck. Su Yan cut out. While Lu Hui was uncertain, Zhao Qiong's face changed dramatically. He knows. He really knows? That hotel is not Fu's home. No way? The Skylake Intercontinental Hotel is also owned by his family? Zhao Qiong's face turned white. Su, classmate Su. Zhao Qiong hurriedly spoke. Baby, this is your classmate? Lu Hui asked in a hurry. Your classmate. Not very old, but his breath is not small. Let's go. I don't believe that I can't buy a car with money. Lincoln, not for sale. Martha, get out. Jaguar, not for sale. A store came by and surprisingly, they all refused. You have money in your hand and you can't spend it? It must be your classmates who messed up. Lu Hui gasped. Zhao Qiong was distracted at the moment and didn't speak. The two retraced their steps back to the front of the BMW store.
Seeing that his Cayenne had been smashed to pieces.
When I look over my shoulder and see it, I can't help but feel heartbroken.
The crate that had been smashed by himself had,
however, been started. The side door slowly rose to reveal a dark blue supercar inside. Lu Hui couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, only to see the bottom of the wagon surprisingly move slowly as well. Moving to the side, the supercar seemed to fly in mid-air, then slowly landed on the ground. That's when he was able to get a glimpse of the supercar. Ferrari Laffa. Lu Hui couldn't even help but exclaim in shock. Godfather, is this car expensive? Zhao Qiong had a curious look on her face. Envy showed in Lu Hui's eyes. Expensive? More than expensive. It's simply expensive. Ferrari Rafa. Limited to 499 units worldwide. The price is at least $20 million.
When he said this, he was afraid for a while. Fortunately, it just smashed the crate.
If you hit Rafa, you're really going to cry yourself. Young Su, your car. At this moment, the two Lu Hui saw the crate driver and a sales deliver a car key to Su Yan. Mr. Lu, did you get the car? Su Yan took the car keys and looked back at Lu Hui. Su Yan looked over the new store. The entire car city. Almost all the family car 4S stores are almost all included in it. That's half of the motor city. All to myself. After a brief glance, he rejoined the crate. Cayenne is out of shape. Even the roof was flattened. Humph. I just don't believe that in the whole of Shanghai. You can cover the sky with one hand. Lu Hui was still angry. Zhang Chang also rushed back. Is this it? No one told him that we are agents? Everyone looked at Lu Hui with a smile on their faces. It was like looking at a little cutie. Agents? Doesn't that mean they control all the cars in Shanghai? Lu Hui's face finally changed. He couldn't compare to such a power. The face turned red. Zhao Qiong, however, had a dumbfounded look on his face. The agent of almost all cars in Shanghai? What kind of family is that? And
owning a $4+ million Bentley,
plus also buying a $20+ million Ferrari supercar. 10 Lu Hui can't even compare. And most importantly, he is much more handsome than Lu Hui. Mr. Zhang, you can't say that. Mr. Lu wants to buy a car. It's not impossible to buy. At least the tractor trailer, trucks and so on. We still don't have an agent. Lu Hui gritted his teeth and stared at Su Yan in death. But he didn't dare to have a seizure. What Zhou Zhong could think of, he could also think of. Such an existence could not afford to provoke itself. In the end, from his mouth stifled a sentence. I'm sorry, Su Xiao. I have eyes to not recognize Taishan. No need. Can't afford it. Su Yan waved his hand. I still appreciate your arrogant face more. Lu Hui was even harder. Su Yan student. I can't help but step forward. Zhao Qiong said. Originally, she wanted to kick Lu Hui out. But now that she saw Su Yan's worth as a supercar and car agent, she was even more impressed. There was a vague idea inside. Since he knew about it already, he even specifically targeted Lu Hui. Is it because you're jealous? After all, in terms of body shape, he was better than Wang Ran. In terms of looks, it's different from her. He'll like Wang Ran, why can't he like me? Baby, help me beg. For mercy, Lu Hui said softly. He was a company executive. If he didn't even have a car to get to and from work, he would be disgraced then. Zhao Qiong hesitantly glanced at Lu Hui. Now she is his daughter. Ms. Zhao Qiong, come to buy a car with your dad? I'm sorry, it's hard for me when your dad is so powerful. After all, I can't hold my breath. Can I? Hearing this, Zhao Qiong was a bit lost in thought. He really didn't know. A smile was quickly raised on his face. Classmate Su, I'm really sorry. My dad is a little too impulsive. I'll let him apologize to you. No need. Su Yan hastily waved his hand. Can't afford it. Really? It's okay. We're all classmates. This is all my dad's fault. He didn't know it was yours. He was just angry for a moment. Zhao Qiong said more and more naturally. It's like the whole thing is up. He doesn't know. I had my chance. It's really great. When we go back, we'll kick out Lu Hui. Won't we become a young grandma of a rich family? By the way, Mr. Zhao, why aren't you and your father under the same surname? Su Yan asked with feigned curiosity. Zhao Qiong was speechless. What should I say? A moment of mumbling. She took her mom's last name. Young Su, you guys were classmates. Want to go out together? Take a drive? We just had a misunderstanding. Let's forget about it. Lu Hui hurriedly said with flattery. Zhao Qiong was happy in her heart that Lu Hui didn't reveal himself. Wouldn't he or she still have a chance? That's great, too, isn't it? And create opportunities for yourself. What she didn't expect was that Lu Hui was trying to make a deal with her. Are you thinking that I don't have a woman? Su Yan looked at Lu Hui with a disdainful face. Su Xiao, when will you take me for a ride? Sherpeeling finally found an opportunity, hiring and curling her way to Su Yan's side. Zhao Qiong saw spelling and compared herself. Junior, the body that I was so proud of was really too small. Even some inferiority complexes. Young Su, people have been waiting for you. Lu Xinyan also walked over and glared at Sherpeeling. He went to change his clothes, and this little wannabe hoof wanted to get on top. One on the left and one on the right stood by Su Yan's side. Zhao Qiong then looked at Lu Xinyan. Her figure was no less impressive. Innocence and flirtatiousness appeared on one face at the same time. Even Lu Hui couldn't help but gulp when he looked at it. In his hand was $100,000 plus Gucci bag. Compare yourself immediately. Wait, I'll pay for the car first. Su Yan found the Ferrari sales and paid off the $20 million car. Young Su, look for me again if you have needs in the future. Sales bowed respectfully. Mr. Su Yan. Zhao Qiong didn't even blink when she saw more than $20 million. I felt regret at once, trying to fight for it. Student Zhao Qiong, don't bother. Su Yan shook his head and said, I don't like being in the same boat as your father. Go for a ride. Su Yan pulled up Lu Xinyan and the car door opened like a butterfly spreading its wings. Lu Xinyan, like a hen that has won a fight, got into the car with her head held high. Boom! Rafa let out a beastly roar and sped off. Baby, let's go. Lu Hui sighed. Can't beat that. Roll. Zhao Qiong finally understood when she heard the last sentence. He knows everything. What did you say? Lu Hui's eyes widened. I told you to get lost. You've ruined my life. Zhao Qiong yelled hysterically. Lu Hui's face also became gloomy. You want to engage in a little white boy behind my back? You. Snap. A hard slap was thrown at Zhou Zheng's face. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Zhao Qiong lunged at him with open teeth and claws, and the two of them were suddenly wrestling. TSK. Thought it was really father and daughter. Didn't realize it was such a relationship. Shu Huili sighed and hated it as she held her cell phone to record the video. Zhang Chang was also disgusted. Yes, the world is going downhill. Zhou Qing's cell phone was raised as well. Where are the morals? What about ethics? Chapter 36 Lucan Hyper Movement. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Hypersport Lycan Hypersport. The prizes have been parked in the parking lot of the Zhenhai International Circuit. Please go to the host to sign for it. Mr. Zhao. This matter is settled. Yi Chen contentedly shook hands with Mr. Zhao. The joy on his face could no longer be suppressed. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Zhao followed suit and laughed. Mr. Yi, happy cooperation. However, after laughing for a while, Yi Chen surprisingly had no tendency to stop. It was hard not to wonder in my mind that the order wasn't too big to be like this. Mr. Yi, are you alright? Yi Chen shook his head. My son will lose his family. Nothing, just happy. I'm just happy. Oh, what other happy events does Mr. Yi have? Let's all share it together. My son just bought a car. I'm happy for him. Ha ha. Yi Chen said. Mr. Zhao was wondering in his heart. For a family like theirs, buying a car wasn't a big deal, was it? However, there was still a congratulatory expression on his face. It's time to celebrate. What kind of car did your son buy? Nothing, just a Ferrari. Young people like to be fancy. The smile on Yi Chen's face, however, kept rising. Worthy of being Mr. Yi, domineering. Mr. Zhao gave a thumbs up. This shows that Yi Chen's family has plenty of running water. Being able to buy your son a Ferrari, at least a multi-million dollar car. It seems that one has made the right choice. Yi Jiang, however, frowned. The company's accounts are clear. Is it Uncle Junior's slush fund? Damn. He was a little peeved. The money was supposed to be his own. Who would have expected that as soon as this kid Ji Luo came back, Uncle too would buy him a Ferrari? No. One has to move a little faster. Second uncle. When is Luo D coming home? I haven't even seen it yet. Only when Mr. Zhao left did Ji Jiang open his mouth and ask. Yi Chen smiled. Take your time. He's been away from us for so many years. There's always an adjustment process. Now does Luo D still not? Yi Jiang twinkled his eyes. The second uncle and the second aunt are so good to him. After all, we didn't bring them up ourselves. It's normal to have a bit of a disconnect. Yi Chen smiled. Xiao Jiang has worked hard today. You go back first. Okay, you take your time. Uncle too. Yi Jiang smiled. Let's start by planting a seed today. Wait a few days and it will naturally take root. When Yi Jiang left, Yi Chen's face changed slightly and he sighed. Sure enough, as soon as Lo got her back, there was something else on anyone's mind. He said the Ferrari just to test it. Do you really think you can't hear the words uncle and auntie are so good to him? I didn't give you that money? It's all my son's fault. But why is the car rewarded by the system? In Zhonghai? Isn't the system mine? Why give it directly to my son? Obviously I'm the host. Yi Chen rubbed his face as he walked towards his car and pulled out his cell phone to call Su Yan. Hey, son, Dad bought you a new car. So ship the Bentley back. You can't grasp it. A white BMW slowly drove away. And inside the car window, Yi Jiang's face was gloomy. Ha, I bought the car myself. Su Yan grasped the steering wheel with both hands, his cell phone amplifier on one side. You bought it? Yi Chen pretended to be unaware. It's okay, Dad will buy you a new car and you'll drive it instead. Just give me the Bentley. The car is parked in the Zhonghai International Circuit. You go and pick it up yourself. By the way, the circuit you are also responsible for the management to go. Su Yan sighed. I can't manage it. Sitting on the sidelines, Ryu Xinyan's eyes gleamed. One still underestimated the assets of Su Xiao's family. Intercontinental Sky Lake, Tench Motors, Rudy's Auto. Now, even the Shanghai International Circuit has been bought. How many assets is that? It's close to $10 billion when you do the math, isn't it? It's just right. These are all in Shanghai, and I can't whip them. You're in charge. It doesn't matter if it's profit or loss. If you really don't want to manage it, just sell it. Yi Chen was also indifferent. It's all a gift from the system. It's not a bad look to sell for cash. Okay. Su Yan sighed. He still wanted to start his own business. I'll give you the general manager's number. Just call him when you get there. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen whistled excitedly. Bentley. Bentley. You can drive a Bentley yourself. Cool. I'm going to the racetrack now, so you can arrange to have my Bentley shipped home for my dad. Su Yan threw away his cell phone and instructed Lu Xinyan. Okay, young Su. Lu Xinyan's voice became sweet as she spoke. What for? Eating candy? Su Yan wondered. Lu Xinyan beamed. There isn't one. Do you want to taste it? Su Xiao. Driving. The car is parked at the Zhonghai International Circuit. Young Su, would you like to taste it now? Lu Xinyan looked at Su Yan with a smile. Then I'm welcome. Su Yan directly pounced on it. Knock knock. Just as the two were fighting, there was a knock on the car window. Young Song, why don't you get out of the car? What the hell is going on here? Wow. Young Song turns out to like playing this. New car, right? Mr. Song, is the girl new too? At some point, a group of young men surrounded them. Men and women, both. Lu Xinyan blushed as Su Yan lowered the window. You are? When these people saw Su Yan, their faces changed slightly, somewhat embarrassed. Ha, brother, wrong person. Thought it was young Song arriving. It's okay, you guys go on. Go on. Su Yan also smiled. This group of people were obviously rich second generation. How am I supposed to go on after all this? He laughed and cursed as he walked out. My name is Li Siming. What is this brother's name? The two shook hands. Su Yan, I don't think young Su has seen it before? Li Siming said curiously. I thought that only young Mr. Song could get his hands on Rafa in Shanghai. Still reading. Su Yan said with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I heard someone say, Young Song is here. Young Song. A group of people who were originally chatting immediately gathered around when they heard Song Xiao. Su Yan couldn't help but be curious. Young Li, what is Young Song? Li Siming smiled and said, Young Song is the second son of the Song group in Shanghai. Song Qin. Su Xiao. You wouldn't have not heard of it, right? So it's that Young Song who was the first global Rafa to crash. Su Yan instantly remembered. Moreover, Song's group was ranked among the top 500 in the country, and their stature was frighteningly high. It didn't take long to see Song Qin walking over. Holy, isn't this a Rafa? Song Qin walked over and touched the car. I wanted to get another one a while ago, but I couldn't find the goods. Brother, it wouldn't be you who bought it first, would it? Su Yan laughed. I don't know. I had someone get it for me. If Young Song likes it, you take it. It just arrived today. Anyway, Pop's got himself a new car. Song Qin didn't care. A gentleman doesn't take a man's favor. I've got my eye on a new car. And Rafa drove through it just fine. Young Song is domineering. Li Siming and the others exchanged praises. Mr. Song, what kind of car are you looking at? Yeah, let's see it too.
Yes, it's a pity that none of us caught up when Song Xiao's world premiere collided, or else a live broadcast would definitely be fire.
Song Qin was also a little excited about the car, and said, Lycoming Ultra Sport, limited to 7 units worldwide, with an opposed twin-turbo 6-cylinder engine, 8 seconds to 100 kilometers, 751 horsepower, and a top speed of 395 yards per hour. Wouldn't that make young Song invincible in Shanghai in the future? Li Siming couldn't help but joke. When I get it, try it. Song Qin was determined to get it. How much does it cost? Song Qin said, the asking price is $70 million, and I'm guessing it could be closer to $8,000 if you land all kinds of things. Ryu Xinyan was dazzled by what he heard. $80 million looks like $8,000 to them. Right. Don't talk about me? Su Xiao came for the first time today. What are you here for? Song Qin asked. Su Yan smiled and said, my dad bought me a new car and asked me to come over to pick it up. This Rafa of yours is new too, isn't it? Just picked it up today? Song Qin asked. What new car did Mr. So buy? Li Siming also asked. I don't know. My dad bought it and put it directly here. Su Yan walked over. Su Xiao. A man in his 30s ran to Su Yan. Young Song, Li Xiao, you guys are here too? The manager asked in a hurry. Mr. Zhu, what brings you here? The crowd was also curious. I've come to find our Mr. Su. Mr. Su, your car has just been delivered. This way please. Song Qin also became interested. What kind of car did Su Xiao buy? Let us see it too. Right. Going for a lap on the track later. A new car needs to be pulled out and practiced. Mr. Zhu, what kind of new car did Su Xiao buy? Like in Hypersport. Chapter 37, Su Xiao is gifted. It's right here. Mr. Zhu pressed the remote control and a rolling door slowly rose. The supercars inside were also revealed to be real. The muscular lines of the powerful, silver-gray body is like a sprawling, flooded beast. Even just standing in front of the car, one can feel the infinite power coming to the surface. Leakin Supersport. Song Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Li Siming was also a bit surprised and looked at Song Xiao. Song Xiao, is this the Leakin Supersport you want to buy? Is this it? A supercar worth $80 million? Song Xiao. Everyone looked at Song Qin. Song Qin let out a bitter laugh. I thought I had a chance to buy it. Xiao Su. I didn't expect you to get there first. It was also the first time Su Yan knew about it. Surprisingly, it's a supercar worth nearly $1 billion. I don't know. My old man bought it. He traded away my Bentley. Lu Xinyan was even more dumbfounded. $80 million. The vast majority of people in the world will never make $80 million in their lifetime. Even 8 million is hard. As a result, people are born with it. When it is meant to be, you must have it. When it is not meant to be, ask your father for it. I have a Bentley too. Li Siming couldn't help but say, my dad sure wouldn't want to trade me for a Lycoming. Ming Xiao, don't put gold on your face. $80 million for a car. Except for Song Xiao in the audience. Even if we want to buy it, we still have more than enough. So envious. Forget it. Song Qin sighed. There was only supposed to be this one left. Song Qin could only sigh when he missed out on his favorite car. However, Su Xiao has arrived for the first time today. How about a match with me? Song Qin jumped into action. His heart filled with wariness. Su Yan suddenly blushed. Sorry, I've never run a track. Li Siming immediately asked curiously. Young Su, you've never run a racetrack, so how did you get the car here? At this time, Mr. Shu said in a hurry. Ming Xiao, Song Xiao, our racetrack has been acquired by Su Xiao, just acquired today. At this moment, even Song Qin couldn't help but stare. Su Xiao, you don't know how to race. What are you doing buying a racetrack? Li Siming also nodded. Moreover, the racetrack needs quite a bit of investment every year if it wants to maintain its rating. Track maintenance requires a lot of money. The most lucrative program is hosting tournaments. You can't make money by having a low-impact event, and hosting an event requires even more connections. Not only that, but organizing a tournament requires a lot of human energy and financial resources. It's safe to say that racetracks are not a worthwhile investment. My old man bought it. Su Yan shrugged. Let me manage. The crowd froze, and Li Siming quirked. Why not my old man? Song Qin couldn't help but chime in. Yeah, if only my old man was this enlightened. Su Yan actually felt strange. It always seems like my old man is a hammer in the east and a hammer in the west when it comes to investing. It's also not systematic.
Maybe the old man has his own ideas. Su Yen could only comfort himself this way. After all, with at least $10 billion, you certainly don't just mess around. Since the old man gave young Su a racing track, how can he not go on the track? Song Qin laughed. Let's familiarize ourselves with a few laps together. Maybe Su Xiao is gifted. His own beloved car was taken from him. High-minded and proud, he still wanted to take a breath. Then let's have some fun. Su Yen was also somewhat interested. Racing, a man's ultimate dream, isn't it? What's more, in the past 2 days he felt his driving skills had skyrocketed. Maybe, really gifted? Go go go. Everyone got excited when they heard they were going to race and each went to their cars and onto the track. Song Qin's ride is a Pagani Windjammer. It's worth over $20 million. A sports car parked on the track. The crowd began to put on their gear. Young Su, this is the helmet and gloves. It's your first time on the track. You should mainly familiarize yourself with the track. You don't need to be too fast. Young Song and the others are familiar with it. Let's drive a few laps and observe the condition of the tires. We have a professional team here that can change the tires at any time. And professional oil is also available. If you're racing, the most important thing to keep an eye on is fuel and tire condition. Mr. Zhu was meticulous about everything and began to explain some of Su Yan's precautions. Su Yan listened attentively. There's no need for equipment. I'll just play around. Okay. Mr. Zhu nodded. Sun Qin, they don't wear equipment either. Young Su, let's take our time to familiarize ourselves with the first few laps. Safety is the main concern. Before Song Qin drove, he explained. The two cars stood side by side. Yes. Su Yan nodded and got into the supercar. Why did you come up? Unexpectedly, Lu Xinyan had also sat on the passenger side. In the starting position, a wonderful young girl, dressed in jean shorts, with only a bra on top. I'm with you. I've never been in a car with $80 million. Ryu Xinyan laughed. It's my first time on the track. In case there's then I'll be a lovebird with the same name as you. Lu Xinyan smiled casually. Don't. My heart is like iron. Don't think that will move me. Don't worry. I won't let you die. You still have to make money for me. Capitalist. By this time, the young girl had already undone her bra and raised it above her head. Everyone's supercars are up and running and ready to go. And Su Yan's Laken was already rolling on its wheels by now, rubbing violently against the ground. Mr. Zhu's face changed. What a high RPM. This, young Su said he wouldn't? Li Siming was shocked. I think young Song is going to lose this hand. Holy, how did that happen? It's not like it won't, is it? Su Xiao is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Ha ha ha, now young Song is going to be defeated. Song Xiao also made a point of learning from a race car driver. A hand that, I'm told, has never been learned. It's open. It's open. I bet on young Su to win. I also bet on Su Xiao. Okay, whoever loses is buying tonight. With the front sender scratching his head, he jerked the bra downward. Bra landing. The two supercars whistled out as if they were off the rails. Boom. Boom. A furious roar. Laken jumped out to an early lead, starting half a car length ahead of the Pagani. Holy, the acceleration is so fierce. It feels like less than 2 seconds for 100 kilometers. This is technology. Su Xiao's car is parked in place and the revolutions have exceeded 10,000 RPM. It's the same as saying that his car is driving in place. It may have reached 100 kilometers in place. Lismore also knows something about it. Mr. Zhu said, the rotational speed should be over 15,000. Su Xiao is gifted. Both of them have now reached 200 yards. The crowd rushed to look at the data interface on the side. Holy, Song Xiao has broken the record. The first time he reached 200 yards so quickly. Li Siming nodded his head as well. It seems that Song Xiao is serious. There's something to see this time. Chapter 38, The God of Cars. The God of Cars. Holy, that fast? Song Qin was startled as he looked at Liken, who had violently scurried out of the room. Hurriedly, he pressed down hard on the gas, eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead, not daring to let up. It's a little too crazy to run a track for the first time, isn't it? But those who are untrained don't dare to drive too fast. It's common sense. Without some training, when you get up to 150 yards, you lose control of your car. The track is not like the highway. High speeds can keep an eye on what's going on for miles, but tracks can't. The entire course is just under 6 kilometers in total, with multiple corners. The car doesn't pick up speed at all. After the starting point is a long straight line, which is only a few hundred meters long. 200 yards. Sung Chin was so startled that he didn't realize to himself that he had lifted 200 yards on the track. He was not a professional racer and rarely went 200 yards. The first corner is up. Here's where I'm going to overtake. Song Chin took a deep breath. Running a track is based on experience, skill. Su Yan's first time on the track. Straight line acceleration all rely on the car. Into the corner is the real test of skill. He eased off the gas and slowed the car down, getting ready to drift into a corner. A technique he had just learned. What? However, just as he slowed down, Lakin seemed to be charging forward at a high speed as if he was a warrior who was going forward. He doesn't want to die? Starting point. The crowd had stood in front of a large screen, where they could observe what was happening on the track through the security cameras dotted around the track. Lakin is so fast. This acceleration is awesome. Young Song seems to have really met his match. Lee Siming wrapped his hands around his chest. It's normal for Su Xiao to not fall behind in a straight line with his supercar performance in the early stages. And the first curve is when he'll be truly tested. Right, Mr. Zhu also nodded his head. The first corner is 90 degrees. Entering the corner requires skill. Su Xiao's first time running the track. He doesn't know the track well. He needs to slow down drastically. Song Xiao's counterattacking is at this moment. My god. However, the next moment, they were all slapped in the face. The Pagani dropped significantly as it was about to enter the corner. Lucan, however, was on a roll, having been half a body length ahead and now surging ahead. Mr. Zhu's face changed drastically. It's over. Su Xiao doesn't know the situation. Quickly, contact the hospital immediately. Tell them to send an ambulance. He started making arrangements with his hands and feet. The little boss's first day at the racetrack. If it goes wrong, why don't you stop him? Holy, oh my god, that's okay? Just as he was screaming his head off and hanging his feet, a sudden gasp of surprise came from the crowd. It seems like nothing happened to. With that sound, nothing should have happened. Mr. Zhu looked over in a hurry and saw Lakin going straight into the corner at over 200 yards. The front wheel was attached to the inner rim, and the rear wheel was desperately thrown outward in a thrilling, yet extremely beautifully accomplished, tail drift. What's the speed? What kind of speed entry drift is this? It's beautiful. Soon, a speed display appeared in the big screen. Entry speed, 203 km per hour. Speed out of the curve, 214 km per hour. Geez, what kind of divine skill is this? Drifting with acceleration? Simply divine. Young Song will lose today. Young Su doesn't look weak either. Suyan was able to afford Lakin and buy an asset like a racetrack that has little investment value. It was as if they had already been treated as a tycoon on the same level as Song Chin. Young Song is also into bending. Entry speed down to 180, 160 on exit. Oops. Young Song is bound to lose. Not necessarily. Lissam frowned. Mr. Zhu agreed. Yes, Su Xiao's first time running the track here. He doesn't know enough about the track. The first turn, you can look good in advance. But, there are still close to 360 degrees turns behind. There's even continuous curves where he's sure to slow down. But the first turn is so cool. Indeed. That speed. On our side. No one can do it. Right? No. Song Chin felt it more than they did. It's nifty. It's insane. He screamed and cursed under his breath. His foot on the gas furiously. The next section is also a straight section. But the race has just started. The whole map of the track is in my head. I know the track like the back of my hand. The next corners, one harder than the other. And the fourth 360 degrees corner. That's when I'll overtake you. Throttle blasting wildly. The Pagani transforms into an arrow off the string and improves sharply. However, Lucan was faster out of the turn and had pulled out a long way. Trying to catch up in a straight line is simply impossible. One can only hope for the bends. It's the second turn. This bend is a circle with longer curves. Su can't solve it without necessarily slowing down. Just now the straight line speed. Su Xiao even exceeded 250 yards. Su is driving too crazy, isn't he? However, for this circular curve, Su Xiao is bound to slow down and reduce to at least within 200 yards before he can cross the curve. I think it's more than that. This corner doesn't require much slowing down if you're familiar with it and drift through the corner as a whole. But, I remember Song Xiao practiced this bend, right? What's the fastest record? Song Xiao is the fastest to cross the corner at 197 yards. His master, long phase record is 231 yards. Young Song has a chance at this turn. Asterisk. Young Su didn't slow down. However, they saw that Su Yan's Lakin surprisingly did not slow down at all at this time. Call an ambulance. Is the ambulance here yet? Mr. Zhu asked the staff loudly. Mr. Zhu,
We've already called. The ambulance will arrive in a while.
Approaching 250 yards into a corner can lead to an accident if you're not careful. One has to keep the ambulance ready at all times.
Entry speed, 253 kilometers per hour. Everyone was stunned. And that rate is still soaring. The front wheels drove the rear wheels, and the whole car seemed to float. Drift all the way. Perfect drift. Holy, Su Xiao actually drifted through the corner. Look at that. Exit speed. Speed out of the curve, 245 kilometers per hour. Holy, I can't believe I didn't slow down much with that long of a drift. Drifting is a special technique that passes through the friction of the tires and at the same time reduces the speed of the car. However, it's amazing that the car hasn't lost much speed for such a long distance around the bend. Holy, cool. Now, which one of you still thinks that Young Song can win? Li Siming also laughed bitterly and shook his head. We've all been fooled by Su Xiao. He must be an expert. More than a master. Long Fei's record is broken. God of car. From today onwards, Su Xiao is my god of car. Mr. Zhu almost didn't catch his breath, his face full of shock. It's too scary. One hand gripped his chest and took a deep breath. Then a smile appeared on his face. Winning. Su Xiao won't lose. Chapter 39, Ambulance. Call an ambulance. Mr. Wish breathes back. Though there are a few more turns to come, but with young Su's skill, it's definitely not a problem. Li Siming also nodded. Although the fourth turn is 360 degrees, with Su Xiao's drifting skills, it's the easiest instead. Young Song is pathetic. I think he's holding his breath. Ha ha, the car got jacked. Was going to win one on the track. Now it's good to be ridden in the face show. Ha ha, alright. You guys stop laughing in a while and save face for Young Song. Right. Yes. The crowd also relaxed. As expected, the next few corners were not a problem for Su Yan. With his uncanny skill of entering and exiting turns, he is truly a delight to watch. This is a professional racer, right? Li Siming looked dumbfounded. Mr. Zhu, what kind of person is Su Xiao? Mr. Zhu shook his head. I don't know. It was just bought today. Haven't heard of such a racer. Have you guys heard anything? Li Siming asked the others. The crowd shook their heads. Not really. Never heard of such a rich man. Buying Laken and buying a racetrack is bound to be more than just a name. The surname Su. It seems like I haven't really heard of it. The crowd felt more and more curious about Su Yan. It is indeed bizarre that a person with at least $10 billion in existence is hearing about it for the first time. Holy, he's still accelerating. At that moment, someone exclaimed in shock. Almost 300 yards. Mr. Zhu's heart was beating in his throat, staring intently at the big screen. Ambulance. Has the ambulance arrived yet? The staff hurriedly said. It's here. Already at the door. Stand by. It's now showing over 300 yards per hour. The big screen shows the speed of Lucan's car at this point. 304 kilometers per hour. In the World Supercar Championship, the top speed is only 300 yards. It's not because their supercars can't reach that speed. Rather, beyond that speed, the rider's handling plummets. A single stone can cause a tragic car wreck. Has the track been cleaned up yet today? General Zhu felt like he was trembling and grabbed the staff and asked. Cleaned up today. Are you sure there isn't even a stone left on the track? Mr. Wish covered his chest. Nervous as hell. Once the car gets up to 300, any little flaw in the smile will be a huge danger. Where is the staff to make sure? Rubbish. You bunch of losers. If anything happens to little boss, you'll all be finished. The speed of the car is still rising. It's already 320 yards. Young Su is awesome. That's fast enough to go to a race. That's fast enough to win a prize in a competition. Into the corner. Still not slowing down. Holy, is Su Xiao crazy? Well, how's it going? How many more turns are coming up next? Mr. Zhu had completely dared not look at it. He felt his heart break through to the bottom of his throat. There are 3 more consecutive curves to come. At this speed Su Xiao, Li Siming was also a little nervous. There's also a difference between continuous curves and curves, meaning, constant reorientation is required. In the process, it is extremely easy to cause the vehicle to drift, causing a rollover, overturned at more than 300 yards, obviously. Not to mention the car cannot be saved. The car inside the same people cannot be saved. Su Xiao, slow down. Mr. Zhu's face turned pale. Pop. Snap. He fiercely slapped himself twice. How the heck did you not let the equipment that Su Xiao brought with him? Now, no communication. If you wear a helmet, there is still a way to communicate. Tell him about the continuous curves ahead,
At that time, in order to consider Su Xiao's face, Song Qin didn't bring it with him. I'm a cutie. I deserve to die. Mr. Zhu, into the bend, Li Siming exclaimed. Everyone couldn't help but look toward the big screen. Into the bend. Next up are 3 consecutive corners. Everyone was glued to the screen. Jesus. It still hasn't slowed down. Entry speed, 318 kilometers per hour. Young Su. This speed into the turn is definitely going to be dangerous. Mr. Wish's heart beat happier and happier as he heard the murmurings. This speed is too risky. Mr. Wish. What was the highest speed into the corner in the previous race? Hearing these people ask, Mr. Zhu sighed and said, the highest ever turn-in speed is 322 yards. And that's if those professional racers have familiarized themselves with the venue in advance and memorized the venue map. In the end, it's a rollover. It's over. It's over. Thinking about this, Mr. Zhu became even more desperate. Professional racers familiarize themselves with the venue ahead of time, drawing attention to the fact that they know the map route and still flip their cars. Well, now Su Xiao has nothing. Entering a corner at such a high speed, the end is self-explanatory. What a nice drift. Slim Lee high fives. What's the speed now? Current speed, 307 yards. Lucan makes a nice shimmy into the corner. Here comes the second bend. Nearly S-shaped curves require continuous cornering, and the body is bound to be unstable. This requires strong technical support. When to take the wheel, hit the brakes, etc. All require timing. Wow! There was a gasp of surprise among the crowd. The wheels are off the ground. The deceleration is too little. The drift just ended and Su Xiao even stepped on the gas. This is caused by unfamiliarity with the route. Mr. Zhu's entire body exploded when he heard the wheels leave the ground. Ambulance! Has the ambulance gone over yet? Stand by to save lives. He couldn't care less anymore. The ambulance is on the infield. The staff member's voice came over the intercom. The second turn. Su Xiao hasn't slowed down yet. The wheels are off the ground and you're not slowing down? This is dangerous. Holy, he's stepping on the gas. Li Siming saw the speed in the big screen, and it was actually growing. Crazy. This is absolutely crazy. No one was paying attention to Song Qin's situation anymore. Third turn. Still drifting. Still not slowing down. Mr. Zhu's eyes were rolling. After the last 3 consecutive corners, it's a straight line of a few hundred meters to the finish line. The crowd ran out. Heaven. Coming. It's coming out. Holy, nothing happened at all at such a high speed. That's crazy. Hearing that it was fine, Mr. Zhu's heart finally dropped. It's good to be okay. Luckily, Su Xiao is fine. Holy, popped the tank? He was just about to go out to greet the victor when he suddenly heard a cry of alarm. Exploded? His heart tightened. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed on the spot with a black eye. Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu. The staff was shocked. Ambulance. Call an ambulance. Chapter 40. A set of tires is worth a BMW. The ambulance that had driven into the infield heard the news and quickly sped back. When Li Siming saw the ambulance coming back, he laughed. Su Xiao's technique is really too unbelievable, scaring Mr. Zhu almost into the ambulance. Ha ha, who says otherwise? Mr. Zhu has called for an ambulance so many times. I'm afraid it's for himself. I was really worried about him passing out. Look guys, someone's really being put in an ambulance. Who? The crowd rushed back to look. I only saw Mr. Zhu lying on a stretcher, being carried towards the ambulance. Is Mr. Zhu okay? Li Siming hurriedly asked the nurse who attended the clinic. It's okay. Too much excitement triggered insufficient blood supply to the heart, causing a transient coma. Crowd. Holy, Mr. Zhu really can't take it anymore? Inexplicably. It's a little funny. Indeed. Mr. Wish is really kind of funny. They weren't worried when they saw the ambulance present. Su Xiao is too fierce. The new car is directly dry-blown cylinder. Young Song is here. They stood at the finish line and saw that Lucan's speed was plummeting. The exit of the trifecta of corners and the Pagani is out. It's really hard to say whether we'll win or lose now. But, Su lost speed. The car is still moving. How much speed is Song? Lismore asked. The person watching the big screen hurriedly said. Young Song is now at 180 yards. Young Su now has 230 yards to go. Suddenly it feels like it's time for the application question. The distance from the exit to the finish line is 1,000 meters. Song's speed of 180 yards is still increasing. Su's speed of 230 yards is decreasing. Who will win in the end? The crowd laughed. Thought it was a no contest at first.
The process was indeed no less suspenseful. But the end was suspenseful. Suyin loses speed and Song Qin has another chance. It's a long story, 1,000 meters, but it's just an instant. Phew. Phew. 2 cars cross the finish line in the blink of an eye. It's almost impossible to tell the sequence. Who won? The crowd rushed to look. The finish line has race-level videography. Who won? The Pagani drifted, stopped, and approached at a quick pace. Song Xiao. At those words, Song Qin didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It was Su Young who touched the line first. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Qin couldn't help but curse out in laughter. I thought he'd popped the tank and had a chance to win. This beast. Who said I popped the tank? At this time, Su Yan also got out of the car, refreshed. Ryu Xinyan couldn't wait to vomit on the sidelines. I didn't expect the track to be so much fun. Su Yan was all excited. Su Xiao, this is no fun for you to pretend. At this level, if you haven't been on the track, I won't believe it to death. Song Qin greeted him with a smile. Young Song is joking. I really haven't run on the track. Su Yan shrugged his shoulders with a helpless look on his face. If I had been on the track, I wouldn't have ended up running out of gas. Out of gas? Not a blown cylinder? Li Siming said unexpectedly. Of course not. The gas tank is out of gas. The other thing is that the wheels have no grip. Su Yan smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Song Qin laughed out loud. Deserved. You deserve it. I couldn't even see the back of your car as it drifted along. The crowd walked over to take a look. And sure enough, all 4 of Leekin's wheels were polished and smooth, without a single pattern. Gee, just 1 lap and the tires are straight out of the car. It's the first time I've seen such a vicious opening. Pretty much. It's mainly because Su Xiao is too wavy, drifting endlessly along the way. Or else it wouldn't have to be like this. Song Qin sighed. Handsome. Not as handsome as him. Not as fast as him either. It's really losing. Su Xiao. Great. However, he lost convincingly. Li Siming stepped forward and hooked Song Qin's neck. Su Xiao. Your speed. It's comparable to a professional racer. Indeed. Song Qin nodded his head. I asked Long Fei to teach me before, and he's at the top of his level in the country. But compared to Su Xiao, he's still quite a bit behind. I'm just fooling around. Su Yan smiled and waved his hand. Young Su, if you had said your level earlier, Manager Zhu wouldn't have had to be sent to the hospital in fear. Li Siming said as he stifled a laugh. Ha, Mr. Zhu is in the hospital? What happened? Su Yan doesn't know the situation yet. In 3 words, the crowd made things clear. Su Yan was a bit speechless and decided that he still had to go see him. Su Sha. Ryu Xin spat and rinsed her mouth before coming over. You have someone come and tow the car and change all 4 tires. Young Su, you're at your own home racetrack and you have to let others drag you? Li Siming laughed. Now I finally believe that it's Young Su's first time on the track. Young Su, it can be changed right here. Song Qin also laughed. I believe it too. Su Yan immediately felt that there was still a gap between himself and these rich young men. Poor insight in all areas. He suddenly somewhat understood what Yi Chan and Li Qin meant by giving themselves money all the time. Residence moves the body. Nourishment moves the breath. You can't develop an eye for all aspects in a short period of time. But with enough money, there is enough to go around. If he didn't have any money, he'd be a little scared to go into an upscale restaurant. But now he has over $100 million in cash. There's no fear of going anywhere. With a few more trips, your eyes will naturally be open. Luckily, Su Xiao is rich and generous. Once these 4 tires are changed, it's at least a BMW 5 Series. Ha ha ha, indeed. You guys don't get it. Mr. Su has his own racetrack. What are you afraid of? Young Su, how did you do that drift just now? By the way, how do you? Su Yan was unsure, but he did have a lot of experience in driving in his head to share one by one. Have someone from the racetrack rotate Lucan's car. Blowing out 4 wheels in one drive is a total loser. The equivalent of a BMW. But Su Yan didn't care. He figured out that Yi Chen was trying to raise his temperament. Between tire changes, Su Yan drove the Rafa up. Do you want to join us, schoolmarm? Lu Xinyan sniffed and hastily shook her head. In that lap just now, Su Yan drove while cheering. Ryu Xinyan, on the other hand, nearly cracked. It's too much. Over 300 yards. There is no good ride in any car. No matter what it is. The slightest flick of the steering wheel can cause a huge deflection. Aren't you going to live and die with me and be a lovebird? Su Yan joked. Lu Xinyan raised her head and said accusingly. Su Xiao, you still want me to make money for you, right? Su Yan didn't give her a hard time and ran a few more laps. That's the end of the intention.
I changed 3 sets of tires today alone.
Because drifting is just awesome. Mr. Shu hurried back before the end. Young Su, did you have fun today? Mr.
Wish is still carefully served.
Mr. Zhu, if you're not feeling well, rest at the hospital. You don't need to run back so much. Su Yan glanced at him. Brush wrote a check. Here's the money for today's tire change. Xiao Su, what kind of money is it if it's your own? General Zhu laughed dryly. We can't put you guys on the hook for the money we use. $2 million should be enough, right?
He changed 3 sets of tires and the others changed a total of 2 sets.
Much. Mr. Zhu was also relieved. If Su Yan doesn't pay, this is going to make it to the account later though, but the books wouldn't look good. There could be a loss or something like that. The small business owner is transparent and gives the money straight away.
Then you don't have to worry about the favors.
I'll give you guys a bonus if there's more. Su Yan didn't care and waved his hand. Thank you, Su Xiao. Thank you, Xiao Su. General Zhu was overjoyed. With a boss like that, I'd give everything I had to make money for him. Su Xiao, let's go. There happens to be a game tonight. Together. Song Qin and the others were already over their greeting. What bureau?
Su Yan was also quite interested. Since Yi Chen and Li Qin wanted to cultivate themselves,
they couldn't let them down. Being from a wealthy family,
it obviously pays to reach out to some of the second generation.
Of course it's a good game. Song Qin winked at Su Yan. Chapter 41 The Skylake Intercontinental Hotel is also yours?
Detected loser loses $2. 000 Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Dongyi Media Limited. Yi Chen took off the jacket on his body.
Li Qin took the clothes, and suddenly saw her husband showing a joyful expression, and couldn't help but ask, what's good? Everything go well today? Yi Chen hugged and kissed his wife. Smooth. More than smooth. The couple has been together for many years and it's been plain as day. Unexpectedly, today, steeped in such hot feelings,
Li Qin could not help but spit on her old face. A whole lot of years and all that.
Yi Chen put his arm around his wife and laughed loudly. Our son has lost his fortune again. Defeated again? Li Qin's eyes also glowed. Didn't you say you bought a supercar?
No, there was an earlier payment of $500,000.
None of them.
Yi Chen shook his head and changed into slippers with a big smile.
Just as I entered the door, another sum of $2 million. Although I don't know what he did, but he's gradually getting used to it now. Li Qin was also happy. I told you, give him enough money and his guts will naturally be strong. Who says it's not? You're really a virtuous wife.
Yi Chen wrapped his arms around Li Qin and his smile grew more and more exuberant.
What was rewarded this time? Rewarded a company called Dongyi Media. What does this company do? Yi Chen checked the system and said.
Li Qin checked her cell phone and said,
Dongyi Media is a film and television production company.
But the company mainly focuses on film and television investment.
Film and television production. This aspect of the business, we're not familiar with it either. Yi Chen frowned widely. Very difficult. Since you're not familiar with it, let's leave it to our son. Wouldn't it be better if we help him guard this acre of land? Li Qin laughed. The company is in Shanghai anyway. In the middle of the sea again? Yi Chen's eyes widened. Yeah, what's wrong? Li Qin wondered. How come all the rewards obtained are in Shanghai? All around the brat? Yi Chen was a bit upset. It's clearly my system.
Li Qin rolled her eyes and gave him a blank look.
Even if it's your system, it's all because of my son's efforts to lose money. Trying to lose. Yi Chen was so hard inside. But, nothing but, just hand it over to him, the movie and television section.
The young man is more familiar with it.
Anyway, just let him lose money. The company is not afraid even if it loses money. Just let him invest. Li Qin laughed.
Yi Chen wrapped his arms around his wife and sighed in his heart. Sons screw female college students while they own.
Never mind. After finding her son,
Li Qin's smile grew and was quite flavorful.
Wife, it's been a long time since when you said you wouldn't have a son if you couldn't find one. Now, you deadbeat. Go take a shower. Yes, my queen. Right away. At night, Shanghai is bustling with lights. Boom, boom, boom. A line of supercars, with a beastly roar, passed quickly down the road. Holy, so many supercars out to blow up the streets? This is the entire second generation of Shanghai all coming out, isn't it? Oh my god, look at the lead car. The Lycoming Supersport. Is it worth a lot? That's for sure. The Lycan Supersport. There are only 7 of them in the world. Worth at least $80 million. Geez, $80 million for a car? Doesn't it smell good to buy a house?
This car must be Xiao Song's, right? The only one in Shanghai who can afford it is Young Song. No, Young Song's car is this Pagani Windy behind him. I saw Mr. Song driving. And who's that in first place? Don't recognize it. Click, click. Many people took out their cell phones and started taking pictures. It was the first time anyone had seen such a big battle. Young Song, lead the way to the front. After the stoplight started, Su Yan sent a message to Song Qin through the radio in the car. Young Su, it's too much of a waste for your $80 million Lycan not to be used as a lead car. Li Siming's voice also came over. That's right, Su Xiao, $80 million. Buying several behind us. Let's dabble in it too. To the Sky Lake Intercontinental. Young Su wouldn't know the way, would he? The crowd gave you the location. Sky Lake Intercontinental? What are they doing there? Su Yan felt strange. The road is definitely recognizable. Though, it can only be sped all the way to the front of the line. Lakin drove into the hotel that was like a manor house. I forgot to give Xiao Su the invitation. Li Siming's voice suddenly came from the intercom. It's okay, even if you don't know Lakin, you know the supercar. Song Qin said. As he spoke, Su Yan's Lakin had already parked in front of the hotel. The porter saw a supercar stop and immediately ran over respectfully. Sir, do you have an invitation? Su Xiao. Halfway through his sentence, he immediately stopped and respectfully helped open the car door. Mr. Su, got a new car? The doorman had a fawning face. What's going on? More invitations today? Su Yan threw the car keys to him and asked. Someone chartered the hotel today. Strangely enough, package hotel? It's also quite mysterious. Su Xiao. The rest of the staff bowed when they saw him. Su Xiao, I didn't expect you to be a familiar guest. I thought you were going to be defeated. Li Siming and Song Qin and the others had to walk over with smiles and laughter. What's all this mystery? And you have to charter a hotel? Su Yan asked. You'll see. Song Qin smiled and followed Su Yan inside. Wang Tianlong had walked over quickly. Su Xiao, today our hotel has been wrapped. Wang Tianlong is a little difficult. Or, I'll go and push it now? Su Yan turned back to Song Qin. You guys didn't wrap it? Song Qin and the others were also shocked enough to look at Su Yan. The Sky Lake Intercontinental Hotel is yours? Both sides looked at each other in disbelief. The old man bought it. I only come occasionally. Su Yan casually said. It's not your package. Should we change places? No need. Song Qin and the others pulled out their invitations. Only then did Wang Tianlong notice Song Qin. So it's Young Song and Young Li you've come. Reasonable. Very reasonable. It makes perfect sense for the young boss of his own family to hang out with these rich kids. Old Wang. The previous legend has it that there was a rich man who bought Sky Lake in cash. And it was Su Xiao's family? Li Siming asked. Wang Tianlong nodded repeatedly. Of course. The boss bought the hotel and said to hand it over to the little boss to take care of it. Holy. Li Siming was so shocked that he looked at Su Yan. Young Su, the market value of this place is close to $5 billion. The market value of the racetrack is also $3 to $4 billion. With this kind of money, it would be better to just give it to you. Su Yan could only smile bitterly. He'd also learned that hotels were slightly better than racetracks, but it would be a long time before he could get his money back. However, two assets are of high quality because of the plots. It's one of those. It's hard to get your money back, but easy to get a loan. Su Xiao, what exactly is your origin? Just these two industries require close to $10 billion in cash. Li Siming was really curious. So much cash flow. The average rich person could never get it. It seems that the old man is a traditional businessman. Chapter 42. Who doesn't take our Dong-yi seriously? Lissam nodded. He was shocked at first. The latter was quickly figured out. It doesn't make a quick buck, but it's definitely considered a quality asset. Awesome. Li Siming gave a thumbs up. Song Qin immediately hooked Su Yan's neck. Su Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Turn around and Lakin must lend it to me to drive. Even if you were hit, you probably wouldn't be heartbroken. Tens of billions of dollars of assets at stake. And it's just what's been given to him to take care of. This showed that the old man of Su Yan's family definitely had more than just this little bit of assets. You can take it and drive it if you want to, but you have to compensate me for an identical one if you crash it. Su Yan opened his mouth and said, even if I don't drive it, it's good to keep it for collection. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If I crash this car, where am I going to find a car just like it for you? Song Qin said helplessly, but I didn't borrow it for the crash either. The elevator dinged open at that moment. Stopped at the spa level. Young Song, you still want to borrow a car from someone? Are you kidding? A man stood in the doorway with an affable smile on his face.
quite a bit of gravitas. Su Yan, however, recognized it at once. Wasn't this the popular star Hongan? What's he doing here? No kidding. This Mr. Su, the hotel you chartered is his, and he also has a global limited edition of 7 supercars. If I don't ask him to borrow it, who do I ask to borrow it? Upon hearing this, Hong Anton warmed up. I didn't think I'd be so lucky as to happen to meet young Su. Lee Siming waved his hand. Cut the crap and go. Guys, inside please. Hongan always had a smile on his face, and even if it was Lee Siming's ignorance, he didn't seem to take it to heart in the slightest. What exactly is the bureau today? Su Yan was curious. This was his own family's hotel. There was something there, and while he didn't know it by heart, he had been here several times. Heading inside is the hot springs. He's trying to pull investment. Lee Siming bristled. Pulling in investments? It would cost a lot of money to charter such a large hotel, right? Su Yan wondered. If you have this money, why don't you invest it? Song Qin laughed. His contract expired this year, and he wants to go it alone, and is preparing for the opening. Doesn't want to be told what to do and wants to share the risk. Su Yan understood. So, Hongan approached these rich kids. These guys have money on their hands and are too lazy to point fingers at the rich kids, so they're obviously the best choice. More than that, Hongan didn't care. They spoke directly. If the play makes money, I can still hook up with you guys for a solid profit. Su Yan did not expect that he would be able to say these words frankly. It's also true that it's phallic. At this time, Su Yan's phone rang. Young Song, Young Li, I'll take a call. The old man at home. Su Yan signaled, and Song Qin and Lee Siming immediately nodded their heads. Young Li, who is this young Su? Hongan took the opportunity to ask. Lee Siming laughed. Su Xiao, we can't afford to compare. We bought 2 cars today. A Laken that costs $80 million on the ground, and a Lafa that's over $20 million. That's $100 million for 2 cars. This Nima, Hongan's eyes glowed. That's the real cash cow. That's $100 million in cash. Anyone who can casually come up with $100 million in cash to buy a car wouldn't mind investing it in themselves, would they? More than that. Song Qin was worried that Hongan would offend Su Yan, so he simply added a little bit of weight to him. The Shanghai International Circuit and this hotel are all assets given to him by his family. Do you understand? Honan froze. He gets it. These 2 assets, they may just be holding the floor for him, because the money isn't fast. But the assets are high quality and random mortgages are billions of dollars in cash. Where did that come from? How come I've never heard of it? Hongan was curious. The top 10 of the rich and powerful list. There's no big brother with the surname Su, right? The country is so big that the charts can touch them all? You can only see what you're told to see. Song Qin nudged him. Hongan immediately understood. I'm afraid, this is a real bigot. Seeing Su Yan return, Hongan became more and more accompanied by caution. If such a being were to give himself an investment and pull the strings with him, then one is not worried at all. Young Su, this way please. Su Yan nodded. What does the old man want with you? Song Qin asked curiously. Su Yan shook his head and laughed bitterly. Nothing. I guess I wanted to be lazy and threw another company at me. Messing up my business startup now I don't have time. Lee Siming laughed. Su Xiao, you don't lack anything now. Wouldn't it be fine to peacefully prepare to take over the family's industry? How hard is it to start a business? Song Qin, however, shook his head. I do think that the older generation's industry is theirs. Times are developing and changing. We need to have our own industry as well. After a few steps, I saw smoke and mist. Surprisingly, I didn't meet a single waiter along the way. However, when they arrived, it looked like a group of coolly dressed young boys and girls had been waiting for a long time. Makeup is exquisite and youthful looking. It's full of youthfulness. However, Su Yan recognized a few of them at a glance. Saw them on TV myself. Many are minor celebrities. Still, most of them are unrecognizable on their own. Probably a trainee. Sure is interesting. No wonder Lee Siming kept hinting to himself to let Lu Xinyan leave. So that's what this is all about. Young Su, Young Song, Young Li, there's another circle member today. You won't mind, right? At this time, Hongan spoke up. Holy, if you had ing said there were outsiders, we wouldn't have come. Lee Siming's face changed. The young boys and girls who were originally full of smiles had their faces changed. They know what they came to do today. I didn't realize that the Golden Father had just arrived and flipped out. Hongan immediately accompanied with a smile and explained with a face full of bitterness. Young Li, what happened here will definitely not be spread out. He is also someone in the industry. I can't help it. After all, I'm kind of pressing my entire fortune this time. Young Lee, give me face. Hongyan had been speaking of posturing very low, even with a hint of pleading. Lee Siming, however, said angrily, if you can't do it, don't do it. I can't receive Su Xiao on my own, can I? What the? I'm not good enough to do anything, but I'm not good enough to do anything. It's a bummer. Rather than being scolded by him like this, Hongyan still maintained his smile. Young Su, I'm really sorry. Su Yan waved his hand. No need. I'm just getting along today. What is it? Seeing as he'd had some fun a few times before, Song Qin did give him a leg up. It was also a step down for Lee Siming. Su Yan, however, was as insightful as a fire. Lismore's outburst was to show attitude and give a big stick. Song Qin, on the other hand, gave him a step and a red date. Let Honan know that don't think everything will go your way. One of the two is playing the red face and the other is playing the white face. But he was knocking Hongyan and even lifted Su Yan a bit. Masters, these second-generation guys, they're not just good losers. It's the investment manager of Dong-E Media, who usually plays Young Song, Young Lee. Hongyan looked at them blearily, hoping that they would give them face. Young Su, what do you say? Lee Siming left the decision to Su Yan. This was the meaning of making friends with Su Yan, East Easy Media. Su Yan was a bit surprised. Pops had just bought it and handed it over to himself when he came across it, just in time to feel it out. Let's see it first. You're lucky. Dong-E Media is nothing. Lee Siming snorted coldly. Who knows? As soon as his words fell, he heard a conspiratorial voice coming from him. What kind of person is so arrogant that he doesn't put our Dong-E Media in his eyes? Chapter 43, The Stars. A voice with a slight hint of arrogance rang out. Hongyan's face changed instantly. He hurriedly jogged to meet them. A young man with gold-rimmed glasses strutted out, wearing a snow-white bathrobe. A cocky look surfaced on his face, and he had a flirtatious woman in his left arm. Su Yan raised his eyes and looked. This woman, isn't it Yu Zixin, the female number one of a previous hot TV series? Even though she was wearing a bathrobe that only revealed a sliver of snow-white calf, she still couldn't hide her hot body. The TV played a valiant female agent, but at this time, she was like a little birdie, leaning on Mr. Chang's shoulder. Humph. Lee Siming snorted coldly, making his attitude clear. Hongyan whispered, Mr. Chang, these are famous people in Shanghai. Mr. Chang also grunted and said, I know, the famous rich second generation in Shanghai. The words were spoken with disdain, and they didn't even lower their voices. Hongyan felt like his whole body was about to explode. Regretting how you put them together? So what if you're rich? And Zai, the movie and TV industry. It's not like you can do whatever you want just because you have money. Words mean something. You step on the horse. Lee Siming was furious and rushed forward to hit someone. Hongyan hastily pulled back. Li Xiao, Mr. Chang does not mean this. Mr. Chang means that he has more connections. Song Qin also said coldly, and didn't you say that you didn't want to be told what to do, and now that you're letting Dong-E into the game? What are you saying? Hongyan let out a bitter smile. Young Song, Dong-E is a famous investor in the industry. They will only send people to keep an eye on the accounts. They never interfere with the filming process. It was also the best investor he could think of. Even better than people like Song Qin, because Dong-E has connections and resources, yet it stays out of the way. Almost the perfect A-side. As long as it passes the scrutiny of our investment department, we are only responsible for the money and will not care about anything else. Mr. Chang's hand cupped Yu Zixin's waist. Yu Zixin was even more like a puddle of soft mud, leaning on his shoulder. Lee Siming didn't know how to retort for a moment. Indeed, in the movie and television industry, neither Song Qin nor Lee Siming had many connections. Now, when compared to Dong-E Media's, it has fallen into a comprehensive disadvantage. Hong Xian seemed to have a plan in mind. Awesome. Su Yan couldn't help but want to give a nod to Mr. Chang. Look younger, but older. Facing the rich kids is not subtle, and even has a slight upper hand. Not bad for your own company. Young Song, Young Su, Young Lee, you see. Hongyan looked at the several people with a bit of a blush. Next time, I'll feast on a few of you individually. He had already made up his mind. Both Song Qin and Lee Siming's expressions were a bit unsightly, especially after losing face in front of Su Xiao. It made them very upset. Lee Siming sneered and was about to open his mouth, but was interrupted by Su Yan. Mr. Hong, there's no need to be in a hurry. Dong-E Media has very good conditions in all aspects, but are you sure your script can pass the review? Song Qin's eyes lit up. Although they don't have to invest. It was no longer a question of investment, but of face, and the spirit came at once. This, Hong'an was a little hesitant. Indeed, in case East Easy Media nevertheless offends these moneybags themselves, wouldn't that be a double whammy? Sorry, he slapped himself hard. Xiao Su, Xiao Song, Xiao Li, I'm sorry, I'm not thinking straight. Please, Anzai, if you don't trust Donyi Media, don't you still trust me? Mr. Chang seemed a bit upset. He himself had just squashed the anger of these rich kids. And it backfired on you? He came from a poor background, and to be able to come this far, his strength was truly extraordinary. The most despised people on a regular basis are those rich second-generation people who are just waiting to die. Mr. Chang, how could it be? Hong'an hurriedly gave Yu Zixin a wink. Yu Zixin laughed jovially. Mr. Chang, brother-in is also preparing with both hands, so don't blame him. Hong'an then laughed. I'll give Xiao Xian a face. Thank you, brother Chang. Yu Zixin smiled like a flower. With a heavy grunt, Lissaman walked quickly into the dressing room. It seemed that he didn't want to stay with Mr. Chang for a moment longer. Su Yan and Song Qin and the others followed and walked in. But Hong'an did not follow this time. The locker room, however, was not empty. Young Song, Li Xiao, one was dressed in a bathrobe, the loose neckline able to see the hidden poise within. Su Yan slightly swept a glance and could see several familiar faces. Quite a few are girl group trainees. It's the age of youth. A young girl blushed a little and walked over to Su Yan's side. I'll help you change. This young girl had a slender figure, fair skin, and her cheeks were tinged with a slight reddish color. With a high nose and slightly sunken eye sockets, there was an unmistakable exotic flavor. Su Yan only felt familiar, but couldn't recall what it was called. Trouble. He nodded and looked to Song Qin. Song Qin was also enjoying the dressing of one of the female group members, but on the contrary, Li Siming was huffing and puffing, and didn't want any help from others, stripping herself. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Young Li is furious today. It seems that Young Li is very fond of this project. Song Qin also couldn't help but laugh. Where does he care about this project? He's interested in the beauty beside Chung Su. I remember Yu Zixin was debuted in a girl group last year, and Old Li liked it so much that he voted millions down in order to swipe votes for her. These serving beside them were all female groups, and when they heard this, they all showed envy. Millions hit the charts, enough to make a debut for any of them. The moment was more enthusiastic. No wonder Old Li is angry. I'd be angry too if I were him. Su Yan originally wanted to mediate. Investment, both sides of the investment is not a problem. Now it seems bad to intervene yourself. After all, one is a friend and the other is a subordinate. It's not good to help either side. I'll do this one myself. Saying this, Su Yan realized that his underwear was almost stripped, and immediately his old face turned red, and his hands were busy to stop it. Holy, Su Xiao, you're not a fledgling, are you? Li Siming laughed out loud. I see that Su Xiao is very restrained. He can't really be a fledgling, right? Then my sin would be great. Song Qin stood, casually fiddling with that young starlet. Don't do it yourself at all. Knowing that he still showed his cowardice, but Su Yan didn't care. Cheek is something that needs to be cultivated. Old Song, Old Li, since this has been discovered by you guys, how can we not have a red packet? Su Yan changed into his swim trunks. Give. This I must give. Old Su's first time. Li Siming pulled out his checkbook, casually wrote several zeros, and stuffed it in the chest of the female group aside. Send it over to young Su. That little starlet was sent to Su Yan as instructed. Old Su, you'll have to hold on to this. Old Li doesn't take his iron hair lightly. Song Qin also laughed out loud. This little starlet is not very old and her career line is quite deep. Li Ziming shoved it so hard that he couldn't even see the corner of the check. Su Yan could only stiffly reach for it. The starlet giggled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can go to the bank to get a penny or a cent. You have a dozen zeros after the decimal point. How can I get it? Seeing the check, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh and curse. You, Su Xiao, have 2 cars over $100 million and tens of billions of dollars in assets, short of my 1.1 cent? Li Siming finally turned his mood around and wrapped his arms around a small star. This check, I'll make sure to hide it, frame it, and bring it out for exhibition later. Su Yan viciously said, I think we can send it to the auction house, and other than that, I'm willing to take $1 million out for it then. The three of them had gotten a lot closer. Let's go and see how arrogant Donyi Media is. Li Siming regroups and clearly wants to give Chung Su a bit of a beating. Go! Song Chin also had his arm around an actress.
Su Yan glanced at the sister beside him, who seemed a bit nervous, and without forcing the issue, one moves forward.
Just heard someone speak behind me. Adira, this young master is definitely not an ordinary person. If you want to make your debut, don't just stand there. This is a chance that many people would never ask for. You want to make a debut. You want to be popular. You want to make money. You can't wait for someone to send you money. Can you? Does it help if you have a dance that is popular on the internet? The most important thing is to have someone to hold it up. Look at you, Zixin. Look at yourself. A moment later, Su Yan heard footsteps behind him. The young girl named Adira walked beside herself. Ha! A star? Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Adira timidly was walking on Su Yan's left. Su Yan said indifferently, don't listen to people's nonsense. Sometimes, sticking to one's principles is also a virtue. Adhika kept her head down and didn't say anything. Let's go. Su Yan extended his hand, and Adira immediately took the initiative to let Su Yan put her hand on her shoulder. You can't judge a book by its cover. You can't really tell in a bathrobe. Chapter 44, What's the point of you begging Su Xiao? Arriving at the hot spring pool, Chang Su and Hong An had already soaked in the water. Amidst the rising vapor, Li Siming saw Yu Zixin crouching in the water at a glance, and his face changed slightly. Humph, old Su, our side. He also ignored the two and simply entered another hot spring pool. Outside the hot spring pool, a wonderful girl was dancing hotly to the DJ dance music. It seems to want to rely on hot dancing to get the attention of the people in the pool. Seeing Su Yan and the others not coming in, Hong An's face changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. On the contrary, Chang Su grew more and more furious, sneering and laughing, and speaking a few points louder. Anzai, it's actually not hard for you to get investment from East Easy Media. Chang Su coldly swept his eyes over these rich kids. It seems to deliberately irritate them. Mr. Chang, you said. Hong An only felt his body sweating, not realizing that he had messed up today. I hope these rich young men can save face. However, when he heard that he was able to get Dong Yi's investment, his heart was overjoyed, and he hurriedly pulled himself together and asked, Mr. Chang, I still need to ask for your guidance. These girl group starlets took off their bathrobes and soaked in the hot springs, all in bikinis. Chang Su laughed. I'll make an exception today and instruct you on the script. The script can either make money and have a market, or it can win awards. Han Gan compensated with a smile. Who doesn't know that? Li Siming, however, was not polite at all. Old Su, old Song, why does someone keep talking nonsense? Chang Su grunted. What do some people who are lazy and sit on their asses know? Han Gan was even more like a man in the back, only to see Chang Su patting Yu Zixin's snow-white back. Yu Zixin couldn't hold her breath and finally came out of the water. It was only then that I heard him slowly point to his nose. Said, the other one. That's me. Hong An's eyes lit up. Mr. Chang, how? Chang Su swept a glance at Su Yan and the others. I can even help you raise the investment of the play. I just don't know if you're willing to give it up. Hong An's face was delighted. It's kind of an unspoken rule. Although Su Yan didn't understand the Tao of it, he also heard some of the meaning beyond the words and couldn't help but frown. As long as it can be done. Of course it's no problem. Hong An said. I'm talking about my rules. Chang Su wrapped his arms around Yu Zixin and wreaked havoc, and Yu Zixin did her best to flatter her. I don't know Mr. Chang's rules. I've read your script, and although the quality is good, it's still a bit poor. It's really difficult to pass Dong Yi's scrutiny. Han Gan blushed a little, but knew that it was time for the meat part of the play. Lowering his voice, he asked, then, Mr. Chang, your rules are. Chang Su was so smug that he even raised his voice. 46%. You invested $80 million in this movie. You have to invest $20 million yourself, and the remaining $60 million, all of it will be given to Dong Yi. However, on the books, your investment in this play, to reach $120 million, do you do it? Hong An's face became a bit ugly. Mr. Chang, this is too much, right? Chang Su was unimpressed. Do you really not understand or are you faking it? You don't have any other capital involved in this drama. Otherwise it would be at least this percentage. Holy, is this how the movie and television industry works these days? Song Chin couldn't help but be shocked. The claimed $120 million investment of $40 million was directly pre-booked. Aren't you afraid something will happen? Such a big hole. Hong An is stupid to agree, right? Li Siming also stared wide-eyed. Su Yan squeezed Adira's hand. Do you know the situation? Adira looked up at Su Yan and blushed pink.
I did hear that many of the props of the crew have very high prices. For example, for $10, they can do 100, or even more. The three understood at once. So it is. Su Yan's heart, however, was a bit gloomy. I just gave you credit. Now turn around and you want to screw the company for $40 million? Grass. Phew. Hong An exhaled a long breath. Mr. Chang, with such a large account, it would be easy for Dong Yi to find out, right? Say an inside message to you. Chang Su was smug. Dong Yi has now changed ownership. The boss has not yet taken office to check the accounts. There are ways to tamper with this middle. God doesn't know. God doesn't know. Drafting? Su Yan was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Ah! Adira cried out in pain. Su Xiao, it hurts. The voice was as gentle as an oriole. Su Yan grimaced and loosened his hand. This guy, he wanted to pit me for $40 million. Old Su, what's all the tension? Song Qing could see that Su Yan's mood was off. I heard Hong An say, Mr. Chang, since you can handle it, spell it out. Chung Su immediately laughed out loud. Anzai, it's settled then. In the future we'll have plenty of opportunities to work together. 40 million. You can buy a house for yourself again. I'll give you my word that your script will be reviewed and approved soon. I can guarantee you that your script will never get through. Before Chang Su's words fell, he heard a cold voice coming from him. Who the let you interrupt? If you don't know, don't pretend to know. Today my brother will give you a lesson for free. In the movie industry, how to make money. Chung Su was arrogant and domineering. Su Yan stood up from the water with a clatter. There were still droplets of water on his handsome face. I didn't expect it, but it turns out that it's the movie and television industry that is so lucrative. Su Yan sneered. This already involves breaking the law. Brat, don't pretend to understand. If you have money, enjoy it. Chang Su was furious, but in his heart, he was already bellyaching. I didn't notice just now, but this rich kid is so handsome? Lean. No goddamned way. He couldn't help but tuck in his small belly. Even Yu Zixin beside him looked dumbfounded. In the dense water vapor, Su Yan's handsome appearance is hidden, as if the immortal man seems to be. What are you looking at? Is he more handsome than me? Chang Su was even more upset in his heart and slapped Yu Zixin's face. Yu Zixin withdrew her gaze at once. Want to be a leading lady? Yu Zixin covered her face. Tears were held back, but her face was still accompanied by a smile. Mr. Chang, what are you talking about? Naturally you have more temperament. It's good to know. Chang Su had a great satisfaction inside, but his gaze swept to Adira beside Su Yan. Earlier Adira was wearing a bathrobe and her figure was not visible. It's only now that I can see that the slender willow waist is full, but it supports the fruitfulness. The nose is high and straight, and the mouth is cherry, plus exotic eye sockets. It made his head spin. You, come and stay with me. Honan was in a difficult position. On one side, there's Easties Media, and on the other side, there's Moneybags, Richie Rich. You can't afford to offend either side yourself. Adira couldn't help but wrap her arms around Su Yan and try to hide behind him. What are you looking at? Why don't you come over? You don't want to be popular, do you? Or do you think our Dong Yi is easy to bully? Chang Su stared coldly at Adira. Adira's face changed, and her praying eyes looked at Su Yan like a kitten asking for help. Su Xiao. At least Su Xiao was gentle and considerate, and didn't get hairy with himself, and she had already seen clearly what Mr. Chang was doing. What's the use of begging your Su Xiao? What do you mean by less? Do you understand? Chang Su waited over. It means there's an old man at the top of his head. He's only a second generation. The smile was grim, with both the thrill of stealing the rich boy's female companion. There's also the coolness of being high and mighty and berating rich kids. If he could make the call, he wouldn't be called Su Xiao. Su Xiao, what do you say? Chang Su stood in front of Su Yan and raised his head to meet Su Yan's eyes. Although you have to tilt your head, it carries a sense of condescension. Grass. Li Siming couldn't hold it in any longer. Stirring up your nose. Who the hell are you? He rushed forward and threw a slap at Chang Su's face. You hit me? Chang Su also didn't expect that these rich kids who had been suppressed by himself for a night would dare to make a move. Call the police. Hong An, hurry up and call the police for me. His mind was clear at the moment. Dang rich kid beat up someone. Tomorrow it'll be a global sensation. At that time, your family's stock price will plummet. Let's see how your old man will clean you up. Li Siming's face changed slightly. Knock. The next moment, there was a splash. Chapter 45. You can't get Dong Yi's investment. Chang Su was screaming as his entire body suddenly flew backwards. Like a deep water bomb. Water splashed everywhere in the hot spring. The starlet who was twerking was afraid to move.
Honan was shocked. Sweat drops. It's over. In all add up today. Your own project, I'm afraid, is gone. That, most importantly, he had offended Dong-yi Media and a few rich kids in Shanghai. It's a sin. Holy, Young Soo, you're awesome. Song Chin couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
Lee Siming had just been subdued by Chang Soo. He did have some concerns. If you get arrested by the police yourself, you will certainly be inevitably exposed. With Chang Soo's means, it would be hard not to expose it. When the time comes, the family's share price falls, and the old man must be under pressure. The board is bound to apply pressure. No good for yourself. However, Su Yan dared to make a move even though he knew the current situation. He had to give a thumbs up. Old Su, you're impulsive. Lee Siming, however, advised. Chang Su emerged from the water and Hong and quickly reached out to help him up. Furious, he slapped his hands against the water. How dare you hit me? He yelled at Su Yan. Why don't I dare to hit you? Su Yan directly stepped across the hot spring pool and slapped Chang Su's face once again. A blood-red slap mark instantly appeared on his face. Chang Su even almost fell over as a whole. You still dare to hit me? Chang Su was incredulous. You're finished. Your whole family is finished. Your stocks. Snap. Before the words fell, another slap appeared on Chang Su's other face. You. Chang Su still wanted to put in a harsh word, but he was afraid that Su Yan would make another move, so he just stared viciously at Su Yan. Do you know who I am? Do you know what my family business is? Su Yan sneered. Chang Su froze for a moment and couldn't help but look at Hongan. Hongan's brain was also a bit dizzy for a while. Looks like it. I've heard there's a racetrack and a hotel, but none of them seem to be listed. Just as Chang Su froze, Su Yan kicked him over again. Chang Su just tried to struggle to his feet. A large hand slammed down on his head. After a full 3 minutes, Su Yan then grabbed his hair and lifted him up. Threaten me? Su Yan said coldly. Try it. Your own ass isn't even clean. Chang Su had a large amount of tears and snot on his face at this time, and Su Yan was so disgusted that he threw him away. Hong and I'm going to ing him up today. Chang Su, who had managed to stand up with Yu Zixin's assistance, finally exploded. Hangan laughed bitterly. See what? You don't want to invest anymore? Do you want to be blocked by our Dong-yi? Chang Su yelled. Shake the people for me. I'm going to make them suffer. If you walk out of here standing today, count me out. Everyone's face changed when they heard the word blocked. For people in the movie industry, closure means losing everything. The lesser of two evils. Honan had an immediate decision. Having offended the rich kids of Shanghai themselves, the actors are flying all over the world anyway, but offended Dong-yi, with their connections, and without an agency of their own. When that happens, it's really going to get shut down. Mr. Chang, just leave things here to me. Honan took a deep breath and took out his cell phone to make a call. He's a long shot and knows a lot of people. Otherwise a star wouldn't know these rich kids. Let's go. Old Su, Song Chin and Lee Siming said in a hurry. Honan apparently went looking for someone. There's no need to get tough with them. The three of them immediately stepped out of the hot spring pool. Now you know you're scared? Chang Su was smug, his swollen, pig-headed head tilted, and he stretched out his finger and hooked it. You, get your ass over here. Adira was filled with horror. She didn't expect Su Xiao to be so impulsive. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse in an instant. Looking at Su Yan, then at Hongan, only to see Hongan giving her a wink. She suddenly turned even whiter and could only reluctantly move towards Chang Su's side. Looks like you haven't been beaten enough. Su Yan suddenly turned around and pulled Adira, yanking her into his arms. Even dare to rob my woman. How dare you? Chang Su grunted and sneered twice. Surname Su. Sooner or later you'll know my power. Just this? I'm afraid you'll be on your knees begging me by then. Ha ha. Chang Su seemed to have heard the world's funniest joke. I'll kneel down and beg you? You go do your spring and fall daydream. Old Su. Don't fight with him. Go first. Song Chin didn't have a phone on him at this time. Let's get the phone before we can shake people. Lee Siming chimed in. Su Yan nodded and walked outside with his arm around Adira. Hongan immediately stopped the three of you. It's better to wait until the matter is resolved. Lee Siming immediately frowned. Hongan, think it over. Offending us, you won't be able to eat the good fruit yourself. At this time, Hongan had already strengthened his stance. Young Lee, don't joke around. You guys are just the second generation of the rich. Before the words fell,
he heard Su Yan say. You also said, we are rich second generation. Rich as hell. Who knows when we acquired the movie and television company. Ha ha, Hong'an let out a laugh. Young Su, to say that you are simple, you are really too simple. Nowadays, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the stock prices in the movie and television industry are all inflated. Industrialists, in general, don't enter into investments. So, Pops bought another non-quality stock? How nice to have this money to spend on me. There are no absolutes in the world. Oh, Mr. Hong. Su Yan smiled. Hong'an also sneered. Su Xiao should still think clearly about how to get out of here later. How to leave. Su Yan's smile grew even more. Why would I leave? You forgot. This hotel. Mine. Who knows? Hong'an seemed not to be afraid at all. Instead, he smiled even more brightly. Young Su, Mr. Chang is right. You guys are really too simple. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're ing arrogant my ass. What's in it for you if you offend us? Li Siming burst into a rage. Aren't you afraid of us? Song Qin stared coldly at Hong'an. Fear? How am I not afraid? Hong'an gritted his teeth. I also didn't expect that Su Xiao would dare to make a direct move, but it doesn't matter. As long as I get the investment from Dongyi Media and the movie is shot and released, I'll be able to swing into capital. Success is the king and defeat is the enemy. Never have people only looked at the results. I'm not afraid of anything when I become the capital. His face showed excitement and some fervor. You rich kids are still too simple. Mr. Chang, you say so. Now, he had completely sided with Chang Su. He figured it out now. The movie was a success and a box office hit. You can be the capital of the circle yourself. When the time comes, how can we still be afraid of these rich kids? Unless their old man stepped in is more like it. I told you that you wanted to rely on them. What do they have besides $2? Chang Su sneered. Why don't you come over quickly? Honan stared at Adira as well. Come here. Adira was a bit handicapped, but was hooked by Su Yan's neck. Don't worry, Mr. Hong, you won't be able to get Dongyi's investment. Chapter 46, Xiao Su. We are innocent. Honan looked at Adira. Bitch, get your ass over here. Chang Su's face was filled with anger as he stared viciously at Adira. Adira was at that moment like a sheep, trembling in the face of the scarlet eyes of a hungry wolf. Can't you hear what Mr. Chang is saying? Han Gan also understood at this time. He himself is now hesitant and wavering from side to side. Instead of offending everyone, might as well take a firm stand now. Make a good impression on Mr. Chang. Are you trying to get snowed in? Adira timidly glanced at Su Yan. Su Xiao. I'm sorry. Her body shuddered involuntarily. Su Yan squeezed her shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry. They won't do anything to you. The words seemed to give great encouragement to the exotic young girl, gathering the courage to step out. Ha! Chang Su couldn't help but laugh. You can't even protect yourself, but you still want to protect this girl? Rich second generation is just naive. Even if I'm a rich second generation, I've never eaten your family's rice. Su Yan looked at him as if he was a clown. You wait. Chang Su looked at Hong'an. Honan nodded at him. Old Su, let's go. Don't get tough with them. Song Qin whispered. They had realized that Hong'an might have arranged some kind of big pit. Want to go? Good thinking. The two of them, Chang Su and Hong'an, hurriedly blocked their way. You've got to be looking for a fight, don't you? Li Siming was furious. It was the first time he had encountered such treatment in Shanghai. Song Qin also looked at the two of them. You'd better think clearly. This is Shanghai. What you're doing, you know yourselves. Hong'an's face changed, a little flustered. Chang Su, however, laughed. Of course we're clear. Young Song, your family has deep roots in Shanghai, but we'll be leaving later, and you'll leave without reacting. I just don't believe it. Your hands, reaching out so far. Song Qin's face changed as well. These people are determined to screw themselves? His family, despite being worth billions, really didn't have that long of a hand. Su Xiao. Just then, a security guard came running in at a fast pace. What? Here we go. Su Yan immediately understood that Hong'an's arrangement had arrived. Someone broke in. Our people can't stop it. The security guard said anxiously. Right now, Mr. Wang has people blocking it. Hong'an seemed relieved, but Chang Su became complacent. How is it? Su Xiao, is it still powerful now? He, who had previously hid far away, was so arrogant that he walked to Su Yan's face at this moment. The smugness is sickening. Snap. Who expected that just as his words fell, he was slapped hard by Su Yan again. Almost the whole thing fell over.
Asterisk 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 asterisk. When the security guard saw this scene, he also became furious. How dare you make a big fuss with our Su Xiao? His hard leather boots followed suit with 2 kicks. Hongyan had wanted to go forward to help, but when he saw this scene, he took a step back. Mr. Hong, what is it that you want to see me about? A voice walked in with a loud laugh. Hongyan instantly blushed with joy. Brother Chang! Brother Chang! Baldy touched his shiny head, followed by 10 arrogant and domineering minions. Who messed with our Mr. Hong? Su Yan couldn't help but frown. A hint of nervousness actually rose in his heart. However, it was quickly erased from his mind. Kung, that's... Before Hongyan could finish, Su Yan interrupted the other party first. Kung, I didn't realize you had another business besides making loans. Seeing Su Yan, the bald man froze for a moment. That's impressive. This one was beaten up by himself, but turned out to be the son of a billionaire's family. It was the first time he had seen such a marvelous experience. So it's Mr. Su. Baldy Chang quickly revealed a smile. Young Su, you're here too? Su Xiao. Wang Tianlong also ran in nervously at this time. A dozen security guards followed behind. In addition to the security guards, there were doormen, waiters, and even cooks running in with spatulas. Young Su, are you alright? Wang Tianlong looked Su Yan up and down and realized that he was fine. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine. Su Yan let out a sigh of relief. Security arrives, even if there are fewer people. And don't worry too much. Brother Chang, I didn't expect you to come. Tell me earlier, I'll arrange a good room for you. Bald Headstrong said unexpectedly. Young Su, this hotel is owned by your family? I went to school over here, and the old man bought it for me. Su Yan had a smile on his face. Mr. Yi, what a real person. Baldy couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. No wonder they give $10 million in pocket money. Multi-billion-dollar hotels say bye. Brother Chang. Hongyan couldn't help but clench his teeth. It's these guys. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the point of talking nonsense with them? Chang Su covered his face and said viciously. The bald man couldn't help but frown and give him a somewhat disgusted look. Mr. Hong, are you sure it's Su Xiao? At this time, Song Qin and Li Siming also stepped forward. And us. The bald man was taken aback when he saw the two men. Song Qin, Li Siming, a famous rich kid in Shanghai. Unexpectedly, in a short period of time, Su Yan had already mixed with their tier. It was clear that Su Yan was on the same tier as them. He couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Su Yan was relieved to see Bald Headstrong come. Kung, you don't want to make enemies of us either, do you? Hearing Su Yan's words, Baldy Chang hurriedly laughed. Young Su is joking. Hongyan's face changed. Kung, without even thinking about it, Baldy gave a backhanded slap. A smooth kick lands for Chung Su. The surrounding girl groups were startled and hid away. Honan, how the do you do your job? Chang Su was going crazy. What's going on? Hongyan also looked strangely at Tilted Headstrong. Strong, why did you hit me? Ha, you've made too many TV movies and still think you're the main character? Su Yan laughed. This is Shanghai. Who are Mr. Song and Mr. Li? You're trying to harm Brother Chang, aren't you? Baldy's expression was also a little hard to see. You guys can go. You can leave Shanghai, but Chang still has to make a living in Shanghai. Song Qin also figured it out. A sigh of relief from the tension. Kung, please. Bald Headstrong moved his fists. Don't worry. Su Xiao. Arrest them and beat them up. The minions under his command immediately swarmed up and punched and kicked Hongyan and Chang Su. Su Yan had a deep understanding of the lightness of the hand of Bald Head's men. Young Su, are you satisfied? The bald man nodded his head and hailed. He had already realized at this point that Song Qin and Li Siming were vaguely led by Su Yan. This alarmed him even more. One had offended Su Yan after all. Mr. Wang, call the police. Su Yan didn't answer directly, but instead asked Wang Tianlong to call the police. The bald man suddenly looked horrified. Those girl groups were also scared out of their wits. If we call the police, they'll all be exposed today. It might even make headlines. Young Su, we're innocent. Yeah, Su Xiao, we're just. Su Xiao, you can do whatever you want. Don't call the police. Su Xiao. A group of little bikini-clad starlets swarmed the room, surrounding Su Yan in a group. The fragrance of fat and powder and body odor came to his nose. This tenderness. Wang Tianlong didn't even dare to move. What if Mr. So backed out? However, Su Yan's Taoist heart was as firm as iron. Old Wang, go call the police. Also,
Bring me my cell phone. Wang Tianlong hurriedly went to do it. The face of the bald strong man is also not good. Su Xiao, Kung, hit the man. I did it too. Don't worry, I'm not Hongan. I called the police because there's just someone in my company who's embezzling and taking bribes. At those words, the bald man breathed a sigh of relief. Almost thought I was being treated like an outcast. Don't beat it to death. The police will be here in a minute. Chapter 47, I said I'd let you kneel down. Now kneel down. The handsome Hongan was now thrown in front of Su Yan like a dead dog. Chang Su even had his entire head like a pig's head. Mr. Chang, what do you think now? Su Yan squatted down and looked at him. A trace of malice flashed in Chang Su's eyes, but his mouth said, Su Xiao, I'm sorry. Hong and, however, rolled and crawled to Su Yan. Su Xiao, I have eyes but I don't recognize MT. Tai. I'm sorry. I'm really wrong. Where did you go wrong? Su Yan turned his eyes over and asked. I shouldn't have offended Su Xiao. I shouldn't have let Adira leave. I shouldn't have let Dongyi Media get involved in investing in both sides. Hangan counted his faults as if he had grabbed a straw. Nope. Su Yan shook his head. Who cares about your script? Worth a few dollars? You're right about all of this. You're wrong in that you shouldn't have gotten me into trouble in Zhonghai. Especially with both Young Song and Young Li around. I have no money and no power in Zhonghai. So I can't do anything about it if you mess with me any way you want. But Young Song and Young Li are different. Who in Shanghai doesn't give them 3 points of face? Song Qin and Li Siming sniffed and both held their heads a little high. Hongan said yes repeatedly. In the back of my mind, I keep muttering that you're much more vicious than they are. Young Su, Young Song, Young Li, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. Hongan cried. Be generous with yourselves and let me go like a fart. Adira looked at Hangan who was like a dog in front of her. It was completely different from what he had seen before when he was bossing people around and all the stars were shining in one place. Old Song, Old Li, you guys take care of this guy while I take care of my own business. Su Yan didn't bother with Hongan. Song Qin asked curiously, Old Su, what's the matter with yourself? Su Yan glanced at Chung Su and laughed. The old man just happened to buy Dongyi Media. And I ended up stumbling upon something like this, don't you think? Song Qin and Li Siming both froze for a moment. The old man bought Dongyi Media again? Hong and, at this moment, was violently stunned and looked at Su Yan dumbfounded. So, this is the main event. He was even in collusion with Chang Su in front of him, ready to pit Dongyi Media $40 million. Done. Chang Su was in a daze from the beating and woke up at this time. Looking up at Su Yan. You bought Dongyi Media? What? Doesn't look like it? Su Yan walked up to him, trying to crouch down, only to find that Adira had pulled a chair over for him at some point. Su Yan looked back at her in surprise. Adira was a bit overwhelmed for a moment, pinching her fingers in embarrassment. I see those big guys on TV. Sit down and talk. That's what makes it classy. Su Yan smiled and sat down smoothly. Chang Su, I have to thank you for letting me know so many industry insiders. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known. Chang Su only felt a chill all over his body and trembled. Su Xiao, I am. No need to explain. This matter, the public prosecutor and law will come to help me investigate. As for what result for you, naturally there will also be public prosecution and law to pronounce judgment. Su Yan rubbed his fists. Of course, when I beat you up with Brother Chang and the others, I only heard that you were going to embezzle $40 million from the company. And for a moment, out of righteous indignation, at the most, I would only be fined a little bit of money. The bald man sniffed and was immediately grateful. Thought I was going to be an outcast. I didn't expect that Su Xiao would have thought of a way back long ago. Cool. As for the medical bills, don't you dare take them. Chang Su was trembling. It's not real. It's absolutely not true. You must be lying to me. The value of Dongyi Media is inflated. It's all because of the industry's dividend that it has a valuation of $2 billion. In fact, it's worth at most $1 billion. Only a fool would buy it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Yan kicked him in the knee. Are you calling my old man a fool? No way. Even $1 billion for East Easy Media is not worth it. How dare you buy it? Young Su, your call. Wang Tianlong held the cell phone and bowed as he stood beside Su Yan. Su Yan dialed a phone number. Right. I forgot to ask you. What's the name of the person in charge of Dongyi Media? Ha ha. I knew that you were bluffing. Don't even recognize our general manager Wu. Chang Su suddenly found the blind spot. I just bought it today. Is it weird that I don't know? The other end of the phone connected, and a voice that creeped Chung Su out came from the amplifier. Su Xiao, Mr.
Ye just got through to me, and I was thinking that it's too late today, so I'll call you tomorrow for instructions. Who is this if not the company's owner? Wu Wenjun. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. Mr. Wu, there's a guy called Chang Su who's right next to me. You know Xiao Chang. Wu Wenjun didn't know the situation yet. Yes, the operation of Dong-E Media, or he taught me. Investing $80 million in the movie, he dared to do false accounting to achieve $120 million, taking advantage of the recent personnel fluctuations, embezzling $40 million. What a Dong-E Media. Wu Wenjun was scared to death. Xiao Su, this is an isolated phenomenon. There's no need to explain to me. I've already called the police. The matter will be handed over to the judiciary next. I know. Xiao Su, I will definitely cooperate with the police and get to the bottom of this matter. Wu Wenjun swore. Chang Su was even more soulful. Mr. Wu, you must help me. I don't have. Wu Wenjun acted as if he hadn't heard. Xiao Su, thanks to your clear vision, or else I'd still be in the dark. Su Yan nodded. Mr. Wu, your work is still too lacking. Tomorrow you tell all the employees the money that should be taken. The company won't lose a single penny, but the money that shouldn't be taken. Reach out once and cut off a strip. Yes. Wu Wenjun said yes repeatedly. Wang Wenlong stood on the side and was also frightened. This young master looks kind, but he's actually very tactful. It looks like Wu Wenjun was told in advance so that he could be prepared. In fact, as long as the police are investigating, the East Easy Media will absolutely be very cooperative. Chang Su the man is wasted. It's also a way to hammer the other side and clean up the company's house. It made Wu Wenjun not dare to have any underestimation. Even the accounts that were done before will have to be squared off and the money that was swallowed will have to be spit out. Most importantly, these were just big sticks. A wake-up call. Also, red dates. I told you in advance. You can also get rid of some of the different factions, or dispose of some of your opponents. These are invisible benefits. The wrist is very. Su Xiao. Chang Su didn't know when he had already straightened up and knelt on his knees. Wanted to hug Su Yan's thigh. Young Su, I was wrong. I really got carried away for a moment. I was really wrong. And he heard it. One word from Su Xiao and he would have to spend at least a dozen years in jail. That's the least of it. He just wanted to get closer. But he was stomped on the shoulder by Su Yan's foot. And only Su Yan's voice could be heard. I told you to get on your knees. You're on your knees now, aren't you? Chapter 48. I want to be the man behind you. Yes. Chang Su no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance at this time, but instead did his best to squeeze out a fawning smile. Young Su is true to his word. It's me who has the eyes to recognize the gold and jade. It's time to fight. It's time to fight, he said, slapping himself left and right, until both cheeks were swollen to a high degree. Only then did he vaguely say, Su Xiao, I have an old man and a young man. Let me live. Su Yan frowned inside. I'm a person with a soft heart. It's most difficult to see such a scene. Chang Su was instantly delighted. Li Siming couldn't help but speak. Old Su, you can't be soft-hearted. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Su Yan covering his eyes and waving his hand. Brother Chang, help pull him farther away. Baldy Chang's spirit was shaken. Understood. Pull him farther away? Don't let Su Xiao see his heart soften. The men immediately went forward to pull the crying Chang Su straight away. The crowd watched in disbelief. Adira was frozen. Xiao Su, I admit it. Seeing this scene, Hongnan lowered his head. I'm wrong. I'm guilty. I shouldn't be in a snake and rat nest with Chang Su. The beating and the punishment, I all admit it. I hope you leave me a meal. Old Song, Old Li, what do you think? Today, it was supposed to be the bureau of Hongnan Group, but I didn't expect to mess up so many things. Song Qin shrugged. The excitement is all over the place. It's all up to you. With a slight hesitation, Li Siming nodded his head as well. Su Yan sighed. Asterisk. You guys, just let me be the bad guy. Finished with one hand over his face, pull him aside a bit too. Weirdly softening. Almost one sentence decides whether some people live or die. Turn your hand to the clouds and your hand to the rain. Ruling over life and death. So bossy. And funny. Adira was curious. Su Xiao, we are all bitter people. I and these little sisters are all for a mouthful of food. Seeing this scene, it was clear to Yu Zixing just who was in charge. He was too busy to say, you're smart enough to directly confuse yourself with them. Su Yan looked at this young, yet shrewd woman. Su Xiao, this voice Su Xiao, lingering and gentle. People here,
Bones or crispy 3 points.
Su Yan glanced at the group of shivering starlets.
You partnered with Hong'an?
How do you distribute the shares? Seeing that Su Yan didn't cover his face,
Yu Zixin breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, we're setting up an agency,
and for the time being, it's a 50-50 split. 51 for him and 49 for me.
I got a couple girl groups ahead of schedule since my agency contract expired before his.
A girl group?
Su Yan smiled. Where does this look like a girl group? More like PR. However, it does have some use for yourself. How much did it cost to set up the company?
It didn't cost much to set up the company, but cultivating them for the past few years has cost more than $2 million one after another.
Yu Zixin said. Su Yan nodded. Okay,
you convince Hong'an to transfer all the company's equity to me,
including your part. I'll offer $3 million. Yu Zixin's eyes lit up. Don't look for much of a premium.
A few $100,000 of earning.
Can you call that money?
But Su Yan is the boss of Dongyi. This is tantamount to saying that it directly embraces the big leg of Dongyi Media.
Wrap it up on me. Yu Zixin patted his chest, shaking like a wave. You're going to be my boss? The situation was changing so fast that Adira, a young lass, was dazzled. Su Yan looked back at the little girl, who had already put on her bathrobe, and laughed. Actually, I'm going to be the man behind you. Unsure. Adira nodded. Oh, holy, old Su. That cover of your face was truly shameless.
Li Siming couldn't bring himself to withdraw his gaze.
Indeed. I thought you'd really gone soft. I won't watch the Oscar without you. Song Qin also joked. Wang Tianlong immediately cupped. This is Su Xiao's kind-heartedness, unable to see the suffering of the world.
Baldy Chang also gave a thumbs up.
Overbearing. Su Xiao. I didn't expect that it's only been a few days, but it's been transformed. Old Hai, am really impressed. Thanks to Brother Chang. Su Yan raised his head and signaled Wang Tianlong. Old Wang, get Brother Chang $300,000 for tea.
Bald Chang quickly refused.
Su Xiao, don't be polite. We are all our own people. Su Yan shook his head and said, Brother Chang, this is for the brothers to drink tea.
He didn't want to get too involved with these people, but sometimes he had to rely on them.
So it's best to keep the benefits. As long as Bald Headstrong wasn't stupid, he would be able to see his own tactics. This way, it's quite good. Not a moment later, Wang Tianlong carried a bag to Baldur Chang.
Baldy Chang rubbed his hands together,
scratched his head again, and laughed. Thank you, Xiao Su. Just like that, $300,000 came to hand. Su Xiao is really generous. And everything is arranged in the back way. Don't mention it, Kung. I may have to trouble you again in the future. Okay. Young Su is open. Call me if you need anything in the future. It's done. Xiao Su. It's done. Yu Zixin was a bit excited. Su Xiao. He promised to sell all his shares to me. Su Yan smiled. This was a smart woman. Didn't say he'd buy it himself. If he had, Han Gan would have been unwilling to do so. As for the price, more or less, he didn't care. Anyway, he's out 3 million.
I'm sure Yu Zixin wouldn't care. These little girls. You're in charge of taking care of them tonight.
Sign the contract tomorrow. Of course. Thank you Xiao Su. Yu Zixin immediately started arranging the crowd. All put on your clothes and follow me. Want to make headlines tomorrow? Want to be blocked? Today is the most important lesson you will ever learn. All of you go back and think about it. Don't think you're floating because you're red. There's a world beyond the sky. Always remember that. Hong'an, who was escorted to the side, also heard these words, and his face cleared and darkened before he finally sighed. How did you get on top of it yourself today? Damn it. Young Su, the police are here. All of the girl group members were taken away, and Su Yan turned around to see a tall, beautiful-looking policewoman standing in front of him. It was a bit of a surprise for a while. Behind her, besides the police, there was a plainclothes man. Look around. Did you report the case? Xia Lingyan looked at Su Yan, dressed in a white bathrobe. His temperament was light and calm. The face in particular is delicate, yet rigid. A little lost in thought for a moment. Yes, when I was soaking in the hot spring today, I accidentally learned that someone in my company had joined with someone to embezzle and harm the company's interests. So I reported it to the police. Su Yan touched his nose. No lie. That's pretty much it. This is something within your company, right?
Xia Lingyun's agitated nose wrinkled lightly. He joined forces with outsiders,
prepared to make false accounts, and embezzled $40 million from the inside out. And I suspect this isn't the first time he's done this. Hearing this,
Xia Lingyun was also a bit lost in thought.
40 million.
Whether it's a case of fraud or embezzlement,
it's been topsy-turvy. Okay, who is it? We'll bring it back for investigation. Xia Lingyun was businesslike. Although he was handsome by Su Yan, things still had to be done. Chapter 49, Cold Female Police Officer Xia Lingyun. Bring them up.
Su Yan waved his hand and the bald strong men immediately brought Cheng Su and Hong An up. When Xia Lingyun saw bald head strong, she couldn't help but coldly face. Bald head strong.
Officer Xia. Baldy heatedly smiled. Some gas. What are you up to again? Xia Lingyun couldn't help but yell delicately. Officer Zhou.
You see Officer Xia wearing colored glasses to look at me again.
Baldy Chang obviously knew who was the rightful owner and couldn't help but call out.
The plainclothesman behind him waved his hand.
You're the one who screwed up again, aren't you? Su Yan didn't feel surprised and immediately explained. Originally, these two wanted Brother Chang to back them up, but fortunately, Brother Chang hung back and helped me. Otherwise, I might have been beaten to death by them. Xia Lingyun gave him a skeptical look.
Especially with Hong An and Cheng Su's bruised noses and swollen faces.
On the contrary, he was well-dressed and immaculate. Then, come back to the police station with me to take a statement.
Xia Lingyun waved her hand.
This thing, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Uncle policeman. Sister, there's no need, is there? It's so late.
Su Yan smiled bitterly.
Xia Lingyun glared. Let's see.
It's clearly you guys who are bullying others.
I've seen many of you like this. Li Siming couldn't help but shout. Officer, you can't frame us. Su Yan also said. Yes, Officer Xia. We are the ones who reported the case. Officer,
there's no need to make it so troublesome.
Why don't we take a statement here? Song Qin also stepped forward and said. Officer Zhou saw Song Qin and Li Siming and nodded. Xia, take a statement right here. Captain Zhou. Xia Lingyun's almond eyes rounded. Somewhat dissatisfied.
Now it's obvious that these two are being beaten.
No matter what, beating someone is a crime. Haven't we taken statements yet? Take a statement first. Captain Zhou smiled at Song Qin and the others. He had just realized that Song Qin of the Song clan was in. Li Siming was there. And, the hotel manager reports to Su Yan first. Song Qin and Li Siming both seem to have Su Yan as their main focus. I'm afraid this person's identity is not simple either. Try not to offend if you can. Captain Zhou.
This is not in accordance with the regulations.
Xia Lingyun said angrily. Captain Zhou did not show any weakness either. Vice Captain Xia, know how to be flexible. After saying that, he lowered his voice again. Can't you see? These are the sons of the Song and Li families? If we take them back to the police station today, we'll be on the headlines tomorrow. If Zhonghai's economy suffers, you can pat your ass and leave. We take the blame? In an instant, Xia Lingyun knew that she could not argue with them. Because, with that one sentence, she would be going against the entire police department if she objected again. Still, she was very disgruntled and took the statement book and began to take a statement. Captain Zhou also breathed a sigh of relief. You can mess around with other things. This kind of thing, you don't drag me into it. Even if you're from above, you have to consider the economic development of Zhonghai. Otherwise, the top is going to get a phone call tomorrow. Mr. Su, how did they get hit like that? It's my fault for being too impulsive. Hearing them plotting and rushing up to beat them up, Su Yan immediately said, You're alone? Xia Lingyun asked.
Su Yan nodded and pointed at the Hong Chang duo.
You can ask them. Where did Hong An and Chang Su dare to resist now? Nodding repeatedly. Right. I don't blame Xiao Su. It's all because we're financially obsessed. Xia Lingyun frowned even more. If he threatens you guys, don't be afraid. You have me to do it for you. No, really no. Cheng Su hastily shook his head and said, You guys can have him detained for compensation for being beaten up like this. Xia Lingyun desperately wants to dig out the truth. Hong An glanced at Su Yan with some resentment, but he was kicked by Cheng Su, who finally came back to his senses. One had always underestimated the strength of the second generation before. When you're popular, you want money and connections. He has drifted. It's only now that I realize that it all seems like fluff. The opponent's power lies in the bottom line. No. Han Gan shook his head and lowered it. You need not be afraid. This is the age of the law. Not before. Xia Lingyun couldn't help but chortle. Su Yan hurriedly spoke. Officer Xia, I'm the one who reported the case. I'm the victim. However, I have reason to suspect that you are targeting me. Xia Lingyun glared at him fiercely. It was clearly a fierce expression, but when she made it, it was a bit of a milk-fierce one. Xia, leave it to me here.
Captain Joe also felt that it was indeed a bit too harsh.
A bit too much. Humph. With a toss of her hair, Xia Lingyun angrily went to make the other's statements. Young Su, excuse me, let's continue.
Captain Joe was much kinder, and it didn't take much time for a few statements to be made.
Everyone's statements are consistent. Hong and Chang Su, in particular, didn't dare to say anything even after being beaten. The two were eventually taken away. Officer. Just as they were closing up, Su Yan followed up and said, Mr. Su, what's the matter? Xia Lingyun's pretty face contained fury. Officer Xia, Su Yan said, I suspect that he's not the only one doing this inside my Dongyi Media Company. I hope that when you guys investigate, you can go a little deeper. Xia Lingyun instantly looked at Su Yan angrily. Do you think the police station is run by your family? Young Su, this really isn't very appropriate.
Captain Joe rubbed his hands together,
somewhat embarrassed.
Su Yan pondered briefly.
I know, it's not quite right. Team Zhou, you can go back and ask the Bureau's leadership. I'm willing to donate a police helicopter to the Shanghai police in the name of Tianqi Automobile. Captain Joe froze and nodded. Young Su, I will go back and talk about this matter. Slow down. Hard work. In the police car, after Captain Joe got in, he said, Xiaoxia, when we handle a case, we have to know how to be flexible without violating the rules.
Those who were just present, there was the young master of the Song Group,
Song Qin,
and also the $10 billion Li family,
Li Siming.
If all of them were brought back, the economy of Shanghai would be in turmoil tomorrow, Captain Joe said in a serious tone.
Xia Lingyun, who was sitting at the very back, hummed, don't feel unhappy, later, you'll understand. With that, he began to call the leader. Among the dark shadows behind the car,
Xia Lingyun covered her face with both hands and only felt her face burning.
This is too cool. Did I do okay? Well, must be okay. With that in mind, he quickly pulled out his cell phone to send a flyer to someone. I'm telling you, I just went out to the police and saw a super handsome man, just like he came out of a cartoon. It was accompanied by a very happy emoji. Really? How cool is it? Super handsome. Xia Lingyun typed quickly. You don't know how fast my heart was beating, and I was cold the whole time to hide it. Also included is an emoji of a haughty policewoman humming and clutching her chest. So, you played a high-strung policewoman before? What do you mean? A high-strung policewoman? I'm supposed to be. Ha 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 ha. Someone said they were a high-strung policewoman. The other person. Apparently that was well connected. Zoned right in. My heart is still beating super fast to this day. If I were to die right now, it would definitely be by watching him die. Oops, I forgot to sneak a picture. Xia Lingyun sneaked a glance at her co-workers. Remorseful. Captain Chow has been on the phone, waiting until he returned to the police station. Captain Zhou then said, Captain Xia, tomorrow you will investigate the matter of Dongyi Media. Remember, dig deep. The leaders have said that this would have been something within our purview. Xia Lingyun's expression was cold as she nodded. For the helicopter? Isn't this an exchange of benefits? It's not for the helicopter. And it's not an exchange of benefits. Tianqi Automobile is not even close to Dongyi Media, so how can it be considered an exchange of benefits? Moreover, this itself is something within our purview, Captain Zhou said. We are fighting to protect people's personal property. I know.
Xia Lingyun turned her head away disdainfully.
Captain Zhou shook his head. Team Zhou, Team Xia is so high and mighty. Why did you let her go?
It's for her sake, to sharpen her temperament.
You go along tomorrow. Remember. Dig deep. Understand? Okay. What they couldn't see was that Xia Lingyun ran into the bathroom, her face red with excitement. Just about jumped up and down.
I'll get a chance to meet him afterward.
Chapter 50, I'll just rub it in.
000. 00 detected in the loser's defeat. Congratulations to the host for the reward, 4-star movie script.
Wife, our son just lost money again. Yi Chen rolled over, panting slightly, and said with a face full of surprise. That doesn't hide the fact that you shower for an hour and run errands for 2 minutes.
Li Qin covered the quilt and rolled over,
turning her back to Yi Chen. It's not my fault. It's mainly because the system just suddenly scared me. Yi Chen argued forcefully. Just this and you still blame the system?
Li Qin looked at Yi Chen with a grudging face.
Doesn't the system have some kind of reinforcement or something? Why don't I see you getting stronger? Yi Chen couldn't help but tremble. No, the system just gave money. Humph. Li Qin grunted. What did you reward your son with this time? Yi Chen was instantly a bit offended. What do you mean? You rewarded your son with something? I'm the host of the system. Isn't it still the son who gained it for you? Where is the reward this time? Yi Chen instantly deflated as if he sighed. This time, a script was rewarded. Inside my son's car. Obviously my system. I think it's pretty good. It saves you from spending your time everywhere with the system. Li Qin hummed. Since her husband had the system, she had also read a lot of novels. Anyway, there's money in it, so support the genuine article. But after reading it, it turns out that one by one, the male protagonist who gets the system soars to the top. Meanwhile, there are countless women around. There are also systems in place to strengthen physical fitness in particular. When did I womanize? Yi Chen screamed. Who knows what you'll have in mind when you have the system? I don't want it, okay? Yi Chen couldn't even cry if he wanted to. Li Qin sneered. If you don't want it, how will my son become the richest man in the world? I'm yet. For the first time, Yi Chen felt that his wife was somewhat incomprehensible. Su Xiao. I'm sorry, it was supposed to be a good night for a bureau. Song Qin said with some apologies. I'd like to thank you guys. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't have known that Dongyi Media had this drawback. Su Yan smiled and took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet. He didn't really understand it, but wanted to drink some. Opening the red wine, he poured a glass for both Song Qin and Li Siming. It's kind of a botched job. The three had just had a drink when they heard a knock on the door. Su Yan opened the door and saw Adira standing playfully in the doorway. She was wearing nothing but a bathrobe and her face was playfully red. Su Sha, Song Qin and Li Siming took one look at the situation and hurriedly left with a smile. Adira blushed even more. Come in. What's the matter? Su Yan sat on the sofa and looked at Adira who was at her wit's end. Adira only felt tense all over, squeezing her fingers hard as she couldn't help but remember Yu Zixin's words in her mind. Adira, if you want to be popular and make money, you should know that today is your best chance. Our company has been acquired by Su Xiao. Adira, Su Xiao at least doesn't resist you. If you lose this opportunity, you might regret it for the rest of your life. Su Yan just sat quietly on the sofa, shaking the red wine in his hand. Su Xiao. Adira was so nervous that she was trembling. Don't do it if you don't want to. Su Yan smiled. I can see that you are nervous. Don't force yourself. Don't worry. No one will force you in the future either. No, it's not. Adira was so nervous she didn't know what to say. Did you volunteer? Adira stammered even more. No, it's not. Not right. I just think it's too fast. That's still a simple girl. Don't you want to be read? Su Yan did think she was very special. Adira shook her head. Her eyes suddenly red. I think I'm all ready for today. Wow. She cried out violently. Yes, she wants to be read. Also want to stand under the spotlight, etc. and draw all eyes to you. However, the entertainment industry doesn't seem to be all that great, which even after signing up, continued to be quiet except for a few moments after it caught fire on the short video site. Finally, still stepped into this wind and moon red dust field. She finally couldn't help but bawl. But I met Su Xiao today. Su Xiao, you are like a male protagonist who walks out of a movie or anime. Magnificent. Let me can't help but fantasize. Su Yan was a bit strange. This little girl seems to have a good imagination. Fantasize about what? Fantasize yourself to be the heroine in it. To be able to fall in love with you openly and honestly. The more I said, the softer my voice became, and gradually it became inaudible. Ha ha, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. If you're red, can you still have a proper relationship with me? Me, even if I can't go public, I'm willing. Adira gathered her courage. I just feel like falling in love with you is like something out of a novel. She buried her head, not daring to look up in the slightest. This little girl, she's quite cute. Come and sit. Su Yan patted the seat beside himself. Adira sat down nervously. Then, let's talk and see? Su Yan smiled and looked at the other party. Ha! Adira's entire body gave a start, her hands covering her mouth. Su Xiao. Really? Su Yan shrugged. Why not? Adira said for a moment, nervously unsure of what to do. Come on, go to bed. Su Yan wrapped his arms around Adira. Ha! Adira's entire body froze. I just want to see my girlfriend every day when I open my eyes. For a moment, great joy flooded Adira's chest. Hey, that's a fish that's already biting. You will be able to catch the fish as soon as you pull up the rod yourself. When Adira woke up with a start, she found herself in someone's arms. The body tightened violently. Just heard a soft voice. Good morning, girlfriend. Adira snapped back to last night's events. I'm not dreaming? She pinched her cheeks cutely. Really? Hey. Su Yan couldn't help but lose his smile. What else? Ah.
Adira squealed violently before jumping into Suyan's arms in a flash and kissing him.
Good morning, boyfriend. The two embraced. Adira's tiny face was all flushed, for eyes on each other. Just as it was about to be juvenile, the cell phone suddenly rang. Phone. Leave it alone. What if something's wrong? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 51, Son, do you have enough money? Not enough to transfer another 100 million to you. With a thin hand, Adira touched the phone from the bedside table and handed it to Suyan,
a smile full of small-minded triumph.
Just as he wanted to climb up, he was pulled down by Su Yan. You better be up to something. Seeing that it was Lu Xinyan's call, Su Yan was a little angry. Senior, so much fire early in the morning? Lu Xinyan let out a delicate laugh. Of course it's on fire. Giggle. Not teasing you anymore. Lu Xinyan laughed. Su Xiao, the house you asked me to find. I've looked at it during this time and found a few good ones. Do you have time to look at it today? Well, it'll have to be this afternoon.
Su Yan glanced at the beautiful woman in his arms.
Not available in the morning? No time. Busy. It's okay. I'm hanging up. After saying that, Su Yan hung up the phone. At this point,
there's no place to vent any of your own anger.
There are things you could have done first,
Adira said gently.
No. What could be more important than your own girlfriend? Adira instantly hugged Suyan tightly.
It was as if she wanted to rub her entire body into Su Yan's arms.
After a long time, Adira was held in Su Yan's arms,
her face especially tear-stained. After some sweet words,
Su Yan was coaxed to get up and eat breakfast.
It didn't take long for Adira to be called away by Yu Zixin.
Old Li, how was it yesterday? Got what you wanted? Was it good? Song Qin, sitting in the cafeteria eating breakfast, asked with a smile.
Li Siming's face was enjoying himself.
It's average, old Su,
or you'll enjoy yourself and buy a brokerage straight away.
The three of them were sky-high and chatting. Yu Zixin also saw the difference in Adira's eyes,
and her eyes glowed.
Adira, you nailed it? Adira nodded petulantly. Good, good, good. Yu Zixin said 3 good words in a row. Adira managed to pull in a relationship with Su Xiao,
and as long as she binds herself to her, she can bind herself to Su Xiao.
In the future, you must listen to Xiao Su. Do you know? Yu Zixin was overjoyed. Right away. The company will be pushing for you to become the company's first sister. Adira hurriedly said. Sister Xin. You're the company's first sister. Yu Zixin smiled, knowing what she was thinking, and said, in the future, I'm going to be the management, and I might do the occasional movie, and you'll be the first sister of the company. Well, Adira thought Yu Zixin was trying to test himself. Again, I think it was passed down from previous generations. For a moment, unable to find a TV show to substitute.
The whole thing was a bit confusing.
Good boy, don't think nonsense. Yu Zixin smiled happily,
but in her heart there was a hint of jealousy.
If last night, hadn't hugged Chang Su's thigh as soon as he arrived, if you were with the right person, would you replace Adira yourself? Unfortunately, it was the wrong time to do so, or else one wouldn't have to knock on Li Siming's door in the middle of the night.
When Su Yan and the others finished breakfast, she then brought the contract to Su Yan. Su Yan also asked Wang Tianlong to find a lawyer and sign the contract after confirming that there were no problems. Also wrote her a check for $3 million.
From then on, Su Yan officially became the company's boss. In the future, the company's name will be changed to Dragon Arts. You organize a company situation for me to look at. Hey, I hadn't even nailed down my own startup yet, but I ended up taking over a movie and TV company first. Not much of a problem, though. Okay, Su Xiao. Yu Zixin nodded happily. Then, take over our company's project. What program before? Su Yan asked. In order to get Hongman to agree to sell all of the company to me. The original business venture, I gave it to him. Yu Zixin asked in embarrassment. Then we'll see if there are any good programs.
Su Yan rubbed his nose and tried to recall some of the dramas he had watched in his previous life.
Yes, see off the duo of Song Qin and Li Siming in the parking lot. What are you thinking? Adira asked worriedly when she saw Su Yan frowning. I was thinking about how to make you a female diva. Su Yan scratched her nose. Adira was pouting, and there was Yu Zixin beside her.
I'll put the contract in the car first so I don't forget it. Su Yan opened the door and saw that there were only 2 seats,
only to realize that Laken's Supersport didn't even have a trunk front. It had to be thrown in the passenger seat. What is it? As he put his things away, he saw a paper bag and couldn't help but draw it out curiously. Open it up and find a thick, bound book of scripts inside. Step-brothers? Here's a script. How did one not realize it before? No way. The old man really arranged everything for me?
His monitoring at all times is unlikely. That could only mean that Yi Chen had made arrangements earlier.
Look at this. Su Yan casually handed the script to Yu Zixin. Yu Zixin hastily took it and looked at it carefully. Instead, Su Yan started calling.
Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward, $100 million.
00 in cash. Ha ha. Yi Chen, who was sitting in a meeting, suddenly laughed out loud. Yi Jiang, who was reporting back, couldn't help but stare. All of the company executives were all wacky. Mr. Yi usually do not smile. Recently the mood is much better. I did not expect today's meeting suddenly smile. What kind of operation is this? Seeing everyone looking at him, Yi Chen couldn't help but tighten his smile. Couldn't share it with anyone at once. Really? Go on. Go on. He waved his hand for Yi Jiang to continue. Who knows? At that moment, the phone rang, and when he saw his son calling him, he immediately said, "Wait, I'll take a call." After saying that, he immediately picked up the phone with a delighted face. "Oh son, is there not enough money?" He followed the call and headed out the door. Yi Jiang couldn't help but sink his face when he heard it was Su Yan's call. He pricked up his ears, and in the moment of closing the door, he vaguely heard, "If the money's not enough, Dad will transfer another 100 million over to you." 100 million? Yi Jiang's entire body froze. Where did Yechen get the 100 million? I don't think it's 100 million, but a sum. So much hate. You work hard to make money on your own and it all turns out to be for someone else. No way. This will never work. Hey, Mr. Ye's son won't be a loser, right? It's easy for the mind to drift with this kind of sudden first wealth. It's still good for Mr. Little Yi. If Mr. Little Yi takes over the company, it will be really promising. Who says it isn't? It's a pity that Chief Xiaoya isn't pro-life. One by one, the voices reached his ears, and Yi Jiang was slightly pleased in his heart that the hearts of the people were available. Chapter 52, Thompson, is he worthy? Hearing this, Su Yan was shocked for a moment. Another billion? How much cash is there in the house? I just wanted to ask about a script that was in the car you gave me. Opposite Yi Chen's voice came, "Oh, didn't you buy Dong Yi Media? When I ordered the car, I saw a script that was good, so I bought it by hand." What? This whole time logic is a bit. Okay, since you bought it, I'll vote. Make sure the old man bought it. Then there's nothing to worry about. Sure, I'll transfer the money in a while. Yi Chen said. I still have money on my side. Su Yan refused. That's for you to buy a car and a house. As for investing in a TV shoot, that money is of course counted separately. Yi Chen laughed out loud. He suddenly realized that making movies and TV seemed like an avenue to spend money. Invest tens of millions of dollars and there's a good chance you're going to lose money. It's simply a sure thing. This industry is good. Look around more in the future. Invest in any projects. Our family is not short of money. Yi Chen immediately said. Good. Su Yan nodded. It always felt a little weird. I have a meeting to go to, so that's it. Yi Chen saw Yi Jiang walking over. Hanging up. It's really here for the money. Yi Jiang had just vaguely heard it. At this rate, maybe the whole company is going to be hollowed out by him. No way. Uncle too. There's a meeting. Coming. Well, Su Yan hung up the phone and asked. The two women are still reading the script. Young Su, we've only just started looking at it. It'll take a bit of time. Su Zixin replied. Okay. Su Yan was confident in this script. He had heard of this drama in his previous life even though he hadn't seen it. I remember it being pretty hot at the time. You guys watch it first. Evaluate it first. Su Yan thought for a little while and said. You take out the specific investment amount. You be the executive producer. This drama must be filmed well. The quality must be high. For the female lead, give it to Adira. Adira was pleasantly surprised. Can I really? When I say it's okay, of course it's okay. Do a good job. Su Yan pinched her cheeks. Good. I'll do a good job. Both women were filled with surprise. Then I can only read the script first today. Adira looked at Su Yan pitifully. It's okay, I'll be back tonight. Giving each other a kiss, Su Yan left, getting ready to check out the house. Young Su, the road in front has recently been repaired, so I can only condemn you to walk there. Lu Xinyan stood at the intersection and saw Su Yan's lake and stop. Embarrassed. Is there a parking lot nearby? Su Yan didn't care. It's not like he was pampered and raised this way. Lu Xinyan had obviously prepared for this and led Su Yan to a parking lot. The Lafa she drove off in last night was parked off to the side. I've organized the information and there are a few options in your budget range, depending on what you're looking for. There are 3 for the large bungalow, and for the villa, it might be a little more on the nose. This is by the Huangpu River. House prices are not low. 1 set in Thompson, 2 sets in Zhongliang-no, 1 courtyard, and 2 sets in Riverside Mansion. Lu Xinyan has obviously done her homework. These sets are priced right and conveniently located. Okay. Su Yan nodded his head, although he had only heard of Townsend and knew that it was sky high. I never thought I'd be able to afford it one day. Go! Lu Xinyan was so affectionate that she took Su Yan's arm and led him forward. This is the one. They'll take us there. These properties in Townsend have been sold out long ago. Used listings only. So, Ryu Xinyan could only look for an intermediary as well. This one has an exclusive Townsend listing, but I've made an advance reservation, she said, pointing to the agents of the ancient world. Inside the Anchor World store. Anyone looking at Townsend's today? The store manager looked at today's work schedule. Xiao Su, are you sure? He looked at a youngster with some shock. Yes, store manager. The customer has already made an appointment in advance. A young man was full of excitement. Store manager, if it's convenient, can you lend me your car? The store manager nodded. Of course, Xiao Su. You can drive, right? Will. It's just not convenient to buy a car in Shanghai. Xiao Su nodded repeatedly. Brother Su, if Townsend sells out, it's going to take a lot of commission, right? This house is worth more than $100 million. At least millions of commission. And how can Su get more than $300,000? Whoa! Many people couldn't help but gasp in shock. Xiao Su, if it works out, you have to treat us. Yes, it has to be on the house. Xiao Su was a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. It's not a done deal yet. This kind of house, how can it be pulled for a few months? If it comes to fruition, I'll definitely treat you. Way to go, Xiao Su. The store manager patted him on the shoulder. If it works out, he gets a cut too. Yes. Just then, Ko's phone rang. You have arrived. Yes. Everyone's spirits were lifted when they heard that the client had arrived. Hastily, he looked toward the door. Xiao Su ran even faster to open the door. A youngster's eyes lit up and instead of going to the door, he ran to pour water. If you're smart, you might even be able to pry the order. It's unethical to pry orders. But, well, it's $300,000. When Su Yan entered the door, he saw the employees of Anja World neatly lined up. Welcome. All of them had smiles on their faces, as well as anticipation. It's quite grand. Su Yan smiled. You arranged it? Su Xiao. What a joke. Lu Xinyan leaned on his shoulder. You are Ms. Willow, aren't you? Xiao Su greeted her warmly. Yes. Ryu Xinyan nodded. Come in. It's cooler in there. After they entered, the crowd even served chairs and helped them arrange themselves in the middle of the conference room. Brother Su, are the clients here yet? A youngster held 2 bottles of Evian mineral water. Xiao Zhou, I will pay you back for this water. Later. Thanks a lot. Xiao Su knew that this water was expensive and said gratefully. No need. Zhou laughed a little. It's what I should do. With that, he had drilled past Xiao Su, came into the conference room. Gentlemen, it's too hot. Please have some water. Xiao Zhou walked in quickly, his face full of smiles, slightly bowing his body, and placed 2 bottles of water in front of Su Yan and the 2 of them. However, the next moment, his expression froze. Xiao Zhou, what do you want? Xiao Su quickly reacted. This kid is trying to pry a bill. Su Yan. Just as Xiao Su rushed in, he heard Xiao Zhou say loudly, Brother Su. Xiao Zhou burst out laughing. Just return the money to me when you get back. Ko all but froze. What's going on? Why do I feel blinded? What's going on? Cho, you. Ko froze. Brother Su, I'm afraid this order won't work out. What do you mean? Ko felt provoked. A part-time student. So arrogant? I'm afraid you don't know. Brother Su, this guy, he's a famous dog licker in our school, got beaten up by a debt collector, owes hundreds of thousands of dollars. The Townsend. Thompson, how can he afford it? No, is he worthy? He'll never be able to afford a mansion like Townsend's. You don't have to waste your time either. A look of mock disdain appeared on Xiao Zhou's face. Chapter 53, The dog in your store? Can you handle it? Shou, what's wrong with you? Xiao Su is a full-time employee, and Xiao Zhou brought him in for a while when he first came in part-time. Is that what the company taught you? Hearing this, Xiao Zhou shrugged. Brother Zhou, the company taught me to be respectful to the customers, and not to him, a guy who borrows money from the internet. A lickspittle. He can afford the Townsend? Are you kidding? Zhou was very contemptuous of Su Yan. In his opinion, if you want to use money, earn it yourself.
His family situation is also average, but when he's not in class, he goes on takeout runs,
and when he's in class, he's at ease. By the end of the week, come to the agency part-time to sell your home. You can even save quite a bit a month in addition to maintaining your expenses. Man up. It's past 18. Why can't you fight with your own two hands? To work on it? You know me? Su Yan looked at Jo-kun. You punk. Who doesn't recognize you?
Jo-kun disdainfully skimmed his lips.
Simply the shame of the school. Don't you have any hands or feet yourself? What money can't you make?
Su Yan blushed a little, but that was the predecessor. The old man seemed to will himself to try hard to raise himself to feel like a loser.
However, it takes a little bit of trial and error to find out. All I despise you and look down on you. Only then did Jo-kun look at Lu Xinyan. Senior sister, don't be fooled by him. This man is not a good match.
It was only after this that he dared to look at Lu Xinyan. There was love in his eyes.
Lu Xianyan smiled and looked at Jo-kun.
She had seen this kind of look too many times. She didn't believe a word he said.
A man with tens of billions of dollars in assets and over $100 million in cash still needs to take out online loans? What's more,
this surname Zhou obviously coveted himself and denigrated Su Xiao.
What do you care? I love it. She hugged Su Yan and even gave him a kiss. Jo-kun was dumbfounded.
Even so angry that his teeth were clenched.
He's trying to rip you off.
He was all but jumping out of his skin.
Sister, he was another woman's licking dog before. He owed hundreds of thousands of dollars for that woman. The whole school knows about it. Lu Xinyan only felt ridiculous and didn't believe it. Smiled and asked, Su Xiao, you spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for a woman? Sort of. Su Yan nodded.
Lu Xinyan immediately revealed a jealous expression.
People are jealous. Didn't I buy you a bag? Su Yan smiled and hooked her nose.
Jo-kun was simply furious when he saw it. The goddess that he had begged for,
looked at from afar,
but did not dare to play with, was so snuggled in the arms of another man.
How dare you cheat people by buying a random fake bag? He didn't cheat me yet. The cash given. I took it to buy a bag. Lu Xinyan laughed. But also, just $100,000. It's not enough for Su Xiao to play a trip to the sports car. Senior sister, you've definitely been tricked. I didn't expect that instead of being a licking dog, he would cheat people instead. For what?
A loser with such a beautiful woman by his side.
You work hard for yourself and you're still a bachelor? I believe in him. Lu Xinyan was like a little birdie, looking at Su Yan with eyes that were almost drawn. Show, get out.
Xiao Su was about to die of anger.
Your own guests. They're all going to be stirred up. You. Jo-kun revealed a furious expression.
Then his thoughts turned and he quickly thought of a way out,
and said in a conspiratorial manner, go for it, brother Su. I'm sorry, Ms. Willow. Ko resumed his seat. He's just a part-time student. He doesn't know anything.
Although there was still a smile on the surface, to Su Yan but no longer speak to him.
Obviously, there was some skepticism as well. Lu Xinyan was a bit dissatisfied. Your people, too unprofessional. I will definitely react to the top when I turn around. Xiao Su said. It's fine. The house in Townsend. Our Su Xiao wants to take a look at it. Lu Xinyan opened her mouth. Mr. Su, with this man as the main focus? Xiao Su was a little panicked. It can't really be poor, right? Yes. However, after a slight hesitation, he nodded. No problem, please, both of you. Who knows? Just as I got to the door, Ko, the store manager called out to him. Store manager. Xiao Su saw Jo-kun standing right next to the store manager and knew in his heart that he had already denounced him. Aha. The store manager nodded and looked at Su Yan. Mr. Su, right? Su Yan nodded. Just hearing those words, the store manager's heart sank. Damn. Being talked to by the weekly group. Mr. Su, you're a student at Zhanghai University?
The smile remained on the store manager's face. Su Yan knew that the other party already suspected himself, but he still nodded.
Yes, store manager, I told you. Jo-kun said disdainfully. He's just a guy who owes a lot of money, let alone buying a Townsend. Brother Su, don't waste your time. Saying that,
he stepped forward and directly snatched the Evian mineral water from Su Yan's hand.
Asterisk. Wasted me a couple $100. He doesn't even deserve such good water. Jo-kun stared at Su Yan. The hatred of taking his wife. Sister, today I will find a way to let you see clearly what kind of a liar he is. After saying that, he looked at Su Yan smugly. To guard my goddess, I will tear down all his disguises. He had already figured out that Su Yan pretended to bring Lu Xinyan to see the Thompson. It's all about disguising the rich persona in front of her, trying to cheat money and sex. Store manager, is this the quality of your store? No matter what, we are all customers, right? Lu Xinyan was dissatisfied. Mr. Su, the store manager looked at Su Yan. I'm very sorry, because Thompson's is the top mansion in Zhanghai, and this set is worth more than $100 million, the exclusive listing in the whole city. So, at your convenience, I think we need to check the capital. Su Yan nodded. Sure, but I think a dog has been barking too long. I think the store manager knows what to do with it, right? You liar, what the are you talking about? Zhou Kun was furious. Su Yan shook his head. The dog is barking again. It's really annoying. Su Yan took out his cell phone and opened the text message. Display the cell phone interface in front of the store manager. Your tail number 5888 card. ICBC income $100 million. 110,100,000. Seeing the series of zeros on it, the store manager felt his eyes glaze over. Billions. He had over 200 million in cash inside his bank card at this point. Oh, my God. Now that's a real tycoon. Inside a bank card. 200 million in cash. Fully capable of buying a Townsend house in full. Gollum. Zhou Kun also took a peek and couldn't help but gulp. Fake. This must be fake. He still owes hundreds of thousands of dollars. How can he have so much money? This must be a fake. Store manager. This is P. How could he not believe that Su Yan was so rich? Store manager. The dogs in your store. Can you handle them now? Chapter 54, Townsend. I'll take it. This is absolutely fake. If he had over $20 million, why would he need to take out an online loan? Zhou Kun absolutely did not believe it. This is P's. It's definitely photoshopped. Lu Xinyan was about to be pissed off and laughed. Forget it, Su Xiao. Let's go and see one serial Seaview. The dog's eyes here don't know how powerful Su Xiao is. Su Yan nodded. It really doesn't mean much. Snap. The two had just finished speaking when the store manager directly slapped Zhou Kun in the face. Su Xiao told you to shut up. Didn't you hear him? Zhou Kun's face was hot and painful. It was surprisingly hard to know what to say for a moment. After a few moments, this jumped up. Store manager. You hit me? You hit me for a liar? You're fired. The store manager took a deep breath. Get your own paycheck from finance. Store manager. He's a liar. At this moment, Zhou Kun had the feeling that he, a loyal and great loyalist, had been framed by a traitor. Sister, the whole school knows, don't you? Store manager. Looks like you can't control your dog. Su Yan sighed. Taking Lu Xinyan with him, he turned around and left. Roll. I'm telling you to get lost. The store manager shouted loudly. Zhou Kun. You're fired. Su Yan. You liar. I will definitely expose you. Definitely. Zhou Kun gritted his teeth. Of all the jobs he had on the side, this one was the easiest and most profitable. And, as a result, lose it because of a liar? Xiao Su. Throw the man out. The store manager said angrily. Go away. You were taught to be polite to customers when you first arrived. Xiao Su sighed. Zhou Kun was indignant, still wanting to open his mouth, when he saw that his usual better colleague had already stood in front of him with an unkind face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm taking my own stuff, can't I? With that, he walked to his workstation, packed up his things, and turned his head to leave. He would have been a part-time student. Humph. If you are unkind to me today, don't blame me for being unfavorable to you. Stepping out of the doorway, Chung Quan spat. Mr. Su, I'll take you to see the house now. Xiao Su received the store manager's face and said in a hurry. Let's go. Waste of time. The store manager hurriedly said with a smile. If Mr. Su is interested, we can help you cut the price with the seller. Watch and see. Xiao Su hurriedly and respectfully led the two Su Yan away. Store manager, you're not worried about his peace picture? After seeing them go, someone couldn't help but ask. The store manager shook his head. The most important thing for us as intermediaries is our eyesight. From start to finish, that Mr. Su didn't show a hint of panic. He was looking at over $100 million mansions and wasn't the least bit alarmed when it was pointed out that he was a fraud. A wise color flashed in the store manager's eyes. Moreover, the most important thing is, even in case it is true, what do we lose? It's only a loss of a small Su run. In case it comes true, it's a turnover of millions. Wonderful. Worthy of a store manager. Young Su, this is a 597 square feet high floor with a first-line river view, which can be said to be the floor with the best scenery. The Bund, Huangpu River. Yuyuan Garden and Jinmao are all in view. Xiaosu drove an SUV over the shoulder of a road that was being repaired. The car vibrated and Xiaosu was instantly a little embarrassed. Recently, this side of the road is under construction. The road condition is a little worse. The subdivision has a separate clubhouse of over 4,000 square meters and Xiaosu gave Su Yan a briefing along the way. Wait for their cell and take the elevator straight upstairs. Su Xiao. This suite has 3 elevators directly into the house to ensure privacy, which has an independent worker's elevator. The elevator doors open to reveal a large elevator hall. This elevator hall alone is comparable to the living rooms of many homes. The front door that goes straight to the top is magnificent. Xiao Su used the door card to open the gate. Standing respectfully at the door, Young Su, Miss Lu, welcome home. The previous owner had just renovated it and had financial chain problems and didn't live in it for a day. Luxury renovations in the tens of millions. After the door, it's our living room, so you can wash away all the fatigue as soon as you enter. Ko knows the set like the back of his hand and talks about it eloquently. This balcony can have a panoramic view of the Huangpu River. And at night, the lights are bright and colorful. You hold a glass of red wine, sitting on the balcony, cozy enough to enjoy the most beautiful view of the whole of Shanghai. Ko was full of anticipation, as if it was himself who was enjoying himself. How much? As mastery over all beings. Ha! Su Yan overlooked the entire Huangpu River and turned slightly sideways to see the bund. It was unobstructed, with a favorable breeze. This house. How much? I'll take it. Xiao Su was instantly overjoyed. The listing price is 180 million. If Young Su truly wants it, I can help you negotiate. 150 million. Full cash if the landlord is willing to offer. Su Yan cut $30 million in one bite. Xiao Su was a bit embarrassed. Su Xiao, this price. Ask the owner first, if he's in a hurry. There's no one better than me. Hearing this, Xiao Su was still a little worried. $30 million. That's a sixth. Aren't there a few other sets? Su Yan didn't want to waste time. Lu Xinyan said, Kafko Sea View 1. But the units there are smaller and cheaper. Su Yan nodded. Go take a look. But then, there's the villa. Slightly further away though. Okay, you arrange it. Su Yan didn't care. Hearing this, Xiao Su looked a little panicked. After all, if you change the house, maybe you will not get the agent's fee. Young Su, wait a moment. I'll call now. Xiao Su said in a hurry. I'll wait. Su Yan directly sat down on the balcony and looked at the scenery. Su panicked and went to the phone. Su Xiao, here. Lu Xinyan gently rubbed Su Yan's shoulders. I quite like it here. Su Yan laughed. But I have to keep some money for the TV series. Step Brothers would also require a ton of money to film. And the payback cycle is super long. Su Xiao, you are going to invest in the movie and television industry? Lu Xinyan asked. It's not a good project to start a business. The return on capital is slow. And it's risky. Su Yan nodded. I know. This is the mess the old man threw at me. If I start my own business, I definitely won't choose this. Lu Xinyan nodded her head. She had a more intuitive understanding of Su Yan's assets, and said with a petulant smile, Su Xiao, what kind of project are you planning to start up in the end? Until now there is no clue. Didn't think so. The old man has been throwing himself at all sorts of messy ventures lately, and he really doesn't have time to mess with them. Su Xiao, the other party is willing to sell. He asked when he'll sign and pay. Ko was excited. Soon after, both parties signed the contract at Anchor World, then closed and paid. In less than 2 hours, everything was done. Su Xiao, even though you cut $30 million, I still have to thank you. The homeowner was not very old and was shrewd and capable. I do love this house. Just then, Su Yan's phone rang. Sorry, I'll take a call. Young Su, I'm from Lover's Home Agency. Your father just asked me to contact you. Where are you now? Chapter 55, The Stars Are Aligned. The $10 billion manor. The Middle Sea Intermediary Cluster. A message instantly triggered the entire FMS group. Townsend first look full cash sale. From the staff at Anchor World. Holy, the Anja world is too powerful, isn't it? Where's the big rich guy from? I remember asking for 8 small goals. Simply, how come such a rich man didn't let us meet him? Really? This is a big bill for Angia World. Store manager, it's gotta be a treat. Lover's Home, a store on the same street as Angia World, where Joe Kun was at the moment. Store manager Luo, I'm only doing a part-time job, and I'm carrying the internal information of Angia World. Joe Kun smiled and introduced himself. An inside look at the world of Anya? Shopkeeper Luo was a bit surprised. Of course, It's mostly client information. Anja World internal rich people information. We can totally dig people. Jo-kun smiled sinisterly. Since you fired me and looked down on me, defend that liar. If you're unkind, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. This is a good thing. Store manager Luo rubbed his hands together and laughed. Then it's settled. I'm optimistic about you. Xiao Zhou. Sign the contract now. It's a big gold mine. How can you be so ill-advised when you're in the world of Anya? I'll get the contract. The computer started to print and shopkeeper Lo stood up to get the contract. Jo-kun was a little excited. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw the message among the group of agents. The face changed instantly. Really sold? Why was he sacked? Is Su Yen really rich? Isn't that a PS? No, definitely not Su Yen. Su Yen the lickspittle. This liar. Definitely can't afford it. Right. Definitely not him. He waited in the office for a while. Didn't even see shopkeeper Lo come back to sign the contract. He was a little surprised and couldn't help but stand up and look out. This time, she saw the entire Lover's store roar to life. Quan. What happened? He couldn't help but ask as he pulled a man walking through the doorway. Brother Quan said with an excited face. A big order has exploded. Jo-kun looked curious. What big order? Shishan 9-star mansion. Sold out. Quan was glowing. Jo-kun also looked shocked. 9-star mansion? The entire project has a total of 9 villas, built in accordance with the 9 palace flying stars, and when the building was constructed, the strongest feng shui masters in the country were invited to set it up. Right. Quan continued. It said that the arrangement inside implies a feng shui pattern, and even coalesces a dragon vein, so every one of them is sky high. Although Jo-kun didn't believe in any feng shui dragon vein talk, but the rich and powerful are convinced. As I recall, no one asked for it because the price was just too high, right? Not because it's expensive. There are many tycoons, just because the one in the center, located in the heart of the lake island, the stars, when a tycoon was ready to buy, the feng shui masters said, the whole pattern of the stars, it's best to buy all of them, occupy the whole feng shui. Brother Quan regrettably said, immediately became unattended. After all, 9 villas, each worth over $1 billion. The total price is over $10 billion. No one has that much cash, so it was temporarily shelved. There's such an inside story? Jo-kun was also curious. So which one has been bought now? Which one? Quan grunted twice. It's all of them. All of it. Jo-kun instantly widened his eyes. Which tycoon? With $10 billion in cash to buy all the villas? 10 billion in cash. What kind of concept is that? I don't know at the moment. It was sold from the headquarters side. Unfortunately, we are only responsible for the handover. Quan shrugged sadly. Otherwise, the brokerage fees alone would be in the hundreds of millions. Direct wealth freedom. So now, Jo-kun was also a bit excited. Without further ado, everyone is busy preparing for a grand delivery ceremony. The cards have to be given enough. Right now the store manager is questioning the owners. Time is running out. Everyone follow me. Shopkeeper Luo clapped his hands. Have you gotten the real estate license yet? 5 minutes. Kobayashi said he'd be here in 5 minutes. Ro, tell him to hurry up. We'll go meet the owners immediately. What I usually teach you guys. Remember? Remember. Go. Shopkeeper Lal winds up and walks out the door. Everyone organizes their clothes to look their best and most beautiful. Jo-kun was also a bit excited as he immediately followed him, wanting to witness this moment. Store manager, when are we going to sign the contract? It's amazing that the company was able to take such a big order. I'm filled with anticipation. Jo-kun quickly followed store manager Luo's side. Store manager Luo also revealed a smile. We'll sign the contract when we get back. Jo-kun laughed heartily. Why are you going this way? Shouldn't we be driving? No, the owners are at Anchor World right now, so we'll just go over there. Settle the world? The gloominess in Jo-kun's eyes flickered. Although I fired the new guys, but my revenge, it came immediately. He gritted his teeth. Within a few steps, he saw Angia World, and shopkeeper Luo hurriedly accelerated his pace. Shopkeeper Luo, what brings you here? Old he. Store manager Luo laughed loudly. Isn't there something going on here? Is there a Mr. Su in your store? Store manager he couldn't help but look at Su Yen. What are you looking for young Su for? Su Xiao. Store manager Luo walked quickly to Su Yan's face, and the employees of Lover's Home also swarmed up, squeezing away the employees of Anjaya World. Deeply. 90 degrees bow. Jo-kun also had an excited look on his face as he purposely squeezed his way to the store manager's side just to get to know the super rich man. Maybe,
If such a rich man casually pulls himself up, he will become a dragon at the first sight of the wind. Hello, Mr. Su. He was just about to bow after him when he froze, dumbfounded. He looked at the man in front of him with disbelief. It's you? He exclaimed. It's you. Su Yan laughed. Shopkeeper Luo. You must be mistaken. How can it be him? He's a dog licker who owes hundreds of thousands of dollars in foreign debt and was beaten up by a debt collector. Shopkeeper Luo froze for a moment and instantly blackened his face. What are you babbling about? Jokun absolutely do not believe that tens of billions of mansions. How can this liar afford to buy? I'm not making this up. He's a disgrace to our school. Joke. He was beaten up for his debt. The whole school knows about it. It's a $10 billion project. $10 billion. Store manager Luo had just frowned when he heard store manager he say, Store manager Luo. You're not going to accept him, are you? Jokun shouted, making shopkeeper Luo feel a bit disgruntled. Lao he. What's the situation? Hearing what shopkeeper he said, shopkeeper Luo also became skeptical. This kid, he's been targeting young Su, falsely accusing him, and screaming all the time. It almost stirred up the business of Townsend. Store manager he said, the Townsend is also bought by young Su? Store manager Luo was a bit surprised. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jokun immediately shouted. He's an orphan. Where did he get tens of billions of dollars? How could he possibly buy Townsend? He's a liar. Right. It must be that you've all been tricked. Jokun shouted. Chapter 56, $10 billion gift of adulthood. Why don't you guys believe me? He's just an orphan. He's a liar. It's a licker. Store manager Luo. Store manager he. Hurry up and call the police. Arrest him. Seeing Lu Xinyan leaning intimately against Su Yan's body, a nameless karmic fire surged in his heart. Couldn't help but question it out loud. Shopkeeper Luo. Mr. Su is busy. He reminded the store manager. It dawned on shopkeeper Luo. Get out. At the same time a slap had landed hard on his face. Shopkeeper Luo. I'm serious. Jokun still wanted to argue. A cold snort could be heard from shopkeeper Luo. A mole-like existence like you is simply a summer insect speaking ice. Get the hell out of here. Shopkeeper Luo. He's really a liar. Believe me. He still owes money. Store manager he also said. Liar? I think you're the one who's a liar. If Su Xiao was a liar, he would have just taken out cash and bought Thompson Epine in full. Jokun froze at this. You said he paid in full? Cash? He must have put the hook in. Right. Definitely put the hooks in and when the time comes, scam the house for cash all at once. Right. Absolutely. Xiao Su couldn't help but say. Xiao Zhou. I don't know what kind of enmity you have with Su Xiao, but it doesn't even make sense for you to falsely accuse a passerby like that. Su Xiao has already gone through the closing procedures and paid in full. The seller is gone. How can you cheat? Jokun frowned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Storekeeper Luo also said. Moreover, you falsely accused young Su. When was young Su an orphan? Young Su's father bought the 9 Stars mansion and gave it to young Su. What? Jokun remembers the classmates chatting very clearly. Orphans. Waste. Lick the dog. Netflix. Who knew that? In the blink of an eye, you'd become the heir to a $10 billion millionaire? Richie Rich? That's too scary, isn't it? What? The 9 Stars mansion is sold? How many buildings? Before Jokun could be shocked, he heard store manager he with a shocked face. The cheapest one. I remember it was 1 billion. Shopkeeper Luo nodded. Yes, however, young Su's father didn't buy any of them, but all of them. The entire 9 Stars mansion. 9 villas. No, I should say manor. All of them were given to young Su. That's what Mr. Su's father said. It's a coming-of-age gift for his son. Gollum. Everyone was filled with shock. Tens of billions of dollars of estates. And you're giving it directly to your son as a bar mitzvah? What kind of family is this? What? Store manager his eyes went wide. The whole thing is for sale? Shopkeeper Luo nodded, also filled with emotion and shock. A $10 billion manor. 9 villas. Cash in full payment. The housebook is already on its way. Ryu Xianyan's brain was buzzing. Before, she thought she had looked up to Su Yan enough. I didn't realize that I had underestimated his family. $10 billion in cash for a house? What kind of gentry could do such a thing? Shopkeeper Luo. The housebook has arrived. Just then, a stretch Hummer slowly approached. The over 10-meter Hummer is full of dominance. In the passenger seat, a home-loving employee reaches out his hand. There's also a Grand Cherokee in front and back for protection. The car stopped and the Hummer driver got out, wearing a snow-white uniform with spotless white gloves.
The lovesick employees also got out of the car in a hurry. The door in the back opened and a woman in a short suit and skirt got out of the car with a sharp air. She also had a box resting in her hand. It's still easy to step on the hated highway and on the road repair pavement. 4 people also got out of each of the 2 Grand Cherokees, wearing a suit with a communicator in his ear. 4 men guarded the 4 corners of the stretch Hummer. 4 other men came up behind the woman. Store manager, I'm back. Lover's staff is excited. Where's the house book? Shopkeeper Luo couldn't help but ask when he saw his empty hands. The house book. Oh, over there. You kid, can you be more reliable? Such an important thing. How dare you let someone else take it? Storekeeper Luo was getting furious. Store manager, it's not that I won't take it, it's that they won't give it. The employee showed a look of helplessness. Shopkeeper Luo took a look at the other side's position and didn't dare to say anything else. After all, he wouldn't dare in his place. May I ask, which one is Su Yan? Su Xiao? The woman walked up to the crowd. Her gaze slightly swept, and finally rested on Su Yan's body. It seemed to have confirmed that he was Su Xiao and was only waiting for an answer. Zhou Kun had been stunned, and his entire body seemed to be petrified. Dumbfounded. He stood. You are? Su Yan opened his mouth. This posse, it's a bit of a stretch. Master. The woman immediately bowed 90 degrees. The 4 men in black behind them bowed similarly. My name is Tong Yakan. I'm the chief housekeeper of the 9 Stars Mansion, and I'm happy to serve you. Butler. Su Yan all froze for a moment. In the end, what is this situation? To this day, he hadn't even figured out what was going on yet. The old man said he had a house for himself. What a bar mitzvah it turned out to be. Also worth tens of billions. Now, a limited class stretch Hummer. There were also 8 bodyguards who didn't look easy at first glance. Su Xiao. The 9 Stars Mansion is said to have no properties, only housekeepers, who uniformly manage all the personnel, which is said to be a team of many people. Xiao Su hurriedly reminded Su Yan in a low voice. Su Yan understood. Or the property. It's just a name change. Good. Su Yan nodded. Butler. Very feudal. Very powerful. It's kind of fun. Master. This is all the housebooks of the 9 Stars Mansion. Tong Yakan lifted the box with both hands and sent it to Su Yan. Li Xinya immediately took it. She was also a little dizzy. Suddenly there was some inner remorse. Did you make the wrong choice in the first place? Why do you want to start a business with Mr. So, doesn't it smell good to be a young lady? Even if you can't be the first young grandma, the second young grandma or the third young grandma will be fine. After the housebook was taken away, Tong Yakan this only stood up. A serious said, Master, at present, each villa is equipped with a butler, as well as a team of 30 people, including maids, gardener, nutritionist, gardener, etc. All the security team are retired special forces. Please get in the car, Master, and I'll tell you more about it in the car. Nima. 9 villas equals a team of 270 servants. Not even. I'm afraid. The security team. I'll take my own car. You guys just lead the way. Hearing Su Yan's words, Tong Yakan immediately nodded. Yes. Following behind Su Yan, he followed step by step. Behind them, 2 Grand Cherokees and the stretch Hummer followed slowly. The people from Angia World and the Loves family followed suit. Such a big battle attracted the attention of countless people. Chapter 57, Plotting for the Family Fortune. Holy, a Lafa. I didn't think there was a Lafa in this Thai parking lot. This Rafa is too handsome, isn't it? Let me take some pictures. What's the make of the one next to it? How come I've never seen it before? Let me check. Holy, this car is called a Leakin and it's more expensive than a Lafa. Oh my god. This temporary parking lot has 2 $10 million luxury cars? A group of young people were taking pictures with their cell phones. Curious. Help me get a picture together. That's awesome. $80+ million supercar on the left. The 20 million plus Rafa is on the right. I'm simply a winner in life. Just you standing here. You're no different than a monkey. Can't 2 cars worth over $100 million set me off? Lining you up to be even poorer. Hey, stop playing. Come on, stop playing. The young man who had just been taking pictures suddenly stood at attention. What for? The youth taking his picture was a little disgruntled. I haven't taken it yet. Owner. Seems to be coming. The upright youth said dully. Ha? The youth taking the picture had just returned to his senses when he felt a strong force coming from his shoulders. Who? What for? He was so disgruntled that he turned around and saw 4 large men in black suits standing right behind him. They're the ones who pushed themselves away. Big brother. The youthful situation was instantly transformed into flattery. Make way, please. The youth was immediately satisfied, and he actually said thank you. What reason do I have to say no? Make way, please. The youth who was standing at attention also nodded and stepped aside, because they saw the vast crowd of people behind them. A few people were shoved aside and even had special bouncers keeping an eye on them. Holy, what is this guy? The photo-loving youth had just taken his cell phone out when it was held down. I'm sorry, our master doesn't like to be photographed. Yes, yes. The youth nodded his head repeatedly and closed his mouth, not daring to speak. One eye, however, was locked on the other, only to see a handsome young man walking over with a beautiful woman on his arm. Beside them, there were two bodyguards protecting them, with a professionally dressed woman leading the way. There were two more bodyguards behind him. Two Cherokees and a stretch Hummer followed. There were a number of people following on either side of the automobile. What kind of row is this? The professional woman was seen opening the door of the Laken. Master, please get in the car. Su Yen sighed and opened the driver's door. I'll drive. Feel free. Ton Yakin hurriedly got into the passenger seat. The other woman got in the Rafa. The Cherokee took the lead, followed by two supercars one after the other, and then followed the Cherokee, with the extended Hummer instead becoming the last. Watch the 5 cars slowly leave. Everyone's feeling relieved. Holy, what just happened? World leaders out on the street? The photographed youth said dully. That guy is so handsome. A girl couldn't help but commit nymphomania. My god, that's over $100 million for 2 cars. Hey, man, what kind of person is this? So rich? Kosh asked as he was bumped on the shoulder. I don't know. All I know is that he just bought Townsend. Ko stayed dumbfounded. Not only that, his dad gave him a $10 billion mansion as a yearly gift. The other agent also froze. This simply shocked the youths. You guys really aren't trustees? A little girl asked. Where did you get a $10 billion mansion in Zhonghai? You know the 9 Stars mansion, right? It's in the National Forest Park. The whole neighborhood is just 9 villas, worth $10 billion. Holy, buying 9 villas at once? Can we live here? You control people? And yeah, those bodyguards just called him Master. Hey, so ascetic. That's the real hoi polloi, isn't it? Listening to the murmurs of these people around him, Jo-kun only felt his head buzzing. No way. He's a liar. Asterisk. It feels like this guy is crazy. Seeing everyone about to leave, Jo-kun hurriedly chased after them. Store manager Luo, is the contract ready? Snap. As soon as the words left his mouth, a slap had landed hard on his face. Asterisk. You. I suggest you see a psychiatrist. Store manager Luo was furious. You almost lost me a super customer. But he really is a liar. However, none of them took him up on it. Holy. After the company's high-level meeting, Yi Jiang drove his car and brought Yi Chen to a villa. Congratulations to the host for the reward, 9-star house. 9-star house? This is known to many in the industry. A villa worth $1 billion a pop. This luxury villa that has been rumored in circles for a long time and has never sold. I didn't realize that I was rewarded with a set. Elder, you're such a big old man. And you're still in a state of shock. What the hell? An old white-haired woman in the room couldn't help but reprimand. Inside the room, it was already full. It's none other than Yi Chen's family. Mom, it's fine. Yi Chen smiled and walked into the room. Li Qin was already there long ago. In addition to Mrs. Yi, there was Yi Chen's elder brother, Yi Ju's family, Yi Zhang's parents, Yi Chen's brother Yi Huan's family. He also has a pair of children, as well as Yi Chen's little sister, Yi Minggu's family. The crowd greeted Yi Chen when they saw him. Lao Air, I heard that the company's funds are not running well recently? Old Mrs. Yi narrowed her eyes and asked. Yi Chen laughed. Mom, who did you hear that from? The company is running normally. Yi Ju's wife, Yi Chen's sister-in-law, Zhao Xinhua, was just about to open her mouth, but was stopped by her husband. Instead, Yi Huan's wife, Sun Mei, spoke first. Second brother, I heard that you've been giving Xiao Luo pocket money, and it seems that you've given quite a lot. It was at this time that Zhao Xinhua spoke up. Second brother, it's still important to focus on the development of the company, although it's good to find Xiao Luo, but, isn't it still undecided, isn't it? As soon as the two sisters-in-law opened their mouths, Li Qin knew that things were not simple, and that they were coming for Xiao Luo. Before, she could have done it without arguing, but now, she couldn't help but open her mouth. Sister-in-law, Mei, the money is ours and the company is ours, so it's okay to spend it however we want, right? Yi Jiang sat on the sidelines with some anxiety.
He was a junior, but it was not good for him to open his mouth.
Xiao Qin, Zhao Xinhua was about to say,
but was kicked by her son.
Sun Mei said, "Sister-in-law, you can't say that.
It's nice that the company was founded by second brother, but we have also labored over the years.
Without us, can the company grow?" Yi Mingyu also nodded in agreement. "Sister-in-law,
you can spend your own money however you want,
but a company is a company. It's two different things."
Li Qin knew that the first wave of attack had already arrived, and did not let it go in the slightest.
Let it go now, and it might all be appropriated later.
She was just about to open her mouth when she heard Yi Chen say,
"What do you mean?" Chapter 58, My son gave it to me. A Bentley. $5 million. After Yi Chen asked this, old Mrs. Yi paused the cane in her hand and said, "Eldest, why didn't Xiao Luo bring it back since he found it?"
Li Qin glanced at the old lady, and heard Yi Chen say,
"Mom,
we also just recognized each other.
Xiao Luo after all.
Separated from us for more than 10 years.
Need a time." Yi Huan interjected. "No matter how many years we've been separated.
The fact that bloodlines are as close as relatives is something no one can deny.
Shouldn't we go home and recognize our ancestors? He still has to study." Li Qin sensed that the atmosphere today was not quite right. Studying in Shanghai? It's been 2 weekends and I haven't seen him come back.
Sun Mei also said, "Who knows? His heart is not in our family.
In case he just wants to climb the dragon and the phoenix." "What climbing the dragon and phoenix?"
Li Qin raised her willow eyebrows.
"Does the Yi family have a royal succession or something?" The Yi family's current company was also built by brother Sam and I brick by brick. We can do whatever we want. At this time,
Yi Ju finally opened his mouth and smiled to round off the situation.
"Brother-in-law, we didn't mean that. It's just that we're afraid you'll be cheated."
"Big brother."
Yi Chen frowned. "No one can lie to me, and my son is even less likely to lie to me." Old Mrs. Yi said, "It's not easy to start our family's company. Lao heir.
Although Xiao Luo has recognized me, she hasn't come back to meet me as her grandmother,
and she doesn't know how her heart is. Can't be too spoiled. I hear you give a lot of pocket money?" Confused. "What we want in the Yi family is affection, not because of money and tendency." Li Qin was offended. "Mom, the company belongs to brother Sam, and of course the future will be handed over to Xiao Luo as well." This time, everyone's expression changed. Old Mrs.
Yi was disgruntled when she heard the boss say,
"Brother-in-law,
we'll talk about future matters later.
Today I have a good thing." After saying that, old Mrs. Ye's dissatisfaction was also put away.
Li Qin had an ominous feeling in her heart.
"Big brother, what good things do you have to share?"
Xia has also graduated from college and isn't too young. Xiao Jiang and Xia grew up together.
Know each other well and have deep feelings. The other day Xiao Jiang said he's actually admired Xia for years. Why don't we kiss up to the old man? What do you think?
Yi Chen rubbed his hands together.
"Big brother, they are brother and sister. No blood."
Yi Jiang also looked expectant.
"Second uncle, second aunt. I really like it. It's not like we're old and feudal now. Xia is free to love. We won't force him." Li Qin snorted. The look on his face was not so good. Not just him, even Yi Huan, Yi Mingyu and the others were a bit surprised. Old Mrs. Yi, however, said, "I do think it's quite good. Why don't we let Xia go back to the company and have more contact?" Li Qin sighed and looked at Yi Chen, who shook his head and said, "Tell me more. This reunion is full of hookups." Much to his displeasure, just as Yi Ju was about to open his mouth, Yi Chen's phone rang. "I'll take a call." "Mr. Yi, we've brought your car to the door for you." "Yes." Yi Chen was overjoyed. "Bentley, my Bentley. I finally get to drive a Bentley. I'm coming out now." With that he stood up and walked away. "Lao heir, we haven't finished talking." Yi Ju was persistent. "Big brother, my car is here. I'll get it," he said and gave his wife a wink. Li Qin followed him out. "I don't think they have any good intentions today." Walking out of the courtyard, Li Qin lowered her voice and said in a bad mood, "What did you say about Xiao Jiang and Xia being childhood friends? Have you forgotten about bullying Xia when you were a kid? It's still not about wanting to fight for power in the company through Xia. Thinking we're little cuties." Yi Chen also sighed. I shouldn't have let them get involved in the first place. Hey, if we didn't have them, we wouldn't have so much time to manage the company." Li Qin was not ungrateful. The couple sighed. "Lao heir, you bought a new car?" Yi Ju and the others followed, hooking one hand around his brother's neck. "What do you think of Xiao Jiang? Is he worthy of your family Xia?" Yi Chen smiled. "Big brother, it depends on Xia's own wishes." At the entrance of the courtyard,
Zhang Chang saw Yi Chen and the others come out and hurriedly ran over. Mr. Yi. Yi Chen rubbed his hands together. Where's the car? Put it down and let me see. Zhang Chang immediately knew that this was the right person. Yes. Su Xiao asked to send it over. I did a maintenance on the car and sent it over immediately. Mr. Yi, please take a look. Yi Ju saw that his brother was a bit greasy and could only shift his target and look at the car. Only the crate slowly opened and a sedan pulled up inside. Then the floorboards of the crate are raised and the car is set aside. The car's lines are sleek and majestic. Yi Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed. Bentley. That's my Bentley. Mr. Yi, what do you think? Zhang Chang bowed his body. Second brother. What kind of car is this? A BYD? Sun Mei glanced at the license plate. What BYD? Aunt Sam. This is a Bentley. Yi Zhang's face was filled with shock. Bentley. This car is quite expensive, isn't it? Zhao Xinhua asked. I think I heard someone say something about it. More than expensive. Yi Jiang marveled. The cheapest Bentley costs over $1 million. Sun Mei covered her mouth and bumped her husband. And Yi Huan hurriedly said, Second brother, what are you doing buying such an expensive car? Zhao Xinhua hastily agreed. Yes, does the company have that much money? She looked to her son. Yi Jiang shook his head. He didn't care about finances and didn't know the specifics. Lao money can't be spent recklessly. Business is hard this year. Yi Ju was also somewhat dissatisfied. His own second brother, since recognizing his son, didn't seem quite right. Spending money everywhere. The car, I'm afraid, is for my son. At this rate, the company will be lost to him. That's right. Xiao Luo is still studying. What's the need for such a nice car? Xiao Jiang only bought a BMW when he came out to work. Sun Mei said. Seeing the crowd once again pointing their spears directly at Su Yan, Li Qin was just about to get mad. But Yi Chen said smilingly, Where is this car that I bought for Xiao Luo? It's a gift from my son. With a smile on his face, he looked over at Yi Ju. Big brother, did Xiao Jiang give you any gifts? Yi Ju glanced at his son. Did razors count? What about your house? Lao San? Ye Huan smiled awkwardly. Second brother. Don't joke. They just graduated. Where did they get the money? Yi Mingyu laughed. Second brother. Isn't Xiao Luo still studying? How can he afford $1 million luxury car? Obviously filled with skepticism. You didn't pay for it yourself and acted out. Did you? Yi Chen swept a glance at his sister. Can I afford it? How much money does the company have and how much did it pay out? Don't you know? How much liquidity does the company have? Yi Mingyu is responsible for finance and naturally knows it well. Millions. The company can afford it. However, it will never be used to buy a car. I won't use the company's money to buy a car. And I hope no one else will either. Yi Chen nodded darkly. Couldn't help but walk toward the Bentley. Touched the car. And TSK. My son gave it to me. Bentley. How much did this one cost? Zhang Chang hurriedly gave his boss a shout out. Mr. Yi. When Su Xiao bought it at that time, he paid almost $5 million. $5 million? Yi Ju, Yi Huan, Yi Mingyu, and the others were wide-eyed. Yi Jiang frowned deeply. Xiao Luo, what kind of existence is it? How dare you take out $5 million to buy a car for Yi Chen? Daughter-in-law, let's try the car. Yi Chen couldn't wait to take the car keys and get in the car. Li Qin also sat on the passenger side. A luxury car. It's just nice. Driving smoothly, Yi Chen was ecstatic. Soon, the expression tightened. Hey! My son is driving a luxury car of more than $80 million and living in a billion-dollar mansion. And I can only drive a $4 million Bentley for the hell of it. Li Qin gave him a blank look. If you didn't have a son, could you afford to drive a Bentley? Yi Chen thought about it. That's right. If I didn't have a son, I couldn't really afford to drive. Happy again at the thought. What do they want, boss? Li Qin asked. What else can I do? Afraid that Xiao Luo will come back and steal the company. Wanting to put it in the bag. Yi Chen knew in his heart. I do. I'm molding Xiao Luo into a young tycoon who started a successful business. When the time comes, they'll definitely have something to fear. Li Qin nodded. But none of the things your system rewards you with look like short-term business successes. Yi Chen instantly became bitter. Still have to keep spending money. Smash a project out. Turn around and talk to Xiao Luo. Let him spend money boldly. But there has to be a project for it to work. Or it won't make sense. Live broadcasting is quite profitable this year. Our son is so handsome. Why don't we let him go live broadcasting? Chapter 59, Super Deluxe 9 Stars Mansion. 9-star house.
The Grand Cherokee drove the road into Shishan National Forest Park. On both sides of the road, green trees, a towering tree, as if guards, arching around. Occasionally a small squirrel would climb up into the treetops frightened by the sound of a car. Master, starting ahead, is your 9 stars mansion. Through the car window, Su Yan saw a sign, private territory. Do not enter. At the end of the road was a plain gate. Next to the gate, a concierge was erected, a security guard in uniform, standing like a javelin. In front of the door, there is a flat bridge big enough for 4 cars to enter and exit side by side. Under the flat bridge, a long, winding river with gurgling water and a school of koi carp swimming in it. This is the moat of the 9 stars mansion. Encircling the entire 9 stars mansion, the car pulls through the gate and the security guard standing guard immediately salutes. Once inside, you see 2 parking lots on either side of the road with tour buses parked. This is the visitors' parking lot. After entering the 9 stars mansion, visitors can park their cars here and have them delivered to their homes by our people. This parking lot is capable of parking dozens of cars. Where's your automobile? Su Yan couldn't help but ask. We have a special minibus that takes us to and from work every day. Leaving the parking lot, the road begins to wind up, yet still spacious. The greenery in the neighborhood is on par with Forest Park. The greenery here is kept pristine and the green areas are very high. Further on, a villa was seen, and in front of the villa, a very vast lawn. Next to the villa, a variety of trees are also planted. The car moved slowly. It seems to go around in a big circle, spreading from villas 1 to 8. Each home is separated by rivers of living water, flow toward the center. This is Villa 9. Tong Yakan then sat in the passenger seat and introduced Su Yan. All the rivers flow toward the center and eventually converge around Villa 9. Su Yan looked and saw a small river surrounding Villa 9, forming a lake island. In the middle of the river, there are also flocks of white swans, playing in the river. Moreover, each of the 9 villas has a different architectural style. Under each villa, in turn, each has underground space, a basement level and an underground garage. Come down and see. This downhill road is the way to the underground garage. The car pulled into the underground garage. The Grand Cherokee didn't follow, and Ryu Sinyan's Lafa followed behind. As for the extended Hummer, it had already been parked in the dedicated parking lot. Open the roll-up door to reveal the large parking lot inside. The parking lot is very large, more than enough to stop even 10 cars. This half is a parking lot for 12 cars, and the other half is made into an entertainment space. The home theater, billiard room, chess and card room, game room, wine cellar and so on have been renovated, and the 2 underground floors are all installed and covered with fresh air systems. As the car stopped, a group of people came down from upstairs, standing in 2 rows as if welcoming the most precious host. Everyone was in uniform and respectful. Master, welcome home. 4 maids in maids' outfits, 2 carrying a basin of water, the other 2 holding snow-white towels in each hand. Su Yan and Lu Xian washed their hands, and the maid dried their hands before retiring. This is the housekeeper of Villa 9, Jiang Fian. Su Yan looked over, a ponytailed beauty, looking at least as good looking as at least 8'5", with a hot body. Master, welcome home. Taking a look at the butler, and then at the maid dressed in a maid's outfit, Ryu Xinyan couldn't help but feel alarm bells ringing in her heart. Mentally, we just take what we need. Well, is just that. A mahjong machine is placed in the chess room, and the floor-to-ceiling window against the wall is well made for a chess pad. Whether it is Go or Xiangqi, you can play on this side. The game room, on the other hand, is ready for most of the consoles on the market, as well as top-performing computers. There are also cabinets on the front wall that seem to have space for hand-me-downs. Among the home theaters, surround sound is installed and state-of-the-art equipment is used so that the owner can watch it whenever he wants. Even the master tapes are just as well equipped to be played. Among the wine cellar, the most advanced constant temperature and humidity system is utilized, which can regulate the temperature and humidity in separate areas, and place all kinds of fine wines according to the owner's preferences. Tong Yakan introduced them one by one, as if they were her favorite. Lu Xinyan was dumbfounded. Is this really a house to live in, and not a shopping mall? It was also the first time Su Yan had seen such a luxurious house. Miss Lu is joking. Only an honorable being like the master deserves a house like this. Tong Yakan still maintained her smile. Further up, on the negative floor, there is a dining room, lounge, kitchen, storage room, fabric room and more. On the first floor are the bedrooms, living room, sitting room, indoor heated pool and much more. Second floor has den and bedroom lights, and outside the house,
There was a large expanse of lawn, and close to the villa, there was a garden of beautiful flowers, and the gardener was organizing the garden. There is also a faux beach outdoor pool, basketball court, and badminton court. Where is this a villa? It's like an amusement park. Master, if you need anything, you can mention it to us, including how it needs to be modified. Jiang Fian smiled and laughed. Su Yan nodded. Not yet. Just then, Su Yan's phone rang. Son. The phone was answered and a cheerful voice came from the other side. Bentley I have been subjected to. It's awesome. Ha ha ha. Did you get Dad's surprise? You didn't expect it, did you? Hearing this, Su Yan was really speechless and said, didn't you say you'd let me buy a house? I just bought it, and then you ended up buying it again? Ha ha. Surprise? Surprised? Yi Sam laughed heartily. There is no place to talk about the bitterness in my heart. The system rewards gifting. Can't do it myself. Ah. Isn't this a waste of money? Su Yan said breathlessly. Don't you worry. What's this money? Are you out of money? I was just about to say Dad will call you again. But then I thought, I don't have any money. Holy. Yi Chen looked at his wife in the passenger seat with an innocent face. Li Qin was in a better mood when she heard her son's voice. It was your dad who saw that you never got around to it. That's why he bought it for you. It's okay. It's not like the house is too much. It's an investment. But it's not necessary to buy a neighborhood all at once. Is it? What? Yi Chen exclaimed. A neighborhood? The 9 Stars mansion has bought them all? The couple looked at each other, all shock in their eyes. The system is too powerful, isn't it? You don't know? Su Yan felt even more strange. No, I just want to ask you, surprise or not? Yi Chen hastily snorted. Buy more. In the future, Mom and Dad will have a place to stay when they come over. They still don't have to squeeze in with you. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Although Li Qin was shocked, she still rounded him up. On the one hand, to give you something to invest in, regardless of future depreciation or appreciation. Real estate is real estate. And, Li Qin hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say. Yi Chen honestly said, Son, your uncles and uncles want a plot to take over our family's company. They will definitely stop you from recognizing your ancestors and will make things difficult for you. So, your dad created a persona for you. Entrepreneurial and accomplished young man. Su Yan casually said, didn't you say as long as you don't start a business? Chapter 60 I'm such a loser. I spent $200 million in half a month. What did I say? Yi Chen immediately played dumb. You said that as long as I don't start my own business, our family will have more money than we can spend in a lifetime. Su Yan couldn't help but remind him. Yi Chen laughed dryly. Yes, as long as you don't start your own business, our family's money won't be spent in a lifetime. But if you start your own business, our family's money won't be spent in several lifetimes. He makes a good point. What if it fails? Yi Chen laughed even more happily. Failure is failure. It's not as bad as that 3 melons in 2 dates. The system gives more when you fail. Li Qin also helped on the side and said, you just listen to your father. Just for you to set up a persona. You casually do. Money. Don't worry. Yi Chen was suddenly a bit anxious, waving his hands back and forth. In case the system doesn't reward cash. I'm broke. Just buy the company to take 3 melons in 2 dates. Even if the whole company bet on it, it is not enough. Ah, I know. I'll see what the startup does first. Su Yan said. Li Qin said. Mom has a proposal. Ah, just a proposal. This year the live broadcast is quite good to do. Why don't you get a live broadcast? Yi Chen quickly said. Yes, casually engage in a live broadcast, traffic data and so on. We spend money to smash. Just set up a persona. Alright, I'll take a look. Su Yan nodded in agreement. After buying the house, is there enough money? Li Qin asked again with worry. If you don't have enough, then let your father give you some. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. You don't mess around. I'm broke too. I still have it. Didn't Dad give me $200 million earlier? You bought a house, a car. Don't worry. I have enough money. I'm going to invest in a TV series, and the rest should be enough to get a live broadcast going. Su Yan thought briefly that the money he currently had in his hand should be enough. Okay, I'll call you when you don't have enough. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. He's too worried about his son saying he doesn't have the money now. Because, he has no money. I can't say I don't have any money, but I only have $1 million or so. What's that enough for? Ro, my teenager, be brave and start your own business. If you don't start a business, how can I become the richest man in the world? Yi Chen figured it out. Where is it so easy to start a business? Who doesn't have to fail a few times? Mustn't it cost money every time it fails?
That's not what you said in the beginning. Su Yan was speechless. At first, Dad was telling you that the family has enough money to spend as you please.
Yi Chen was very satisfied with his own wit. Now that Dad has figured it out, the fledgling has to spread its wings after all.
You have a point anyways. Su Yan sighed. Hanging up. Master, have a seat.
The maids brought a glass of juice and the sun umbrella on the artificial beach opened for him to sit down.
Thanks. Su Yan nodded, sat on the beach, and asked Lu Xinyan, is there a channel to buy the helicopter? Ryu Xinyan froze for a moment. This is about to buy a helicopter? Shaking his head, he said, Xiao Su, I'm an automobile salesman and an intern. Where are the channels? At those words, Su Yan also drifted off. Master, if you want to purchase a helicopter, I know. Ton Yakin stood respectfully at the side. You know? Su Yan was a bit surprised.
Of course, the fact that the 9 Stars mansion can build a helipad,
and the homework in that regard, we have to do as well. Ton Yakin said. Okay, police helicopter? What's the right thing to buy? Su Yan asked the other party. Ton Yakin replied after a little thought. AC-311,
at a price of around $15 million.
Of course, other helicopters are also available, but because of mission requirements,
the price is generally between 10 million and 100 million.
Hearing this, Su Yan froze for a moment. Holy, are helicopters that expensive? He thought at the time that a few million would be enough. Now that I look back,
I have cash left over to either invest in Step Up or buy a helicopter.
Now it's over. Su Yan sighed. He had just said he had enough money. Did you go back on your word? This is a big shame. What to do? It's better to figure out how to make money on your own.
The old man is going to start his own business.
And these assets, I guess, are to give himself a bottom line. I'm afraid the cash flow isn't quite enough either. Snap. Soyan slapped himself lightly. I'm such a ing loser. Over $200 million and it's almost spent in a flash. Young Su, what's wrong with you? Lu Xinyan hurriedly asked. Ton Yakin also looked at Su Yan strangely. It's okay, I just suddenly feel that I'm such a loser. Sighing, Su Yan laid down on the beach chair. Do you need a massage, master? Ton Yakin asked. It might help you think. No need. In fact, there are many ways for Su Yan to solve the cash flow. Best and fastest way. 10 houses. Just mortgage one at random. It's not at that point for a while now. Young Su, you, what are you kidding? Lu Xinyan laughed. She was unconsciously influenced by Ton Yakin and the others, and unconsciously brought on honorifics.
I spent $200 million in half a month.
Believe it or not? Su Yan sighed. A Lafayette, a Lincoln, and a Bentley. That's more than 100 million. And I also bought the Townsend, adding up to almost 300 million. Lu Xinyan broke her fingers and did the math. Lakin doesn't count. Lakin was given by the old man. Su Yan sighed. Sparing Ton Yakin's training, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at this moment. Half a month. 200 million? What kind of concept is that? I'm almost out of cash now. Su Yan rubbed his brow. There's only about 50 million left. Pust. Lu Xinyan, who was drinking fruit juice, sprayed out all the juice in one mouthful. Su Xiao, listen to yourself with these words. Are they human words? Ton Yakin and Zhang Fian also secretly nodded their heads. Is this human language? You don't know.
My next project has a TV series that I budgeted to invest $50 million in.
Also promised to donate a police helicopter. Lu Xinyan also frowned. This is indeed difficult. Su Yan smiled. Lu Xinyan was still a little young. The solution to this problem, he already had. Yakin, order an AC-311 for me. Su Yan took out his checkbook, wrote a check for $15 million, and tore it to Ton Yakin. When the helicopter arrives, school marm, when the helicopter arrives, you donate it to the police department in the name of Skychase Motors. Lu Xinyan froze for a moment. Why do you want to use Tianqi Automobile? That's the deal. Su Yan stood up and stretched. Zhang Fian suddenly spoke. Master, what do you want to eat for lunch today? Feel free to eat Chinese food. Su Yan said casually. Chinese food. 4-2.
Su Yan strolled along the road of the 9-star mansion, but in the center of his mind,
he was constantly thinking, what do you think I should do to get a quick start if I want to do live streaming?
Su Yan had set up an e-commerce company in his previous life.
The keys to it are all very well understood. However, the situation is completely different now. He's going to take off as fast as he can, throw some money at it, and not be afraid at all. Chapter 61, Defeat of the family's financial chain is in an emergency. Wife, it's still got to be a Bentley. Yi Chen drove his Bentley steadily down the road. The maneuvering, the steering, the comfort. Gee, I just feel refreshed and my pores are clear. Is it good to drive? Li Chen asked. Good driving. I've never driven a car that drives so well in my life. Yi Chen got carried away. Look, any car around has to avoid me. I can even drive with my eyes closed. Is it really that good of a drive? Of course, it's a Bentley. A $5 million Bentley. Yi Chen was gorgeous. Okay then, I'll take this car. As soon as Li Chen's words fell, Yi Chen instantly exploded. What? Wife, this is a Bentley. You're not very skilled. You can't grasp it. Yi Chen said in a hurry. I thought you said it was nice to drive? I'm not skilled enough to drive a nice car? Li Chen looked at her husband who was driving. Ha! Snap. Yi Chen couldn't help but slap himself. Why am I so mouthy? Right. It's absolutely safe to drive this car. Absolutely good to drive. It's still better for the wife. Oh, my Bentley. 15,000,000 $0 detected in the loser's defeat. Yi Chen, who was driving, was suddenly delighted. My son has lost his fortune again. Spent $15 million directly this time. Li Chen was also delighted. If my son keeps spending like this, he won't have enough money. The system is so timely. Cash. It has to be cash. Yi Chen also secretly cheered. If I don't pay, my son won't be able to afford to lose his money. Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward, Rare Taste Chen. What? Yi Chen's entire body froze. Where's my money? Where's my cash? How am I going to defeat my son with no money or cash? What's wrong? Li Chen could tell that Yi Chen's expression was a bit odd. The Zhen Mi Hin didn't pay. Yi Chen wanted to cry. Li Chen took her phone and checked. Jinwei Xian is a Netflix restaurant in Shanghai, and it's said to be very hot, even if business is booming. Our biggest problem right now is that we don't have enough money, Chen? Yi Chen said anxiously. That's true. Li Chen sighed. That's a real problem. The loser funds are in a hurry. What now? Yi Chen pulled over and walked around the side of the road. Don't be in a hurry either. Li Chen pulled Yi Chen. Don't we still have a company? What's the company's little money enough for? Yi Chen was anxious. This kid, he spent $200 million in half a month. What's that company of ours? Even if the whole company went down on it, it wouldn't be enough for him to spend in a week. Li Chen nodded. Indeed. What's to be done? Why don't I call my son and ask him to spend a smaller sum? What if you tell him not to spend money now, and he's worried that we'll look down on him and think he's an outsider and not spend money in the future? This is not good. That is not good. Li Chen cried and laughed. Yi Chen sighed. Still have to talk to him? Vaguely mention. He rubbed his hair. You have to be careful what you say. As he walked, he slammed his thigh. Oops. What a loss. What loss? Li Chen asked. What is the value of the precious flavor Xian? Yi Chen asked. A Netflix restaurant is worth about $10 million at most. Li Chen said. Isn't this a loss? Son spent $15 million, and you ended up getting a $10 million restaurant in return? Yi Chen sighed. Didn't you get 10 times 100 times more that time before? And a little loss this time? Indeed. Li Chen nodded. But have you thought about it? It's for nothing. Seems like the right thing to say. Yi Chen laughed. Let's go. Have lunch first. Think slowly. Brother Sam, you said that one. Is it ours? Li Chen suddenly reached out and pointed. The two of them couldn't help but look. And sure enough, they saw a precious taste Xian. Go on. Check it out. The two of them parked the car and walked into the Jenny's. Inside please. Yi Chen looked over to the restaurant. Decorated with clear windows and a unique style. There was still a little time before the meal, but it was already full. There were even a number of guests waiting. You guys, is this a chain? Yi Chen asked curiously. Yes sir. We have 3 of them in Shanghai, and we'll be laying out in the first and second tier cities across the country next, and this is the 4th one. Soothing. No loss. Alright, we'll eat here today. Yi Chen raised his feet and walked inside. Sir, please get in line. The door attendant stopped them immediately. Yi Chen almost laughed. Do you know who I am? I'm sorry, but no matter who it is you have to line up according to the rules. The waiter didn't budge an inch. Brother Sam. Li Chen pulled Yi Chen. Even if it's your own restaurant, you still have to line up. Yes, uncle. We've been here a long time. You have to follow the rules even when you're old. Right. Everyone's time is time. Yi Chen immediately realized that he seemed arrogant. Sorry. I'll give you a discount later. Jussie, it's okay for you to treat us. Discount. Restaurant is your call? Yeah. Why don't you treat us? The crowd laughed. It's a pity I'm not my son. If I were my son I could invite you guys. How is it that the defeat system is not his own? Yi Chen lined up behind him, laughing and joking. Uncle, you're funny. Most of the people who come to the Netflix restaurant are young people. Mr. Yi. Just then, the restaurant manager passed by, saw Yi Chen and his wife, and picked up his cell phone to look at it. Mr. Yi, what brings you here? The waiter looked curious. Manager, he just tried to cut in line. Cut in line my ass. This is the new owner of our restaurant. Mr. Yi, you're here, please. The manager said respectfully. You know me? Yi Chen was curious. The head office group has just been notified in advance, and specific emails have been sent. The manager shook his cell phone. On the cell phone, there was indeed information related to Yi Chen. Are you here for an inspection? The manager asked. No, just happened to be passing by and tasted it in passing. Yi Chen's heart was a little cool. The murmurs of the customers in line next to him reached his ears. So uncle is the boss? Holy, it's nice that uncle is the boss and so kind. No wonder he's rich. Hearing these words, Yi Chen's heart fluttered a bit. Holy, it's kind of cool. This is the day of the sun? It's awesome. Mr. Yi, hurry up and please come inside. The boss came to eat and was stopped in line outside the door? Will that work? Then I'll be sorry and cut in line. Yi Chen smiled and stood up. Because I'm cutting in line, I'll give you guys a 20% discount. Uncle, the new store just opened. It was originally 70% off. You're giving us a price hike. That's uncouth. Boss, have you ever been like that? Yi Chen sniffed. I'm sorry, 50% off then. Thank you uncle. The boss is mighty. The manager immediately remembered it all. Mr. Yi, I'll make the arrangements here. Please come inside. Sitting in the middle of the restaurant, Su Yan was eating his meal. 2 meat and 2 veggies. 4 dishes and 1 soup. Yet it was beautifully made and tasted great. He swiped his phone and swiped the live feed, silently contemplating what I want to do live in the future. Son, we bought the Jumbo Taste restaurant. You can go there to do live broadcasts or something when you're free. Do you have any money? If you don't have enough money, tell Dad. I'll call you as soon as the funds turn around on my end. Okay, I understand. Su Yan nodded. Fingers tapped on the table. It looked like the family was running low on cash flow. 2. Chapter 62, transfer another 100 million to you. Go brush your gifts. Luckily, I don't have any big expenses coming up next. Su Yan thought about it, and now he basically had no expenses other than his TV investment. It used to be enough to live on for less than 1,000 a month. At least a couple 100,000 left. It'll all be enough in a couple years. Not to mention the hotel, the car dealership, and the restaurant that just handed itself over. Every month, or even every day, you are able to give yourself a steady output of cash. Eastie's Media certainly is, but this kind of company has big expenses and a long payback cycle, and it requires quite a bit of capital. These, enough to splurge on yourself. For now, it's better to get a live stream going. In his previous life, he had engaged in live broadcasting and even ate a wave of dividends, then got out and started a second business with his first pot of money. Still, one needs to dive into the live stream a bit first. If you want to get up to speed and take your place in the live streaming world quickly, you need to relearn. He ate and watched at the same time. A stroke downward. A girl was sitting in a live stream, wearing a sexy dress that revealed large swaths of snow-white skin. The live stream was full of ghostly fish giants. Wow, the anchor is so sexy. Jump for it, jump and I'll give you a gift. Looks a bit like a dormitory. Is the anchor a student? Don't cover it up. Give some benefits. How can you swipe a gift if you don't give benefits? All sorts of tiger and wolf words appeared on the air. Wang Ran, however, seemed as if she didn't see it, instead revealing a sweet smile. Thank you for your support. Brothers, give me some little red hearts and brush up on the little gifts. Suddenly, she saw through the live broadcast that Su Yan's account was suddenly online and entered the live broadcast. He was so happy that he broke into a wide, unbelievable smile. Welcome brother 2 bags of big water guns to the airwaves. Ran hasn't seen you in a long time. Hearing this sweet voice and the heavy makeup painted on his face, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Didn't you still see it in class on Friday? Playing innocent here? The rest of the audience was up in arms. Whoa, the big man is here. The former big brother of List 1 is here. No wonder Ran is so happy. Wang Ran was also happy in his heart when he saw this scene. He's coming. He certainly can't forget me. So he spoke up. Brother 2 bags of big water guns. People are fighting for the weekly list. Can you help Ran? Said the man, winking at the camera.
It seemed to be teasing Su Yan. It does look a bit flavorful from the screen.
Even Lu Xinyan couldn't help but glance at Su Yan. Is it that disgusting? Goosebumps. Can't stand it. Can't stand it.
Su Yan took a slight glance and changed the live room. Seeing Su Yan leave from the live broadcast,
Wang Ran was instantly disappointed. Big brother Peng Jiai is gone. Ran is so disappointed.
The expression has changed.
Ha ha, it looks like big brother Peng Jiai is out of money too. Who really throws away money online? It's usually the unions that are swiping, right? Definitely.
When Wang Ran saw this scene,
he said instead, definitely not yet. Brother is not such a man. He'll surely feel for Ran and help Ran to make it again.
It was Su Yan who had wildly swiped more than 100,000
in the beginning,
allowing her to leap to the number 1 spot on the weekly list with a large number of fans.
Ren heart is still good. However, big brother Peng Jiai's family doesn't have any leftover food either. So I guess there's not enough money. Just then, the entire site suddenly went up in banners.
2 bags of big water guns is giving a carnival to the host, Cherry Fishball.
Go grab the treasure chest. Holy, big brother Peng Jiai has run away. Ren, what's going on? Wang Ran's face changed instantly when he saw this scene. However, it's not over yet. Carnival X3, X10, 30,000? No way. Why did he give a bounty to that what's-his-name Fishball? And not for yourself? Holy, it's worthy of being a rank 1 big brother. Big brother Peng Jiai swiped a gift for another female anchor some time ago, didn't he? What did Ran do to mess with big brother Peng Jiai? Big brother Peng Jiai abandoned Ran. All kinds of yin and yang made Wang Ran's mind collapse.
2 bags of big water guns, give a carnival to the host, 100 little wizards.
Go grab the treasure chest. X2, X3, X10, 10 more. Countless live streams have suffered. On the contrary, Wang Ran's live broadcast didn't suffer much. Did big brother Peng Jiai really run away? Ren, what have you done? You guys aren't going to facepalm, are you? The first big brother of the list is carrying the train and running away? No way, no way.
I think it's because big brother Peng Wan's tastes have changed.
I think so. Fishball is sweet and cute and so is Little Witch. Ran is so sexy.
When Wang Ran saw this scene,
he actually agreed a bit in his heart. Could it be that he really likes cute girls? I get it. Dress cute tomorrow. Su Yan, who put down his phone, sighed. People watch live broadcasts. They still like to see pretty girls. No Su Xiao. It should be big data analysis. You often watch beautiful female anchors, so they push beautiful women for you. Most of them are in the direction of showing off wealth.
Yu Xinyan pulled out her cell phone.
Hey, showing off your wealth? Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up.
He didn't have the squeeze to show off his wealth in his previous life,
but he can now. Show me. Su Yan had just finished speaking when the phone rang again. What's the matter with the old man again?
Su Yan was a bit strange. It hadn't been long since the last call.
Had it? It's not going to be a funding crash, is it? He turned out to be Ryu Xinyan's cell phone, and while looking at it, he answered the call. Son, what's going on? When the phone was connected, Yi Chen's bright laughter came. At dinner. Where to eat? Home. Home. Yi Chen froze.
Just as Yi Chen and his wife were eating.
100,000. $0 of loser defeat detected.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining cash, $100 million.
0. How do you pay for dinner at home? Still watching the live broadcast to see how people do it. Su Yan added. Yi Chen suddenly came to a realization. Watching live is good. Very good. Watch more live. Yi Chen was instantly happy. Do I have to reward for watching live now? Yes. A lot of anchors are like this, but they have other sources of income. Su Yan explained. Such as advertisements, or whatever. No, that's not what Dad meant.
Yi Chen hurriedly explained, fearful that his words will deter his son from spending money.
What? I mean, since you're watching the live stream, you have to watch it properly. Put yourself in the shoes of the viewer who is paying for more.
How do you understand why others are paying if you're not paying?
Hearing the old man's words, Su Yan couldn't help but marvel. Not to be outdone by the man who could be in charge of such a huge asset. It certainly wasn't that simple. The insight is really extraordinary. You've got to be bold enough to do it. Look around and brush up on your gifts. Don't worry about the money. Yi Chen's confidence doubled. I'll transfer another 100 million to you. Go brush your gifts. Chapter 63, Jitterbug. We don't have a stake in it, do we? Turn another 100 million. Specializing in swiping gifts? We don't have a stake in Jitterbug, do we? Su Yan was speechless.
Directly recharge 100 million in cash directly to the live streaming platform.
That's a lot of money to take to acquire Shake Shack shares. Maybe
Yi Chen thought for a moment and smiled mysteriously.
What if, at some point, the system rewards itself with Shake Shack shares? Awesome. Su Yan could only give a thumbs up.
Jitterbug is not listed, though, and owning shares now means it's a venture capitalist. If it goes public, the value skyrockets, so you don't have to worry about the money.
I've got a quick turnaround on my funds.
Yi Chen was magnificent. This turnover of yours is indeed fast enough.
Su Yan cried and laughed. You told me before dinner that you wanted a turnaround, and the turnaround was done after dinner. I feel like you're fooling me.
Yi Chen hemmed and hawed. It's to show you your father's methods.
Okay, I got it. Su Yan understood. This family is really not bad at anything, especially the least bad is money. Okay, watch it well, study it well, and make a little noise out in the live broadcast world. Take a look at our restaurant sometime. The head office is also over there. All in Zhonghai. You're all in charge. I tasted it with your mom and it's not bad. After a few words, Yi Chen hung up the phone. Another observation of the show-off accounts followed by Ryu Xinyan.
These are short videos mainly.
Ding dong. In the background of Shakeology,
an anchor called Cherry Little Fishball took the initiative to contact himself. Cherry Fishball, brother Big Shotgun.
Am I able to add you to the FMS? Seeing this, Su Yan suddenly realized. What did this man want with himself? Of course it's about the money. And now that one has enough money, then one doesn't have to worry about costs at all. Then let's get to work. 2 bags of big water guns. How much does it cost to get a full Shake Shack account?
Cherry Fishball, brother Big Water Gun.
You're still online? It's my lucky day to have your attention today.
Cherry Little Fishball, if Shake Shack is full level, you have to recharge $20 million.
Brother Big Water Gun. Are you going to charge full level? At this point, a female anchor who had just gotten off the air was filled with excitement. You casually fished this way yourself, and you got a big fish? This fish, it's just too big, isn't it? Open your mouth and charge full level. It's crazy, isn't it? I'm so in love. However,
what she didn't know was that Su Yan had already closed the chat interface with her at this time. Open the recharge screen of Shakeology.
A sudden flash of insight. That's a great topic. Do you have a mask at home? Su Yan stood up and asked. Tong Yakin hurriedly bowed and replied. Yes, I'll have someone go get it. Get it in the gaming room. Su Yan said as he walked, and Lu Xin hurriedly followed. Young Su, what are you going to do?
I'm going to do live broadcasting first to try the water.
School sister, you have a good figure. It's not bad to be a face anchor.
Su Yan sized her up.
Lu Xinyan laughed delicately. Su Xiao, if I were to be a face anchor, I might as well follow you directly. If you were a woman, scratching your head for one person to see, or would you rather show everyone? Awesome. Su Yan gave a thumbs up. It had to be said that Lu Xinyan was an ambitious being. It's very lucrative to be an anchor. That's the top. With so many anchors around the world, those who can make it to the top are only a handful of 2. There's an element of luck. But following Su Xiao's work, at least it's a founding father, right? Lu Xinyan shrewdly smiled. Su Young wealth and power. The future. Even if it is not the richest, at least a unicorn company. As a startup patriarch, casually a little bit. All wealth freedom, right? You trust me so much when I haven't even finalized a project? If Mr. Su doesn't make it, who else in the world can start a successful business? She had never heard of a second generation coming out to start a business with such strong capital. You're such a little wit. Su Yan smiled and shook his head. Walked to the gaming room. The computers boot up in almost seconds. Young Su, what are you going to do? Watching Su Yan open the Jitterbug interface. Live.
Su Yan slightly debugged the computer and directly live streamed the computer interface. Then the camera pointed at itself.
Master. Mask. Tong Yakin brought Su Yan a black mask. Putting on a mask, Su Yan turned to the camera.
Showing off his wealth was not something he wanted to be watched.
Randomly made up a live room name. Loser Live, 1-day sprint to full level number.
Su Yan gave himself a name that fit his persona very well, Loser.
Afterwards, the live stream was turned on directly. Just turned on the live account and there's no one there. This is normal operation. Su Yan is not in a hurry. And today he recharged 100,000, plus the original 40,000, minus brushing off 60k today, and 80,000 in cash. Brush up on your carnival first. Pull up the traffic. Then live recharge. It's also gimmicky to punch up a full Shake Shack number in 1 day today.
2 sacks of big water guns, is giving the host 2 sacks of big water guns, a carnival.
Go grab the treasure chest. As soon as this website Puffy Red appeared, it instantly attracted people. Holy, what kind of operation is this? Giving yourself a reward? The way this draws in traffic. Awesome. Check it out. Anchor, I'm just going to check it out and grab some fishballs to reward you. Ditto ditto ditto. Of course, Cherry Little Fishball had been staring at his phone, expecting a reply from Su Yen, the big fish. So when there was a fluttering red in the app, it was seen immediately. The big water pistol gave himself a bounty? He went live? A little puzzled at first, instantly his eyes lit up with the realization that his chance had arrived. Not caring that he had just gotten off the air, he immediately reopened the live broadcast. Central C University, Girls' Dormitory. Shan. It seems like Su Yen has completely given up on me. She was a little lost. Su Yen didn't give himself a reward again today. Even the live broadcast lost interest and simply went off the air early. Shanshan shook her cell phone and said, Xiao Ran, don't give up. There are a lot of opportunities. It's up to you to grasp them. What chance? Wang Ran's eyes immediately glowed. Su Yen is live. What's he doing with a live stream? He's so rich. Wang Ran was curious. We don't understand the thinking of the rich, but since he's open, isn't that an opportunity? Hearing this, Wang Ran didn't figure it out for a moment. What chance? The first thing you need to do now is to get in the right frame of mind. Think of yourself as a suitor. Get to know him first, get close to him and become friends. So, what do you do when your best friend goes live for the first time? I'll help him. Go check on him and get him induced. Right. Love you, Sam. Wang Ran excitedly hugged Shanshan and kissed her, immediately opening his cell phone to broadcast. Hello, my good friends. Surprised? I missed you all again. Wang Ran, who had gotten the secret book, was in high spirits and reopened the live broadcast. Chapter 64 Insufficient bank card balance. I was drawn to the treasure chest. Ha, me too. A dirtbag doing a live stream? Rewarding himself? Normal input, I guess. 3,000 for a carnival. 3,000 isn't chump change. But if the future. Anchor, I'm coming. Anchor, I'm going. Thanks for the treasure chest. Bye bye Anchor. In the blink of an eye, the number of people in the live broadcast room surpassed hundreds, heading towards the thousands. Most of the audience came in because they were collecting treasure chests. Su Yen also knows that it's like handing out flyers. Just because everyone who takes a flyer doesn't mean that everyone is your customer. So, these viewers rolled their eyes and left the live room. However, the number of people in the live room went from hundreds to a rapid decline. In the blink of an eye, it dropped below the hundreds, and it's even dropping. 2 sacks of big water guns is giving the host 2 sacks of big water guns, a carnival. Go grab the treasure chest. Su Yen immediately swiped himself another carnival. Holy, Anchor, can't your hands go faster? Ha, I just got out. Here I go again. I'm off again. Anchor, you're awesome. Let's see how long you can keep us. Su Yen also laughed, speaking for the first time in the live broadcast again. Then it mainly depends on how much you guys want the treasure chest. Holy, the Anchor's voice is kind of nice. It's kind of interesting. Anchor, you want to rush level 75? A full level 75? How much does that cost? About 20 million. And you'll be full. Anchor, you have $20 million and you still come to do a live broadcast? One more. Anchor, one more. Let's go. When will you wait until you brush so much? Lu Xinyan looked at the number of live broadcasts, rushed up to 1,000, and in the next moment, began to fall rapidly again. 2 sacks of big water guns is giving the host 2 sacks of big water guns, a carnival. Go grab the treasure chest. The number of people watching online instantly went up, once again surging up to 1,000. Still going fast. Anchor, you're paying to sneak us around, aren't you? I'm in again. This time I'd like to ask, is there any more? Anchor, something's up. I'm gonna wait. What do you say? Should I go? Su Yen didn't slip them either. The mouse continues to click. 2 sacks of big water guns is giving the host 2 sacks of big water guns, a carnival. Go grab the treasure chest. X2, X3, X5. Carnival special effects have to come up over and over again. The screen is full of carnival effects. Go on. The Anchor is awesome. More people started clicking on the treasure chest. X10, X11, X12. Holy, that's too awesome, isn't it? The Anchor is simply amazing. 10 up. Can't order it at all. My mouse is on fire. X20, X25. X26. Anchor. Wait. Please wait. Anchor. My computer is stuck. Can't get enough. There's no way to finish it. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also rising crazily. From 1,000. And in a short period of time it already had more than 50,000 online viewers. The sound of a mouse came from the live feed. Yet Carnival didn't jump on board. Pop-ups kept popping up in the screen. Your balance is low. Because it was cast live. Everyone saw it. Anchor. There's no money. Charge up quickly. 26. Go on. Don't let this streak drop. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. I forgot to charge it. At the same time, open the top-up screen and enter the top-up amount. Holy, are you counting? Anchor? 110 million. How many zeros is this? $20 million now. The Anchor is really ready to charge straight to full level. No. Anchor, are you getting ready to go off the air? $20 million to rush in. Wouldn't that be a full level? What the hell is the Anchor trying to do? Is it too boring? After entering the amount, Su Yan entered the password again. Recharge failed. Now the broadcast room was laughing. I thought it was a show-off live broadcast, but I didn't realize it was the funny Anchor. This can be a whole living. I have to say, the Anchor is too screwed up. Anchor, you don't have enough money. Su Yan felt a little strange. Is there a limit on recharging? I just recharged 100,000 to come. Immediate science on the air. There's no limit on Shake Shack top-ups. Anchor, it's your bank card that has the limit. Yes, your balance is low. Please recharge. Danger, danger. Your card balance has gone to zero. Bank card limits. Su Yan slapped his head. Usually large operations are directly writing checks. Transfer spending. Ever? He's forgotten himself. Bank card limits are up. Now what? First, make sure 100,000 is okay. Then try 500,000 first. Su Yan entered a number and entered the password again. Recharge successfully. Master. Right at this moment, Tong Yakin suddenly spoke. If the master wants to raise the amount, there is a bank in the neighborhood. I can have them come to his home. Before Su Yan could say anything, the live broadcast room all exploded. Holy, what do I hear? There was just a young lady's sweet voice calling the Anchor master? What a sweet voice. You've got yours on. It's killing me. I didn't realize that the Anchor and I were in the same boat. Actually, it's the whole live Anchor. You think it's the whole live Anchor? Sorry, I'm the sound anchor here. Love it, love it. All sorts of hidden wolves instantly swarmed the area. Didn't you guys notice that Missy was talking about having the bank come to your door? Since when do banks have door-to-door service? And how big is the neighborhood with all the banks? Tian Tanjiwan? I know. It's a plot anchor. Su Yan also wondered. Banks can still make house calls? Tong Yakin kept her smile and nodded. Yes. Okay. ICBC. There, right? Of course. I'll have them come over right now. Please wait a moment, master. The pop-ups on the live feed are flying and it's just so ed up. Anchor, what kind of being are you? Don't talk about it yet. I've got a new mouse. Come on. Let my new mouse smoke too. Then swipe another $500,000. With $500,000 recharged in, Su Yan once again began to reward. X10, X20, X30. The live stream has once again kicked off a wild party. This is a sports anchor, right? Don't tell me. My index finger is already a little sore. Ha ha, it's only a couple dozen. There's more behind us. X100, X110, X120, X167. Su Yan's balance bottomed out again. Nima. This is the first time I've ever seen an anchor reward himself for hundreds of carnivals. Anchor, this is already more than $500,000 smashed down. What do you really figure? Yeah, I love it though. Anchor, any more? Concerned. This is not an anchor. This is a money-giving boy. No, this is the god of fortune live. Concerned. I'm sorry I didn't pay attention to the fishballs I received. Su Yan spoke again. Next, let's guess what the bank card limit is. Chapter 65. Banks really come to your door? Bank cards have limits? Mine doesn't. Neither did mine. Dog head. It's not that your bank card doesn't have a limit. It's that you don't have a balance. So solid. The anchor has swiped almost $600,000. Do you want to keep swiping? It's over. It's over. I can't go back. I was just going to ask for a fishball and leave. But who knew that the anchor's aura totally captivated me? Is it temperament? You really think it's temperament? It's the damn Bill power. Su Yan knew that when these people talked about the South and the North, 1 second they were at the equator, and the next second they were at the North and South poles. the limit is over 50. So it's either 2 million or 1 million. Though 1 million is more likely. So let's try 2 million first. Entered my password and sure enough, I couldn't pay. Looks like it's $1 million. Enter the password again. Recharge successfully. With the successful recharge, Su Yan's account level had reached level 59. Ready? Su Yan laughed out loud. There. The new mouse is in position. Go you. It's a shame that the recharge took a bit of time, or else it would have been a combo. Su Yan, on the other hand, didn't feel any pity at all. X10, X20, X30, X40, in the blink of an eye. Another spending spree of over $100,000. Master, please drink. Just as he clicked the mouse, a maid walked into the gaming room with 2 glasses of juice. Dressed in a maid's outfit, she placed a cup of juice in Su Yan's hand. Holy, my goodness, this young lady, so pretty. A maid's outfit? This really isn't a live episode? I doubt it's a scrub live. Hey, anchor, this is too good to be true, isn't it? Why 2 cups? Is there another person in the room? The anchor is living the life I want to live. It's obviously very eye-pleasing, but it's kind of heartbreaking. I hate that I can't take the place of you. Su Yan picked up the cup of water and took a sip. Help me order for a while. I'm a bit tired. Ha, master, how do I order? The maid was a bit nervous. Su Yan stood up and gave his place to the maid. Just keep ordering this, all the time. The maid didn't dare to sit in Su Yan's place, but instead slightly bent her knees, grasped the tray with one hand, placed it on her knee, and extended her right hand to start ordering gifts. Finished. I have a feeling I'm in love. That's too foul, isn't it? Black silk, and black silk. It's the day I imagined it would be. Su Yan twisted his waist and moved around. There was a knock at the door. Master, the men from the bank have arrived. Ton Yakin stood playfully in the doorway. She was followed by 2 other staff members. All waited quietly. I'm live streaming. You guys won't mind, right? Su Yan said with a smile. It's okay, young Su. Everything in the neighborhood is at your service. The bank clerk kept a smile on her face. Thanks a lot. The bank clerk walked straight into the room and pulled the tablet out of the middle of her purse. Young Su, you need to limit your bank card spending, right? The bank manager was very respectful the entire time. Yes. You currently have a single limit of $1 million and a single day limit of $5 million. May I ask if you still need to increase it? Needed. Yes, I'll do that for you now. The business manager started operating immediately. The entire broadcast room looked stunned. Holy, is this real or fake? Acted, right? Since when do banks offer door-to-door service? Didn't they say that all old people have to be certified when they pass away? Do you even have to carry it to the bank? Really? Fake. It must be fake. Leave the counter. No responsibility. Acted. It must be staged. What's going on here? I was attracted to the treasure chest. So many people. So scared. We were all attracted to the treasure chest. Ha ha. Same. One day to hit full level? Holy. Still rewarding myself. Anchor. What do you figure? And facial recognition. With style. This is a goddamned bank. Everyone looked dumbfounded. It was an eye-opener to see for the first time that there are banks that can come to your door. With the bank manager at the helm. Swipe your face, enter your password, and everything goes by the book. False. When did the bank staff get so polite? The bank clerk laughed? She's actually smiling. I can't believe this is a real bank. No one could believe that this was even a bank. Young Su, may I ask how much you need to increase the limit to? The bank manager asked. $100 million. Is that okay? Su Yan thought about it. Of course, you are our bank's most valued customer, and your needs are our mission. A few moments later, young Su, have mentioned your single limit to 100 million, maximum 2 billion in a single day. Are you satisfied? Very satisfied. Su Yan smiled. Then, young Su, let's go. I've got things to do. Yakin, see the manager off and buy them a cup of tea before you go. Ton Yakin bowed slightly. Yes, master. The maid was still clicking the mouse. X50, X60, treasure chests keep stacking up. More and more viewers flocked to the live stream. What kind of live feed is this? I see black silk. I saw Mon Yang. I saw the female. Cosplay. No, you're all looking at it wrong. It's the whole live stream. Ha ha ha. No, this is the show-off live. This is a ING goddamn live room. Can the limit be mentioned as $100 million? Anchor, do you have that much money inside your account? No. Are bank clerks really this nice?
As the treasure chest continued to raise, the number of people on the air went crazy. The live room that had just broken 10,000 had already been moving towards 1 million people at a rapid pace. The number of real people online broke 1 million. And it's still growing. X 100, X 150, X 200. Carnival numbers continue to skyrocket. Everyone was giddy. Jesus Christ, what's going on? 200 treasure chests now. More than that, there were more than 100 before. Anchor, what is the point of rewarding yourself? Reward yourself. The platform takes half, and the anchor leaves half. Anchor, you're throwing money away. Anchor, why don't you just give me the money? Even the viewers watching online were a bit distracted. It's just too much of a loser, isn't it? Over $1 million, and in the blink of an eye it had disappeared. What does he want? Wang Ran also stared blankly at the live broadcast. Shanshan, what does Su Yan want? Shanshan was not calm at this time, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He may have more money than he can spend? No way. What kind of person thinks they have too much money? Wang Ran couldn't imagine what exactly Su Yan was trying to do. Did you drain him? What are you doing sitting around? Shanshan urgently said. Look at his live room. All of them are not inferior to your beauty. Even the bank manager is good looking. You have to seize your own advantage. Right. Wang Ran immediately returned to his senses and prepared to drain Su Yan. However, the next moment, her tears were about to fall. Shan, my audience, all attracted away. Chapter 66, swiping millions furiously. There's something about this anchor. Shanshan almost jumped up. However, she soon realized. Hundreds of treasure chests smashing down. How can they not attract all the people away? If there were one or two, or even dozens, it wouldn't be a problem. But now uninterrupted hundreds. Who can carry it? There's sure to be a huge crowd drawn to it. She changed the subject. Can he really get the bank to come to his door? Wang Ran thought for a moment and said, did you just hear that? The other party was talking about the inside of the neighborhood. Shanshan's eyes instantly lit up. No. What I just heard was that they are all serving Su Yan. Could it be that he owns a neighborhood? There's a bank inside the neighborhood? What kind of neighborhood is this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Ran simply couldn't imagine where such a neighborhood existed. There are at least hundreds or thousands of houses in a neighborhood, right? If there were a banked neighborhood, it would be even bigger. What kind of concept is that? Even if a house costs $1 million, how much is 1,000? How much is 1,000? How much is a few thousand? Perhaps, we've all underestimated the Su Yan family's financial power. Shanshan's eyes glowed. How? Wang Ran asked. That's not the point. The point is, make sure you get a hold of him. Wang Ran had some lack of confidence. But look at his live room. A maid is no worse than me. She was a little ashamed of herself. Shanshan, if you look at the maid's costume, you should know that he likes mo cosplay. Shanshan rubbed her chin. You know how you should dress, don't you? Besides, they're just servants. If you become young Grandma Su, then you'll be their mistress. Wang Ran was instantly burning with ambition, his eyes bursting with sizzling color. Right, Sam, you have to help me. X300, X333, Master, the order is finished. The maid half squatted and looked back at Su Yan. Tough on you. Su Yan resumed his seat and the maid nodded. Everything is for the master's service, he said, and left with his empty glass in his hand. The pop-ups inside the live room instantly filled the screen. My joy is gone. Don't go. Anchor, awesome. It must have cost at least tens of thousands of dollars just to do the set of episodes, right? Several tens of thousands? The anchor himself has spent over $1 million rewarding himself. The rich man's world is really unreadable. Anchor, are there any more treasure chests? I'll leave without it. Anchor, right now you're only level 59. You're still quite a bit short of a full level. Some people in the pop-ups were shocked. Some were up in arms. Su Yan smiled, and no one noticed with the mask on. Of course, when we say we'll rush to full level today, we'll rush to full level. He resumed his seat, now that the limit had been raised, and began to recharge. Anchor, do you have any money in your card? Don't have a low bank balance. Su Yan entered the password. Recharge successfully. Holy, Anchor really, I'm crying my eyes out. If I had $20 million in cash, I'd keep it in my card and eat the interest and lay flat for the rest of my life. Anchor, so tell us what the hell you want. Pink up. This isn't a live room. This is an ATM. Ha. Yeah, just this live room. I'm out of fish balls, so the anchor can give me a brush. Ha. Anchor, just change the name to ATM Live. Carnival. Carnival. The number of online followers continues to rise. However, the percentage of followers is not high. However, it has also reached over 100,000 followers. I'm already full leveled. Su Yan opened his mouth and laughed. Holy, Anchor, I just got here and you're not giving out treasure chests? My ass isn't even warm yet. Anchor, one more wave. One more wave. Your money sitting in your account isn't working anyway. Yeah. Bounty yourself at least half your money back. It makes so much sense. Again. Since the old man's money is in place, and if you ask to do your own live streaming, then make some noise. Not to say it's going to be an Anchor one, but at least it's going to be recognizable. These days, the old man doesn't seem to have a high regard for money. Well, the movement must be big. Then send another 1,000 treasure chests. Su Yan didn't refuse, solidifying another wave of fans. Boost the attention a bit. Click. The mechanical mouse keeps clicking. Carnival appeared on the air like rain. Trench. Look at the other anchors, my package. Sing me a song and dance for me. Look at the anchor, Lord. Give alms. Pithy. The computer's stuck. Holy. Me too. My phone is burning. Su Yan didn't care. Just order it anyway. X100. X200. X300. The point is just too tired. Senior sister. Help order for a while. Su Yan glanced at Lu Xinyan who was sitting on the side, holding her cell phone and poking and prodding on the screen. I'm grabbing the treasure chest. Ryu Xinyan looked up. Do you want to call someone in? Order for me for a while. Su Yan dropped the mouse. Yu Xinyan could only help by clicking for him. She didn't show her face, but caused a commotion on the air. Holy, there are still girls around the anchor? Schoolgirl, show your face. This anchor can maid, housekeeper, OL, school sister, full of taboo feeling, simply a model for my generation. There's something about this anchor. Su Yan glanced at the cell phone that Lu Xinyan had put down, and as a result, she had silently grabbed the treasure chest on the side. X500, X600, X700. Carnivals have to be stacked one on top of the other. It's mesmerizing and overwhelming. X1000. Okay. Lu Xinyan put down the mouse and let out a long breath. For the first time, I realized that spending money is actually so tiring. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. Indeed. I didn't think about it. He moved his fingers. The number of people online in the live room is in the big millions, if not close to 10 million. The number of followers has also reached hundreds of thousands. This time, nothing left. Instead they gathered to chat. This anchor can place. Carnival treasure chest really send. Dirtbag. God Hawk. Simply. An eye-opener. Deeply shocked. Anchor, what do you really figure? Su Yan sat down again and said to the camera. Have fun today. Asterisk. We thought we were taking advantage of the situation, but as it turned out, the anchor said he was having a great time. So, we took the fish balls and got played again? Anchor, please play me again. Please. Ravage me all you want. Su Yan does not care about these people. Continued, I figure what? I am ready to start a business. The first step is ready to engage in live broadcasting. However, have not thought of the next live what? Why don't you guys tell me what you want to see? Chapter 67 Want to see a Porsche? I'll have them send it over. Put. I laughed. What kind of joke is the anchor making? You recharge $20 million in order to start a business? It's not a hit and miss? It's not much different than hitting the water. Anchor, you're afraid you're not teasing me. You top up $20 million and want to make $20 million back off of a stripe? Doomed to hit the water. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Anchor, why don't you show off your wealth? Really? I just want to see what the life of a rich man who recharges $20 million at once and still gets the bank to come to his door is like. I'm curious too. Does Townsend have one? I want to see it. Supercars. I want to see a supercar. Porsche supercars. I want to see a Porsche. I want to see a girl. Just that maid girl just now will do. I've seen a lot of show-off anchors, but not one like the anchor. Ha ha, doesn't it feel like the landlord's stupid son? Laugh your ass off. Seeing the comments in the background, Su Yan pondered slightly. Now the live persona is up. Next it's time to see how to keep people around. This broadcast today is just to set the tone. The next few live shows are the real test. Townsend. Yes, but not today. I'm not there. For supercars. I do have one, but not a Porsche. I'll show you later when I buy one. Right at this moment, Lu Xinyan suddenly spoke up and said, Su Xiao, you want a Porsche? Do you want them to send one over? Hi,
Su Yan slapped his head. Okay, have them send one over. What model do you guys want to see? Holy, the anchor has a bit of a big mouth. Any model? I want to see a 911. Delivery anytime? Need to book a car in advance, right? The existence of charging $20 million directly at Shake Shack. And you're telling me that you have a big mouth? Also but the Porsche needs to be ordered in advance, right? Yes. I have a friend who's been on order for over 6 months and still hasn't gotten his car. It's really sad. Anchor, can you get it right? Su Yan also saw it. Where is that friend of yours from? If it's from Shanghai, I can say something for you. Holy, no. Anchor, I ask if the car will be available today? The anchor has a wide face. Awesome. Does the anchor know everyone? Not in Shanghai. In Dongshan City. Then I can't help. Su Yan let out a bitter smile. Sorry, can't help. However, I can satisfy everyone with whatever car you want to see today. Anchor Blow is awesome. Any car will do? Don't steal the concept. The anchor is talking about a Porsche. I want to see Pammy. Koyan. Of course it's Cayenne. 718 thieves are handsome. Tai Kung. Various models, one by one, are reported. Sister, the car dealership has all the demo cars now, right? Lu Xinyan shook her head. How would I know? She's a Bentley salesperson, not a Porsche salesperson? Make a call for me and ask them to send one of all the models. Okay. The conversation between the two of them all fell inside the ears of the audience. Anchor, okay? Don't hold out. If we can't, we can go to the dealership. Right. It's not impossible to go live to a car dealership. Porsche doesn't allow live streaming. Though, not with anchors like that. Why does the anchor wear a mask all the time? Su Yan sat and gossiped with the audience while waiting for news from Lu Xinyan. I'm wearing a mask because I'm afraid I'll be too handsome for you. Cut. I think the anchor must be too ugly to show. Absolutely. I'm going to spray you with salt vapor. You're already so rich. What makes you still handsome? Right. God would never open a window and a door for you again. You think you're Jesus? Su Yan shrugged. Believe it or not. As you like. Young Su. Mr. Zhu said the cars are all there. Do they need to be licensed? No. Just ship it straight over and put it in my place for a couple days. The garage is empty. It's really no fun. Su Yan thought of his own garage that looked like a basketball court. Okay. The car has already started loading and is expected to be delivered in half an hour at the most. Su Yan nodded. Everyone will be able to see it in another half hour. Holy, is the anchor really this good? Isn't it optional? No need to raise the price? No need to negotiate the price? Holy, how is that a little different than what I heard? Didn't they say that $1,200,000 for a Palmer has to be optioned to at least 105 to buy it? The energy of the anchor seems to be beyond my imagination. Su Yan simply chatted and then brought everyone along to see the other anchors live. Nanjiang Province. Yi Family Villa. Yi Chen stood in the garage, circling around the Bentley again and again. You can sleep with it tonight. It'll be your little wife. Li Qin walked down and realized he was still looking at Bentley. Touch here. Look there. When I married you back then, I didn't spend that much. $5 million. So you think I'm cheap? Ha? Li Qin crossed her arms. Yi Chen quickly begged for mercy. No. I feel compelled to make it up to you now. Humph. That's more like it. Li Qin laughed. You can drive this car by yourself. I have no business anyway. Really? Yi Chen felt a little disbelieving. Of course it's real. What's the point of me driving this car around? If you drive it out, people will think that your company has power. Li Qin said with a smile. Thanks, wife. Yi Chen was ecstatic. 500. $0 of loser defeat detected. Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward, $50 million. 0 in cash. Double happiness. Yi Chen's spirit was shaken. Sure enough, wife. If you say you'll transfer money to yourself, he'll spend it boldly. Another reward? Li Qin rejoiced. Of course, this time instead it cost $500,000. A reward of $50 million in cash. It's better than nothing. Yi Chen smiled haughtily. Li Qin rolled her eyes. How much money does your company have? Yi Chen collapsed. Not as much as my son earns in one meal. Seeing Li Qin's complacent look, Yi Chen suddenly became complacent as well. That's also my son. The couple smiled at each other. Go up there and rest for a while. Any more touching of the Bentley is going to take the paint off. Not a moment too soon. Detected loser losing $1. 000. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, $500 million. 0 in cash. Yi Chen, who had just laid down and was ready to take a nap, climbed up with one heel. Wife. 500 million. $500 million rewarded this time. Li Qin also got energized. 500 million in cash? Right. Look, the bank has been credited. Seeing the bank card crediting information, Li Qin exhaled a breath. My son has come out on top. What's the deal now? Let's leave $50 million for a rainy day. And the remaining 500 million will all go to him. Li Qin's eyes glowed. I'll give you $500 million and see if you lose. Chapter 68. Holy, the Porsche is his family? Ha ha, out of the blue indeed. $500 million in cash. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. So happy. The son gave it a go. Daddy loves you. This time, with 2 bonus cash awards in a row. I kind of landed on my feet. The first time you can leave $50 million. $50 million. Hey, call your son. Li Qin breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried before that my son didn't have any money. There's money now. Nice work. Wait, let me save a little longer. 500 million ah. Yi Chen joyfully hugged his cell phone. Li Qin wasn't worried about him not giving her anything. It just felt like, after all these years, he could finally relax for a while. 2. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes are stretching, all with a smile. Have you seen it? Yi Sam looked to his wife. No. Li Qin shook her head. Why don't I call the bank now and ask them to prepare 500 million in cash for us to see? Yi Chen had a sudden thought. Li Qin was about to laugh at him. Why are you acting like a child? Forget it. I'll count the zeros for a while and then call my son. Or what if he runs out of money? The couple relaxed like never before. The son was found. And so productive. The burden and pressure that was once carried on my shoulders is gone. Why don't we just give them the company? Yi Chen couldn't help but think so sometimes. The system, it always feels like it gives me a very flimsy feeling. Li Qin sighed. In theory, we are so rich, it really doesn't matter if the company wants it or not. And Shia, how about one for her too? The couple embraced in a rare moment of silence. Looking out the window, the sunlight poured into the room, stretching the back behind it for a long time. Detected loser loses $19. 000. Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward, 2% of the shares of Shake Shack Limited. Yi Chen, who was about to prepare for a nap, crawled up on a roll. What are you doing? Li Qin was a little disgruntled. Jitterbug. Yi Chen's expression was on the verge of a grimace. What do you mean? Li Qin was afraid that something might happen to Yi Chen, so she hurriedly supported him, patting his back with one hand. I'm worried that he won't be able to take a breath. Jitterbug, we just got 2% of Jitterbug's shares. Yi Chen finally took a smooth breath. It's only 2%. What are you excited about? Li Qin was almost scared to death by him. 2% ah. Yi Chen exclaimed. Jitterbug is a subsidiary of Byte, and although it's not listed, competitor Speedhand currently has a market capitalization of $200 billion. Jitterbug is the #1 short video software in the country. How much do you think it's worth? Li Qin knew about shakeology, but he didn't expect it to be so lucrative, which is worth $4 billion for a speedster. Pass this on to your son. That way, even if we're gone, he'll be able to live his life without worry. Young Su, the car has arrived. Ryu Xinyan answered a phone call and stepped in. Yes. Su Yan stood up with a mask on his face. Everyone, next I'll give you a live broadcast on my cell phone. The live streaming interface on the computer closes, opens the phone, and walks away while reconnecting to the live stream. At this time, the number of people in Su Yan's live room had been lowered to 800,000 people through half an hour of live broadcasting. It can't be true, can it? Why are you skeptical? It's obvious that the anchor has dazzled your face. Ha ha, I've also been dazzled by the anchor and yet I still feel a little bit of the sky is the limit. Anchor, whether it works or not depends on this one. Holy, the anchor's house is huge. What did I just see? A billiard room? The anchor has a billiard room in her house? Walking out into a parking lot? Anchor, dazzled again. Walking out of the gaming room was a lobby with a pool table. There is an entire wall outside the billiard room that has a glass wall. Beyond the glass wall is the entire parking lot. Holy, this is a parking lot? This parking lot is huge. It's the entire neighborhood parking lot, right? Anchor, ask for a panoramic view. The live feed had just logged on and viewers were greeted with the sight of a large parking lot. This parking lot is my personal one. Su Yan held up his cell phone and walked to the parking lot, slowly circling it. Holy, it's really a personal parking lot. There's only one door that leads to the billiard room. Anchor your IP in Zhonghai? Zhonghai personal parking lot is so big? How valuable? Let's put it this way. Zhonghai's current price is 56,000 a square foot. This parking lot must be at least 3 to 400 square feet. Nima. It's trenchant. Wouldn't this parking lot alone cost over $20 million? It's average. More than $20 million. The anchor has spent $20 million on charging Jitterbug. Watch the live stream. $20 million. Sprinkle law. Show, holy, $20 million? I can't earn that in my whole life. Ha ha, true. Young Su, the car is still on the ground. Let them transport it down? Lu Xinyan asked. Let them drive down. Su Yan was too lazy to go upstairs, and it was troublesome to enter and exit the elevator. Might as well just let the car drive in. A van drove straight into the basement, which had sufficient floor height. Su Xiao, not expecting it to be Zhang Chang personally escorting the shipment. Su Yan smiled. Mr. Zhang, what brings you here? Su Xiao's business is the top priority. Su Xiao, this one is a Cayenne. The carriage opened and the car slowly lowered itself. Su Yan surrounded the car and opened the door. All kinds of information at his fingertips. Su Yan just all checked the information. Just as a band for Porsche. After the Cayenne was dropped off, in came a Palmer. This is a Palmer. Then the 911, 718, and Taikung went into the garage one by one. The last to come in was Mekong. This car is Mekong. I don't know if it's good. I haven't driven it. Su Yan circled around the car. The iconic frog face still looks very handsome. This car belongs to the Porsche entry model. The price is moderate. Interested friends can buy one for fun. If you are in Zhonghai, go to Zhonghai 4S store. You can get a discount with my fans. Su Yan didn't understand the market inside and asked, Mr. Zhang, how many discounts can I get? Zhang Chang immediately showed his face on the live broadcast and laughed, just by virtue of Su Xiao's fans. At least 70% off. Immediately, he was embarrassed and rubbed his hands. Su Xiao, Mr. Shu explained before he came. This car has been sold, and has to be sent back. Okay, I don't drive anyway. Su Yan was indifferent. It's all about highlighting a favored fan. Leave the rest of the car here for now and you give me an asking price. Young Su, it's all your own. There's no need to make such a clear distinction. It's all your family's stuff. You guys have to live too. It's not like I'm short on money. Su Yan said. Thank you, Mr. Su, for understanding. Zhang Chang let out a sigh of relief. 9 million is enough. Okay. Su Yan casually wrote a check for $9 million. Thank you, Mr. Su. Zhang Chang was grateful. Why does it feel like the owner of this 4S store is like a son? True 4-son store. Ha ha, 70% off. That's a good discount. Blessed are the fans of Zhonghai. Even in Zhonghai, you can't afford a Porsche. Why does it feel like the anchor is bringing the goods to Porsche? I have that feeling too. Anchor, is there a PY deal? Su Yan saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast and also couldn't help but laugh. I'm just carrying goods. Porsche Zhonghai, my family agent. Holy, the Porsche is his family? No wonder it's so important to let it be shipped. No wonder the boss looks like a son. It's the boss. No wonder the owner is afraid to take the money. Chapter 69, 500 million pocket money. Holy, another $9 million spent? On a live anchor spending more than me. Ha ha, funny enough indeed. Didn't the anchor say start a business? How come I just saw defeat? A live broadcast cost close to $30 million. It's just laughable. I don't think the above is right. It should be on a live broadcast. The anchor doesn't make as much as me. Ha 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 ha, that makes sense. Porsche is 30% off and there are fish balls to be claimed. It's really cool. Do you guys think the anchor cares? Look at the other two cars he has parked in the garage. What happened to the other two cars? If I'm not mistaken, one is a Rafa. A Ferrari Rafa? Geez, what a Porsche to look at with a Ferrari. Rafa 20 million plus. Awesome. No wonder the anchor doesn't have a Porsche even though he has his own. Funny, anchor, you don't think your own Porsche has enough class. Don't just look at that Ferrari. At this time, Su Yan's camera was right on the two sports cars. See that one next to it? That could buy 3 or 4 Lafayettes. What kind of car is this? How come I've never seen one before? I googled it. And the Lycoming Supersport, worth over $70 million, will land at least 80 million. Naya. 2 cars in the anchor garage for one small goal? That's a little too much, isn't it? No wonder. Recharging $20 million without batting an eye. Geez jerk. Mom, I thought $20 million was nothing on the internet. The audience in the live broadcast room called out that today they have seen what it means to be a real trench. 2 cars are worth a small goal. The private underground parking lot is the size of a basketball court. The basketball court alone is worth over $20 million. So what about the house on it? Charging $20 million is like drinking water. Write a random check for the entire range of Porsche models on sale. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was an eye-opener. Su Yan, however, was unimpressed, and the live broadcast came to an end. I didn't expect that nearly 1 million people would watch my first live broadcast today. I'm really honored. Immediately, someone in the live stream said, "You're paying to be smashed." Su Yan pretends not to see. This fills me with pressure. What can I do to attract you guys in the next live broadcast? It's really a headache. Seeing Su Yan's distressed appearance, fans have said, "Keep hitting us with money and we'll be right back. Why don't we do something exciting tomorrow? How about we pick a car from the garage and run a drop?" Su Yan looked around the garage. Cars ranging from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions of dollars are all listed, quietly waiting for her master's pleasure. How do I choose? Su Yan had some difficult choices. The broadcast immediately yelled, "Let the ladies come." Right. Missy lay down on the floor and make a human roulette wheel. Holy, you guys are so evil. Su Yan hastily rejected this proposal. This won't work. It's too disrespectful. He's real. For crying out loud. He deserves to be rich. Just as everyone was making a scene, a text message suddenly popped out on Su Yan's cell phone. Your tail number 5888 card. ICBC has an income of $500. 000 and a balance of $6. 00. The text message alert lingered for a short while, but it instantly detonated the entire live broadcast. Holy, what do I see? Just earned $500 million? Look at the balance. Did you see that? The balance is over $600 million. Nima, what kind of divine balance is this? Holy, it's crazy, isn't it? Nay, I am uneducated. A line. It's enough to just put it in the bank and eat the interest, isn't it? At ordinary deposits, 3% a year, $600 million. That's $18 million a year. What a business to create. That's right. And there are large certificates of deposit, capable of doing at least 5. That's $30 million. Just the interest on those deposits would be enough to take a company public. Unheard of. Unheard of. I empathize with the anchor. It's just that every morning when I open my eyes there's more than $100,000. The money can't be spent. Worry yo. Anchor, please, what can I do to have such an income? Su Yan didn't think for a moment that he had exposed his text message information. Couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Being his son gives you this kind of income. Just then, Yi Chen's phone call came in directly. Everyone saw a note like, "Old man. Anchor, don't stop. Answer the phone. Don't interrupt. Let's meet daddy." Right. Let's hear a little reprimand from daddy. Ha ha, I'd like to hear the anchor get disciplined too. Su Yan also laughed. You even want to listen to my old man's phone call? Okay, then I'll give you guys a listen. Nothing serious anyway. Now that the $500 million transfer has been heard, then there's nothing to hide. Hey, son, did you get the money? As soon as the call was connected, Yi Chen's cheerful laughter could be heard. Got it. Didn't you just transfer me the money? Su Yan said with a smile. That was for your Shake Shack reward. Now this one is for your pocket money. Yi Chen was still bright. Alright, as long as you're happy. Su Yan had a helpless face. The live feeds, however, couldn't take it anymore. Holy, what do I hear? Shouldn't you be teaching your son a lesson? No wonder the anchor is so luxurious. $100 million earmarked for live streaming bounties. $500 million pocket change. Mood. One of these dads, too, please. The key anchor still looks reluctant. Anchor, no such father. Please give it to me. Su Yan glanced at the pop-up screen and didn't care. Anyway, every time it was just words without much nutrition. He was able to understand Yi Chen and his wife. After all, who wouldn't want to be able to get in touch with their son, whom they haven't seen in over 10 years? Even if it's just to talk. Don't worry, Dad's got his money back. Don't worry about not having enough. Yi Chen was in a good mood after getting $50 million today. I know, there's enough money and nothing to spend. Su Yan said, don't you want to start a business? The startup capital will be turned around for you. Yi Chen was ambitious. Anyway, soon there will be money. $500 million in the bank. The son just needs to lose his money and turn around and he's rich. Good. The moms and dads of this world are too well funded for their own good. Right. Yi Chen seemed to have found an opportunity and suddenly lowered his voice. Your mom doesn't seem too happy. What's wrong? Su Yan asked in a hurry. didn't the Bentley you gave me arrive today? She wanted to drive it and later gave it to me. Yi Chen whispered. Su Yan understood. Okay, I know. Cornard. He wanted to give his old mom a little care himself. A little surprise? Ha, hey, just so you know, I'm going to be making a trip to Shanghai in the future. To give you a little entrepreneurial support along the way. Su Yan nodded, then thought that he couldn't see. Okay, I know. It's okay then. Spend as much as you want. Daddy's got plenty of money. Bye. Chapter 70. What's the point of having money? Shakeology is our world. A screen full of pop-ups. Dad, don't hang up. You didn't recognize me as your son. Righteous Father is above. Please accept my obeisance. Anchor, no. Brother, when are you going to introduce our dad? Anchor, may I ask what it takes to be reincarnated into a family like yours? Anchor, how come your life is so good? Can I ask the anchor how I can earn a small goal? Don't ask the anchor. The anchor himself doesn't know. Gotta ask my dad. That's my dad. Then the word dad was swiped all over the screen. The live streaming numbers are even hotter. At this point, without brushing the carnival, the online audience surprisingly exceeded 1 million. Su Yan glanced at the live broadcast and couldn't help but smile. There is a time in life to be had, and a time in life to ask dad for it. The audience was haunted. Blitz. Solid old iron. Anchor, need to be more realistic? The point is my dad didn't have one either. Anchor, you're just too naughty. Is it too late for a new dad? Su Yan, however, didn't pay attention to them joking around. Mr. Zhang, help me send this car to my mom's place. He looked around and chose a Porsche Panamera. The ones that Zhang Chang sent over are top of the line. Choose the Palmer. Mainly because of the 4 doors and 5 seats. Plenty of room for her to go out. Or to take her little sister out and sit down. Okay, Mr. Su. Zhang Chang immediately had the car drive-in and loaded paying for transportation. Family harmony, fatherly kindness and filial piety. No wonder it's so rich. Father just gave a hint and immediately arranged it. Mom, why does your dad have a car and I don't? Anchor, arrangement. This is a big profit. $500 million in pocket money. And a random gift for mom as payme. After doing this, Su Yan was also ready to go off the air. That's kind of the point of the day. There was something else going on with myself. Well, thanks for watching me live. Folks, see you tomorrow. Su Yan waved his hand. I can't get enough. Feel the jaggedness of the world. Anchor, whatever you're broadcasting tomorrow, let's agree on a code word. No matter when the show starts, please remind me with a carnival. Ha ha ha. Right, please wake me up with carnival. Su Yan also nodded. Okay, see you tomorrow. With that, it ended the day's broadcast. Wang Rant's live broadcast came back to popularity. Quite a few fans that are back. Ran. Big Brother List 1 is live. Your List 1 Big Brother is trenchant. I've seen it all today. Wang Ran couldn't care less about saying goodbye and directly ended the live broadcast. She looked at Sandra Ho. He Shanshan was also looking at her. The eyes of both of them were all shocked. Su Yan's family, it seems, super rich, more than super rich. He Shanshan seemed to be frozen. $100 million car, $500 million of pocket money, and $100 million for him to just reward. Ren, you sent it. Wang Rant's face suddenly became hideous. It's all your fault. If you hadn't said that you hooked him, otherwise I would have agreed to him long ago. He Shanshan laughed bitterly. How was I to know that he would even pretend to have no money? Wang Ran also sighed, knowing that he still needed He Shanshan. Shanshan, what should I do? First of all, we still have to start with the image. Su Yan is probably into cute girl cosplay, although Su Yan's live broadcast ended. But the influence is far from gone. Several phrases suddenly parachuted into the middle of the Jitterbug Hot 100. Hashtag anchors reward themselves thousands of carnivals. Hashtag live long enough for the bank to come to your door. Hashtag wabi-sabi family. You give me pocket money, I'll give you a Porsche. Hashtag 500 million pocket change. Hashtag you've got to have it in your life. You've got to ask your father for it when you don't. Hashtag the most trenchant anchor ever. Hashtag the hits were like rockets, soaring. In less than half an hour, it rushed to the top 10 of the hot search. Even among the top 10, it directly occupied 6. More and more people are seeing it. The debate is also growing. This anchor, bad brain? Holy, thousands of carnivals, swiping over $4 million? A full level account turns out to be charging $20 million. Suddenly I don't think the instant noodles in my hand smell good at all.
Su Yan's live broadcast footage was cut into one short video on top of the Shake app,
gaining more and more attention. And Su Yan, who was off the air,
didn't notice that the number of fans following him was also increasing.
At the same time,
it wasn't just the audience that paid attention to Su Yan
and the Anchor Guild. The Anchor Guilds are now systematic and registered companies. Yanjing, Superstar Network Information Service Company,
also known as one of the top 10 unions in Shakeology, the Superstar Guild.
Have you looked at today's data yet?
I see from the backstage that Faye's live stats,
year on year, are down a lot. The president took the data sheet and said with some dissatisfaction, "What's going on? Faye is the head of our guild.
Are the resources tilted?
If we can't even do this well, how are we going to attract newcomers?" Chairman,
a new anchor popped up today and attracted a large number of online people over. There are 6 hot searches on the hot list today that are all about him,
with the highest online numbers exceeding millions. What kind of new anchor is that? Did you add a guild?
No,
I don't think so, the henchman said. Then go pull people. Do we wait for other guilds to pull people? The president was full of discontent.
But,
Chairman, he is rich. The president frowned. How rich can it be? More money than our company? We must find a way to get into the guild. A newcomer is so powerful. If someone else snatches him away, we're doomed. If we can't get it,
then we'll destroy him.
He has $600 million in pocket money. The president gulped. Money is money, and Shakeology is our world. Hurry, Middle C. This new anchor is a bit tricky.
The first live broadcast racked up hundreds of thousands of fans and millions more online.
It's a tactic we can learn from, and it will cost us less with our higher split with Shakeology. This new guy, gotta find a way to sign him.
But he's so rich.
What's money worth?
Jitterbug has Jitterbug rules, and he has to follow them and have someone contact him.
Understood. All over the country, people notice Su Yan, the newcomer who suddenly appeared. Contact. Backstage. If Backstage can't get in touch, then just ask Shake for the data. It's okay to buy it. This newcomer must be taken. Boss,
he seems to be very rich.
Ha, it's just an online persona. Ah, if you want to mess with it,
I can get you $1 billion in pocket change.
Really? How does that work? Why don't you just note my phone number as a bank and I'll edit the message and send it to you.
As for those cars and houses,
just rent them. In fact, he just spent $1 million or so in bounty money,
and he'll make it back soon enough.
Holy, that works too?
This man has a good head on his shoulders.
So it must be taken. And if it can't be taken, then it will be destroyed. Chapter 71, Pipe and Bow? Shura? Doesn't exist. 500. $0 of loser defeat detected.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Physical Strength Enhancement. Requirements for obtaining: when the host and related persons take the first sip of drinking water at Townsend's.
Yi Chen,
who was watering the flowers in the garden, suddenly changed his face.
Skills again?
Previous skill: you're cool when you drive a Ferrari with one hand, although it has been obtained by touching the steering wheel of the Bentley already.
But, didn't hang around to use it. Where did I get a Ferrari? Where did I get a supercar? This time, it's a good thing to improve your health. As a result, it's still going to the Middle C? Thompson? I have a house in Townsend. That's not true.
My son bought it at Townsend.
Is this system mine or my son's? Wife. Yi Chen dropped the kettle and ran into the house. What's the matter? A shock? Li Qin, who was washing dishes, asked. I'm going to the Middle C.
Yi Chen was in a serious mood.
What for? Li Qin curiously said. Why are you going to Shanghai when you're fine?
I'll transfer those shares and stuff to him.
Yi Chen didn't know how to explain. The people involved don't know if the package includes the wife. Gotta experiment with it before I can say anything. What's the hurry?
Li Qin waved a carrot in her hand.
Do you think your son is idle? Doesn't he have to go to school during the week? Can't he wait for the weekend? Yi Chen cried out.
I'm trying to improve my physical fitness.
Who told you to dislike me all the time?
I had to prove it to myself this time. I'll show you what it means to want to die.
What it means to be in lust. What is meant by I.
Yi Chen was instantly discouraged. In order to reorganize himself and give his wife a surprise, he'll have to keep it to himself for a while. I'll show you what I'm made of when the time comes.
Wait for the weekend. We'll go together. Li Qin turned around. Hey, another week? I can wait, but you may not. Su Les. Woohoo. As soon as Adira saw Su Yan, she fell into his arms and wailed. What's going on here? Su Yan put his arm around her shoulders and asked Yu Zixin,
only to see that at this moment,
Yu Zixin's eyes were also red, as if she had also cried. Su Shao,
Yu Zixin huffed and said with an aggrieved face. Ruwashi is really too miserable. Su Yan was speechless. So you guys just read the script all day.
Finished watching? What did you think? Suyan naturally embraces Adira as she walks on the lawn. Yu Zixin followed closely behind. The script is really great. I think this time, it will definitely be able to bring up a large number of newcomers. Still, it's only good if there are veteran actors sitting around. Su Yan nodded. This drama, we have to hit the mark. Make achievements. The acting must not be bad. And to hold up newcomers, there must be a degree. He thought briefly. Daryl's role was given to Adira. How's her acting? Adira sniffed and tensed. Adira is a newcomer after all. Yu Zixin didn't dare to pack her bags, afraid that he had made Su Xiao unhappy. That's no acting. Su Yan sighed. How much time will it take to give her a professional acting teacher? To start preparations from now until filming begins? Any sooner than a month from now. Then we'll see the results after a month. And if she doesn't work out, we'll replace her. Whenever she meets the requirements, give her the female one. Upon hearing this, Adira immediately wiped away her tears. Young Su, I will definitely work hard. I'll watch you. Step Brothers is a female drama. And if the female lead doesn't work, then don't say anything. Adira pouted. Yu Zixin sighed. People can replace you at any time. What the hell are you still umming and ah? Love brain. It really doesn't work. In addition, moderately promote newcomers. Uncle can also have a market. A few male protagonists. Acting is the first place. As for some of the other newcomers in the company, arrange for them to go when there are suitable roles. Give them a chance to make a name for themselves. Understood. Yu Zixin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yan was really treating this company as a business. What a great villa. Yu Zixin couldn't help but be staggered. They've traveled a lot just now, haven't they? As a result, just arrived at the door? Pushing open the door of the small yard. It seems like entering a botanical garden with beautiful flowers. There's also running water and a natural floral scent that permeates the area. Walking down the cobblestone paved path, a door had opened. Master, welcome home. At the door, the maids were lined up in 2 rows with smiles on their faces to welcome them. Welcome honored guests. A young girl in a maid's outfit, half kneeling in the doorway, had a pair of clean white slippers ready. Help Su Yan take off his shoes and change into slippers. On the other side, 2 more young girls brought 2 pairs of slippers for the 2 women to change into. Yu Zixin has come into contact with a lot of rich people, but it was the first time that the row was so big. Su Xiao, what kind of existence is it? Adira stared blankly at the young girls in front of her. This is Mr. So's house, and there are maids. Each one is quite beautiful. The sense of crisis in his heart was great. Su Xiao. Lu Xinyan leaned against a wall and watched a few people come in, her heart a little sour. Could one have made the wrong choice? And these 2 are? Yu Zixin saw the intricate expression on Lu Xinyan's face. A heartbeat later. Finished. How dare Su Xiao? The 2 women met. This is going to be Shura, isn't it? How am I going to comfort Adira later? How to save the image of Mr. Su, just for fun? Seen live. Or, for a while, Yu Zixin had already overturned 18 options in his mind. No way. That's still close. Who expected? Suyan put his arm around Adira. Adira, my girlfriend. Holy, Su Xiao, what do you want? With her years of experience, Yu Zixin could tell at a glance that these 2 had an unusual relationship. As a result, Su Xiao doesn't hold back at all? Adira is happy. What about this one? Sure enough, she looked over at Ryu Xinyan, her expression already on the verge of freezing. Also an artist of my company. In addition, this is the head of the company. Yu Zixin. Yu Zixin swallowed deeply. What do I do? Shall I go? When I didn't come? I can't cope with this kind of shura. This is my sister from school and my piping buddy. And my future partner. Su Yan winked at Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan was in a better mood when she heard about the pipe and bow. Partner again. At least, we're equal. Girlfriends, can't they change at any time? Yu Zixin saw her suddenly blossom into a smile. What do you mean? Is it really an innocent relationship? Ugh, the relationship between the 2 is absolutely purely male and female. Which one? Which bow? Definitely the one I was thinking of. Chapter 72 The Effect of Enhancing Physical Fitness. Within this short minute, God knows how many times Yu Zixin's mind changed? Su Xiao, you're this. She inwardly gave Su Yan a thumbs up. Sit down and eat first. Su Yan greeted a few people and came to the restaurant. Dinner had already been prepared. Just sat down immediately. A maid brought hot towels. First purify hands, then wash face. Rinse mouth. The whole time just requires you to sit in your seat. No need to move at all. Then a hot dish came up. This drama. As the company's opening project, I'm going to invest $80 million. Yu Zixin was delighted in his heart. The truth is that real filming doesn't need to be terribly expensive. The main thing is that there's just too much cat in the middle. Sister Xin, you're the producer. Keep an eye on me. Whether it's the actors, the director, the props, there can't be any mistakes in every aspect. Otherwise, I'll hold you responsible. Hearing this, Yu Zixin only felt a heavy responsibility on her shoulders. And yet, they rejoice within. Most actresses are youthful. Who doesn't want to transition behind the scenes as they get older? Sister, you learn management from sister. Su Yan gave Ryu Xinyan a job. Even if Ryu Xinyan was a good student and a strong professional, she still needed exercise in all aspects. And the crew is a great place to be. Okay. Ryu Xinyan nodded. Shall we start now? Under the table, a foot gently rubbed against Su Yan's calf. Su Yan trembled and looked at Lu Xinyan, only to see her wink at herself. It seems to imply something. Starting now is the official start of the employment relationship. Full of teasing. Never mind. We'll start tomorrow. Su Yan was still defeated. The corners of Lu Xinyan's mouth suddenly rose. Adira sat happily by Su Yan's side and ate. Yu Zixin, however, felt that the atmosphere at the dinner table seemed to be a little bit odd. What do the two of them seem to be hinting at individually? What is it? Don't think. It's better not to think about that. At Adira's level, Shura can't even start a courtroom. If she opens a courtroom for herself, then she'll die without knowing how. It's still early to be jealous. A meal for each. After eating, Su Yan wrote Yu Zixin a check for $80 million. Thank you, Xiao Su. I'll definitely do a good job with this drama. Su Yan pinched Adira's nose. Give me a good effort. Oh, I want you to be a hit. I'll definitely train hard. Definitely will be the leading lady of this. Adira clenched her fists. Yu Zixin sighed. It's true. Everyone has their own life. It's really a hit. Yu Zixin hastily shook her head. No, she couldn't be imagining things. It's disrespectful to the boss. Or are you thinking about it again? How about a little fresh meat tonight? Just as she was rambling, Su Yan's phone rang. Okay, I'll be back now. Casually hanging up the phone, only to see Su Yan touching Adira's face with an apologetic face. I'm sorry about that. The school is checking in tonight. When Adira heard that, her face was full of loss, but she still said in a hurry, then hurry back to school. I really want to wake up with you every day and eat breakfast together. Su Yan said with deep affection. Adira was clearly touched. I'd love to, but it's still school that's important and we have a long future ahead of us. Sorry about that. You can stay here tonight. Su Yan stood up. No, it's better for us to stay in a hotel. Yu Zixin stood up in a hurry. Such a big mansion, supposedly just bought. The first time, it still has to be left to the host family. That's fine. Have them arrange for a car to take you back. I have to rush back to school now. Su Yan hurried downstairs. Adira and the others followed down the stairs. So Yan finally picked a taikung. I just sat in the car and realized that Lu Xinyan was already sitting in the passenger side. Sister, where are you going? Su Yan pretended not to know. You've called me school sister. I have to go back to school too. Lu Xinyan had a smile on her face. Su Yan was speechless. Could you be any more obvious? Sister, you're all interned. Su Yan glanced at Adira, as if she was worried about her misunderstanding. Pick a car yourself la. Thinking that she had already won the battle tonight, Ryu Xinyan wasn't going to irritate Adira. Fine. Sooner or later you're a bronzer. Adira blushed instantly. Yu Zixin looked at the blushing Adira beside her and was furious. He's clearly got the upper hand tonight. Can't you see that? Which one of these cars in the garage is cheaper? It turns out that people choose randomly. Can't you see that? Young Su, actually, it's okay for you to send your senior sister, Adira said shyly. Yu Zixin covered her face. Don't call me Su Xiao. It makes us look rusty. Call me Ian or whatever. Senior sister can drive herself. Let her drive herself. Su Yan lowered the car window. I have to leave first. You rest early. I'll come find you tomorrow when I'm free. Good. Drive slowly on the road and don't rush. Adira barked and watched Su Yan and Lu Xin both leave back and forth. Sister Xin. Young Su is really so boyfriendly. Adira was guilty of nymphomania. Yu Zixin nodded casually. Yes. Hey, let's talk about it later when you actually have a chance to get to the top. The Taikang is a wild ride. The Kayan was a close second. Swipe your face to enter Townsend. Straight to the new house. During the day today, Lu Xinyan had already arranged for the cleaning company to carry out a comprehensive cleaning. It may not have all the necessities, but it's livable. Once inside, the two hugged. Didn't you say school check? How did it get here? Ryu Xinyan smiled delicately. Isn't it also a school check when a schoolmate checks a schoolmate's room? Just your strong words. Lu Xinyan climbed up. I'm going to take a shower first. No. Tomorrow it's an employment relationship. Su Xiao. Lu Xinyan clearly said it in a relaxed manner, but there was a feeling of ghostly resentment. Su Yan leaned against the bed, picking up the mineral water he had just brought up and took a sip. Press of fire. Seems like it's not good for the fish to take the bait too fast. With a mouthful of water, he only felt refreshed, and all the cells in his body blossomed with unprecedented strength at this moment. Obviously felt a lot stronger. What's going on? This water is so sweet. Su Yan only felt that all the cells in his body were cheering, and strength kept surging up. He glanced at the bathroom. It was a springtime. Chapter 73, Who Falls in Love When They're All Reborn? The light of day dawned. Su Yan rolled over and opened his eyes to see that Lu Xinyan was already dressed at this time. Sister, so early? Lu Xinyan smiled and said, Boss, you're the boss. I'm a laborer who needs to go to work. Hearing Lu Xinyan's address to herself changed, Su Yan couldn't help but darken her heart. Sister, actually, don't. Lu Xinyan raised her hand to stop him from continuing. I don't want to be anyone's vassal. These days are my own physical needs. Su Yan sighed. In his heart, however, he was filled with admiration for Lu Xinyan. I know that if I follow Xiao Su, I definitely won't be treated poorly, but I still want to become Lu Xinyan. She dressed and turned back brilliantly. So yeah, boss don't advise a good family to go to sea. ********Q. Su Yan threw a pillow over. Go away. With that, he waved his hand and left the house with his handbag. Su Yan watched her leave with a slightly complicated mood. Wash and dress. Su Yan went down to the garage, but saw two Porsches still parked peacefully in their spaces. He drove the Taikung to the entrance of the neighborhood and saw Ryu Xinyan standing playfully at the entrance waiting for the car. Lowering the window. Why don't you drive away? Schoolmarm? Boss, that's your car. Lu Xinyan didn't wear any makeup and had a plain face. Yet she was still beautiful. Sent to you. Su Yan was rich and generous. No way. Ryu Xin shook her head. If I want your car, I'll want the house. I'll want all of you. Even half of your assets. Then I wouldn't be me anymore. And boss, are you sure you can make that promise now? She tilted her head slightly upward and sideways as she spoke. Somewhat stubborn looking. Su Yan knew that he couldn't make any promises. All reborn mansion rich second generation. Who still fall in love? Doesn't he smell good raising fish? Saying that, Ryu Xinyan took out her wallet from her handbag and took out a wad of cash. After thinking about it, he pulled out 3 and threw them into the car. Yesterday, consider me wrapping you up. 3 times yesterday it was almost dawn. And 300? Capitalists are going to shed tears. Su Yan couldn't help but cry out in bitterness. Humph, last night I was A and you were B. 100 at a time. Lu Xinyan arrogantly said. Okay then, Daddy A. Get in the car and I'll give you a ride. Lu Xinyan smiled up. Get going, you're going to be late. Boss Su, and I've already called a car. Su Yan took a look at the time. I'll leave first then. After saying that, he kicked the gas car far away. Lu Xinyan stood in place, watching the Porsche leave, the smile on her face gradually tightening, clutching the Gucci bag in her hand, biting her bottom lip gently. She finally spat. Bah! Scum! An internet car pulled up. After confirming the number, get in the car and sit down. Yu Xinyun cradled the bag in her arms. The cell phone rang. It was a FMS voice. If you need a B, be sure to call me for a discount. Hearing this gnashing of teeth, Lu Xinyan bared her teeth and laughed out. Typing quickly with my fingers. Depends on my mood. Humph. I'm keeping the bag as a souvenir. Thanks, Boss Su. Boss. Number 2. Number 4. Su Yan hurried and rushed to the classroom. Fu Zhejun made a face as he handed Su Yan's book to him. When Wang Wei saw Su Yan, he pretended to be pretentious and stretched out his index finger to point at Su Yan. You deadbeat. You still know to come back all day long you know how to fool around outside. I was wrong. Ergo. Su Yan quickly begged for mercy. Wang Wei's effeminate appearance was really unbearable. Sango, where did you get high over the weekend? Second brother's been reading about it for 3 nights. Chokai said manically. Anyway, after that time, Wang Wei and Zhou Kai had been restless. I don't know, either. If the two of them are broken. Going to do market research and identify some talent. Hey! Su Yan sighed pretentiously. If I want to start a business, I need to put in a lot of hard work. He can't say he went to a yin party. Can he? If this goes out, can we be friends anymore? As expected. Once this statement was made, Wang Wei and the others stopped paying attention. Zhou Kai frowned instead. Holy, why did Wang Ran change her nature today? The crowd couldn't help but look over, only to see that Wang Ran, who usually wears colorful and fashionable clothes, today wore a snow-white short-sleeved shirt, revealing delicate white arms. A pink silk flower was knotted at the neckline and she wore a gray plaid JK dress. A long head of hair was down with a pink hairpin pinned to her head. It looks especially youthful and a little tender. Seeing Su Yan and the others looking over, he revealed a shallow smile. Wang Wei froze for a moment and couldn't help but kick Zhou Kai. Lao Si, what are you talking nonsense about? Flustered, he changed the topic. It seems like I haven't seen Li Qingxue for the last week. What's going on? Fu Jiejun quickly shook his head. I don't know either. By the way, Lao San, it seems like there's a club activity today, and it's rumored to have pulled in big sponsorships. They were afraid that Wang Ran would attract Su Yan back by dressing up like this, although Su Yan was rich now. But what Wang Ran was like, they all knew very well. Mr. Su, these are the Xiaolong buns I made myself. Just as the three were bent on attracting Su Yan's attention, a clear, sweet and sticky voice came. At the same time, it was accompanied by a burst of fragrance. Su Yan had already placed a lime green lunchbox in front of him at an unknown time. There are quite a few scratches on the lunchbox. Li Qingxue. Wang Wei froze for a moment. Chow chow. I just said that and it came? Zhou Kai was dumbfounded. And after a split second, she smiled at me. Thank you. It just so happens that I didn't eat breakfast. Su Yan directly opened the lunchbox and ate a bun in one bite. Sit. Li Qingxue immediately sat down as instructed. Are you eating? Su Yan pushed over the lunchbox to go. I've eaten. This is for you. Li Qingxue's eyes seemed to glow, obviously out of the shadows from before. Come back and go to school properly if you're fine. Su Yan was not polite and continued to dry his rice. Aha. Money. I will pay you back. Li Qingxue lowered her voice, a little nervous, biting her lips. But before I pay it back, I will execute it according to the contract. Su Yan turned back with some surprise. If it were anyone else, they'd usually just muddle through, right? Is it a fish in the pond? Su Yan, you ate all of Xiao Shue's breakfast. Should you be so overbearing? Chapter 74, I'm on my period today. A voice rang out from the side of the room and instantly caught everyone's attention. Zhao Junliang, what's it to you? Wang Wei looked up, saw a male student in the class, and immediately choked. Zhao Junliang snorted coldly, bullying a female classmate. You guys still have a point? Bullying a classmate is everyone's business. Quite a few people in the class looked this way. Hearing things, there were nods. Li Qingxue, in particular, although her personality was a bit cooler, her face value was high and she had a lot of fans among the boys. Yeah, how can you bully the class? I didn't expect Su Yan to be such a person, but I saw that it was Li Qingxue who walked over there by herself. Right? How can that be? Li Qingxue has always been used to being alone in her class, right? Wang Ran and He Shanshan stood not far away, a little worried. Shan, they've gone too far, haven't they? It was Li Qingxue, that little wannabe hoof, who took the initiative to go over there in the first place. Wang Ran worried. He Shanshan flung Li Qingxue's fan Zhao Junliang over there. I only heard her say, don't worry, you'll only have a chance if you get rid of Li Qingxue first. Wang Ran nodded slightly and looked over there. Zhao Junliang heard the support of the people around him and a smug look appeared on his face. Xiao Shui, you don't have to be afraid. This kind of class tumor, I will definitely protect you. He looked at Li Qingxue's side face, and a look of infatuation appeared in his eyes. Li Qingxue's face, which originally carried a smile, turned her head and had turned into a sheet of ice. What's it to you? Wang Wei laughed out loud. Classmate Li, you should say it's none of your business. It's more imposing. Zhou Kai quickly said. Lao air, people are ladies. Su Yan also couldn't help but laugh, laughing all the while, and continuing to eat breakfast. Zhao Junliang immediately had a face that turned red, the color of pig liver. Xiao Shui, don't call me Little Snow. I'm not familiar with you. Li Qingxue still had a clear and cold expression. When He Shanshan saw this scene, she couldn't help but frown. How did Li Qingxue become so strong? Wang Ran couldn't help but grit her teeth.
It must be because she sees that my family's Su Yan is so rich, that's why she couldn't help but stick it on. Jingle bells. The school bell rang. Zhao Junliang was like an amnesty and hurriedly found a seat. Go! He Shanshan immediately pulled Wang Ran to sit beside him.
Zhao Junliang, you can't even handle one Su Yan?
He Shanshan deliberately said.
Zhao Junliang wanted to save face and sneered. I would be unable to handle him? Look, how sweetly does Li Qingxue smile.
He Shanshan deliberately stimulated him.
Zhao Junliang took a look and was furious, but he didn't know what to do for a while. He Shanshan said, aren't you an officer of the club? I heard there's a big event today? Zhao Junliang's eyes immediately lit up.
There was already a plan in his heart, but seeing Li Qingxue talking and laughing with Su Yan and the two of them, her heart became even more furious.
Finally getting through to the end of class, Zhao Junliang rushed over in a hurry.
Snowy, there's an activity in the club today with ice cream sponsored by BMW.
Let's go and see it together.
Zhao Junliang said in a hurry. Li Qingxue glanced at Su Yan.
Still clear and cold. Refusing people? I'm in my physiological period today. I can't eat ice cream. Zhao Junliang instantly became as immobile as a wooden stick. For a moment, it was hard to know what to say. BMW sponsoring ice cream? Zhou Kai's eyes immediately lit up. Didn't BMW have an ice cream incident before?
It's not from Zhonghai. The BMW agent in Zhonghai is running a campaign to salvage its reputation.
Fu said. Sanner, want to come along for the ride? Wang Wei was also excited. No food for nothing. Okay. BMW's campaign came to the school. Just as well. One can inspect it. Let's see how well they work. Want to come along? He asked Li Qingxue, who immediately nodded. Yes. Let's go then. The group stood up and hooted and hollered as they all left. Zhao Junliang, the society is your territory. When you get there, it's still your call?
He Shanshan fanned the flames.
Zhao Junliang's eyes lit up again. Yeah, isn't a society its own turf? Go! Wang Ran was worried. Su Yan was having an affair with Li Qingxue? Do you compare yourself to her? Don't worry. Li Qingxue must have just leaned up as well. Little Ran, you have the advantage. He Shanshan persuaded. Where's Joan? I don't know. Something's probably wrong. And without her, you've got one less competitor for the time being. Get going. The two men also followed in a hurry. In the middle of one of the school's open-air squares, a small stall had been set up. It's like a small playground. There was food and fun with all kinds of stalls. It was filled with a variety of prizes, all sponsored by BMW. The entrance booth is a table with a very large refrigerator. Inside the refrigerator was a steel bucket, all filled with Häagen-Dazs ice cream. A huge door sign emblazoned with a BMW and a few huge words, BMW buys you free ice cream. In front of them, there was a not-so-short line. Xiao Xue. Look, this is the sponsorship our club pulled in. I still planned this event. There's a lot of fun in it. Zhao Junliang's shadowy soul was still there. Even if Li Qingxue was ignoring him, she was still persistent. I'll get you an ice cream. By the time I get here, won't it be my home turf? He bumbled right to the front of the line. Give me an ice cream. All of a sudden, there was discontent in the ranks. Doesn't anyone in the club care anymore? Someone's cutting in line. Do you have any quality? Cut in line. Which department? Shame on you. Is it a death wish? The member of the club whispered in the BMW staff member's ear, and an ice cream ball was placed on the crunchy cone and handed to Zhou Zhongriang. Zhao Junliang held his head high. I'm from the club. Sorry. The words I'm sorry are not at all apologetic. There was even a bit of smugness. This feeling of entitlement is fantastic. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The club's a big deal. Ha! How can we have events in the future when there is no order at all? I'm still on the ING student council and I'm not taking advantage of the privilege. Zhao Junliang no longer dared to be complacent and hurriedly left with his head down. Coming in front of Li Qingxue, he handed Li Qingxue an ice cream ball as if offering a treasure. Little Shui, come, eat the ice cream. Li Qingxue shook her head. I don't like vanilla flavor. I love the vanilla flavor. Zhou Kai said immediately. One is enough for anyone. Wang Wei chimed in. Vice President Zhao, is this okay with you? Fu Zhejun also said. Zhao Junliang grunted. If you want to eat it, go stand in line yourself. Do you think people's BMW money comes from the wind? Häagen-Dazs. One ball each. It already costs a lot of money. Okay. Zhao Junliang stalked his head. What do you guys want to eat? Su Yan asked the others instead. Sanner. I want to taste it all. He. Wang Wei hemmed and hawed. Go, get in line. Fu greeted everyone. No need to stand in line. Follow me.
Zhao Jejun took a look at this guy. What's the big deal about pretending? Yo, Su Yan. I didn't expect you to be so loaded with other people's rules. Don't lose our school's face. Su Yan faced the other party's cynicism and turned around and said, losing face? Anyway, our Vice President Zhao has already lost a face. Chapter 75. What she doesn't like is the vanilla-flavored ice cream you gave her. You. Zhao Junliang almost died of anger from the blockage. Zhao Junliang. You're a club vice president. You wouldn't even be able to handle a Su Yan, right? He Shanshan continued to fan the flames. Zhao Junliang grunted. Don't think I don't know anything. Wang Ran. Now that you've seen your licking dog run away, you want to use me, don't you? He glanced at Wang Ran, who had definitely changed his face. Are you worthy of being compared to Xiao Shui? Zhao Junliang had a disdainful look on his face. However, right now we can stand on the same front for the time being, so don't let He Shanshan fan the flames everywhere. I don't need you guys to remind me of what I'm going to do. Wang Ran opened his mouth. He Shanshan, however, laughed. Vice President Zhao turns out to know everything, so we have a common interest then. Humph. Zhao Junliang no longer cared about them and followed in stride. Shanshan, he found out. Wang Ran said, pulling He Shanshan. He Shanshan laughed. What the hell does he know? Saying it's a united front, but it's just a tool. As long as Li Qingxue is surrounded by these kinds of flies, sooner or later Su Yan will get tired of it. Wang Ran nodded and the two of them took a step to follow. Look for opportunities to reach out to Su Yan. This is a school function. No one is allowed to cut in line. Su Yan and the others had just walked to the front of the group when Zhao Junliang had already rushed over and said loudly, Holy, this laborious president is at it again. He said no cutting in line. Bah, he has the face to say that too. He's the one who just used the president's power to cut in line. People have only just gotten to the front. They didn't say anything about cutting in line, did they? It's clear that there is a personal vendetta. Now these people one by one take all the student councils and clubs as rights and flaunt them. Shame on you. As a result, before Su Yan and the others could say anything, they heard the people in the queue accusing themselves. Zhao Junliang's face darkened. I am now rectifying the queue in the name of the vice president of the club. You guys, hurry up and get in line. He pointed at Su Yan and the others. Fu Jejun frowned. Zhao Junliang, don't give face to face, only allow the state officials to set fire, not allow us to light the lamp, right? Yuki, here, this ice cream is for you. The ice cream has slowly started to melt under the hot weather. I told you, I don't like vanilla flavor. Li Qingxue frowned. Oh, so it's about women. You're no different than a dog licker. Hopping dog lickers? Really? TSK. The crowd in line couldn't help but open their mouths in mockery. Zhao Junliang's face changed, but he managed to stabilize. No cutting in line. Just no cutting in line. He stalked his neck. You guys, come over and maintain order. Don't let other big companies underestimate us Shanghai college students. Two officers wearing cuffs were called over. Zhao Junliang bottomed out. Just the ball? Su Yan, however, seemed like he didn't see them and asked directly. Hey, classmate, you can't cut in line. The officer of the club rushed forward. Zhao Junliang was expecting to hear the crowd mocking. He had just cut in himself and they all opened their mouths. Who knows? Su Yan plugged in. And surprisingly, not a single person rang. They just want to see Zhao Junliang's hilarity. It was obvious that Zhao Junliang was targeting Su Yan and the others. Now Su Yan cuts in. This is going to be a big show, isn't it? Zhao Junliang turned back to look at this group of queuing. You fell. Opening ah. However, still no one spoke up. Su Yan, although we are in the same class, rules are rules, and we can't make things difficult for the sponsor, can we? Since we can't borrow from our classmates, we'll borrow from our sponsors. No. Su, class. When the BMW employee saw Su Yan, a big smile appeared on his face. The body bowed slightly. The expression on his face was tinged with ingratiation. Seeing Su Yan shaking his head, the one who originally called Su Xiao immediately changed his name to Su. Not just ice cream balls. Whatever you want. What? Zhao Junliang had originally thought that Su Yan was going to be rejected, and by the time he was able to get his hands on it, the highs and lows were immediately apparent. Who knew that there was a hint of ingratiation on the other side? Zhao Junliang's entire body was dumbfounded. The BMW clerk immediately brought out of the freezer an elaborate model of a cruise ship with a single ice cream ball piled on top. Su, students, it's smooth sailing. Another ice cream shaped like a fondue pot was brought out. This is flaming ice cream. And the BMW staff served several at once.
Each one looks very luxurious. It's a completely different thing than a simple ball. Holy, there's this hidden paragraph? This is too luxurious, isn't it? Put it in the store and it's at least a couple $100, right? You can't get it for a couple $100. Last time I went, 3 balls on a small boat, it was in the hundreds. Zhao Junliang also froze. He himself, as the vice president of the club, didn't even enjoy it. How dare you take it out to Su Yan? Get me 5 of them. Su Yan pointed, and the BMW shopkeeper was embarrassed, because only 4 of these deluxe types were prepared. Student, I'm sorry, we only have 4 prepared. He wanted to cry. Deng Zhaoguo rushed over it this time in a windy manner. Wait a little while, we'll do it right away. Never mind. I want to eat the vanilla flavor. Li Qingxue gathered her courage and said, alright, in addition various flavors of ice cream balls, give me 1. Su Yan immediately said, okay, we'll do it right away. Deng Zhaoguo breathed a sigh of relief. Almost blew it. It was going to be a pat on the back. He gave Li Qingxue a grateful look. Store manager, this isn't good, is it? Zhao Junliang didn't dare to speak loudly to the sponsor. They cut in line to come. Su Yan blinked and didn't bother with him. Classmates, I'm sorry for just cutting in line. As compensation, 2 balls for each person next, okay? The students who were originally in line had some opinions when they saw that Su Yan had not only cut in line, but had also gotten the ultra-luxurious boat. On first listen, there was 1 ball, now there are 2. It was a good mood. Classmate, you're not going to brag, are you? Can you make the call here at BMW? 2 balls is not the same concept as 1 ball. Hey, Su Yan, don't fool around. Zhao Julian's face darkened in fear. This is a sponsor I had a hard time pulling in. Don't you ing it up for me. Originally, there was no way they could have pulled in a sponsor like BMW, because college students are mostly not BMW's target audience. Who knows? This time, he was just holding a try attitude. And as a result, the other party agreed in one breath. The bottom line is that they are offering too much money. Who expected? Deng Zhaoguo quickly nodded his head and agreed. Of course, Su's classmates' opinions. We will definitely take them positively. After that, I'll send 2 balls. Holy, classmate, awesome. Awesome. I'm disowning this student council if you don't go to outreach. The club might as well get a new president. Zhao Junliang are frozen. BMW people so good to talk? That's too generous. Young Su, your ice cream. The clerk made a good ice cream with a high layer of balls stacked on top of the crispy cone. Various colors and flavors. Here you go. Su Yan handed it to Li Qingxue, who blushed slightly and took it, whispering, thank you. Taking it in his hand, he carefully licked the top vanilla-flavored ice cream, squinting his eyes, his entire expression one of contentment. Let's go. Su Yan and a few others served away a few luxury ice creams. Only Zhao Junliang was left holding the vanilla ice cream that was about to melt. I thought you didn't like vanilla flavors? It was the vanilla-flavored ice cream you gave him that she didn't like. Not Su's. Chapter 76, Su Yan owes money again? Ha ha ha. Licking dog shall not house. Look at him. He really looks like a dog. Hearing a murmur around him, Zhao Junliang couldn't help but jump to his feet and say, who says I'm a licking dog? He, Su Yan, is the dog licker. It's the joke of the whole school. As soon as the words left his mouth, a kick suddenly came from behind. The tremendous force caused her to fly more than half a meter away and fall directly on the ground. Vanilla-flavored ice cream balls stuck directly to the brain. It looks as funny as it needs to be. Who is it? Who is it? He climbed to his feet, his face full of rage. An ice cream horn slid down his forehead. I didn't realize that there were still such students at Zhonghai University, with such poor quality. Deng Zhaoguo put away his legs, his face grim. Ing dare to talk about his little boss in front of his own face. Don't want to live. Deng. Manager Deng. Zhao Julian's eyes glazed over. Why did you hit me? He was going to be so aggravated he wanted to cry. We're all classmates. We're all here to go to school. What gives you the right to flaunt your power? You're using your little power to gain favors at school now. What's going to happen when you're in society? Deng Zhaoguo was eloquent. I'll let you have a small lesson now, and in the future, save you from harming others and yourself when you get to society. Classmates, what do you say? Right. Right. This manager is so right. 3 views are superb. No wonder you make money. The students were up in arms, and Deng Zhaoguo waved his hand. Offer. Everyone line up in order. 2 balls per person. Zhao Julian's face was ugly.
He didn't realize that he had lost the support of his classmates and the support of his sponsors.
It can only be grayed out. Shan, Zhao Junliang failed. Wang Ran was a little worried. Zhao Junliang is just the vice president of a club. What's the point? He's just a knife for us, not an accomplice.
Shan continued to strategize.
That.
Wang Ran was a bit lost in thought for a moment.
I think that there is at least some gain this time. Follow me.
The two women rushed after them.
Hello?
Shan caught up with Deng Xiaogua, a smile on her face.
Hello, we are Su Yan's classmates. Wang Ran blushed a little. Su Yan asked us to look for him on the BMW side, but we didn't see him. Do you know where he is?
Shan opened her mouth.
Oh, you guys are looking for Su Xiao. He just left. Right over there. Tung Xiaogua said enthusiastically. I'll take you there.
Shan quickly shook her head.
No need. We're familiar with the school. We can find it ourselves.
Deng Xiaogua nodded his head repeatedly.
Okay, you take your time. When Deng Xiaogua left, Wang Ran asked, Shan, what did you say?
A hint of wisdom flashed within Shan's eyes.
This BMW 4S store, in all likelihood, is owned by Su Yan's family. What? Wang Ran's entire body froze. How did you know?
Shan laughed.
It's very simple.
You can tell from this manager's attitude towards Su Yan. He has great respect for him.
Moreover,
he changed his mind several times in the middle.
Then it could just be that there's cooperation, or that they know Su Yan's identity. Wang Ran thought it was unlikely.
Shan shook her head and said,
but did you notice that when we said we were looking for Su Yan, he didn't look surprised at all when he told us to come here to look. It was even polite to us. What's wrong? That means it's more than just an acquaintance. Even Su Yan controls his rice bowl.
Shan's precise and incomparable inference left Wang Ran speechless.
He's already rich, even if he is. Wang Ran said.
Shan gave her a look.
These will all be your properties from now on. Silly girl. Wang Ran's eyes lit up. So it is. Come on, let's go find Su Yan now. 5 people slowed down to eat ice cream at the restaurant.
Because there was this girl,
Li Qingxue. They couldn't talk about any taboo-type topics. Sanner, how come you can cut in line and get BMW to add ice cream balls? Wang Wei picked a bite of ice cream and put it in his mouth to enjoy it.
Zhou Kai also looked at Su Yan with a curious expression.
Right.
Third brother. You seem to be very mysterious lately.
Su Yan shrugged. Because I'm handsome, I guess. Fu Jiejun glanced at Su Yan. If you're good looking and you can handle it, wouldn't it be that we can go out in the future with a picture of you? Wang Wei immediately pulled out his cell phone. Come on, Sanner. Smile. Me too. Me too.
Zhou Kai hurriedly pulled out his cell phone.
Su Yan was speechless.
Li Qingxue had been slowly watching the 4 of them jostling around,
only feeling a little relieved. Hey, Su Yan.
When Shan saw a few of them, she quickly waved her hand as if she was familiar with them.
Wow, you guys are eating ice cream? It was too hot just now. We didn't even get in line. Mind joining us?
She didn't seem to want their permission and just sat down on her butt, and pushed Wang Ran to the opposite side of Su Yan.
Hi, Su Yan.
Wang Ran was a bit reserved.
This is super rich. Billionaire.
Such an existence was one that was previously out of her reach.
It's right in front of your own eyes right now. And even, previously, his own lickspill. The 3 of them, Wang Wei, were quiet at once, fearing that Su Yan would fall again.
Right, Sanner. We had an appointment to play against each other in the opposite dormitory earlier.
It's almost late. Wang Wei had a bright idea. Right. Almost forgot.
Fu Jiejun also said in a hurry.
I haven't finished eating yet? Zhou Kai ate his ice cream. Let's go. Wang Wei hurriedly went to pull Su Yan. Forget it, I'm not going. Su Yan shook his head to reject them. The 3 people's expressions changed at once.
Even Zhou Kai silently put down the spoon in his hand.
Laosan can't be that confused, can he? Wang Ran had been a bit upset. It was clear that the people in their dormitory were ostracizing themselves, but I didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly. Su Yan surprisingly rejected them.
He definitely still has me in his heart.
I still have to work part-time. Su Yan stood up. Part-time job? The expressions of everyone present changed. You're a rich kid from a billionaire's family. What kind of job do you have? You still need a part-time job? Yeah, life costs money. You can't be lazy. Su Yan revealed a smile. There are still quite a few debts to pay. Well, he promised the fans yesterday. Even if it's a favor to the old man, you have to stabilize the traffic and the numbers. Still in debt? Wang Ran frowned. How much do you still owe? Li Qingxue couldn't help but ask.
when he gave himself so much money in the first place? Could it be that his business is in trouble now?
A lot. Su Yan let out a long sigh. I still have it here. Li Qingxue said in a hurry. No need. Su Yan waved his hand. You guys eat slowly. I'll leave first. I'm going to be late in a while. Jingle bells. At that exact moment, a phone call came in. Su Yan picked up the phone. Hello, it's Mr. 2 bags of big water guns, isn't it? I'm from the Superstar Guild, and we're inviting you to join the guild. Yesterday, he hadn't noticed that his private message backstage had long since been filled with messages from all the major guilds pulling people in. But he's so busy, how does he have time to check? Su Yan pointed to the phone while standing up to leave. Joining a live streaming guild is very good for you to get a higher commission. The other man began to gush about it. Watching Su Yan leave, he Shanshan tentatively asked, Su Yan owes money again? Chapter 77. A problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. 2. 4. Is there anything else? Fu Jiajun asked. Nope. Then let's go. Fu picked up his own ice cream and stood up. Li Qingxue also stood up. Even if she was cool, it wasn't like she didn't know about Su Yan's former entanglement with Wang Ran. This is not something that the whole school knows about, but there is not a single person in the class who doesn't know about it. The ice cream was sweet and she felt a little sweet with Su Yan. Asterisk. Seeing the 4 leave directly, he Shanshan was a bit dissatisfied. What arrogance to pretend. It's just a little wavy hoof. Wang Ran's face was a bit ugly. Shanshan, does Su Yan really owe money again? He Shanshan laughed. Big rich people like them have to pay back the bank every day when they wake up, but it doesn't stop them from being rich. She was confident. You saw it, his bank card. It's full of money. No. Su Yan directly rejected the guild. With his own financial resources now, casually establishing a guild would be better than working for someone else. Mr. Su, from yesterday's live broadcast, we can see that you are a smart person. With a little bit of money, you've made yourself a head anchor. The other side seems to know everything. I'm at the University of Central China Sea right now, with a contract and good faith. If you refuse, I personally recommend that you meet and sign the contract for the best. At those words, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. All of your own identity information was exposed. What is Shake Shack trying to do? And threatening yourself? That upset him a bit. Okay, where are you? I'll come over later. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. The eyes were a little glazed over. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Any law firms you know? Does Master need it now? Tong Yakin asked. Yes, now. Immediately. It's going to be used right away. Yes, I'll arrange it for the Master now. It was a slow walk to the appointment. Boy Law Firm. One of the top 10 law firms in the country. With the most professional, top-notch team. He Law. Did you really sell the law firm? Early in the morning, in the barrister's office, everyone came in. He Wenba wore his glasses and smiled. What happened in the middle of the night yesterday? The other party offered a price that no one could refuse. So, Ho Lu, where are you going to start up again? I'll go with you. Yeah, we'll all go with you too. Yeah, He Law. The crowd was muttering and clamoring to leave with Hovenberg. He Wenba shook his head. I'm not going to leave. The contract has already been signed clearly inside. Unless I'm no longer involved in any law-related industry, I'll have to work here until I retire. The other side offered me a price I couldn't refuse and bought me out, along with the company, until the new boss takes over. I'm still your leader. A man in his 30s suddenly said. He Lu, the one you asked me to check yesterday, is the new boss? Yeah. Any news? Zayn, any news? Hovenberg asked. Zhou Ziyun handed over a folder in his arms. He Wenba took a look at it, and the entire folder was only a few thin sheets of paper. Zhou Ziyun said, the new boss has a lot of information on the internet, so it's easy to find. Hovenberg read on. A company with a market capitalization of no more than $100 million. Started from nothing, lost his son and just recently found him. It's all very normal. But then this month started and things got a little less normal. After acquiring the Sky Lake Hotel, acquiring 2 car sales dealerships, acquiring a racetrack, and acquiring a restaurant. After you find your son, you suddenly start buying and buying? Where did the money come from? The son is quite handsome. It's a bit outrageous. It's not something he can afford to pay for. He Manhwa frowned tightly. Zhou Ziyun worried. I think so too. The new boss won't have any intentions. He Wenba shook his head. These have nothing to do with us. We are lawyers. What professional ethics? All clear. Moreover, it's not allowed for people to be some kind of hidden tycoon. It's not like we haven't been exposed to it. Yes, everyone immediately understood. Lawrence Ho, I just received an urgent order.
The call came from 9 Stars Mansion, saying that their owner needs legal assistance.
It's going to be now. It's at Zhonghai University. The 9 Stars Mansion. Rather rich people. Alright, I'll make a trip. And take a look at our little boss on the way. Wenba stood up. He already had a certain understanding of Yi Chen. The rest is up to the contact.
Seeing that the chief barrister had been called out for this trivial matter,
they did not say anything. In this law firm, Wenba's words are like holy orders. Here's the customer profile.
The clerk organized the information and delivered it to him before he left the house.
Suyin. Wenba's expression froze for a moment.
It's not really the kind of boss who screws around,
is it? If you're involved in gangs or something? Me. He vaguely regretted it. Don't ruin your whole life. Fortunately,
seeing the need for assistance behind him was a relief.
Looks like there's trouble. First impressions should be good.
Shui, you graduated from the law department of Central C University.
Come with me. A cafe across the street from the school. A man in a small blue suit put down his cell phone.
There was a smug smile on his face.
Ridiculous. A small anchor who dares to choke superstar. When has an arm ever twisted a thigh? Better be unruly and show you what guild power is all about. Short videos, or live streaming, have been evolving for years. His eyes suddenly lit up. Beauty. I'm from Superstar,
the top 10 unions in Shake Shack.
And I see that you have the potential to become a head anchor. Are you interested in joining our guild? As long as you join the guild, you'll be able to get tons of support, such as high splits, high recommendations, and you can even arrange for you to link up with the head live streams, which will push you to the front of the line in a short period of time. Su Yan was in no hurry and slowly walked towards the Pishy Cafe.
A Volkswagen Bora was parked in front of the school and immediately greeted Su Yan when he saw him come out.
Su Yan? Su Xiao? Wenba had a good impression when he saw Su Yan for the first time.
Cleanly dressed and very good looking.
You are?
Su Yan looked strangely at the old man with gray hair in front of him.
I'm an attorney from Bo Yi Law Firm. Wenba. And this is our trainee attorney, Cecilia Choi. Thank you Attorney Ho. Thank you Counselor Chui. Things are simple. Let's talk as we walk. There is more going on.
Hovenberg was much more impressed with him.
Kinda polite. Young Su, not worried about the lawyer's fee? Su Yan smiled and said confidently.
Problems that can be solved with money are not problems.
Alright, then we'll talk as we walk.
Su Yan briefly described the matter.
So, we're mainly going to fight by catching Shake and the guild illegally revealing and obtaining your private information?
Wenba immediately grasped the point.
What is your claim? Claims. Su Yan thought for a little while. The claim is that, once and for all, they will be beaten painfully, so that they don't have to come to trouble me every other day. Chapter 78, the 10 largest law firms are also my family's? Cafe Peshawar. As soon as Su Yan entered the door, he saw the man in the blue suit, who was talking to a young girl in an eloquent manner. Missy, I think you're a perfect fit. Su Yan led Wenba over. Wenba had stood a step behind Su Yan since the beginning. You are Qinsho? Qinsho glanced at Su Yan, shocked at the other party's appearance. So handsome. Why do you wear a mask when you're on air? That face alone would earn a place in the entire live streaming community. And well proportioned. It's okay to make a debut as a star.
He suddenly thought of the company's future strategy of moving from the live world to the acting world.
This man may be the opportunity. Make sure you get him to sign. From the profile, it's just a college student in his early 20s. Good to hold. However, behind him, when he saw Wenba, he couldn't help but frown.
It's not like a guild has already approached him ahead of time.
Is it? 2 big bags of squirt guns, huh? Have a seat. A smile appeared on Qinsho's face.
I'm sure you've thought it over. Our Superstar Guild will definitely give you the best resources. Not even limited to the live broadcast world.
Qinsho gushed as soon as he sat down. Su Yan listened very patiently.
Qinsho took a look at it and was overjoyed.
There are opportunities.
There was a flurry of talk about various benefits.
When he finished, Su Yan then spoke. How did you guys know my contact information?
Qinsho was proud of himself at this moment and wanted to show a wave of guild strength.
So he said,
our guild is one of the biggest guilds in Shivering Sound.
As long as you register with Jitterbug, you'll get your profile, identifying information, address, phone number, whatever. Of course. Su Yan looked back at Wenba,
who nodded at him.
You guys are breaking the law. You know? Su Yan deliberately frowned. Breaking the law? Qinsho laughed. A company as big as Jitterbug. Don't you know that? If he dares to sell, what are we afraid to buy? Saying that, His face slightly grimmed down as he pretended to be high and mighty. Not only that, although you spent millions yesterday to push yourself up, we still have the ability to knock you down. Moreover, the cost is bound to be lower than you. Su Yan sighed. Why bother? I just want to do a live broadcast in peace. Why does it have to be like this? Shinsho shook his head. You're overthinking it. Jitterbug is like a big piece of cake. The cake is limited, and everyone wants a big bite. What do we earn if you take the big piece? So, you only have to join the guild, or else you're doomed to not survive in shivering. He said it with conviction. Then I'll think about it. Su Yan stood straight up. The evidence is pretty much gathered. Shinsho was instantly anxious. Mr. Su, our guild is the most powerful under the entire Jitterbug banner. No other guild can offer such a good deal. It's a good idea to compare 3 different products. Su Yan smiled. Shinsho's face gradually turned gloomy as he looked at him. Mr. Su, the guild is not as simple as you think. If you don't know what's good for you, the actions against you will begin soon. Su Yan turned around and asked. Really? Of course. In time, you'll realize that all your actions are just a joke. You can't beat the guild. I know. I'm looking forward to it. Su Yan nodded. After saying that, he took He Wenba and left directly. Shinsho looked at his back as he left, hating him so much that his teeth itched, gradually revealing a ferocious color in his gaze. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed. Su Yan is probably in contact with the other guilds. Start moving. What do you think, Counselor Ho? Su Yan asked as he walked out of the cafe. He Wenba nodded. Su Xiao, based on the recordings just made, it's already enough. They are involved in multiple charges such as violating personal privacy, suspected monopolization, disturbing the market order, and so on. We have a good chance of winning. Su Yan nodded. Didn't you say that recordings can't be used as evidence? It's not that recordings don't work. It's that getting them through illegal channels doesn't work. Let's say, wiretapping or something doesn't work. I see. Su Yan nodded. Not bad for a lawyer. Just awesome. Please come with me a couple more times. Okay, if we can gather more evidence, we'll have a better chance of winning. He Wenba nodded and said. However, Su Xiao, with you personally, if you go to Shake Shaky, although you can win, the battle line will be stretched long and take a lot of time. And, most likely, it will allow them to target you in terms of data. He Wenba spoke his mind. Su Yan nodded. It doesn't matter. We have to defend our personal rights and interests. It's always better for me to stand out and be the one to stand out than some ordinary people. He Wenba looked at Su Yan with some surprise. This young man, it seems, is not quite ordinary, not like those who are steeply rich and inflated at first sight. Walked by a few more and pretty much said the same thing. I've troubled you today. Lawyer He, Lawyer Chui. Su Yan expressed his gratitude. How much does it cost this time? He Wenba immediately said. Young Su, for something this big, don't you need to discuss it with your boss? Boss? Su Yan wondered. Introducing myself again. I'm the founder of the Boeing law firm, and now a partner in the firm. Kevin Ho. Late last night, your father purchased the law firm, though retained my position as a partner in the firm. Late night. The old man is still really energetic. So, Bo E is my own family? Su Yan cried and laughed a little. Yes, Mr. Su. One of the top 10 law firms in the country is actually my own family. Su Yan couldn't help but shake his head. At this instant, he even felt a little pity for Superstar and the others. Okay, you guys work hard on this one, and you'll be fine with the market rate for the cost. He Wenba wondered. Su Xiao, let us. One size does not fit all. This is my business venture. In the future, even if I make it into a group, I still have to pay the same. Su Yan said. Moreover, this time I want the best lawyers. Do it and do it big. They definitely won't let me off the hook either. So, move fast. Understood. I'll personally go up this time. As for the bill, I'll have someone send it over. Su Xiao. He Wenba sensed Su Yan's ambition. This is a young man who wants to be a syndicate. Although he is now only a rich second generation who was rich at first sight. But, from his every move, he can feel the ambition. Good. Then I won't see you off. Su Yan smiled. I'm going to start a live broadcast in a while. Okay. You're busy, Mr. Su. After He Wenba and the others left, Su Yan walked to the school entrance and put on a black mask. Open the live feed and start getting ready to go live. Chapter 79 10 Unions Blocking. Opening the live room. Su Yan first modified the name of the live room. Yesterday it was 1 day on a full level. Today's broadcast has been changed.
And of course the room name must be changed.
Fans follow the anchor. The anchor stays the same. And they get to know that he's online and starting a live stream. The live stream was open and immediately fans came in. Brother Toho. Brother Toho is mighty. Toho, when are you going to be number one in Shakeology? Today. With hundreds of thousands of followers. It was a hoot when it went live. A carnival. Carnival brush up. How much are you going to brush today? Why don't we open a plate? I think we need at least 1,000 today. Brother Taheo recharged $20 million yesterday and still has $16 to $17 million left. 1,000 is not sprinkled. Su Yan saw the live broadcast and smiled. Okay, let's brush up on the carnival today. With that, he just clicked on gift giving. X1, X2. Su Yan's side had just started broadcasting live when the guild side received the news. That big 2-bag squirt gun is on the air. You've got a lot of guts. Rejecting our guild and still wanting to go live? He's already painting the carnival. Ha ha, to think that is simple. Yesterday he was caught off guard. Today the sets are all figured out. Then have some fun. What's one personal anchor? That's just it. It's a small thing. Should we use this to push new people? Of course, we're just going to shatter his myths. Just follow this process and launch another anchor and he'll soon be a joke. Is the villa, the limousine, the maid and everything ready? It's ready. Let's get started then. In the middle of a villa, a newcomer female anchor looked at the large villa somewhat nervously. The first floor alone is a couple hundred square feet, with servants and all. This villa was borrowed by the boss with his face plastered on it. So be careful. Beside her, someone kept ordering. The things inside can't be destroyed at will. If you break one, you can't afford to pay for it for the rest of your life. The new anchor woman nodded her head repeatedly, even speaking carefully for fear of lifting the floor in one breath. Okay, now it's live. The anchor woman took a deep breath as the lights and cameras were already around her. She didn't say much. The newcomer's live room itself is not very crowded. Sit down in front of your computer and start swiping gifts for yourself. Carnival X1, Carnival X2. As one carnival swiped out, the live stream came alive. Holy, another one who swipes gifts for himself. Definitely. Yesterday Brother Toheo threw millions of dollars and attracted hundreds of thousands of fans at once. So of course we have to catch the limelight. Toho's side is painting the carnival too. Dry up. Try to be able to jack a car today. Ha ha ha. It seems like it really works. Several anchors are brushing it up. I'm switching to my brother's live room like crazy. The female anchor looked at the growing number of viewers in her live room and was overjoyed. Be read yourself. An anchor is too able to make money if he's popular. This time, the guild had charged her account with 3 million worth of virtual coins. Enough to make her a hit. X100, X500. As it continued to click, more and more viewers entered the live stream. X800. The number of people online in the live room exceeded 1 million. The pop-ups were all in awe. The anchor woman was simply too late to watch. X1000. $3 million. All spent. She glanced at the number of people she was watching online. 8 million viewers. Hello, everyone. The moment she greeted her, the number of online viewers instantly dropped by 1 million. She couldn't help but rub her eyes. The next moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room was once again 1 million less. What's going on? The person in charge of this broadcast asked in a hurry. The backstage data monitor immediately whispered. The number of people in the live room is falling off a cliff. Why is that? There are just under 50,000 people following. What? Less than 50,000 followers. For a new anchor. It's pop. It's fire. But they spent $1.5 million and recharged 3.5 million virtual coins. And it turned out to be 50,000 followers? $30 a fan? Lost to the bottom of my pants. According to the market price, 1,000 real live powders will cost you only 150,000 for 9,000. That's still no discount. After discounting it's estimated that you can pick it up for 5 or 6 grand. As a result, they spent $1.5 million. What went wrong? The person in charge asked in a hurry. At this time, there are still people swiping Carnival. The backstage data monitors immediately discovered the problem. There's the Tianhong Guild. There's the Crane Guild. Almost all of the top 10 unions are brushing up on the Carnival. 10 Hyro, Crane. All of them are one of the top 10 unions. The man in charge realized at once what the problem was. They want to replicate the miracle too? No. They were all blocking Su Yan. Did this guy not agree with any of them? What's going on in the big water gun's live room right now? Immediately, a specialized person entered Su Yan's live room to check the situation. A moment later,
The man had an odd expression and said, "He's leading his fans to grab treasure chests in various live rooms. The whole person in charge was bad.
What's going on? Show me. Look." Immediately, a tablet was handed to him.
The person in charge immediately saw that Suyan appeared to be on the street, leaning against a random car, still wearing his mask.
"Brothers charge. Jitterbug is giving out big benefits today. Go grab it. Before you go grab it, tap a wave of followers and I'll call you back when they stop posting. Tap to follow and don't get lost. By the way."
He also went into other people's live rooms and commented while grabbing treasure chests.
"Not this one. Carefully. Who sits in a chair at home with only half an ass? It's not like the paint will come off if you're careful about closing the car door. Fake."
The people in charge looked confused.
In passing, he clicked into Suyan's homepage and took a look. It's amazing how his fan base keeps growing. Just shy of breaking 1 million. What's going on? Surprisingly, he was a little confused as to what kind of operation this was. Shouldn't you be furious? Shouldn't you be nervous? Shouldn't the grass be greener? What does that mean? Don't you realize that we're all blocking your success? Why is it okay for you to spend money but not for us? Instead, you're getting a rise out of it? He's fooled us. The man in charge snapped, thinking of the key. As soon as he opened the live stream just now, all the guilds swarmed around and all started brushing Carnival. He simply stopped and waited until they stopped brushing. Well, viewers looking to grab a treasure chest will definitely be watching the wave. It's tantamount to the top 10 unions doing him a favor. What a smart guy. What now?
$1.5 million has been smashed in.
As a result, it instead gave Suyan a wave of powder. "I'll call the president."
The man in charge let out a long sigh.
"What do you have in mind?" the president asked on the other end of the line. "Of course there is a way. And more than one.